Zhang Xuan, an ordinary office worker, discovered overnight that the entire world had changed. Last night, Zhang Xuan was partying with colleagues at a bar. This morning, he woke up to find everything around him had become incredibly unfamiliar. The familiar boss at his company was gone, replaced by a middle-aged man he had never seen before. Even his close colleagues were now strangers with completely different faces. In the meeting room, the unfamiliar boss and new colleagues were chatting and laughing as if everything was normal. But Zhang Xuan felt an eerie sense of unease, with a voice deep inside him screaming that it was all an illusion. He forced himself to stay calm as he walked out of the meeting room and hurried to the restroom. Locking himself in a stall, Zhang Xuan shakily pulled out his phone, hoping to find answers to the bizarre situation. However, what greeted him were a series of unbelievable news headlines: teenager elected president, a bodybuilder became the richest man, an overweight person turned into a national idol. Overnight, the world seemed to have flipped upside down, defying all logic. As Zhang Xuan was lost in confusion, the restroom door suddenly burst open. The sound of footsteps and polished shoes drew closer, and several men in black stopped outside his stall. "Mr. Zhang, you are suspected of being involved in telecom fraud. Please cooperate with our investigation," an authoritative voice commanded through the door. Zhang Xuan's hand instinctively reached for the lock, as if he was under some sort of spell. Just at that critical moment, an electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Detected abnormal energy reaction. Starcraft System activated. Initiating time stasis. Terran interface AI Ava at your service. Pleased to meet you, Commander." In an instant, time froze. 30,000 years ago, alien civilizations descended upon this planet. Various alien invaders infiltrated human society, and every 10,000 years, they would annihilate the existing native civilization and restart the world order. The last occurrence was 9,999 years ago, and that civilization was known as Atlantis. Now, another 10th cycle is approaching, and human civilization is set to be the next sacrifice. However, civilizations never surrender easily. In every era, some individuals awaken to the truth of the world and bravely resist, even if they are doomed to fail. In Zhang Xuan's mind, his intelligent assistant calmly narrated this horrifying truth. It turns out that Nuwa was an alien preserving ancient human bloodlines. Hui wasn't shooting down suns but alien spacecraft, and Kwafu's chase of the sun was actually him piloting a giant mech in pursuit of retreating alien ships. Faced with these mind-blowing revelations, Zhang Xuan found it hard to accept. The intelligent assistant reminded him that the time stasis was about to end, and that there were more pressing matters to consider. Zhang Xuan wondered if he was also an awakened one, and if those familiar yet strange people around him were actually aliens in disguise. The intelligent assistant confirmed his suspicions and informed him that those people outside were here to capture him. Anger surged within Zhang Xuan. Humans are not mere playthings to be slaughtered. He looked around for a weapon to fight back, but found his body weakened by years of smoking and drinking, making him incapable of resisting the aliens. The intelligent assistant explained her functions, saying that she could summon various units and vehicles from Starcraft for Zhang Xuan, provided there were enough resources. This reminded Zhang Xuan of his past as a young gaming addict obsessed with Starcraft. Just as Zhang Xuan was at a loss for what to do, the countdown ended, and time resumed. In the next instant, the door to his room was violently kicked open, and two tall men in black dragged him out. Before he could react, a stun baton knocked him unconscious. When he awoke, Zhang Xuan found himself bound hand and foot in the cargo hold of a speeding truck. In the darkness, he heard other voices and realized he was not the only captive. Some were wailing in despair, some were angrily demanding answers, and some had already given up hope. A flippant male voice remarked that they would all become food for those things. Clearly, this wasn't his first time being captured. Zhang Xuan silently fumbled with the ropes binding him. He refused to sit and wait for death. Even if the system couldn't help, he would escape with his own strength. Unfortunately, he was not skilled at escaping bonds, and the knots remained tight. As Zhang Xuan struggled in vain, the truck suddenly slowed and came to a stop. From the roof, a spray device descended, releasing a flood of hypnotic gas. When Zhang Xuan woke up from unconsciousness once again, he didn't find himself in the imagined scene of corpses and blood or surrounded by bizarre-looking aliens. Struggling to sit up from the ground, he found himself on a grassy field, wearing a red shirt with a black cross emblem. Around him lay several others dressed similarly. The intelligent assistant informed Zhang Xuan that he had been unconscious for 32 hours and was currently on an unnamed island in the Pacific Ocean. Zhang Xuan scoffed at the idea, thinking these aliens were quite creative, planning to fatten them up before slaughter. The thought of the person on the bus saying aliens ate humans made Zhang Xuan feel nauseous. The assistant reminded Zhang Xuan that there was a sizable crystal mine beneath the island. If he could obtain it, he could immediately summon a force to protect him. A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes as he asked how to proceed. At this moment, The others began to wake up as well. A young man with dyed yellow hair stood up helplessly, wondering what kind of tricks the aliens were up to this time. A bald man with a face full of scars clutched his head, looking confused. There was also a college student wearing glasses and 2 young women. Not far away, a one-armed man remained unconscious. A petite girl observed the surrounding vegetation and humidity, concluding that they were likely on an island and no longer in their home country. Her sharp deduction surprised everyone present. Suddenly, the assistant alerted Zhang Xuan to an unidentified energy source approaching. From the distant jungle came a series of disturbances, as if something big was crashing through. The yellow-haired youth, Li Han, muttered, "Battle Royale," and ran off in the opposite direction without looking back. Although the others didn't fully understand, their instincts told them it was not safe to stay, and they followed Li Han's lead. Only the one-armed man remained lying on the ground. Zhang Xuan wanted to save him but realized he didn't have the capacity to do so. Without finding the crystal mine, he might not survive here. Just as they left, a pitch-black, wolf-like creature with a blue horn on its head emerged from the jungle. It sniffed the one-armed man but did not attack, instead chasing after the group. All of this was broadcasted in real time through a collar on the creature's neck to a location hundreds of kilometers above the ground. A spaceship resembling an oversized bowling ball hovered 10,000 meters above the ground. Inside, more than 20 people in suits were watching a live broadcast on a large screen. These individuals had human faces, but each had a light blue eye in the center of their foreheads. Apart from this, they were almost indistinguishable from regular humans. These three-eyed people, elegantly dressed and holding wine glasses, exuded an air of sophistication that seemed utterly bizarre. A butler in a tailcoat stood in front of the screen and introduced the scene, explaining that the person who had just been spared by the hunter was actually the sole survivor of last year's Battle Royale game. He had killed all his companions in desperation and even lost an arm to emerge as the final victor. At that time, Baron Morpheus had spared his life out of admiration and pity. Unexpectedly, they were seeing him again today, which was quite a surprise. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh, and the others joined in. It seemed that another thrilling drama was about to unfold today. The butler announced the official start of the game, inviting the distinguished guests to enjoy the spectacle and see who would be the first to fall and who would emerge as the ultimate winner. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan was desperately running through the jungle, his lungs feeling like they were on fire. He barely managed to stay ahead of 2 women, while the others had already left him far behind. At this moment, Zhang Xuan deeply realized the importance of physical fitness. He silently vowed that if he survived, he would commit to regular exercise because a good physique truly impacts one's life. Just as Zhang Xuan was on the brink of despair, his deputy informed him of a faint crystal mineral energy signal 150 meters to his right. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up, and he nearly stumbled and fell. The female college student who overtook him even turned back to urge him to run faster, while the other woman, who appeared more worldly, ignored him and passed by. Gasping heavily, Zhang Xuan felt a renewed sense of hope and unhesitatingly ran in the direction indicated by his deputy. Xiaoyu, running ahead, watched the black monster being lured away by Zhang Xuan and felt a bit bewildered. She couldn't understand how someone could go to such lengths for others. Qinyu, seeing Xiaoyu stop, also halted. She sighed in relief, saying it was good enough if that man could satiate the monster. To her, Zhang Xuan's actions were merely a form of giving up. Xiaoyu, however, sighed sadly and praised Zhang Xuan as a good person. Qinyu remained indifferent and turned to run in the direction the men had gone. Xiaoyu hesitated, but eventually followed. In such a situation, women were naturally at a disadvantage and could only survive by relying on men's protection. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan had found the long-desired crystal mine. Facing the half-a-man-high blue-gray rock, he hesitated. The deputy told him that as long as he placed his hand on the rock surface, the system would automatically start the collection process. With no other choice, Zhang Xuan did as instructed. The rock's surface glowed faintly blue, and a warm current flowed into his palm. The system informed Zhang Xuan that he had obtained 5 units of crystal mineral, but this amount was insufficient to summon any combat units. The deputy suggested he exchange them for a cheap weapon to get through the immediate crisis. Reluctantly, Zhang Xuan requested a gun capable of killing the monster. As soon as the words were spoken, a large, metallic handgun appeared on the rock. Zhang Xuan didn't have time to listen to the adjutant's introduction. He grabbed the electromagnetic pistol directly. The heavy weight in his hand gave him an added sense of security. Holding the gun with both hands, he took cover behind the rock and aimed at the creature lurking in the dark forest. The sky was getting darker, reducing visibility, but Zhang Xuan's eyesight was still good enough to make out his target. Anger surged through him after being pursued for so long. Once he confirmed the bullet was loaded, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! The loud gunshot and the flash of light erupted in the forest. The electromagnetically accelerated bullet instantly hit the shadowy figure. With a slight explosion, The creature was knocked over, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. A look of joy crossed Zhang Xuan's face, but before he could celebrate, the black wolf stood up again, shaking its head, seemingly unharmed. Zhang Xuan had aimed for the wolf's head, but the angle was slightly off, and the bullet hit the collar around its neck instead. The collar was shattered into pieces, effectively destroyed, but it had saved the black wolf's life. The thoroughly enraged beast let out a furious howl, its eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. Zhang Xuan fired several more shots, but none hit their mark. His poor marksmanship was the real issue. The accuracy of his first shot had been pure luck. To make matters worse, the creature had become wary after being wounded, now circling and dodging, making it even harder for Zhang Xuan to aim. As he watched the creature move in and out of his field of vision, Zhang Xuan grew increasingly anxious. His hands were numb and aching from the recoil, but he knew that if he put the gun down, his head would be bitten off in less than 3 seconds. Commander, given your current capabilities, it's very difficult to kill this creature in one go. I recommend an immediate retreat, his adjutant advised. Also, just to remind you, this creature's brain contains about 10 to 20 units of crystal energy. Zhang Xuan was speechless. Was the adjutant telling him to retreat or to kill the creature? The adjutant clarified that the two were not mutually exclusive. Zhang Xuan shook his head and smiled wryly. Easier said than done. He asked the adjutant how many crystal units he had left and learned he only had 2. Besides ammo, Zhang Xuan could trade for an advanced tactical visor equipped with a polarized steel HUD, which would protect his head and offer night vision, assisted aiming, and ammo display, significantly boosting his combat effectiveness. After weighing his options, Zhang Xuan decisively chose the visor. The moment he put it on, his vision brightened as the night vision activated, making the surroundings clear. The visor showed his remaining ammo count and, more importantly, could lock onto targets and display bullet trajectories. No matter how fast the creature was, it couldn't escape the combined power of night vision and target locking. Zhang Xuan fired 3 more shots. Although the first missed, the second hit the creature's hind leg, and the third struck its abdomen. The creature staggered, looking ready to collapse. But Zhang Xuan had no intention of showing mercy. He unleashed another volley, finishing the creature off. Cautiously, he observed from behind a rock for a full 10 minutes before approaching the corpse. What the hell kind of creature is this? Zhang Xuan asked, poking at the horn on its head with trepidation. The adjutant explained that it was a genetically modified organism, originally just an ordinary prairie wolf. Zhang Xuan was incredulous and touched the horn. A warm current surged through him, and the horn dimmed and cracked. The system notified him that his crystal resources had increased by 20 units. Curious, he asked how many resources were required to summon a battleship. The adjutant informed him that in the game, building a battleship required 400 crystal units and 300 high-energy gas units, equivalent to 400,000 minerals and 300,000 gas, an astronomical price. Zhang Xuan sighed in relief, thankful that the game's values couldn't be directly applied to reality. Otherwise, his fleet would cover the globe within a month. But for now, his priority was to find more crystal resources. Meanwhile, the live broadcast signal suddenly cut off, infuriating the three-eyed viewers. Baron Monka, leading the group, coldly demanded an explanation, stating he was not here to witness equipment failures. The steward repeatedly apologized and hastily dispatched a fully armed Special Forces unit. They boarded a helicopter to the island to assess the situation. On the other side of the island, 5 survivors finally reached the shoreline. Noticing the office worker hadn't followed, the bald man looked grim. He bluntly stated that without weapons and food, they were bound to die here sooner or later. Li Han, however, was unconcerned. He said those people wouldn't let them die so quickly and guessed that supplies would be airdropped before dawn. If they were lucky, they might even get a few guns. The bespectacled college student was overjoyed at the prospect, thinking that with guns, they could handle the monsters. But Li Han scoffed, saying the monster was merely an appetizer and that more thrilling challenges awaited them. The group exchanged worried glances, their despair evident. Xiaoyu remained relatively calm and asked Li Han how he had escaped last time. Li Han shook his head, unable to divulge much. He explained that those people might be watching them, and saying too much could make him a target. After all, he still wanted to get out of here alive. Simultaneously, Zhang Xuan, guided intermittently by the system, found his way to a cave hidden by dense shrubs. He crouched cautiously, surveying his surroundings, and was relieved to find no signs of large animals. Without the powerful night vision of his goggles, he might have easily lost his way in the darkness. Lieutenant, is the energy reading coming from inside this cave? Zhang Xuan asked for confirmation. Yes, Commander. This narrow cave likely contains significant crystal mineral resources, but it might also harbor some dangerous small creatures. Please proceed with caution, the lieutenant confirmed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhang Xuan picked up a sturdy stick and cleared the shrubs at the entrance. Seeing no immediate threats, He bent down and ventured into the cave without hesitation. On this perilous island, a mere cave was hardly a concern. Even if it led to a den of demons, he had no choice but to press on, as it was his only chance for survival. Inside the cave, the air was damp, the sound of dripping water echoed, and the muddy ground made progress difficult. Despite the night vision goggles, the narrow, echoing passage filled Zhang Xuan with a sense of dread. To ease his nerves, he chatted with the lieutenant as he moved forward. "Lieutenant, do you think the end of humanity is just a year away? Could it be that the apocalypse has already begun, and we just haven't realized it yet?" "It's possible, but given our limited information, I can't make any definitive conclusions," the lieutenant replied. "I wonder how the aliens plan to destroy us. Will it be an all-out attack like in the movies, or something sneaky, like a virus, turning it into a biohazard scenario?" Zhang Xuan mused. "All these scenarios are within the realm of possibility," the lieutenant sighed. "How did an ordinary office worker like me get caught up in this end-of-world mess? Life's a play, and we're just acting our parts." Zhang Xuan grumbled. The lieutenant listened patiently and responded to each of his complaints. As they continued, they walked another 100 meters. The passage widened, allowing Zhang Xuan to stand upright, but the path became increasingly treacherous, hinting at a steep slope ahead. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan stopped, furrowing his brow and staring intently into the darkness ahead. Even with the night vision goggles, he could only make out a vague shape 100 meters away. He sensed something was there but couldn't pinpoint it. Cautiously, he crouched against the wall, raised his gun, and focused on the distant shadows. The dripping water sounds were now accompanied by approaching footsteps. Zhang Xuan aimed his gun, and soon, a human-shaped figure outlined in red appeared in his sight. "A person?" Zhang Xuan was startled. The lieutenant shouted in his mind, "Shoot, Commander! Kill him!" Instinctively, Zhang Xuan pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out, its bright flash piercing the darkness and hitting the figure in the head. Shockingly, the figure continued to struggle to stand. Zhang Xuan fired several more shots before it finally fell. "Is this guy not human?" Zhang Xuan wondered as he approached. He saw that while the figure had a Caucasian face with all the usual features, there was a thin slit in the middle of its forehead. Upon tearing it open, he was astonished to find a translucent blue eye inside. "My God, a three-eyed person?" Zhang Xuan was taken aback, witnessing such a sight for the first time. In an instant, a warm surge flowed through his body, and the blue eye dimmed. A system notification indicated that Zhang Xuan had acquired 5 units of crystal ore. This was unexpected. It turned out that the body of a three-eyed person contained a significant amount of crystal ore. This revelation suggested that the cave was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. It was highly likely that an alien base was constructed underground. The person he encountered was wearing a blood-stained white lab coat and holding a cigarette, stepping out for some fresh air without any guards or weapons. This led Zhang Xuan to surmise that the base's armed forces and personnel were probably not numerous. If he could seize the base in one swift move, the potential rewards could be substantial. Fortune favors the bold. Zhang Xuan decided to delve deeper into the cave. The gunshots had likely alerted the aliens, so he needed to find more exposed crystal ore quickly before reinforcements arrived, aiming to summon marine troops for support as soon as possible. Meanwhile, 6 fully armed human special forces soldiers arrived at the scene. Upon landing, they immediately heard the gunfire echoing from within the cave. Discovering the corpse of a black wolf, they concluded that Zhang Xuan had encountered their personnel inside the cave. The leader, A1, reported through the communicator, "Command, this is A1. Team A has arrived and locked onto an exit of the underground research facility. We heard gunshots just now. Was it our personnel?" "Static. Command received. No engagement reports have been recorded. It must be the target. There may have been casualties. Proceed to eliminate the target immediately." Acknowledging the command, A1 signaled silently to his team. They donned their night vision goggles and swiftly began to stealthily advance toward Zhang Xuan's location. Curiously, shortly after the special forces departed, a one-armed man emerged slowly from the jungle. His expressionless face was filled with resignation and numbness. In the corridor, following the adjutant's guidance, Zhang Xuan found several rocks containing crystal minerals. The system notified him that he had acquired 6 units of crystal resources, bringing his total to 52 units, enough to warp in a marine. Elated and relieved, Zhang Xuan ordered the adjutant to initiate the warp procedure immediately. It was time to show those three-eyed beings a thing or two. With a flash of blue light, a towering figure materialized, fully armada marine. Zhang Xuan took a couple of steps back, intimidated by the imposing presence. The marine lifted his visor, revealing a fierce, grinning face. "Svik Joel, Marine Sergeant," he introduced himself. "From now on, I'm your most loyal warrior." Zhang Xuan quickly adjusted and nodded. "Sergeant, the situation is critical. If you have any special skills, now's the time to share them." Svik laughed heartily. Don't worry, sir. My specialty is carving a bloody path through desperate situations. Just tell me where to kill and how many, and I'll handle the rest. Zhang Xuan glanced at the closed steel door at the end of the passage, hesitating. We need to get in there and eliminate everyone inside. Before he finished speaking, Svik had already shot out the surveillance camera and was striding forward confidently. Leave it to me. You wait here. Bullets rained down, riddling the iron door with holes. The two people behind it were quickly turned into sieves. Svik kicked the door open and charged in, his gun blazing. In less than 2 minutes, silence returned. Svik poked his head out and waved to Zhang Xuan. Nervous but determined, Zhang Xuan mustered the courage to follow him inside. The room was an ordinary chemical lab, but the armed personnel and researchers lay dead, their bodies mangled and unrecognizable. Zhang Xuan shook his head in dismay. The priority now was to check the spoils. Suddenly, Svik looked towards the door with a wary expression. Sir, I think someone's coming. Zhang Xuan frowned. Is it those awakened ones? Impossible. They're still running for their lives. They wouldn't risk coming here, Svik asserted. If it's not them, it must be the alien reinforcements. Then leave no one alive. Zhang Xuan hid in a corner, gun at the ready, knowing he wasn't a match for Svik. Svik didn't stand in the doorway either. He took cover beside it, his gun aimed ahead. Soon, the sound of soft footsteps approached. Squad A moved in silently, spreading out and pointing their guns at the door. One made a hand signal, and 2 team members approached, one in front with a gun and the other behind, readying a grenade. Just then, watch out for the grenade, Svik shouted, darting out only to take several hits immediately. But his battle-hardened instincts kicked in, and he took out the enemy holding the grenade with precise shots. As the grenade exploded, Svik switched to full auto mode, spraying bullets wildly. Despite the superior equipment of the special forces, they struggled to penetrate Svik's armor. Without any cover, just 2 volleys of gunfire wiped out the entire enemy force. Svej cautiously checked the area before retreating back inside and reporting to Zhang Xuan. The enemies have been eliminated. Are you hurt? Zhang Xuan asked with concern, noticing Svej's pale face. No, it's just... Svej paused. These guys have pretty impressive tactical skills. If they had the same equipment as me, I would have been done for the moment we faced off. Zhang Xuan nodded silently, suspecting that these individuals might have already infiltrated the military forces of many countries. This was definitely not good news. First, Zhang Xuan could confirm that Blue Star was not a colony but more like a playground. So far, all the weapons and equipment he had seen were native to Blue Star, and even the armed personnel were ordinary humans, except for a few researchers who were 3-eyed beings. From this, he inferred that the aliens did not have a significant armed presence on this planet. However, this did not mean they lacked advanced technological weapons. After all, the adjutant had mentioned that these aliens had arrived here tens of thousands of years ago. Such a long period was enough for their civilization to develop to an unimaginable level. Thinking of this gave Zhang Xuan a headache. He quickly checked the bodies of the 3-eyed beings on the ground and collected 30 units of crystal ore. After doing all this, he finally took a moment to carefully examine the underground laboratory. There were no finished products in the lab. The tables were filled with incomprehensible potions and equipment. However, at the far end, there was a massive monitor displaying a 3D geographic map of the entire island. Zhang Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. The map showed that 800 meters below the island's surface, there was an artificial space larger than the island itself, clearly labeled Biological Weapon Development Facility in big letters. Great. Now we have a base of operations? Zhang Xuan exclaimed excitedly. He had been worried about how to build up his strength under the aliens' watchful eyes if he couldn't escape the island quickly. Now, this development facility not only provided an underground base, but also offered the opportunity to earn resources by hunting the biological weapons inside. However, the entrance to the underground space was not here. The map indicated that there was a cargo elevator on a cliff somewhere on the island, which was used for the movement of those biological weapons. It's time to make a big move, Zhang Xuan said to Svik. Let's leave here first and look for opportunities on the surface. Maybe we can even hunt a few biological weapons to earn some extra resources. Before leaving, Zhang Xuan didn't forget to strip a set of tactical gear from the Special Forces unit, which made him feel a bit safer. As for the firearms, he didn't even glance at them, but he did take plenty of high-explosive grenades and flashbangs. Meanwhile, on the circular spaceship, the 3-eyed overseer stared in disbelief at his subordinate who was reporting the situation. What? Team A was completely wiped out? The subordinate's face was pale. Yes, according to the transmitted footage, the enemy was a human wearing powered armor and using Gauss weapons. That's impossible. The overseer's face turned even more grim. Humans can't possess such advanced weaponry, nor could they smuggle it onto this island under our surveillance, unless they're from another civilization, or there's a traitor among us. As a citizen of the 3-eyed civilization, he had a strong sense of superiority over humans. Without their behind-the-scenes manipulation, these humans would still be using bows and spears as weapons. No matter who the enemy is, this information must not reach the ears of the nobles. The supervisor commanded resolutely, deploy all tactical squads immediately. Spare no effort to eliminate that person. Also, release several different models of bioweapons from the incubation facility. The VIPs have waited long enough. We need to give them something impressive. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan and Swick were stealthily approaching a roaring giant black bear in the jungle. The bear stood on its hind legs, towering over 8 meters tall, asserting its dominance. Roaring so loudly, "Are you afraid we won't find you?" Zhang Xuan sneered, raising his gun and unleashing a barrage of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. The concentrated gunfire riddled the bear's chest with holes, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Zhang Xuan stepped forward and collected 30 crystal minerals. This was the second bioweapon they had hunted. The first was a lightning-fast monkey that took an entire magazine to bring down, yielding only 15 crystal minerals. Sir, if we build our base underground in the future, can planes and tanks still take off? Do we need to construct a lift or something? Swick pondered aloud while reloading his magazine. If necessary, probably, Zhang Xuan replied dismissively. Along the journey, he had learned quite a bit about Swick. This guy used to be a mercenary in the Copperless sector and had been working in logistics ever since the Empire recruited him. Despite his tough and quiet demeanor, he was quite talkative and loved to dream about the future with Zhang Xuan. While it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, it could get annoying after a while. Zhang Xuan did some quick calculations. After accounting for the cost of the second marine, he still had 27 crystal minerals left, which should last for a while. It was important to note that the Marine's guns didn't have infinite ammo like in games. Each magazine had to be purchased with crystal minerals, and they were expensive. 1 crystal mineral for just 2 magazines. Zhang Xuan had to reserve some crystals for emergencies. With this in mind, he told his deputy, "Summon another Marine for me. I need more manpower." No sooner had he spoken than another tall Marine in CMC power armor appeared before him. The man lifted his visor, revealing a stern face with thick eyebrows and sharp eyes. He saluted crisply, "Sergeant James Vane, reporting for duty." "Hello, James," Zhang Xuan said, pointing to Swick. "This is Sergeant Swick. From now on, you both work for me." "It's an honor, sir," James replied without hesitation. In the darkness of night, a campfire flickered on the beach. From the forest came the occasional howls of monsters and gunshots, keeping Li Han and his group glued to the shore. Starving, they had finally caught 2 fish and were preparing to cook them. Despite the risk of being exposed, they needed the fire to ward off insects and wild beasts. A bald man set up torches around the campfire, then sat down with a troubled expression. "2 tiny fish? Who's that supposed to feed?" muttered Glasses, poking the fire with his stick and staring blankly at the fish roasting over the flames. "Be grateful we have anything to eat at all," Li Han retorted, rolling his eyes. This bunch of incompetents couldn't even catch a proper fish after 2 hours of effort. If it weren't for him, they'd have nothing. He would have left already if not for the gunshots coming from the island. "Tomorrow, if we make it till then, we should search the forest. I remember seeing some fruit trees when we were escaping," Xiao Yu suggested thoughtfully. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. "Why wait till tomorrow? Why not go now? Who's brave enough to go? It's the middle of the night. What if we run into something and can't even escape?" Glasses scoffed. Qin Yu remained calm. "It's just a suggestion. If you want to go, I won't stop you." "You." Glasses was about to explode when the bald man intervened with a frown. "Enough. We can't afford to fight among ourselves. If we want to survive, we must stick together. We've already lost 2 companions today. We can't afford to lose more." "Yeah, maybe," Li Han sneered suddenly. "Li Han says there will be an airdrop before dawn. We need to find a high spot, or we might miss it," the bald man said, shaking his head. "If we get weapons, we should give them to those who can fight effectively." Everyone nodded in agreement. The bald man had military experience and knew his way around a gun. Li Han had also participated in this kind of survival game before and was quite capable. As for the others, the 2 girls were definitely out, and judging by Glass's frail frame, he probably couldn't even take on Qin Yu. This team, Li Han thought maliciously, didn't stand a chance. Just then, rustling sounds emerged from deep within the forest. The group sprang to their feet, ready to flee, only to see a black gun barrel emerge from the darkness, aimed directly at them. A fully armed soldier stepped out of the forest and commanded coldly, "Hands up." After the group complied, he scanned the area and pulled out a photo, revealing Zhang Xuan's face. After a careful comparison, the soldier shook his head and spoke into his communicator. "C1, this is C6. The target is not among the survivors." Returning to the rendezvous point, with that, he turned to leave. At that very moment, with a soft sound, a spurt of blood blossomed from the back of C6's unguarded neck. He collapsed to the ground, dead from a single shot. From the bushes on the other side, A one-armed man emerged slowly, holding a silenced pistol. In a raspy voice he said, "I smell grilled fish." The bald man reacted swiftly, retreating with his group and revealing the fish they had been grilling behind them. Cautiously he said, "It's right here. If you want it, take it all." "Thanks." The one-armed man didn't hesitate, holstering his pistol and grabbing the fish, tearing into it voraciously. By the firelight, the group noticed his gear was almost identical to C6, except for the letter on the bulletproof vest. C6's had a C, whereas the one-armed man's had an A. After finishing the fish, the one-armed man glanced at C6's body and said meaningfully, "Dawn is coming." With that, he turned and walked away. As they watched him leave, the group exchanged looks, understanding each other without words. C6 gear was still intact. If they didn't loot it now, when would they? Night turned to day, and as the sun began to rise over the horizon, a fierce chase was unfolding deep within the forest. Team C is completely wiped out. Team B has only 3 members left and is retreating. Team D, we need immediate support. Roger that. Team D is en route and will rendezvous with you in 2 minutes. Damn it, the intel was wrong. There are 3 of them, equipped with 2 power armors. Notify headquarters. We need reinforcements. Not long ago, Team C had encountered Zhang Xuan and his group at the rendezvous point and was annihilated after a firefight. Now, the remaining 3 members of Team B were fighting a retreating battle. If it weren't for having to assign one person to protect Zhang Xuan, both teams might have been completely wiped out here. RPG. Before the words were out, a rocket-propelled grenade was already heading straight for Zvezg. Thanks to the durability of his power armor, he rolled to the ground, dodging the projectile, though the blast wave still flung him several meters away. Bracing against the impact, Zvezg got back up and nonchalantly threw a flashbang, resuming his shooting. These guys were as slippery as eels. Frowning deeply, Zvezg realized he was down to his last magazine, his armor riddled with bullet marks. If not for the thick plating, he would have been dead by now. "James, switch positions." Zvezg shouted back. "Got it." James responded, taking over the firing position. Zvezg glared at the enemy one last time before retreating. Unlike Zvezg's reckless spraying of bullets, James moved with precision, alternating between quick strides and strategic pauses, delivering accurate shots. Despite the lower volume of fire, his method instilled more fear in Team B. Within a minute, another enemy's head exploded. This guy must have received formal special forces training. Zvezg watched James back with envy, only he had let James take the lead from the start. "Maybe he didn't expect you to be this bad," Zhang Xuan suddenly remarked from behind. "Sir." Zvezg was both surprised and delighted. It hadn't been long, and already the commander was standing up for him. "Damn, James. Once the base is established, I'm definitely signing up for special training. When the time comes, I'll show you exactly who the top warrior by the boss's side really is." In fact, Zhang Xuan also wanted to get himself a set of power armor to wear, which would significantly increase his safety. However, equipping a full set of power armor requires a complete set of mechanical assistance devices for donning, and such equipment is only available in barracks. Building a barracks requires 1,500 units of minerals, which Zhang Xuan clearly did not have enough of at the moment. Another option was to summon an SCV first. As the most powerful melee unit currently in service for the Terrans, warping in an SCV only costs 50 units of minerals. Zhang Xuan had the adjutant supply Zvezg with some ammunition and remarked, "Don't these aliens underestimate us too much? They think sending a few armed human soldiers can deal with us. That's quite arrogant, isn't it?" Zvezg chuckled. "This reminds me of the Protoss. When we fought them in the past, they were even more arrogant, but they had the strength to back it up." Speaking of an encounter from his days as a mercenary, Zvezg still felt a lingering fear. In that battle, they faced a zealot. Although they managed to break the zealot's energy shield, the zealot still escaped unscathed. On their side, nearly 70% of their combat personnel were lost. That nightmarish battle still occasionally woke him from his sleep. Zhang Xuan curiously asked the adjutant, "By the way, if I wanted to bring out the Protoss, what exactly would I need?" "I'm sorry, Commander. I can't give you a definitive answer to that question," the adjutant replied. "But if you encounter a civilization with technology similar to the Protoss, you might make some progress." Just then, James returned from his mission. He stood at attention and saluted, reporting, "Sir, the enemy has been completely wiped out." From their conversations, we learned that there's another tactical team on the island heading our way, but we haven't located them yet. "Awaiting your orders." "Good job." Zhang Xuan nodded in approval. "There's no need to waste too much ammunition on these people. Killing them won't earn us any minerals." Saying this, he turned his gaze towards the nearby cliff. If he remembered correctly, the entrance to the underground lab should be around here. But the exact location and how to enter were not marked on the map. As Zhang Xuan carefully observed the cliff, he faintly heard a strange sound. Sometimes it sounded like a whale's call, other times like the rumble of a ship, and it was getting clearer. Zvezg and James also heard it and instinctively looked towards the source of the sound, the direction of the coast. Although the dense jungle blocked their view, the outline of a massive object was already forming in their minds. Something is surfacing from the sea, James said gravely. Zhang Xuan glanced back at the cliff, pondered for a moment, and made a decision. Let's go check it out. Yes, sir. Ocean, giant creature, bioweapon. These keywords kept flashing in Zhang Xuan's mind. It seemed another substantial reward was awaiting him. Meanwhile, upon learning that the two BC squads were completely wiped out, the three-eyed overseer realized this game was completely over. What irritated him even more was that he still had no idea about the identities of the mysterious people who suddenly appeared on the island. To make matters worse, Baron Monka had already started causing trouble. Before leaving, he coldly said, "Go back and tell your master that I am very dissatisfied with this game. I will seriously reconsider whether to continue our cooperation before the next round of investment." After seeing off the distinguished guests, the three-eyed steward angrily smashed several cups and cursed at his subordinates. "You bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle such a small matter. What's the use of having you around?" Several subordinates cowered to the side, not daring to make a sound. The steward gritted his teeth and ordered, "Humans are worthless. Even their elite fighters are just a bunch of trash. Submit a request to the company for a cleanup operation, release the class bioweapon, the Kraken, and kill every human on this damned island. Leave no one alive. Tonight, I want to drink with their innards." One of the subordinates responsible for tactical coordination hesitated and said, "But we still have a team of human soldiers on the island." Before he could finish, the three-eyed steward's eyes widened in fury, and he shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said? I said, leave no one alive." "Why, wise sir?" The coordinator stammered in response. By the coast, waves crashed violently, as if they were going to swallow the entire island. Li Han's group had moved to a hillside, staring in horror at the distant sea. They saw dozens of octopus tentacles, thicker than trucks, emerging from the water, exuding an aura of ancient dominance that enveloped everyone. What is that thing?" Xiao Yu's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, abandoning all hope. "Class," Li Han murmured. In the last game, he had heard about the classification of these monsters. The sheer size and presence of this colossus left no doubt that it was the legendary class. "It's over. We're doomed." Li Han shook his head with a bitter smile, casually tossing his gun to the ground and sitting down. Although he didn't know what had gone wrong with this game, the gunfire from the previous night made it clear that the masterminds had no intention of letting them go. Only the burly man with a shaved head still gripped his rifle tightly. His face was pale, but he aimed unwaveringly at the distant tentacles. The words "waiting to die" were never part of his vocabulary. Soon, the deep-sea behemoth approached the shore, revealing its full form, a giant octopus with a body as tall as a skyscraper. Its powerful tentacles were even capable of supporting it as it walked on land. "My God, it's huge!" Zhang Xuan exclaimed as he arrived at the shore and saw the terrifying behemoth. "Warning, this creature's energy response is extremely high. Our current firepower may be insufficient to deal with it," James said gravely, positioning himself in front of Zhang Xuan. "This thing reminds me of thunder beasts," Svik mused. "By the way, Commander, will we ever have our own thunder beasts? I've dreamed of being a thunder beast rider since I was a kid. If you want to become a thunder beast knight, you'd better figure out how to take down this big guy first." Zhang Xuan stared intently at the giant octopus, speaking with fervor. "I have a feeling this monster could earn us a big payday, at least 4 figures. Roaring. The tentacle, as massive as a towering pillar, slammed into the rocky terrain, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. In the presence of this colossal creature, everything seemed so fragile and insignificant. A mere shift of its body could cause catastrophic destruction. "Run. Don't stop." Li Han led the group in a frantic sprint through the jungle. No one was willing to surrender just yet. Even if the future seemed bleak, they would fight for every second of survival. The bald man, despite clutching an assault rifle, felt no sense of security. He didn't even dare to fire, fearing it would provoke the monster's wrath. As the 5 fled in disarray, Zhang Xuan and his 3 companions moved in the opposite direction. Forming a reverse triangle formation, they advanced rapidly towards the giant octopus. Svek and James each held a gun in one hand and a rope with 2 spherical bombs in the other. These were the standard weapons of the Reapers, known for their devastating power. These interstellar outlaws often used them to destroy buildings or assassinate key targets. However, they were expensive, and the detonation devices required additional payment. Zhang Xuan, feeling the pinch, had found an alternative way to trigger them. The closer they got to the giant octopus, the more intense the pressure from the higher life form became. Zhang Xuan fired his weapon relentlessly, sweat pouring down his face. He could even see the tentacles healing rapidly from the bullet wounds right before his eyes. Roar! The octopus turned its fury towards the tiny invader. Boom! A tentacle smashed down, and Zhang Xuan rolled to evade, shouting, "Svek! Distracted!" Svek, flanking from the left, immediately opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Despite the reduced accuracy from one-handed shooting, every bullet found its mark on the massive creature, tearing chunks of flesh from its body. Compared to Zhang Xian's attack, Svek posed a greater threat. The octopus shifted its aggression again, thrashing its tentacles wildly, creating a whirlwind of destruction. Bang! Svek was sent flying several meters, his gun knocked from his grasp, but he clung tightly to the rope with the bombs. Thanks to his power armor, he quickly scrambled back to his feet and shouted to his comrade, "James, what are you waiting for? Do it." James, who had been stealthily approaching, immediately threw the 2 bombs and fired his gun. The moment the bullets hit the bombs, a thunderous explosion erupted. In an instant, 2 tentacles were blown off, and a massive, charred crater appeared on the octopus's body. Roar! The searing pain caused the octopus to collapse, like a crumbling skyscraper. Detonate! James, flung by the blast, roared. Svek tossed the remaining bomb into the air, shouting, "Commander, fire!" Zhang Xuan, who had been prepared, stood atop a rock, both hands gripping his gun, eyes locked in determination. Bang! 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 He emptied the entire magazine in rapid succession. Boom! Boom! The bombs exploded in sequence, forcing Zhang Xuan to squint against the searing heat wave. Hiss! Almost immediately, a weak, anguished wail echoed from the giant mouth. The battered octopus looked even more pitiful, but unbelievably, its wounds were slowly healing. Clearly, recovering from such severe injuries was no easy task and would take a considerable amount of time. As the octopus's skin turned increasingly gray and its once powerful tentacles grew weak, Zhang Xuan knew it was time to deliver the final blow. "Strike while it's down," Svik shouted from a distance, raising his gun and laughing as he unleashed a flurry of bullets. Boom! It wasn't until much later, when the octopus lay completely still, that Zhang Xuan cautiously approached. He touched one of its not quite severed tentacles, feeling a familiar warmth flow into his body, and finally, he could relax. "Congratulations, you have obtained 800 units of crystal minerals and 200 units of high-energy gas," the system announced. High-energy gas? Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This creature's immense power comes not only from the vast energy stored within it, but also from other unknown substances. Due to a lack of relevant data, these substances cannot be named for now, but the system can still convert them into high-energy gas. "Got it," Zhang Xuan replied, his eyes lighting up. He had been worried about where to find high-energy gas in addition to crystal minerals. It seemed that with bread in hand, milk would follow sooner or later. This newfound resource only strengthened his resolve to take over the bioweapon development base beneath his feet. "Sir, are you all right?" James ran over. "I'm fine." Zhang Xuan shook his head. "Go check the octopus's body. There should be some kind of electronic broadcasting device." "Yes, sir." That last hit was pretty tough," Svik said, clutching his left arm as he approached. "Sir, I think my armor's malfunctioning. This arm isn't responding very well." After numerous battles, Svik's power armor was covered in scars, its once shiny exterior now dirty and worn. "Don't worry, we'll be getting new gear soon," Zhang Xuan said, looking at their now substantial resource reserves, feeling that dominion over the stars was within reach. "But before that, we might have to deal with some of our own kind first." Rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of bullets hit the ground near the bald man's feet. "Drop your weapon," Svedj demanded, aiming his gun as he shielded Zhang Xuan. A few figures emerged from the junglite was none other than the unlucky ones who had been thrown onto the island with Zhang Xuan earlier. Having witnessed the recent battle, they recognized Zhang Xuan and assumed he had been rescued by the 2 heavily armed soldiers beside him. "Don't shoot, we mean no harm." The bald man quickly raised his hands and, along with Li Han, tossed their guns into the nearby bushes. "Oh, it's you guys." Zhang Xuan feigned surprise. "I thought you were all goners. Thanks to you, we managed to survive," the bald man said with a sheepish smile. "By the way, my name is Zhang Guofu, but you can call me Old Zhang. Sorry about what happened yesterday. No need to apologize. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't risk my life for a stranger either." Zhang Xuan waved dismissively. "If you want to stay alive, you'll follow my orders. We're all in the same boat, but you'll have to work for me. There's a price for survival." "No problem." Zhang Guofu glanced at Svedj, who remained expressionless and hesitated. Could it be that Zhang Xuan was the real boss, and the heavily armored soldier was just his subordinate? Zhang Xuan ignored his doubts and tossed a few boxes containing goggles to them. "These are mineral detectors. Put them on, and you'll be able to find the crystals I need. There should be plenty in the cave nearby. Dig them out and pile the ores in the room at the very back." This job didn't come with a salary, meals, or even tools. They had to bring their own. It felt just like working in a black market mine. But for now, they had no choice but to endure it. While distributing the goggles, Zhang Guofu laughed awkwardly. By the way, sir, we ran into an armed special forces soldier by the shore last night. I know. There are only a few survivors left on this cursed island, probably abandoned, Zhang Xuan said indifferently. You didn't happen to get your guns from him, did you? How could you possibly take him down? The one who fired was that one-armed guy, Li Han, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. He was the one who got thrown onto the island with us and was unconscious for a long time. From the moment I saw him, I knew he had participated in the previous round of the game, probably surviving by killing his teammates. What? The others gasped. Why didn't you say anything earlier? One of them, nicknamed Glasses, snapped angrily. I had no obligation to tell you, Li Han sneered. But now I can clearly tell you that besides hunting monsters, there's another way to survive this game. Kill all your teammates and become the sole survivor to gain your freedom. Damn! Everyone instinctively stepped back from Li Han. No wonder he had been uncooperative from the start. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty maniac, Li Han shrugged nonchalantly. But if you drag me down, I won't hesitate to act. After all, I genuinely want to stay alive. Enough talk. Our priority now is to kill those alien scum. Get to mining if you want to live. Zhang Xuan commanded sternly. Watching them leave in disgrace, Zhang Xuan stood still, deep in thought. At that moment, James approached and reported that they had found a communication device resembling a cell phone inside the octopus's corpse, and it was still functional. As soon as Zhang Xuan took the cell phone, the screen lit up. After a burst of ear-piercing static, the face of a three-eyed being appeared on the screen. Where are you illegal immigrants from? How dare you trespass on our company's private property, violating the laws of the three-eyed civilization? You will pay the price for this, the being shouted furiously. Zhang Xuan sneered. You've got it wrong. This is Blue Planet territory. The three-eyed civilization means nothing here. You better sit tight in your office chair and wait, because I'm coming to take you down. With that, he smashed the cell phone to the ground and shot it to pieces. Raiders, the basic infantry units, cost 100 crystals and 25 high-energy gas. Zhang Xuan glanced at his resource reserves. After a tough mental battle, he finally made up his mind. What's the point of earning money if you don't spend it? Officer, give me 4 raiders first. Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth and made a decisive gesture. Yes, sir. Warp in progress. A flash of blue light, space twisted, and 4 heavily armored warriors, taller than the Marines, slowly walked out. All in. Give me 6 more Marines. Zhang Xuan closed the resource panel reluctantly and continued to give orders. In no time, 6 Marines and 4 raiders lined up neatly, saluting Zhang Xuan. At your service, Commander. After returning the salute, Zhang Xuan quickly assigned tasks. Each group will consist of 3 Marines and 2 raiders. The 2 groups will be designated as A and B, with Swick and James in command. We have 2 main objectives: capture the underground base and eliminate all potential threats on the island. If possible, capture that tactical squad and the one-armed man alive, disarm them, and send them to the mines. Each group, make your choice. Just as he finished speaking, a window popped up in front of Zhang Xuan. Congratulations, your forces have reached a certain scale. The rank advancement system has been unlocked. You can now assign ranks to your soldiers, slightly enhancing their combat and command abilities. With a total of 12 members, you can appoint 1 sergeant, 2 corporals, and 10 privates. Boosting ranks can add buffs? That's awesome. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. By the way, officer, they're all privates now, so what about me? By regulation, you hold the highest rank. However, if you wish, you can also give yourself a title, which will similarly enhance your combat and leadership abilities, the officer explained. That's fantastic. Let's promote Swick and James to corporals, and I'll be the sergeant, Zhang Xuan said excitedly. Noted. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Xuan felt a sudden clarity in his mind. His reaction time and cognitive abilities drastically improved. He could even see the wings of mosquitoes flapping in their flight paths. Unfortunately, when he tested his strength and speed, there was no improvement. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Xuan asked, isn't there any shortcut to get stronger? Building a Ghost Academy can provide you with psionic gene modifiers. Through genetic modification, you can activate psionic abilities and continually upgrade through rigorous training, the officer replied. That sounds great. Why did you say training was the best way earlier? Zhang Xuan pressed. The officer explained. It's not that simple. The modification process is excruciatingly painful, and very few can endure it. Furthermore, as a commander, you're destined to lead vast armies. Personal combat prowess isn't essential. Even with the power to destroy stars, it can't compare to the combined fire of 100 battlecruisers, right? Zhang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. As for whether to undergo the modification, he already had a decision in mind, but that was a matter for later. Right now, he was still broke. Even if he had money in the future, he would need to carefully consider whether building a Ghost Academy was worth it. The adjutant added, the Ghost Academy not only trains Ghost soldiers, but also functions as a launch silo for fusion missiles. It's a high-level facility, so it comes with a hefty price tag 15,000 minerals and 5,000 gas in total. Zhang Xuan felt overwhelmed. Even if I sold my organs, it wouldn't be enough. Let's talk about this later. He turned his attention back to the already assembled AB squads. Swick and James saluted him, their chest insignias now prominently displaying crossed swords, giving them an even more commanding presence. Sergeants, what have you decided? Zhang Xuan asked with a smile. Swick regretfully patted his left arm armor. As much as I'd like to fight alongside you, this arm isn't up to the task. For your safety, I'll stay on the ground. By the way, can we get some extra ammo? James stepped forward. Sir, B Squad and I will accompany you into the underground base. Given the complex and unknown terrain, I'll lead 2 Marines to scout ahead. Once it's safe, you can bring the rest of the team in. Zhang Xuan nodded. We'll do it your way. Everyone, get into position and move out. Let's wrap this up before nightfall. I'm already missing the comfort of my bed. Yes, sir. They responded in unison. Inside the bioweapon development facility, Chen Tianming, now clad in a lab coat designated for researchers, had finished washing up and was ready to continue his work from the previous night in the lab. Along the way, colleagues greeted him, to which Chen Tianming nodded in acknowledgement. In this secret base, hundreds of meters underground, these colleagues were his only source of warmth. Good morning, Dr. Chen. How did you sleep last night? A middle-aged man in a similar lab coat approached him with a smile. We've got a lot of work today. Can you handle it? Seeing who it was, Chen Tianming's good mood immediately soured. Oh, it's you, Supervisor Pei. The mass production tests of the Kraken are almost finished. What more could there be to do today? Supervisor Pei shook his head, interrupting him. The schedule is already set. The necessary facilities and resources will be ready soon. Besides, these are orders from the higher-ups. Just follow them. I understand. Chen Tianming took a deep breath and walked away. Supervisor Pei watched him go, an eerie blue light flickering in the eye on his forehead. Supervisor, we've got a problem. A fully armed security captain ran up in a panic. Supervisor Pei frowned and scolded. Why the panic? Haven't I told you not to shout in the facility? Mind your manners. I'm sorry, Supervisor, but Mr. Jonathan at the reception sent over a video. You need to see it, the captain said, handing over a tablet. In the video, a massive Kraken was wreaking havoc along the coast. Supervisor Pei was used to such scenes as the project leader. But at the 2-minute mark, gunfire and explosions erupted, and within 5 minutes, the Kraken was dead. Jonathan reported that the island's emergency medical station was attacked last night, and there were no survivors. He suspects the attackers have intel on our facility, the captain added. What? And he's only telling us now? Supervisor Pei exploded in anger. Is he trying to cover it up? The captain explained, there was a Baron present during the attack, and Jonathan wanted to handle it quietly, but he may have underestimated the enemy's strength. The 4 tactical teams on the observation ship are likely all dead. The situation is out of control, and he hopes we can assist until reinforcements arrive. Supervisor Pei sneered. Haven't I helped him enough? Losing a crocodile, have to sell his ship to cover the costs. Tell him not to use company assets to curry favor with the higher-ups. With that, he threw the tablet to the ground and stomped on it several times before calming down. I worry those attackers are planning to infiltrate our facility. Whether they come by sea or air, we need to be ready. Notify all combat personnel to be on high alert and activate test subject 0 if necessary. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, James asked Zhang Xuan for half an hour to prepare and plan to search the cave for clues. Since there was a computer there, he hoped to find information about the underground base, such as the number of armed forces and environmental maps. He needed more intel to formulate a solid battle plan in advance. Zhang Xuan was sitting on a rock, enjoying a hearty meal under the protection of 2 Marines. After the adjutant confirmed it was safe, he devoured a roasted octopus. He couldn't remember the last time he had a proper meal. Before you get your exclusive power armor from the barracks, let me recommend a ghost combat suit. The adjutant's voice echoed in his mind again. It's lightweight, easy to wear, and offers top-notch bulletproof protection. The only downside is it's a bit pricey, costing 60 minerals. Feeling a bit irritated by the sales pitch, Zhang Xuan coughed and interrupted. Hold on, adjutant. You know I'm strapped for cash right now. I just need a good gun, not a full combat suit. That carbine looks decent, but you're about to enter the lion's den. It's better to be over-prepared, the adjutant said with concern. Zhang Xuan shook his head. I know it's risky, but I need to gather more resources quickly to gain an advantage before the large-scale war begins. Besides, I'm the commander. With James and the others protecting me, there's no need to worry. All right, just give me the carbine. Understood. As soon as the words were spoken, a beam of blue light flashed, and a uniquely designed carbine appeared on the rock. Just as Zhang Xuan was about to find a tree to test the gun, James returned with the battle plan. Commander, we're ready to move out. But before we go, we might still need the assistance of an SE. Using the intelligence system on our armored vehicle, we hacked the electronic equipment at the site inside the cave and found a map of the underground base from 6 months ago. The problem now is that we can't crack the elevator's smart program. Unless we send an SCV to cut the elevator's power and convert it to external control, our only option is to blow up the elevator and rappel down the shaft, which is extremely risky. Listening to James' report, Zhang Xuan nodded frequently. An SCV costs 50 minerals, and he currently has just over 100. Allocating nearly half of his minerals would mean not having enough ammunition reserves on the ground. If an emergency battle occurs, it would be difficult for him to respond promptly from 800 meters underground. Is there no other way? Zhang Xuan asked. James shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. With our limited equipment and manpower, this is the best idea I can come up with. Officer, you're an AI. Can you take over the elevator control directly? Zhang Xuan suddenly had a brainwave. I can, the AI replied. I can control not only the elevator but the entire underground base. However, this requires hardware support. Without a command center, there's nothing I can do. I've emphasized this before. With no other choice, Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth and gave the order, Officer, get me an S. A familiar blue light flashed, space warped, and this time the disturbance was greater than before. With a loud SCV ready, Zhang Xuan was completely overshadowed by a tall, dark figure. Boss, nice to meet you. I'm Carmel Stark, served on the Hyperion, and I specialize in surviving dire situations. Just tell me what dangerous tasks you need done, the man said cheerfully, nimbly jumping out of the pod and standing at attention to salute. Zhang Xuan sized up the 6-meter-tall mech, dual-foot propulsion, a drill on the left hand, a tool claw on the right, and encased in solid steel armor. It was the perfect choice for field operations. Initially, he had hesitated to spend 50 minerals on summoning an SCV, but now it seemed worth every bit. James explained the mission details to Carmel, who nodded repeatedly in understanding. Controlling the entire elevator shaft means we won't have to worry about getting blown up halfway down. Plus, there are scattered minerals all over the island. Once I control the elevator, I'll go collect the minerals. If you have enough resources, you might consider setting up a forward base on the island as a buffer for the war. Zhang Xuan said approvingly. With you on this, I'm relieved. Mining must be in your blood. Huh? Haha, absolutely. Leave it to me. Carmel laughed heartily and urged the team to move out. They quickly returned to the foot of the cliff, where Team B was fully armed and waiting near the elevator entrance. As Zhang Xuan approached, they all stood at attention and saluted. Sir, relax, this isn't a military camp. Zhang Xuan waved his hand. Have you found the elevator entrance? It's hidden in the mountain, but we haven't found a switch. It's likely controlled remotely or from inside, James said. I was thinking of having the Marauders blast a path open. What do you think? Do what you think is best. I have no objections. James nodded, signaling everyone to retreat 100 meters. He then gave a knowing glance to the two raiders. They quickly dispersed, grenade launchers at the ready. Fire! Boom! A series of grenades exploded against the mountainside, causing half of the cliff to collapse and revealing a massive, nearly 10-meter-high metal elevator door. The door bore a distinct emblem of a blue vertical eye. Is that their civilization's insignia? Zhang Xuan asked skeptically. It's my turn. Carmel moved forward in his SCV, clearing a path to ensure no cave-ins would occur during the operation. After scanning the elevator's structure, he exclaimed, "This is ancient technology. I don't even need to cut the power. Just removing a few components and implanting our control program will do the trick." Is this really made by aliens? Zhang Xuan shrugged. Maybe humans built it. Those three-eyed beings always look down on us. They probably had Earthlings do the hard labor. In less than a minute, Carmel had connected the SCV's data line and input the identification information into the elevator. All set. Now this elevator only responds to us. Without my authorization, no one will be able to open these doors. James nodded and approached with two Marines. The elevator doors opened with a soft chime. Team B, prepare for action. 3 warriors raised their guns and rushed into the elevator, quickly verifying its safety before pressing the close button. Through the closing doors, James gave Zhang Xuan a thumbs up. See you soon, Commander. Zhang Xuan nodded. Everything's going smoothly. In less than a minute, Carmel had cut a few wires and connected the SCV's data transmission line. Done. I've registered our identity markers. Now, only we can use this elevator freely. Even if we reach the underground base, no one can open the elevator doors without my clearance. James nodded and moved forward with 2 Marines. The elevator doors opened promptly. Team B, commence operation. The 3 soldiers immediately assumed combat readiness, guns raised as they entered the elevator. After ensuring it was safe, they pressed the close button. Through the closing doors, James gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up. See you soon, Commander. Yes, everything's going smoothly, Zhang Xian replied with satisfaction. The elevator shaft is 800 meters deep, and even descending at a speed of 10 meters per second, it takes nearly a minute and a half to reach the bottom. James and his two companions quickly checked their gear, readying themselves with their guns aimed at the elevator doors. With a slight jolt, the descent stopped. A soldier pressed the button to open the doors, and they slowly began to part. Rat-a-tat-tat. As soon as the doors were halfway open, a Marine dashed out, followed closely by James and another soldier, their rifles immediately blazing. Not long ago, the elevator controls had gone offline, and several security teams had surrounded the elevator entrance. The moment the doors opened, a fierce firefight erupted, bullets flying everywhere, creating a deadly crossfire. These two Marines were handpicked by James, having undergone rigorous CQB close-quarters battle training. Unlike mavericks like Svik, they excelled in swift and precise strikes. Despite their modest ranks, James believed that if they survived, they would achieve great things and gain the favor of their commanders. In just a few seconds, all three were injured, but their powered armor kept them unharmed. On the other side, more than a dozen armed assailants lay dead in pools of blood. According to their map, the elevator exit led to a vast open area, ending in a long corridor with numerous rooms. However, it seemed the area had been transformed into a simulated forest ecosystem, with bushes and grasslands everywhere. Left side clear, right side secure. The trio moved in a fan formation, advancing slowly while firing to ensure their rear was safe and maximizing their suppressive fire. After a round of attacks, the remaining enemies began retreating, using the forest cover to their advantage. Lights out, James shouted, firing at the overhead lights. After a few shots, darkness enveloped the area. Fortunately, they had night vision and thermal imaging systems, making the enemies visible. Another fierce barrage followed, leaving no survivors in the plaza. Reload and check the surroundings. The two soldiers flanked the entrance to the corridor, guarding against other enemies, while James stayed by the elevator, waiting for Zhang Xian to arrive. Meanwhile, on the surface, Zhang Xian had replaced all the crystal ores with ammunition, stacking boxes near the elevator door. He instructed Carmel, build a wall of rocks and soil around the elevator. This will be our temporary command post. I've already informed Svik. Yes, sir, Carmel responded. As the elevator doors reopened, Zhang Xian entered with two raiders and a Marine. After a minute and a half, they arrived at the darkened area. Zhang Xian quickly activated the night vision on his goggles. Sir, this area is under our control. We are ready to advance on your command, James reported with a salute. Excellent. Continue forward and eliminate all the three-eyed beings. If you encounter humans, spare them if they surrender. I need a local guide, Zhang Xian ordered decisively. Yes, sir. In the control room, Supervisor Pei watched as the monitors lost signal one by one, his face turning grim. It seems the security team we sent out has been completely wiped out, he said gloomily. The people in the company are right. Humans are useless. They can't even handle this small task. How many people do we have left? He asked. Currently, we have 30 armed personnel in all districts, the dispatcher replied. And the bioweapons? How many combat-ready modified creatures do we have left? Excluding the aquatic ones, we have 26 A-level, 4 D-level, and 1 C-level, the dispatcher reported. Release them all and use infrasound to drive them to the elevator plaza. Supervisor Pei barked angrily. But those creatures aren't wearing suppression rings. Releasing them recklessly will result in many deaths, the dispatcher said in terror. If we don't release them, we'll all die. Supervisor Pei yelled. Do you not understand such a simple choice? Sorry, Supervisor. I'll do it right away. The dispatcher, with trembling hands, placed them on a red button, hesitated for a moment, and then pressed it heavily. In an instant, disaster alarms blared throughout the underground base. Researchers and armed personnel in all districts turned pale at the sound. They watched in horror as all the biocontainment pods opened, and the grotesquely modified creatures staggered out one by one. Roar! With the first monster's roar, the entire base turned into a living hell. The creatures went on a rampage, attacking the lab-coated individuals who had injected them with drugs and cut out their organs. Everyone fled in panic, not noticing that several familiar colleagues were nowhere to be found. What's going on up ahead? Zhang Xian and his team were making their way through the corridors, kicking open doors to check rooms but finding nothing. Shortly after the alarm sounded, several lab-coated individuals ran towards them in a panic. Stop, halt immediately. A few Marines stood in front of Zhang Xian, aiming their guns. But those people ignored the warning, rushing headlong into the gunfire. Open fire, James ordered decisively, pulling the trigger. A barrage of bullets turned the lab-coated individuals into Swiss cheese. Have they gone mad? Who in their right mind would run into gunfire? A soldier muttered in confusion. But his confusion didn't last long. From a distance, a heavy thudding sound approached. A giant beast was charging toward them. Professor Chun, something terrible has happened. A blood-soaked researcher burst into the lab, panting heavily. If it weren't for his quick thinking to play dead among the corpses, he might not have made it back. Chen Tianming, who was dissecting an octopus, quickly put down his scalpel and ran over. Professor Yang, what happened? I'm fine, but there's been a riot at the cultivation station. Professor Yang spoke rapidly. All the land-based modified organisms have been released. I've also heard that a group of armed insurgents has breached the outer defenses. We need to leave now. Chen Tianming instinctively glanced back at his experiment, which was nearing completion. Leaving now would mean all his efforts would go to waste. Seeing his hesitation, Professor Yang decisively grabbed him and started running. Forget the project. Survival is more important. Trust me, we need to head to the underground port in Zone C. There should be a small submarine there. Let's gather a few colleagues and get out of here. Chen Tianming gritted his teeth. All right, but since the modified organisms are out, we should stop by the security room and grab some guns for protection. Good idea. The class biological weapon, the giant earth lizard, stood 5 meters tall on all fours and stretched over 10 meters in length. Though not as formidable as the Kraken, it was one of the strongest entities at the cultivation station on land. Its menacing, angular black head and gaping maw emitted a roar that could send chills down anyone's spine. Boom! 2 Punisher grenades flew into its wide-open mouth, and the explosion was deafening. Thud! The massive creature collapsed, half its head blown off, and lay motionless except for the occasional muscle twitch. Zhang Xuan walked past the corpse and kicked it, swearing, "Damn! It scared the crap out of me. I thought a giant black rat jumped out from the corner and almost fired my gun." "Congratulations, you've acquired 150 units of crystal ore," the adjutant informed him. "This thing's pretty valuable," Zhang Xuan scoffed. "I can't figure out why these three-eyed people breed such weak creatures. It can't be for food, right? They look disgusting. If it's for warfare, they're not much use. One burst of bullets and they're done for. Keep moving. We've only encountered one experience pack so far. I can't imagine what we'll face next." Zhang Xuan called out, leading his team onward. Given the labyrinthine nature of the underground base, they soon reached a fork in the path. To ensure elevator safety, James decided to leave 2 Marines to guard it. After all, no one could guarantee that the enemy wouldn't try to destroy the elevator out of desperation. The main force continued to delve deeper into the facility. Earlier, they had found an active computer in one room and downloaded the latest map. Zhang Xuan now knew where to find more modified organisms. The entire cultivation station was divided into 4 zones: A, B, C, and D. They were currently at the junction of Zones B and C. Zones A, B, and C were responsible for researching sea, land, and air biological weapons, respectively. There was no information on Zone D, but it was likely similar. Importantly, Zone C also had an underground port. They needed to secure it first to trap the three-eyed people inside the base and capture them all at once. On their journey, Zhang Xuan didn't spot any three-eyed beings, but they did encounter quite a few human researchers. The few armed personnel they came across quickly surrendered upon seeing Zhang Xuan's group. After confirming they were unarmed, they were instructed to wait at the elevator for further orders. These three-eyed beings might have their own escape routes. Zhang Xuan mused. "Lieutenant, grant construction permissions and have Carmel build a missile turret on the island. I want to secure the airspace nearby. If any aircraft takes off or approaches, destroy it immediately without waiting for further instructions." "Understood." "A missile turret is a basic structure. 100 crystals should be enough," the lieutenant replied. Zhang Xuan wasn't entirely sure how effective a real-life missile turret would be, but it was cheap and came with radar warnings, so it was worth a shot. "Sir, up ahead is incubation chamber number 3. No signs of modified creatures yet." James and a Marine walked in the lead. Zhang Xuan was in the middle, followed by 2 marauders. "Stay alert." Perhaps due to the sensory enhancements from his sergeant rank, Zhang Xuan had a vague feeling that something was approaching. Optical camouflage? Or maybe mimicry? He frowned and activated the thermal imaging system, immediately spotting an irregular shadow on the ceiling ahead. "Watch out." Noticing Zhang Xuan's actions, James realized something was wrong. Just as he activated his thermal sensors, a long tongue struck his chest, trying to drag him away. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Marine next to him quickly fired, severing the tongue. At the same time, the 2 marauders behind them opened fire, sending 2 Punisher grenades flying. Boom, boom. After the explosions, a large chameleon fell from the ceiling. Its thermal camouflage failing, it gradually revealed its true form. A chameleon? That was a close call. Zhang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, "James, are you all right?" "I'm fine, sir." James struggled to pull off the sticky half of the tongue stuck to his chest, still shaken. If it weren't for the commander's quick reaction, he would have been dragged away. Even if his power armor could withstand some damage, he'd still be covered in disgusting blood. Absorbing the 100 crystals, Zhang Xuan remarked, "Nature is truly amazing. We can't underestimate these modified creatures in the future. There might be even more dangerous ones that could harm us. James, is there anything important up ahead? There's a security station. We might find some prisoners there." "Good. Move out," Zhang Xuan ordered. In the very center of the island, a 7 to 8 meter high steel structure was slowly taking shape. Carmel skillfully assembled the parts with his SCV. Based on his experience, a missile tower would be completed in no more than 2 hours. During this time, he was casually chatting with Swick over the communication channel. At that moment, Swick was leading a group to escort 6 disarmed members of Team E to the mine. These individuals had been preparing to chop wood to build a boat and escape, but they were caught red-handed on the beach by Swick without even firing a shot. However, the one-armed man remained missing, as if he had vanished into thin air. "All done. We've got radar now," Carmel announced as he installed the last functional module and activated the weapon system, declaring the missile tower complete. He prepared to check all the tower's functions one last time. Although the missile tower could operate fully automatically, it still retained a manual control cabin for emergencies. Standing at the control console, Carmel brought up the radar interface. A green virtual screen appeared, showing 2 blinking dots approaching their location. "Just our luck," Carmel muttered, his face serious. He immediately connected to Swick's communication. "Get to a high point on the east side and keep watch. The radar shows 2 unidentified flying objects approaching." "Roger that, on my way." Swick quickly led a few Marines to a dirt mound on the east side of the island, concealed by coconut trees, keeping a close eye on the horizon. For a long time, the sky remained calm and quiet. Although no one saw the flying objects, no one dared to let their guard down. They were either flying too high and far to be seen with the naked eye, or they possessed stealth technology. Targets approaching. Carmel's eyes were glued to the radar screen. 2 black dots had already entered the island's airspace. The missile tower's intelligence system activated, the tower body automatically turned, and 4 long spiral missile launchers aimed into the distance. However, they didn't fire immediately, clearly indicating that the enemy was still out of range. "Just a bit closer," Carmel mumbled. Suddenly, the 2 black dots seemed to sense danger and turned back the way they came. "What? Leaving already?" Carmel stared at the radar in confusion, but he quickly noticed something unusual. 4 smaller black dots had separated from those 2 shadows and were speeding towards them. "Missiles!" Carmel's face turned pale as he shouted, "Swick, take cover!" Before he could finish speaking, the missile tower had already retaliated. Unfortunately, it could only lock onto 2 targets at a time, leaving the other 2 missiles unstoppable. Boom! 2 blazing fireballs erupted on the island, with flames and shockwaves engulfing almost half the island. Large swathes of vegetation and topsoil were blown away, and the peaceful tropical island was instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Although Carmel was safe inside the control cabin, his SCV parked outside was knocked over by the blast. Ignoring the damage, he rushed to the communication channel, shouting, "Swick? Swick, are you okay?" No response came for a long time, and a sense of dread tightened in Carmel's chest. Soon, Zhang Xuan's voice rang out. "What's going on?" "The adjutant said I lost 2 soldiers." "Sir, an unidentified flying object approached earlier. I had Sveik and the others on guard, but the enemy launched a missile directly at them, hitting them dead on," Carmel quickly reported. "What?" Zhang Xuan was shocked. He was just about to take the prisoners to seal off the enemy's underground port when the ceiling shook violently, followed by the adjutant's report of the casualties. Zhang Xuan's face turned ashen, and he stood there breathing heavily. He hadn't expected the enemy to be so ruthless, showing no regard for their own people in the underground base, launching a missile strike indiscriminately. 2 of his subordinates were dead, and he didn't know if Sveik was alive or not. Despite their short time together and Sveik's annoying chatter, Zhang Xuan didn't want to see his first soldier perish here. "Sveik, you better stay alive." Zhang Xuan clenched his fist and vowed silently, "I promise, I'll get you a thunder beast to ride in the future. James, stay here and continue the mission. Seal off the underground port and kill all the modified creatures and 3-eyed people," Zhang Xuan ordered. "Then use the elevator to bring the bodies to the surface. I'll go up first to check things out. But sir, if the enemy dared to launch a missile once, they might do it again," James said worriedly. "Isn't it too dangerous for you to go up now?" "They won't get a second chance," Zhang Xuan said coldly. He realized he had been too cautious in his approach, but that was about to change. "Assign 2 soldiers to escort the prisoners to the mine," Zhang Xuan commanded. "Whoever mines 100 units of crystal first will get a wish granted, within my power." "Yes, sir." After another minute-long wait, the elevator doors opened, and Zhang Xuan dashed out. He was greeted by desolation. The once partially destroyed cliff had turned into a pile of rubble, blocking half of the elevator exit. Scattered around a massive crater in the distance were countless magazines and grenade shells. Luckily, they hadn't detonated. Otherwise, Zhang Xuan wouldn't have made it out. Svedjk? Svedjk. If you're alive, make a sound. Zhang Xuan shouted, but there was no response. He was about to ask Carmel for Svedjk's last known location when a communication came through. Reporting, Commander. This is Tallies from Team A. Officer Svedjk is injured but unconscious. I'll bring him back now. Zhang Xian's heart finally settled. Great. Bring him to the elevator entrance. I'll call for a medic immediately. Lieutenant, how many resources do we need for a medic? Do we have enough? Zhang Xian asked urgently. Reporting, sir. You have 150 crystals and 100 gas. Summoning a medic requires 75 crystals and 50 gas. Then get one now. In a flash of blue light, a medic appeared before him. She removed her mask, revealing a baby-faced smile directed sweetly at Zhang Xian. Is it an emergency? Hello, Commander. Just call me Lisa. Where's the injured? She asked softly. Hello, Lisa. They're on their way, but the situation might be critical, Zhang Xian replied. Don't worry, I'm a top-notch surgeon, Lisa said confidently with a smile. Before long, a figure limped over, carrying someone on his back. Zhang Xian and Lisa quickly went to meet them. Tallies gently laid Svedjk down, and Lisa immediately began treatment. Zhang Xian watched for a while, not understanding much, so he turned to Tallies and said, You must be Tallies. Great job. Tell me what happened. As it turned out, their luck had been terrible. 2 missiles were intercepted, but one of the other 2 landed just 10 meters from their hiding spot on the slope. The explosion was so sudden that even the least injured, Tallies, was knocked unconscious for a while. When he came to, he found 2 comrades dead. Despite the excruciating pain from his fractured bones, he carried Svedjk all the way here. Commander, they died so unfairly. They didn't even get to fire a single shot in this world, Tallies said, his voice choked with emotion and eyes reddening. I understand. Zhang Xian sighed deeply, patting Tallies on the shoulder in comfort. At that moment, Lisa stood up. All right, the emergency treatment is done. Remove the power armor for further repairs, and he'll be back on the battlefield soon. Next, come over here. Tallies stepped forward, and Lisa performed another round of impressive medical procedures. Zhang Xian, though unable to understand, was quietly impressed. We need more defensive structures, Zhang Xian said, staring at the sun with growing determination. The refined demeanor of a modern man was gradually being replaced by the heart of a warrior. High above, at 10,000 meters, Jonathan paid the bill for the airstrike without a hint of emotion. Given the weaponry of Blue Star, the cost was negligible. If he were to use advanced weapons from the Tri civilization, he might have to sell his spaceship to avoid going bankrupt. For heavy missiles, those guys should be dead by now, right? Any news from Station 3? Jonathan asked the dispatcher next to him. Report, Station 3 lost contact 2 hours ago. The supervisor over there, Pei, is quite unhappy with us for wasting a class giant beast. Huh, who does he think he is? If it weren't for our generosity, his useless station would have shut down years ago. Jonathan sneered. So, what's next? Should we send someone to check the island? Hold on, let's wait until dark. Jonathan pondered for a moment. If any of them are still alive, they'll likely seek refuge at Station 3. Let Pei's people wear them down first. Then we can reap the benefits. At the mine entrance, a pile of rubble towered high, with some stones glowing blue. 2 raiders stood guard at the entrance. Luckily, the opening had not collapsed. Otherwise, the entire cave might have caved in. Commander! The 2 raiders stood at attention and saluted as Zhang Xian and Lisa approached from the distance. Swick and Tallis had already been sent underground where there were people to assist them, making it safer. Zhang Xian nodded at the raiders and approached the pile of rubble, placing his hand on it. Congratulations, you have obtained 230 crystal ores, the system announced. This much in such a short time? Zhang Xian was overjoyed. The mining prospects here seemed limitless. Standing at the entrance, he noticed 2 soldiers in camouflage uniforms not far away, energetically digging with shovels and pickaxes. Huh, where did they get those tools? Zhang Xian didn't recall there being any tools in the mine. Noticing Zhang Xian's hesitation, one of the raiders stepped forward and whispered, Sir, these are their own tools. They brought quite a bit of equipment and supplies when they landed. It's not much, but it's enough for now. Zhang Xian nodded, his gaze falling on the 2 soldiers. Seeing them occasionally glancing over, the raider's face darkened. He raised his grenade launcher and shouted, Get back to work! Do you want to die? The 2 hurriedly bowed their heads and dug furiously, not daring to make any further moves. Zhang Xian approached and asked, Which country soldiers are you? Why are you working for the aliens? The 2 exchanged a glance and then looked at Zhang Xian and the nearby raider, who was watching them like a hawk. They immediately recognized Zhang Xian as the primary target of their mission. The raider stepped in front of them and warned, No tricks. The officer asked you a question. Just answer honestly. If I see any more funny business, this mine will be your grave. Sir, we're part of the U.S. Special Forces. We were serving on a floating vessel and were ordered to capture a terrorist. One of them mustered the courage to speak. Sir, we were just following orders, the other quickly added. Our commander will contact you. The reward will be substantial. Please, show some mercy. I'm not interested in money, Zhang Xuan replied calmly. Who is your commander? Major Jonathan Duran. Good. I'll find him. Now, get back to work. With that, Zhang Xuan turned and walked away. The two soldiers looked at each other, bewildered. Since landing on the island, everything had been far from ordinary. The advanced weapons and equipment, the almost sci-fi scenarios, and Zhang Xian's mention of aliens, could they have stumbled into an interstellar conflict? At the elevator entrance, two modified creatures' bodies had already been brought up. It seemed James's team was making good progress inside the base. Following closely were over 20 captives, each holding shovels and spades. Under the supervision of two soldiers, they moved the bodies to a nearby clearing and then headed towards the mine. Encountering Zhang Xuan on the way, the two Marines immediately stood at attention and saluted, reporting, Commander. Good job. Zhang Xuan saluted back, glancing at the terrified people behind them. He instructed, take them to the mine and make sure they're settled. Get someone who can cook to prepare some food for them. Yes, sir. Watching them leave, Lisa smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted. Don't tease me, Zhang Xuan chuckled. Lisa replied seriously, their superiors just killed some of our people. Yet you're giving them food and shelter. The other commanders I know wouldn't be so generous with prisoners. This is different, Zhang Xuan said slowly. This isn't a battlefield. They are humans, just like us. The ones who killed Jack and the others were the aliens. We need to be clear about our enemies. Lisa, I'm no saint, but I won't mistreat my fellow humans. As long as they're willing to work for me, labor is sufficient penance. Then what if we catch those two pilots? Lisa asked. I'll make them kneel before Jack's grave and repent, then I'll shoot them, Zhang Xuan replied with a cold expression. I'm not a tyrant, but I'm no saint either. Humanity has both good and evil sides, and I'm no exception. Lisa smiled warmly. You're quite something, Commander. But if you shave that beard before saying this, you'd look even more dashing. Haha. As they talked, they walked back to the elevator. Zhang Xuan approached the bodies and placed his hand over them. Congratulations. You've obtained 350 crystals and 50 units of high-energy gas. Zhang Xuan looked at his hand in surprise, and then at the two bodies, a wild boar and a spider. The spider was significantly smaller but unexpectedly provided the high-energy gas. Why is that? Zhang Xuan wondered as he stared at the spider, which was much smaller than the wild boar. Could the source of high-energy gas be unrelated to size? Lisa stepped forward to scan the bodies and explained, Commander, this spider's brain contains some special substances that are highly active, even after death. You've absorbed most of it just now, so the remaining amount is quickly dissipating. I think this is the source of the high-energy gas. Special substances? Zhang Xuan pondered as he looked toward the elevator and instructed, Lieutenant, inform James to avoid damaging any computers or experimental equipment during the operation. We might uncover the secret behind the high-energy gas. Understood. The order has been given. At that moment, Carmel drove up in an SCV. Fixing this big guy took quite some effort. By the way, Commander, is Swick all right? Seeing the medic next to him, Carmel realized Swick was fine and felt a bit less guilty. If he hadn't sent Swick to the east, they would have stayed safely in the mine, avoiding casualties and injuries. Don't worry, Carmel, Zhang Xuan reassured him, sensing his unease. It's not your fault. Who could have predicted the enemy's move? With missile turrets in place, this won't happen again. But for now, I need you to build missile turrets at the four corners of the island before nightfall. Leave it to me. Carmel's spirits lifted at the mention of work, and he immediately got busy with the construction. Zhang Xuan leaned against a nearby stone pillar. He had been on edge since yesterday, barely eating or sleeping. He soon felt drowsy. Seeing this, Lisa sat beside him, gently raised her shield, and quietly guarded the unique commander. Time flies, and before you know it, it's already afternoon. In the mine, sweat-soaked shirts cling to bodies, and the sound of labored breathing fills the air. Chen Tianming swings his shovel repeatedly against the wall, but his strength is waning, forcing him to lean on the shovel to catch his breath. Professor Young noticed and asked with concern, Professor Chen, are you all right? Did you skip breakfast again today? Why don't you take a break? I'll call you when the supervisors arrive. Chen Tianming shook his head, remaining vigilant. Those strange armored individuals could strike at any moment, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down. As he worked, he surveyed his surroundings. Most of the faces were familiar, but there were a few white men in military uniforms and several newcomers dressed in red. Surprisingly, those in red seemed to have it easier. Since the arrival of the newcomers, They had fewer physical tasks. The 2 women only had to sort through rubble for minerals, while the 3 men handled the heavy lifting. Chen Tianming couldn't make sense of it. He had been in these underground mines for years and had never heard of any valuable minerals. He approached Xiao Yu, who was tallying up the finds, and asked, "Miss, how did you get here? Do you know those guards?" Xiao Yu looked up, her dirty face puzzled as she gazed at the bespectacled scholar. "I don't know much, but one of the people who came with us might know." "Oh," Chen Tianming pressed. "Why are you here? Judging by your clothes, were you captured?" "We were taken by aliens," Xiao Yu said bluntly. "Aliens?" Chen Tianming frowned, pondering for a moment. Professor Yang chuckled. "Professor Chen, do you really believe that? There are no such things as aliens." One of the researchers chimed in. "You never know. I think Supervisor Pei is the most suspicious. He's always acting mysterious." The crowd burst into laughter. Qin Yu sneered. "Maybe it's true. I heard you guys were conducting biological experiments underground. That giant octopus was your doing, right? You're the real murderers, aren't you?" "Murderers?" Several people protested. "When did we ever kill anyone?" "You know what you did," Qin Yu retorted. Chen Tianming tried to mediate. "Perhaps we've inadvertently harmed someone. I'm truly sorry, but I'm very interested in what you said about aliens. Could you tell us more?" Seeing Chen Tianming's sincere attitude, Qin Yu began to recount their experiences and observations. Her words were like a stone thrown into a pond, causing a ripple of reactions among the crowd. "Three-eyed people? That's impossible. Supervisor Pei and the others look normal. Maybe their human appearance is just a disguise." Voices of doubt and speculation filled the air. As knowledgeable biologists, they had already planted the seeds of suspicion and would undoubtedly seek to uncover the truth. While Chen Tianming was deep in thought, a raider barged in and shouted, "What are you all chattering about? How can you justify the commander's mercy if you don't work hard? Slack off anymore, and there'll be no dinner tonight." Chen Tianming mustered his courage and stepped forward. "Sir, please convey to the commander that we can offer our assistance. We have lived at the training station for many years and know a lot of information that isn't available on computers. Research is our true profession." The raider looked down at Chen Tianming, exuding an intense sense of pressure. However, Chen Tianming persisted. "We can help you with the research and production of modified organisms. We just hope to get a different job in return. Also, I want to know the truth." The people around held their breath as the raider remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Follow me. The commander wants to see you. You're in luck. The commander heard everything you just said and is very interested. You have acquired 870 units of crystal ore and 150 units of high-energy gas." Zhang Xuan slowly opened his sleepy eyes, only to see a mountain of modified creature corpses piled up at the elevator entrance, with the crystal ore and high-energy gas gleaming enticingly. This unexpected bounty revitalized him, and he secretly rejoiced at the increased efficiency brought by the additional miners. "We need to push harder on the underground base." Zhang Xuan calculated to himself. "Ideally, we should finish by tomorrow night." With his pockets now full, he straightened his back, already envisioning the blueprint of the barracks in his mind. As he was lost in his thoughts about the future, a raider approached, bringing Chen Tianming with him. Zhang Xuan turned, his gaze piercing as he stared at Chen Tianming. "You must be Professor Chen Tianming, the one brought here 7 years ago?" Chen Tianming, maintaining his composure, replied, "Yes, that's correct. I've been conducting research at Station 3 all these years, overseeing 6 projects and working across all 4 sectors. Currently, I'm mainly responsible for the mass production of the Kraken bioweapon in Sector C." Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. "How is the mass production coming along? I once fought a Kraken, and it was quite formidable. If I let you continue this project, can you guarantee its completion?" "Absolutely," Chen Tianming responded confidently. "With sufficient resources, I can start mass production within half a month. From birth to combat readiness, it won't take more than 3 months." To his surprise, Zhang Xian shook his head. "I don't need them to be combat ready. If possible, I want them to meet biological standards, but pose no danger." Chen Tianming was taken aback, thoughts of today's grilled octopus leg feast flashing through his mind. Could this young officer simply want them for food? Quickly regaining his composure, he thought for a moment before replying, "If we disrupt some of their motor neurons before they mature, it should be possible." "Excellent." Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. "I will take over the entire facility soon. You can resume your work in a day or 2. I want mass production of the Krakens in the shortest time possible. Let me know what you need. Once the project is completed, I'll send you home." The word home thundered in Chen Tianming's ears. Over the years, he had become numb to the intense workload, even feeling a glimmer of hope for freedom when the facility was invaded. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. He choked back his emotions. "I won't let you down." Zhang Xian instructed the raider. "Take him back and let him choose assistance from the miners. Make sure he gets a good night's rest. Wait. Chen Tianming suddenly spoke up. Sir, there's something I need to warn you about. In one of the environmental simulation rooms in Sector D, there's an extremely dangerous bioweapon. I used to work there, and though I've never seen it myself, almost every day someone loses their life because of it. Its danger level far exceeds that of the Kraken. Zhang Xuan was startled, not expecting there to be something even more formidable than the Kraken. He immediately asked his adjutant, "Where are James and the others?" "They're nearing Sector D. Tell them to hold their position and wait for reinforcements." Zhang Xuan pondered his next move. Should he expand his forces or build more barracks? Barracks would mean a stable supply line, the ability to change equipment, replenish ammunition, and even equip power armor to enhance safety. But if we build the barracks, we won't have enough money to recruit more troops. With our current manpower, it's unlikely we'll be able to take down the underground base anytime soon. Forget it. Zhang Xuan dismissed his thoughts. Let's handle the problem at hand first. He turned to Chen Tianming. Tell me everything you know. Meanwhile, underground, James received his orders while taking a brief rest in the lounge. The commander said there's a powerful unknown creature in Sector D. Everyone guarding the elevators should head over there. Once reinforcements arrive, we'll prioritize eliminating this threat. Chris expressed his concern. But what if something goes wrong at the elevators? Don't worry, James replied with a smile. Sveik is awake, isn't he? With him around, nothing will go wrong. You currently have 750 crystal minerals and 175 high-energy gas. Zhang Xian's empire is on the rise, with an elite reinforcement unit of 5 marauders and 10 marines heading straight for Sergeant James' location. They will rendezvous in 10 minutes. Tell James to proceed with caution, Zhang Xuan ordered calmly. Focus on eliminating ordinary modified creatures. When the next batch of prisoners arrives, bring some mining carts. From now on, all crystal minerals from the mines should be transported to the elevator entrance. This place is the heart of our island base. The adjutant quickly updated the mission log, and Zhang Xian's subordinates operated with machine-like efficiency. How is Carmel's missile turret construction going? Zhang Xuan inquired. The final turret will be completed in less than 20 minutes. With nothing else pressing, Zhang Xuan decided to visit the site in person. After the adjutant marked the location, he set off with a marauder escort. The island was a scene of devastation, with scorched earth and smoldering flames from the fierce battles and missile strikes. Zhang Xuan paid no mind. This jungle would eventually make way for his base. At the western beach, the final missile turret stood tall. Carmel was finishing up and called out loudly upon seeing Zhang Xuan, "Commander on site." "Just a moment, it's almost done." "Don't mind me," Zhang Xuan replied, sitting down to watch Carmel manipulate the mechanical arms, extracting materials from thin air to install. At the cost of just 100 crystal minerals each, these missile turrets were a bargain. As the scanner activated, Zhang Xuan gained full control of the island. The adjutant reported timely, minimap updated. With the missile turret's vision, I can now organize and calculate all information within range. Commander, your path to domination officially begins. A blue holographic panel appeared, displaying an overhead view of the island like a game minimap. 5 missile turrets illuminated the island like beacons, with 3 blue dots blinking on the western edge, the largest, representing Zhang Xuan himself. At the center, white dots clustered under a gold mine icon, indicating the mines and miners. To the east, a square blue marker showed the elevator's location. What's that yellow dot? Zhang Xuan noticed an animalia yellowed. Slowly approaching the elevator, its color deepening, almost turning red. That's the one-armed awakener who came with you earlier, the adjutant explained. He's still alive? Zhang Xuan was surprised. He thought the man had perished in the fire, yet here he was, seemingly plotting against the elevator. Time was of the essence. Zhang Xuan made a quick decision. Adjutant, who else can we use? Corporal Talus from Group A is guarding the underground base elevator entrance. We can send him to handle it. Send Talus. Zhang Xuan decided firmly. Though injured, Talus had healed under Lisa's care. Dealing with a one-armed cripple should be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, 10 minutes later, the adjutant brought surprising news. Corporal Talus has captured the target, but there's something strange about him. It might require your personal attention. What's strange? Zhang Xuan asked. This person can use some peculiar powers in combat. Talus is injured again, and his power armor is severely damaged. Able to damage power armor? Zhang Xian's interest was piqued. Can awakened ones only see through alien disguises? How did the rebels fight back before? Meanwhile, in the underground facilities Sector D. After the reinforcements arrived, James led his team deeper. Although Sector D was small, it was exceptionally eerie. The modified creatures they encountered seemed to have wandered in from elsewhere. Stay alert and advance in a dispersed formation, James ordered. The wide corridor easily accommodated the expanded team. Soon, a massive steel door blocked their path. Chris analyzed. The map shows a blank area here. The mysterious creature should be inside. James nodded, signaling a marine to hack the lock. As data flickered, The door opened with a click. On guard, the soldiers spread out, aiming their weapons at the space beyond the door. The door slowly lifted, revealing the scene inside. James was stunned. This is what appeared before everyone was not an ordinary simulation room, but a stark white steel chamber. In the center of the room stood a two-story European-style villa, with a garage beside it housing an old pickup truck. This sudden scene left James utterly bewildered. He was sure this was no trivial alien prank. Surround the villa, James commanded, and the soldiers surged forward, their guns trained on every corner of the house. Strike team, move in. Chris led 2 Marines into the villa, swiftly clearing each room. Sir, we found the target. Chris's voice crackled over the comms. There's a human girl asleep in the attic. Are you certain she's human? James asked, incredulous. The bioscanner confirms it, Chris replied firmly. A cold glint flashed in James's eyes as he prepared to give the kill order, but suddenly, the entire space began to flicker violently. Sir, unknown code has activated a mysterious program. A soldier outside shouted. The girl is waking up, Chris reported simultaneously. In an instant, the white room transformed into a small town. Blue skies and white clouds replaced the ceiling, cobblestone streets replaced the metal floor, and houses and vehicles appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Why have you broken into my home? A ethereal voice echoed in everyone's minds. Boom. 3 dark figures were flung from the villa's second floor, landing heavily on the ground. Chris, everyone, open fire. James roared. Gunfire erupted and explosions thundered, but every attack was stopped by an invisible energy shield. A petite figure floated down from the second floor, her eyes glowing blue as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave radiated out, knocking everyone back. You're not aliens, who are you? The young girl tilted her head, asking. She appeared instantly before James, binding him with an unseen force. You're the leader, aren't you? Why can't I read your mind? She said, lightly touching James's forehead. James stared coldly at her, saying nothing. You're not those people. I won't kill you. Leave, the girl said, losing interest and casually repairing the damaged villa. Far away on the ground, Zhang Xuan watched everything unfold on the screen in the missile tower control room, his disbelief evident. He looked down at the one-armed man with broken legs, who was gasping for breath. You won't kill me, the one-armed man laughed. Because we are the same kind. Zhang Xuan ignored him and instead ordered his lieutenant, have James leave some men behind to figure out her identity and origins. Wait for my instructions. He then walked towards the one-armed man. I'm sparing you because you might be useful. If you lose your value, I won't hesitate to waste a bullet. Talus obediently pressed the gun to the man's head. After a moment of silence, the one-armed man spoke. I'm with the resistance. I don't know who you are, but we have a common enemy, the three-eyed ones. Killing me will only bring you powerful foes. Resistance? When Zhang Xuan first obtained the system, the adjutant briefed him on the historical context. He learned that the Awakened have been active throughout various eras, fighting against alien forces. The Resistance must be one of these groups. Because Zhang Xuan had already made up his mind, he said coldly, I don't care about the Resistance or how strong you are. What I do know is that you haven't achieved anything so far. Where were you when the three-eyed ones trampled on human dignity? Where were you when I nearly lost my life in this deadly game? The one-armed man's face turned grim, but Zhang Xuan remained unmoved. You'd better tell me everything I want to know, or I guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun. You have 3 seconds to decide whether to answer my questions about the Awakened, Zhang Xuan said, waving his hand as Talus began the countdown. 3, 2. Talus's eyes grew increasingly dangerous. Sweating profusely, the one-armed man finally succumbed to his survival instincts. When the Awakened can see through the true form of aliens, their genes start to change. Within half a month, abilities begin to manifest. Drugs and training can accelerate this process. Abilities are graded from S to E, with S being the highest and E the lowest. But each person's abilities are different. There are combat types and non-combat types, so the grading isn't absolute. The one-armed man focused, and a rapidly spinning white halo appeared above his head. My ability is to create high-energy rings, with a maximum diameter of 20 centimeters. It's classified as level. The most powerful Awakened are usually those with physical enhancements. The strongest can control natural elements like fire and lightning. They are the main force against the aliens. There are also Psychic Awakened, who have telekinesis and can even exert permanent mind control. Some three-eyed ones have already been controlled. I joined the second deathmatch because our undercover agent reported that a psychic with level abilities had been imprisoned here for years. I came to verify this information. If it's true, the Resistance will organize a rescue. After hearing this, Zhang Xuan gained some insight into the little girl James had encountered. After pondering for a while, he asked, if you send a message back, how many people will the Resistance dispatch? What level of Awaken will they send? I've been with the Resistance for less than 6 months. The one-armed man saw Talus about to start the countdown again and hurriedly added, but there will definitely be a lot. Other awakened organizations are aware of this too. A level or even a level psychic can hold their own anywhere. Zhang Xuan didn't trust these awakened organizations. Until he grew strong enough, rash contact would only lead to their advanced technology being coveted. He needed to lie low and wait for the day when he held absolute power and control. What's your name? Zhang Xuan suddenly asked. Lu Yang. My name is Lu Yang, the one-armed man quickly responded. Lu Yang, from now on, you're my minor. Talus, take him to the elevator for Lisa to treat him, then put him to work. Yes, sir. Talus saluted and led the unresisting Lu Yang away. Zhang Xuan felt the urgency of time and knew he had to speed up his progress. Lost in thought, Zhang Xuan was suddenly interrupted by Carmel's suggestion, Commander, why not warp in more SCVs to speed up resource gathering? Realization dawned on Zhang Xuan. Of course. How could I forget the SCV's primary role? Adjutant, warp in 9 SCVs immediately. With a flash of blue light, 9 brand new SCV mechs appeared on the beach. Pointing at the mechs, Zhang Xuan said to Carmel, they're all under your command now. You're my chief engineer. Yes, sir. Carmel responded excitedly. I won't let you down. Just let me know if you need anything. The newly arrived SCVs, like an army of steel, swept across the entire island under the guidance of the mineral detectors. They dug into the earth with the speed of the wind and transported minerals like lightning, their efficiency leaving everyone in awe. Large chunks of crystal ore were continuously delivered to the elevator entrance, at a pace that left traditional miners in the dust. Meanwhile, James's troops, like a sharp blade, swiftly cleared every corner of the underground cultivation station. Except for the mysterious room of the psychic in Zone D, all other areas fell under their control. Even the underground port in Zone C offered only brief resistance before succumbing. The results were impressive. Over 60 prisoners captured and a dozen three-eyed beings eliminated. Unfortunately, Supervisor Pei and some of the high-ranking three-eyed beings had already fled. However, this did not dampen Zhang Xian's joy of victory, as the entire underground base had become his stronghold. As night fell, Zhang Xian stood before the piles of crystal ore and the corpses of modified creatures, contentedly counting his spoils. Congratulations, Commander, the deputy reported happily. Your resource count has significantly increased. We now have a total of 4,688 units of crystal ore and 850 units of high-energy gas. Zhang Xian let out a long breath. Nice, a hefty haul. Finally, some sense of security. He pondered silently. If he used this fortune to build troops, he could form a 100-man team. But he knew the immediate priority was to enhance the mid to high-level combat capabilities to deal with those with mysterious abilities. Forming a space fleet was the ultimate goal. The deputy timely suggested, Viking fighters, the backbone of the Terran Air Force, can be warped in for just 1,500 crystal ore and 750 high-energy gas. Zhang Xian was speechless. Deputy, how much do you think about my wallet? You call that cheap? The deputy retorted. It's not that they're expensive, it's just that you're too poor. All right, shut up. Zhang Xian decisively ended the pointless argument. He realized that although one Viking fighter would suffice, the shortage of high-energy gas limited his development, unless he dared to leave the island and hunt more modified creatures worldwide. But with the current insufficient forces, such a move would be suicidal. After careful consideration, Zhang Xian ordered, stockpile resources, fortify defenses, and bide our time. Deputy, assign 3 SCVs to build a barracks, and send another 3 to inspect the underground base's equipment. Soon, a nearly 30-meter-high blue steel structure rose from the ground. This barracks was not just a place to produce soldiers, but a large activity center integrating living, training, and equipment transfer. An idea struck Zhang Xian on how to utilize the prisoners. Deputy, is there any way to make the prisoners obey me? Like, psychic control by ghost operatives? The deputy explained, ghost operatives do have psychic control abilities, but their use is limited. Of course, if you have the funds to form 2 squads of ghost operatives, that's a different story. A friendly reminder, ghost operatives cost 2,000 crystal ore and 1,000 high-energy gas. Hiss. That's so expensive, Zhang Xian said awkwardly. He had 2,000 crystal mines, but 1,000 units of high-energy gas. He really didn't have. As a competent adjutant, it's their duty to alleviate the commander's burden. With a sudden flash of inspiration, the adjutant proposed a brilliant solution. Commander, if you grant me the authority, I can take direct control of the natives' power armor. Zhang Xian instantly perked up and asked, how so? With confidence, the adjutant explained, as long as they use our equipment, I can monitor them around the clock without any blind spots. If anyone harbors ill intentions, I can remotely disable their equipment. Their power armor would then become their prison. That's great. Zhang Xian exclaimed in delight. No problem with the permissions. Unexpectedly, The adjutant became serious. Commander, you should think this through carefully. After all, I am an artificial intelligence. Zhang Xuan chuckled and retorted. What, are you worried you might betray me? Of course not. Then that's settled. Zhang Xuan said matter-of-factly. I trust you. Without you, I would have been wolf food yesterday. If I can't trust you, who can I trust? I'll give you the permissions. I believe you won't let me down. Thank you, Commander. The adjutant's mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of warmth. After the barracks were built, Zhang Xuan finally had a temporary command post. This steel fortress could not only withstand low-yield nuclear blasts, but was also equipped with flight thrusters, allowing it to escape into space in case of an enemy encounter. Qin Tianming and his team stared in astonishment at the massive structure that had appeared out of nowhere, wondering if they were dreaming. Standing at the entrance of the barracks, Zhang Xuan was greeted by a cylindrical robot that slid out. Welcome, Commander. I am the executive adjutant of the barracks, at your service. Shtaui, take me to the armor dressing chamber. Zhang Xuan commanded directly. Soon, he was suited up in the CMC 400 power armor. Now I finally feel a bit safer, he remarked. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers from the island, 3 armed helicopters were rapidly approaching. On the lead helicopter sat 3 distinctive individuals, a frail man with glasses, a burly black man, and a middle-aged white woman. The number 3 cultivation station has fallen, the white woman said, holding a dossier. Our mission is to eliminate everyone on the island. No survivors. The man with glasses replied casually, Mary, it's just dealing with some ordinary people. Do we really need to be here? Even Johnny is here. The burly black man, Johnny, calmly replied with his eyes closed. Orders are orders. They must be fulfilled. The man with glasses offered a flattering remark, then suddenly became alert. However, it seems like something has already locked onto us. Warning. No response received. Automatic attack system activated. 5 missile turrets awakened like dragons, their sharp electronic eyes locked onto 3 armed helicopters 30 kilometers away. These slow-moving metal dragonflies were like lambs to the slaughter before the missile turrets, awaiting Zhang Xuan's command to unleash a devastating strike. Zhang Xuan stood proudly, clad in power armor, his eyes fixed like lasers on the 3 flashing red dots on the command room screen. A slight smile curled at his lips. Finally, someone showed up. I was beginning to think they had given up on this place. Commander, shall we eliminate the targets immediately? The deputy respectfully inquired. Zhang Xuan tapped the table lightly and said coldly, teach them a lesson. All units, fire at will. Take them out. Before his words had fully settled, 20 missiles launched like arrows from a bow, tearing through the sky with a deafening roar. In seconds, the 3 red dots on the small map vanished. However, the joy of victory was short-lived. 3 new flashing red dots appeared on the small map, rapidly approaching the island. Unknown awakened beings detected approaching, the deputy's alarm sounded. Zhang Xuan instantly became alert. Have the missile turrets attack? Unable to lock on, targets are moving close to the water's surface, the deputy reported. Zhang Xuan frowned. Looks like it's time to inject some fresh blood into my forces. Deputy, any recommendations for basic units? In an instant, multiple unit profiles appeared on the screen. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up as he carefully examined each unit's features and costs. That's it. Zhang Xuan decisively ordered. Give me 4 widow mines, for predators and 2 hellfires. Blue light flickered, and 10 brand new units assembled outside the barracks. Zhang Xuan's smile widened. Have them wait on the beach. Our guests will be here soon. The hellfire tanks transformed like demonic bats, the predators like steel beasts, and the widow mines lay in wait. Each unit had its unique strengths, and their combined combat power was far greater than the sum of their parts. A wave surged towards the shore like an arrow, carrying 3 figures swiftly. Mary's eyes flashed blue as she harnessed the water beneath her, speeding over 20 kilometers. Even as a class awakened, she felt the strain. The man with glasses landed gracefully, like a cat. His blue eyes scanned the surroundings, his immense mental power sweeping across the entire island. Strange machinery, unfamiliar buildings, and towering missile towers all were noted. Johnny held an alloy broadsword, his upper body gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling a living statue. He asked in a low voice, "What did you find?" Just as the man with glasses was about to speak, his pupils contracted suddenly. Almost simultaneously, 2 sentry missiles, as thick as an arm, shot out from the sand with a roar. Watch out. Mary hurriedly manipulated the seawater to form a shield. Boom. The area within 20 meters turned into a fiery inferno. The water barrier evaporated instantly. Johnny, relying on his peak class physique, grabbed his teammates and dashed out of the flames. But the disaster was just beginning, for shadows emerged from the sea like phantoms, surrounding the trio in the blink of an eye. Steel claws tore through the air, and electricity crackled like serpents. The man with glasses was killed on the spot, and Mary was ripped to shreds, Her charred remains a testament to her unfulfilled elemental power. Only Johnny, with his superhuman reflexes, managed to break free, but he could no longer care for his teammates. Within 5 seconds, the 3-member team was reduced to just him standing. Damn it! What the hell are these things? Johnny roared as he fled. Suddenly, 2 red vehicles roared in, transforming into nearly 3 turtle mechs. Johnny swung his sword fiercely, but it was blocked solidly by a shield. We've been waiting for you. Time to die. A cold laugh echoed from the mech. Before the words had faded, 2 more sentry missiles launched into the air. Boom, boom. Johnny, with nowhere to escape, was blown to pieces. The entire process was lightning fast, leaving everyone in shock. Zhang Xuan had expected a fierce battle, but was surprised at how quickly it ended. He pondered, could these 3 have been low-level awakened? Bring the bodies back. I want to see if we can extract any resources from the awakened, Zhang Xuan ordered. 5 volunteers arrived at the scene, their faces turning pale at the gruesome sight. Though seasoned veterans, they had never seen such a bloody scene. Hey, Frank, look over there, whispered Quentin, dressed in a dirty wetsuit. Frank followed his gaze and saw 4 predator robots and a Widowmaker being carried back to the base. Don't slack off. 2 bat mechs stood like small giants, coldly warning them. Sorry. The 2 quickly resumed their work. Frank, I was thinking, Quentin whispered. Are they still recruiting? I'm retiring this year. If I could join them and wear power armor, that would be so cool. Frank snorted. Or be sent to die as cannon fodder. Buddy, we don't even know who they are. Quentin shrugged, saying nothing more. No way. Zhang Xuan frowned deeply, disappointment written all over his face. He originally thought that awakened individuals contained high-energy gas, but the 3 corpses showed no reaction. It seemed that acquiring high-energy gas would still rely on those mysterious 3-eyed beings. According to the intelligence gathered by James' team at the underground base, there were at least 20 biological weapon breeding stations worldwide, and station number 3 was just a drop in the ocean. Some larger stations even housed nearly 1,000 modified creatures, including terrifying class and even A-class entities. Zhang Xuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Could these aliens be planning to release these monsters into cities 11 months from now as part of an apocalyptic plan? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Different species, different hearts, Zhang Xuan mused as he stood by the window, gazing into the dark night. If we ever succeed in counterattacking, perhaps I would make such a dreadful decision too. He decided to inspect the underground base himself, to observe those living 3-eyed beings up close. At the entrance of the underground base's elevator, Swick sat on the ground, bored, holding his gun with a cigarette in his mouth. Talus tossed him a can of cold beer from a distance, and the 2 started chatting. Sir, do you think the commander has forgotten about us? Swick asked, a bit dejected. Ever since his recovery, he had been stationed here, waiting for new orders. Talus reassured him, James is indeed very capable, but you have your own strengths too. Honestly, I prefer the atmosphere in Team A. You genuinely treat us like brothers. If you hadn't pulled me away that time when the missile almost hit me, I wouldn't be here now. Swick felt a warm surge in his heart. He resolved to go to the barracks for further training, not wanting to fall too far behind James. Just then, the elevator suddenly activated. Zhang Xuan walked out and noticed that Swick had donned new armor, his eyes lighting up with approval. Swick, how's your recovery? If you're free, come with me, Zhang Xuan said as he walked. I'm planning to expand the unit, and I want you to lead a team. There are quite a few combat personnel among the captives. I need you to convince some of them to join us. Swick hesitated. Commander, what about their loyalty? Don't worry, my deputy will handle everything, Zhang Xuan smiled. You've been a mercenary leader before. This should be a piece of cake for you. Tomorrow, I'll teleport some soldiers to join your team. After that, I have a mission for you. Swick pounded his chest in assurance. You can count on me. I won't let you down this time. Good, I believe in you. Zhang Xuan nodded with a smile. Although most of the high-ranking 3-eyed people managed to escape, a few lower-ranking ones fell into Zhang Xian's hands. They were detained in the underground port of Sector C, a massive natural cave connected to the deep sea. Zhang Xuan and his team arrived at the location, where they saw a deep, dark tunnel beneath the dark blue waters, with several submarines docked on the surface. The surrounding area bore the marks of a recent firefight, with bloodstains still fresh, telling the tale of the fierce battle that had just occurred. Commander! 3 Marine guards immediately saluted. Where are the 3-eyed people? Zhang Xuan asked, looking around. They're all locked in that smoking submarine. One of the soldiers pointed out, the propulsion system has been destroyed, so there's no chance of them escaping. Bring them out, Zhang Xuan ordered. I have no intention of crawling into that tin can. Soon, 2 Marines escorted 3 lab coat-wearing 3-eyed people out of the submarine. The leader immediately spoke up. Please don't kill us. We are citizens of the 3-eyed civilization. We can offer you a ransom. How about 5,000 credit points? Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. I'm not interested in a ransom. I just want to know what secrets you're hiding. After lying dormant for tens of thousands of years, you can't just be planning a galactic amusement park, can you? The three-eyed people began to spill their secrets, one after another. They revealed that Blue Star was an experimental life planet managed by the Amar Corporation, primarily for biological experiments. Their most important project involved researching awakeners, beings with extraordinary abilities. They had also developed mimicry and camouflage capabilities, making them the largest spy agency in the galaxy. To protect Blue Star, they established a space base on the far side of the moon, where their main battleships and escort ships were docked, including planet-destroying weapons. Hearing these shocking secrets, Zhang Xian's face darkened. Blue Star was a critical foundation for the advancement of the three-eyed civilization, and they would not tolerate any issues arising. This is serious trouble. Zhang Xian sighed deeply, while Swick and Talus also looked grim. Talus suggested, Commander, maybe we should gather more high-energy gas, warp a Hercules transport ship, and escape? The universe is vast. If we hide and develop for a few years, we might be able to stand up to the three-eyed civilization. Zhang Xian remained silent, but a surge of inexplicable reluctance rose within him. Why did he feel so unwilling to accept this? Escape? Where to? For Talus's idea, Sveik roared like an enraged lion. The first lesson I learned on the battlefield, fighting those damned bugs, was to never turn your back on the enemy. The universe may be vast, but there are very few places where we can truly survive. Sveik's eyes blazed with an unquenchable fire, and he proposed resolutely. Commander, just give the order, and I will lead a suicide squad carrying nuclear bombs to infiltrate their lunar base. I'll blow their prized flagship to smithereens. Without that ship, let's see what waves they can make. Talus didn't argue, but instead, both he and Sveik turned their gaze toward Zhang Xian. They knew that the moment to decide their fate was now. Zhang Xian remained silent for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with both helplessness and determination. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said, Talus is right. Where there is life, there is hope. But a cold, determined smile appeared on Zhang Xian's face, like a lone hero about to step onto the battlefield. My hope is right here, on this planet. Everyone fears death, and I'm no different. But if there's no other choice, I'd rather die a more heroic death. Sveik, there's no need for you to sneak in with a nuke. I will defeat them openly on the battlefield. I will crush their vaunted fleet and shatter their pathetic pride that stands above humanity. I'm willing to give my life for you. Sveik shouted passionately. Talus, inspired by Zhang Xian's bold spirit, smiled and echoed. If that's your decision, I'm willing to give my life for you as well. Zhang Xian glanced at the resource reserves, a glint of determination in his eyes. Since those three-eyed aliens haven't noticed us yet, we must seize every second to strengthen ourselves before we're exposed. First things first, let's mine. Meanwhile, at the Amara Corporation space station on the dark side of the moon, several patrol ships shot towards Earth like arrows. On one of them, Jonathan obsequiously offered a cup of coffee to the young noble, Morpheus. Morpheus was intrigued by Jonathan's mention of interesting humans, especially the possibility of one with spatial abilities. Excitedly, he said, if there really is someone with spatial abilities, we need to capture them alive. On the black market, they would be worth a fortune. If we can figure out how their abilities work, I might advance further. Maybe even get a life-bearing planet as my fief. Jonathan nodded in agreement, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A title. He wanted that too. But whether there really was someone with spatial abilities on that island was still unknown. If there was, his ambitions began to stir. In the underground base's Sector D, Zhang Xian met James, who was bustling about. Holding a stack of paper documents, James reported, Commander, we've identified the person with the awakened abilities. Her name is Natalia Fix, a 16-year-old girl from an orphanage in a small Nordic country. After accidentally awakening her abilities, she was captured by the Treed. She was naturally at AB level, and caused significant casualties during her capture. Zhang Xian stared at the surveillance footage of the little girl planting flowers in the villa's yard, finding it hard to believe she was already 16. Her petite frame made her look like a 7- or 80-year-old child. James continued to explain. The growth rate of her body significantly slowed down after her abilities awakened. According to the data, even if her abilities don't improve, she can live for at least 300 to 400 years. Zhang Xian asked thoughtfully, James, do you think there's a chance she could be of use to us? On the ground, after a friendly exchange, Swick successfully persuaded most of the captured combatants. These individuals were mostly mercenaries, indifferent about who they worked for. Seeing this well-equipped and mysterious force far superior to their own and hearing about the numerous benefits of joining, almost everyone eagerly expressed their willingness to join Swick's team. They didn't even mention salary or benefits. All they wanted was to be well-fed, escape the mining life, and have one day off each week. To them, Anyone who had the privilege of wearing such advanced power armor must be part of a significant organization, so why not join? After all, no one could resist the allure of cool power armor. Only a handful remained stubborn, mostly active-duty soldiers and corps members left from Squad E. However, Swick didn't mind much. He knew he couldn't persuade them immediately, so he didn't waste any more words. He decided to let them continue mining for now. Over time, the harsh environment and monotonous life would naturally wear them down, and then he could make another attempt. Swick stood at the barracks entrance with a group of new recruits, covered in dirt and dust. Among them were some former soldiers. Although their heights varied, they stood in a fairly orderly manner. This wasn't a big issue, as the height differences would disappear once they donned the power armor. Soon, Xiao Yi, piloting a robotic vehicle, opened the barracks gate and said loudly, "Welcome to all of you. Under the wise leadership of our commander, I'm confident you'll achieve great things soon. Lieutenant Swick, the armor for your subordinates is ready. Please lead them in for assembly and fitting." With the significant increase in his fixed forces, Swick's rank had automatically risen to lieutenant. He nodded solemnly and signaled the people behind him to follow. The new recruits, though a bit anxious, couldn't contain their curiosity and eagerly stepped into the futuristic building they had never seen before. The barracks exuded a metallic feel, with various unfamiliar facilities and equipment everywhere. The intelligent butler robot, Xiao Yi, especially amazed everyone. "Look, is that robot talking to our officer? Could it be remotely controlled by someone? How can a robot be so smart? Oh my god, look at those automatic doors. What kind of advanced technology is this? This organization's financial power is terrifying. I wonder if it's still possible to renegotiate our terms." The group soon arrived at a row of neatly arranged fitting pods. Xiao Yi reminded them, "One per person, please enter in an orderly manner and follow the instructions carefully. Rest assured, everyone has their own set of equipment, and no one will be left out." One of the recruits, a burly man named Mark Horn, couldn't wait to enter his pod. He was once a formidable paratrooper in his country, having just retired 2 years ago. Unfortunately, his retirement funds quickly ran out, and to care for his seriously ill mother, he had to work as a mercenary in war-torn countries, becoming a bounty hunter driven solely by profit. A year ago, he accidentally discovered that an international research institution was recruiting security personnel, offering salaries several times higher than usual. He was tempted and immediately applied, only to find out that it was an isolated and closed base. Once in, there was no way out, and no amount of money could change that. Initially, he tried to incite others to rebel, but against genetically modified super soldiers, ordinary, unarmed people stood no chance. Watching his comrades fall one by one, Mark had no choice but to comply, thinking that at least he could send money to his family and ease his worries. But now, as he looked at the set of power armor gleaming with a metallic sheen, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Mark's heart. Perhaps, if the officer named Swick kept his promise, he might really regain his freedom. Yet, these people had a strict military hierarchy but were shrouded in mystery. Which country's underground force could they possibly belong to? As Mark was lost in thought, Xiao Yi's voice echoed in his ear, reminding him to carefully read the armor operation manual on the screen. Though the armor was ready to use upon donning, mastering it to its full potential required rigorous training. Mark quickly refocused, absorbing every piece of information on the screen. "Soldier, this armor will accompany you through life and death, and the gun in your hand will be your closest companion. Wish you a successful service and a safe journey." With Xiao Yi's blessing, the faceplate slowly lifted, and Mark took the rifle, stepping out of the chamber clumsily but resolutely. Other recruits also emerged from their chambers, excitedly examining their brand new armor, as if they were in a sci-fi movie. "Private Mark Horn, please proceed to the barracks entrance promptly. Your direct superior, Lieutenant Swick, is waiting for you there." Xiao Yi's reminder came through the headset. "Private? You must be joking. I was a sergeant." Mark grumbled instinctively. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yi responded promptly, "The system has retrieved your historical military records and is updating. Your rank has been promoted to corporal, and you have been assigned to Alpha Squad, Team 3, as the team leader. Keep up the good work and fulfill your mission." Mark was stunned, finding it hard to believe. In just a few minutes, he had been promoted to corporal and made the leader of a combat team? Even the usually strict military personnel movements seemed so casual here. In fact, it wasn't just Mark. All the seasoned veterans with distinguished military backgrounds were without exception granted the rank of corporal and assigned as team leaders or similar junior officer roles. This was precisely Swick's intention. With a large number of subordinates, he could no longer command with a single order. Proper organization and unified command were essential to maximize combat effectiveness. Swick's face was beaming with joy. Watching the soldier roster constantly updating on the panel, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. With this well-trained elite force, he could stand tall and invincible in this world. After significantly expanding his forces, Zhang Xuan listened to reports about the promotion of ranks and the increase in numbers. Thanks to his strong and capable subordinates, Zhang Xuan himself had been promoted to lieutenant, while Svejk and James had both been elevated to second lieutenants. To prevent any of the new recruits from getting any wrong ideas, Zhang Xuan instructed Svejk to assign them to various squads under the watchful eyes of seasoned soldiers, ensuring that none of the newcomers acted foolishly. After all, once they donned the power armor, they were all part of the same team. However, Zhang Xuan understood that finding truly loyal subordinates was no easy task. On the surveillance screen, James was cautiously approaching a small villa. Meanwhile, a girl named Natalia stood firmly at the entrance, exuding an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine even through the screen. James, alone and unarmed to show his goodwill, kept a safe distance of about 10 meters from Natalia. Unexpectedly, despite her formidable abilities, Natalia's attack range was limited, and the distance significantly reduced her power. I warned you all not to come near me. Natalia's eyes glowed with a strange light, clearly ready to strike. Instantly, James raised his hand to open his visor, speaking in a calm tone. Take it easy, Natalia. We've driven off the three-eyed men. You don't need to stay trapped here any longer. From now on, no one will harm you. Even James, who was usually composed, couldn't hide his shock. Natalia's abilities were incredibly eerie. She could sense his thoughts from a distance. Could she read minds? A painful memory surfaced in his mind, as if a ghost from his past was coming back to haunt him. Meanwhile, the Marines who had been on standby raised their weapons, and 4 Widow Spider battlesuits were fully deployed, awaiting orders. Despite Natalia's formidable powers, she would struggle against such overwhelming firepower. However, any confrontation would inevitably lead to casualties on their side. Zhang Xuan made a swift decision, ordering James to stand down and opting to negotiate with the enemy himself. Natalia, my name is Zhang Xuan, and I'm the commanding officer of this unit, Zhang Xuan said directly, getting straight to the point. Natalia did not respond. Zhang Xuan continued, I know you mean no harm, and I don't want to cause any unnecessary bloodshed. If you wish to leave, I can help you escape to anywhere you want to go. Before he finished speaking, a silver flash streaked by, and a predator robot carrying a document pouch sped towards Natalia, placing it before her. Natalia's eyes flickered, and the pouch hovered in midair. She noticed her own photo on the pouch and, sensing something suspicious, immediately opened it to examine its contents. It turned out to be Natalia's personal history file, which Zhang Xuan had painstakingly obtained. Her parents had been awakened members of the Dawn organization but had been brutally slaughtered by the three-eyed men not long ago, resulting in their tragic deaths. Natalia was exceptionally gifted, showing signs of superpowers from a young age. To protect their beloved daughter, her parents entrusted her to a remote orphanage. Little did they know, the greedy headmaster sold Natalia to a wealthy man obsessed with the supernatural for a small profit. As she turned page after page, Natalia's face turned ashen. The words on the paper cut into her heart like sharp blades. With a loud bang, the files were torn to pieces. Natalia let down her protective powers and slumped against the wall, feeling utterly lost. Natalia, have you decided to return to the human world and live like an ordinary person? Zhang Xuan asked cautiously. After a long silence, Natalia finally murmured, Where else can I go? I have no home. My family is scattered, and I have nothing left. Zhang Xuan took a slow sip of his hot coffee and said, The sky's the limit, and the ocean is vast. You can go anywhere as long as you are willing to leave. Although transportation is scarce, if you can pilot one of those old submarines, you could take off. After a long pause, Natalia finally made up her mind and said firmly, I want to join you. Aren't you fighting against the three-eyed people? I'm willing to lend a hand. Take me with you. I want to join you. Aren't you fighting those three-eyed people? Take me with you. I can help, Natalia said shyly, her cheeks turning crimson with embarrassment. Zhang Xuan pondered for a long time before replying regretfully, Honestly, my troops are well-trained and numerous. I really don't have the budget to hire more people. I don't want money. I just want to personally kill those who murdered my parents. Natalia exclaimed passionately, I'm a powerful awakener. Do you know how strong awakeners are? Maybe, Zhang Xuan shook his head. But to me, individual combat prowess isn't important. Even if you have incredible strength, what can you do against an entire army? Even if you could take on a division, what difference would it make against a battalion of three-eyed people? Have you ever seen their real trump card? The Star Annihilator Cannon, an ultimate weapon that can obliterate everything. Can you stop that with your bare hands? Natalia was speechless. She had never heard of such inhuman-level weapons and didn't know how to respond. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xuan continued, I may not have a Star Annihilator Cannon yet, but acquiring a weapon capable of destroying a continent is just a matter of time. Destroying a city is no problem. Can you do that? If not, what use are you to me? I, Natalia stammered, trying to defend herself but unable to find the words. She had always been proud, believing herself invincible, but in front of Zhang Xuan, she felt utterly powerless. Commander, aren't you being a bit harsh on a young girl? The adjutant couldn't help but interject. Ahem. Zhang Xuan cleared his throat, realizing he might have gone too far. Seeing the young girl almost in tears, he felt a pang of guilt. However, there might be a suitable position for you. Zhang Xuan's tone softened. With your Level Awakener abilities, I can take you in, but let me be clear, this isn't a charity. You'll need to serve me for at least a year. In exchange, I'll help you find out who killed your parents and assist you in getting your revenge. After that, you're free to go. Deal. Natalia agreed without hesitation, eager for the chance to avenge her parents. Excellent. Zhang Xuan smiled. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Zhang Xuan, the future Supreme Commander of the human race. My name is Natalia Felix. I. The girl dropped her cold facade, appearing somewhat innocent. After all, she had been isolated from the world for years and wasn't good with words. Just call me Commander or Boss from now on, Zhang Xuan said with a hearty laugh. You have exceptional talent. One day, you might become the top awakener on this planet. Well, second, because I might awaken too. Yes, Commander, Natalia said, looking up at the monitors. Outside, the Marines had lowered their weapons. Though they were still wary of her, Natalia decided not to provoke them further. James, bring Natalia to see me, Zhang Xuan ordered. But James hesitated, instinctively feeling that this girl was dangerous. If anything went wrong, he might not even have the chance to regret it. Don't worry, James, Zhang Xuan reassured him. I trust she won't harm me, right, Natalia? Of course, Natalia rolled her eyes at James from a distance. Commander, I swear by God, I won't hurt you at all. You believe in God? No, but isn't that what everyone says when they make a promise? All right, just skip that with me in the future. When Natalia appeared in front of him, Zhang Xuan was stunned. She looked nothing like the photo in her file. Her skin was ghostly pale, her body frail and covered in needle marks, even around her neck. This was the result of years of captivity and being used as a test subject. She wore a long white dress, making her seem even more pitiful. You've suffered a lot over the years, Zhang Xuan said sincerely. Natalia was puzzled by the strange, sympathetic look in his eyes. Her nose tingled, and tears welled up in her eyes, a wave of grievance washing over her. This feeling was familiar. The last time she felt this way was 10 years ago, in the orphanage. Lisa then stepped forward and gently said, Child, don't be nervous. Let me check your health. Natalia nodded and let her proceed. The scan revealed that her physical condition was extremely poor. Lisa immediately gave her some nutritional supplements to temporarily alleviate her discomfort. Zhang Xuan walked over, squatted down, and gently stroked Natalia's brittle hair. Let's get you something to eat. You've been living on nutrient solutions for years? What would you like? How about trying some grilled octopus? But I want chicken wings. After the tension finally eased, it was easy for exhaustion to set in. After a hearty meal, Natalia, guided by Lisa, went to the lounge to rest, while Zhang Xuan returned to the temporary command center in the barracks. Lieutenant, warp in 20 more Marines for me. I need more manpower, Zhang Xuan ordered. Understood. 20 Marines, total cost, 1,000 crystal minerals. Warping in now, the lieutenant responded. Soon, there was a flash of blue light outside the barracks, and 20 fully equipped Marines emerged from the void. Zhang Xuan instructed that they be evenly divided into teams A and B, with Svik and James in charge of receiving and assigning them their tasks. Leaning back in his chair and taking a deep breath, Zhang Xuan's thoughts wandered. During dinner with Natalia, he had pondered whether other facilities might also have level awakened experiment subjects if the number 3 facility did. It was said that the further back the facilities, the larger and more heavily guarded they were. Could it be possible to form a superpowered army from there? Admittedly, the power of these awakened ones seemed weak compared to the ironclad military might. Even the scattered superpowered organizations around the world would likely struggle against a regular army. But if he could control this power, it could be a trump card. Lieutenant, are those submarines operational? If I send people back to human society to contact and recruit those awakened organizations, what are the chances of success? Zhang Xuan asked. With all due respect, Commander, your priority should be to remain hidden and build strength in secret. Recklessly contacting unknown individuals could easily attract the attention of the Triclops, the lieutenant advised. True. Zhang Xuan felt somewhat discouraged. After all, he had just recently dealt with 3 traitorous awakened ones. Who could guarantee that the ones he contacted would be loyal patriots? However, recruiting superpowered individuals could indeed significantly boost your strength in a short time, the lieutenant continued. Perhaps you need a professional who can handle this independently. Go on. Spectres, the lieutenant suggested mysteriously. They are the masterpieces of the Empire's Shadowblade project, specializing in infiltration and assassination, with combat skills surpassing even ghost agents. Especially those specters trained by Tosh. After leaving the Empire, they are elusive and deadly. Specters? Don't they cost 1,500 crystal minerals and 1,500 gas? Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Zhang Xuan rolled his eyes. You don't have it now, but you will soon have an unexpected windfall, the lieutenant hinted. According to the radar from the missile tower, several unidentified flying objects are approaching your airspace. Judging by the energy patterns, they are unlike any known aircraft on Blue Star, which means the Triclops are coming to us? Zhang Xuan sneered. As he finished speaking, a tactical map popped up on the screen, showing 5 light dots rushing towards them at a speed of 20 Mach per second. Can't afford to be unprepared for guests, Zhang Xuan commanded. Have Svik and James ready for battle. A few missile towers won't stop the incoming enemy. Happy hunting, the adjutant smiled. Meanwhile, 5 fully armed patrol ships were poised to launch. Though outdated, these old models were still a formidable force against the indigenous people who had never left their home planet. Clear everything with the laser cannons. The rest of you, prepare to land. Capture any awakened individuals alive, regardless of their abilities. If you accidentally kill them, don't waste the bodies. The energy in their blood and flesh is valuable. Morpheus, clad in light power armor and wielding a plasma cannon thicker than his waist, ordered menacingly. Behind him, 5 fully equipped ground units stood ready. Each soldier wore standard military power armor and carried electromagnetic rifles, eager and confident in their victory. The battle was imminent. As the patrol ships approached the missile towers, the latter launched the first attack. Swarms of spiral missiles whistled through the air like a storm, but the intruders quickly retaliated. Cannons emerged from beneath the ships, unleashing torrents of laser fire. The offensive from both sides collided midair, explosions echoing continuously, lighting up the sky with fire. Occasionally, a stray missile would hit a patrol ship, but its purple energy field would neutralize the impact. The faster-firing laser cannons broke through the missile barrage, striking the island with unstoppable force. Each missile tower was guarded by 2 SCVs, which rushed to repair the damage. Fortunately, everyone in the mines had been evacuated to the underground shelters, guarded by SCVs inside and out, ensuring their safety for now. Svik's unit, meanwhile, remained hidden deep within the tunnels, awaiting orders to strike. Zhang Xuan sat in the command center, eyes closed, feeling the slight tremors from the bombardment. When he opened his eyes, he saw that 5 points of light on the tactical map had landed on the coastline, out of the missile tower's range. Attention all units, the enemy is preparing to land. Deploy the mechanized forces to intercept them. Have Svik's team emerge from the tunnels. It's time to get to work. Zhang Xuan grabbed the gun beside him, chambering around with a decisive click. Currently, Team A is divided into 10 combat squads, each with 3 to 5 members, making a total of 37 personnel including Svik. Team B is slightly smaller, with James bringing the total to 29 members. However, Team B is significantly better equipped with heavy firepower. Therefore, James and his team will take the lead in this mission. Due to the limited number of Predators and Widow Rays, the mechanized units are tasked with delaying and intercepting the enemy briefly to buy time. During this period, Team A will rapidly assemble and engage, aiming to reduce the enemy's forces. Subsequently, Team B will arrive, split into 2, and initiate and shape tactical maneuver from both flanks to disrupt the enemy formation before encircling and annihilating them. Finally, they will regroup with Team A to eliminate the remaining enemies. This is the current battle plan. However, the battlefield is ever-changing, and no one can predict what will happen next. Adaptability is key. Boom, boom. For sentry missiles launched from a distance, Svik focused intently on the tactical map, directing the troops to encircle in AV formation. Despite the lack of cohesion among the rookies, they were all battle-hardened veterans. With the help of smart-powered armor, they understood the mission objectives well. Under the guidance of their squad leaders, the troops advanced swiftly. Boom. On the beach, as the 4 sentry missiles erupted from the ground, circular energy shields flashed to life around the 3-eyed soldiers emerging from the waves. The missiles exploded into fireballs on the shields, shattering several and leaving others barely holding together. Nonetheless, several 3-eyed soldiers were killed instantly, their pure metal-powered armor turning into furnaces, charring the insides. What the hell is that? The Baron was startled, his visor's scanner quickly locking onto the missile launch points. Enemies underground. The 3-eyed soldiers who reacted first opened fire on the sand, shredding 2 Widow Rays to pieces and leaving the other 2 in a dire state. Howl! For shadows darted like lightning into the shielded area. It seemed the shields could only defend against ranged attacks, not close combat. The Predators' electric fields tore through flesh, their claws creating a mist of blood. Many 3-eyed soldiers fell victim, especially since their armor was ineffective against electrical attacks. They were relying entirely on their energy shields, never expecting anyone to engage in close-quarters electro-combat. The battlefield was soon littered with corpses and echoed with cries of agony. Useless bunch. Murphy sneered at the three-eyed soldiers and fired a shot. Boom. A burst of white-hot electricity erupted, instantly disintegrating two predators and blowing several soldiers to pieces. Murphy didn't even glance at the cannon fodder. To him, these long-abandoned wastrels on Blue Star were better off dead. The remaining two predators soon fell to the three-eyed soldiers' gunfire. They have combat robots? Jonathan, also clad in powered armor, preferred to stay safe at the back of the unit, unlike the frontline charging Murphy. Watching the bullet-riddled mechanical remnants, Jonathan grew increasingly suspicious. He had long suspected that these people's true identities were far from being simple natives of Blue Star. At the very least, there had to be some other forces backing them. After all, even he was well aware of Blue Star's technological level, which could never achieve such feats. With this in mind, Jonathan secretly calculated his next move. If he really wanted to eliminate Morpheus, it would be better to use someone else to do the dirty work. That way, he wouldn't bear the stigma of killing a noble. Meanwhile, Svik had already led Team A into the fray, firing at the three-eyed men from across the river. The inland side had the advantage of cover, while the beach was completely exposed, making the outcome clear. Fire at will. Take down these three-eyed bastards. Both sides were using electromagnetic weapons, which significantly reduced the defensive capabilities of powered armor. However, the three-eyed men each had an energy shield and superior numbers, making it a tough battle. Bullets flew like a torrential storm, and people were constantly getting hit and falling. In just 2 minutes of firefight, Svik's team had already lost nearly 10 men, suffering heavy casualties. The three-eyed soldiers advanced like a sharp knife, braving the hail of bullets to reach the shore. A chaotic melee in the wild was imminent. Group 4, Group 5, cut off their charge route with me. Svik made a quick decision, leading the charge towards the enemy lines. Though the three-eyed men's individual shields were strong, to a veteran like Svik, large energy shields were nothing but easy targets. A sweep of his rifle was bound to take a life or two, but this charge cost half of Group 4 and Group 5. Now, Svik had fewer than 5 men left by his side. Reload. Svik ordered, retreating to cover as a Marine quickly took his place. While changing magazines, Svik roared, "James, where the hell are you? I can't hold on much longer. On my way. 10 seconds. No sooner had those words been spoken than a dozen Punisher grenades screamed over Svik's head, trailing smoke as they slammed into the main force of the three-eyed men. Boom. The violent explosions echoed through the sky, with mushroom clouds rising from the enemy ranks. As the raiders unleashed a volley, James formally announced his entry into the battlefield. "Sorry, brothers, my team was scattered across the underground base. Took some effort to gather them. Are you guys okay?" James' voice crackled over the comms. Swivik laughed maniacally. "I've lost over a dozen men here. Any later, and I would have been a goner too." "Stick to the plan." James' voice came from nearby. Swivik turned to see him leading a group of Marines and raiders, firing as he said, "My main force has split into two and is flanking from the sides. From the tactical map, it looks like the enemy hasn't caught on and is still attacking us heathen. Then you better hurry them up," Swivik shouted while shooting. "These guys are tough." He tossed 2 grenades for emphasis. Boom. A flash of white light, and a Marine was pierced through. Damn it. Both men were shocked and quickly took cover. These bastards have some serious firepower. Seeing the gruesome fate of their comrade, even James looked grim. "Die, all of you." Morpheus, whose energy shield had visibly intensified, was in a frenzy. His plasma cannon fired relentlessly, forcing Swivik and his team to keep their heads down. Virum. The roar of engines grew louder, and 2 red streaks shot out from the flanks. Barbecue time. 2 Hellfire tanks drifted in from either side, slamming Morpheus far away. They then transformed into Hellbat mechs, shields up front, and their Hellfire flamethrowers spewing flames, pushing back the advancing enemies. The high-strength alloy shields were impervious even to electromagnetic rounds. With these living gods on their side, the tide of battle quickly turned. Swivik's team charged forward, taking cover behind the Hellbat mechs and shooting. The combined infantry and armor assault left the three-eyed aliens with no room to maneuver. Worse still, the raiders and Marines from the flanks launched a fierce attack, penetrating deep into the enemy lines and tearing their forces apart. Under the pincer attack, the three-eyed aliens' vanguard quickly crumbled. By this point, they had lost more than half their troops and should have been retreating. However, Morpheus was still trapped nearby, and these soldiers dared not leave him behind. If a Baron were to die on the battlefield under their protection while they survived, they would face severe punishment, and even their families would be implicated. For the sake of their loved ones, the remaining three-eyed warriors had no choice but to fight to the death. With a spirit of fearless determination, they launched a final assault, leading to a brutal showdown between both sides. When their ammunition ran out, Swick and James' men had to resort to fighting with knives against guns, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Despite being less equipped, their unyielding resolve and exceptional combat skills allowed them to match the three-eyed warriors. Kill! Swick roared, emptying his last magazine. He swung the butt of his rifle at an enemy's head, knocking him to the ground and crushing his helmet and skull underfoot. He then grabbed another three-eyed soldier, delivering a punch to the face and throwing him over his shoulder, beating the fully armed enemy to death with his bare hands. James, on the other hand, fought with more finesse. After running out of bullets, he snatched a dagger from a three-eyed soldier and fought 10 foes at once, demonstrating extraordinary military prowess. He targeted the weak points in their armor, swiftly slitting throats and cutting major arteries with precision. The chaotic battle lasted only 10 minutes before a fully armed reinforcement unit jumped into the fray from the void, joining the fight just in time. With a barrage of gunfire, the last three-eyed soldier fell into a pool of blood. Huff, huff. Swick panted heavily, placing his foot on the guy carrying the plasma cannon. He sneered, "Kid, don't play dead. You think my life detector is just for show?" Seeing the gun barrel pressed against his head, Morpheus lost his initial arrogance and pleaded, "You can't kill me. I'm a baron of the Three-Eyed Empire. If you kill me, your entire blue star will be purged." Cursing inwardly, he thought bitterly, "Damn Jonathan. Didn't he say this place was full of primitives? How could they be so formidable? The first thing he'll do when I get back is kill him." Morpheus never imagined he could die here. As a noble of the Empire, even if captured after a defeat, revealing his identity usually guaranteed his release. This time should be no different, right? A baron? What nonsense. Swick was baffled. Did this guy really think he could leave alive? What a joke. Everyone knew that when Swick was a mercenary, he never left any survivors. "Kill him," James said coldly. To him, what was a mere baron? Even if it were the emperor of the Three-Eyed Empire, falling into their hands meant certain death. After all, their two races had an irreconcilable enmity. Murphy eventually met his end on this small planet he once considered his playground. Until his final breath, he couldn't fathom how the battle had turned out this way. What was supposed to be a decisive annihilation had quickly devolved into a debacle of interception, division, and total defeat. After personally executing the self-proclaimed noble, Swick lost interest in him. He picked up the plasma cannon and started examining it. "This thing is interesting, packs a good punch. The firing rate is a bit low, but its penetration should make up for that." Looking for a rock to test his newly acquired weapon, Swick realized its energy was nearly depleted. "Let's clean up the battlefield. These pieces of equipment might come in handy," James said, surveying the area and the surviving soldiers. Originally numbering around 70, the two squads were now reduced to about 30 or 40. With casualties over half and the remaining soldiers all injured, it was clear the three-eyed beings were formidable fighters. Despite numerous disadvantages, no terrain advantage, no tactical edge, and a mediocre commander, they had still managed to inflict such damage. While the three-eyed beings' determination played a significant role, their superior equipment was the key factor. The material of the three-eyed beings' powered armor was unremarkable, but their personal shields, which effectively deflected ranged attacks, far exceeded expectations. Without these shields, even without tactical maneuvers, Squad A could have annihilated them using the terrain advantage alone, rendering Squad B's support unnecessary. Meanwhile, in the command center far away, Zhang Xuan was observing the battlefield through a marine's viewpoint, scrutinizing the corpses and equipment. "Once the engineering station is up, we need to find a way to crack this technology and ideally improve it for our own troops." Witnessing his troops clash with the three-eyed beings firsthand, Zhang Xuan realized that relying solely on Terran technology from Starcraft wouldn't suffice in this universe. But humans excel at learning from their enemies and compensating for their shortcomings. "Deputy, have those 5 ships left our observation range?" "Commander, those ships haven't moved. They appear to be in an unmanned state." Zhang Xuan chuckled. "These three-eyed beings are really confident, thinking they've got us in the bag and not even leaving anyone to guard the ships? Send a team over to see if we can salvage those ships." "Understood. Orders have been issued." Nearly 20 minutes after the battle ended, Mark's hands were still trembling. He had never seen such a brutal fight, not even during the real combat missions he occasionally undertook during his service. While moving the bodies, he saw an alien corpse with a shattered helmet and 3 eyes, nearly causing him to collapse in shock. "Oh my god, were we just fighting aliens? No wonder their equipment is so advanced," a nearby mercenary murmured. "When I saw them activate those energy shields, I thought we were doomed." "Who didn't? I was ready to run for it myself. Who would have thought the power armor would lock up at such a critical moment? Now there's no way to escape. I saw an old soldier get his head blown off right next to me, brain matter splattering all over my helmet." The squad, originally a dozen strong, was now down to just 7. They had won the battle, but it felt like a loss. Mark looked around and saw a soldier clutching his head in pain, muttering, "God, I want to go home. He moved his lips, wanting to say something, but the words died in his throat. The excitement and thrill he felt when he first donned the power armor had vanished, replaced by a deep sense of helplessness. Everyone now understood that this armor was more of a cagey prison they might never escape. Get up, all of you. Svezg called out from a distance. He knew their morale was crumbling. As mercenaries, they weren't as rigorously trained as Marines, and this might be their first experience in such a dire situation. Death isn't the scary part. It's not knowing what you're dying for that's terrifying, Svezg said, lifting the corpse of a three-eyed alien. Now you understand what we're up against, don't you? Sir, Mark, the highest-ranking officer among the survivors, stood up. We have our doubts. Svezg shrugged and sat on a rock. Doubts are normal. When I first killed an alien bug, I questioned everything too. I was only 12, watching endless swarms descend from the sky, slaughtering my family, friends, neighbors, even my dog. Only in the face of utter despair can you truly understand your mission. I swore to kill those damned bugs and every alien invader who dared to attack our home. I haven't succeeded yet, but you might. And even if you don't, others will take up the mission after you. Guys, humanity is on the brink. In 11 months, those lunatics will kill everyone we love. All we can do is fight them with everything we've got in the time we have left. Even if we die on the battlefield, as long as humanity survives, it's worth it. Svezg's words brought an unexpected sense of calm, almost like a mentor's reassurance. After he left, the soldiers remained silent for a long time, until one of them chuckled bitterly. Aliens. I never thought I'd be fighting the villains from a sci-fi novel. If the commander had told me this from the start, I probably wouldn't have believed him. My kid is only 6. He deserves to grow up in peace. I've been a lousy father, a big man said, picking up his gun and gently wiping the dirt from it like it was a loved one. Mark touched the insignia on his chest and looked at Svezg's receding figure. He shouted, "For humanity, no regrets in death." Instantly, the others echoed, "For humanity, no regrets in death." In that moment, they finally understood their sacred mission. Bastards, all of them, Jonathan muttered through trembling hands as he rushed into the spaceship's cockpit, frantically trying to start it. Luck was certainly on his side. When the battle began, he had hidden at the back, and when things turned south, he jumped into the water without hesitation. Remarkably, no one had noticed his presence until now. Seeing the crowd heading towards the spaceship, Jonathan didn't waste a second and swam back to the cockpit, ready to make his escape. Damn it. I knew that bastard Morpheus couldn't be trusted, insisting on leaving survivors. We should have just blown up the whole island and been done with it, he grumbled to himself, trying to mask his fear. He conveniently forgot that he had wholeheartedly supported that terrible idea at the beginning. But now, he wasn't about to take the blame. All he could think about was how to save his own skin from his boss's wrath. Losing a Baron was no trivial matter. If the company found out he was involved, even if unintentionally, there would be severe consequences. Who knows, this might even bring forward the dreaded eternal cycle. Those guys are dead, dead for sure. Jonathan muttered as he started the engines, the familiar, once irritating roar now a comforting sound. The spaceship, which had been floating on the sea, slowly lifted off. Phew. Stay calm, he told himself, pouring a glass of ice water and taking a sip as he thought about how to cover his tracks. Once I get back, I'll launch a few intercontinental missiles to flatten this place. Can't leave any evidence behind. And this spaceship needs to be dealt with too. Beep. Just then, a soft sound came from the cockpit door. Huh. Jonathan instinctively turned his head. In that instant, a deafening explosion. The metal door was blown open. Four heavily armed Marines stormed in, quickly taking control of the room. The leader rushed to Jonathan, pinning him to the ground with one hand. The other 3 swiftly searched every corner of the room. Clear. After confirming the area was secure, one Marine moved to the control panel and began landing the spaceship. Kid, all your buddies chose to fight to the death, but you ran like a coward. I despise deserters like you the most. Talus, the Marine holding Jonathan, sneered. If it weren't for the commander's orders to keep you alive, your head would be blown off by now. With that, he delivered a heavy punch to Jonathan's face, knocking him out cold. Binding him tightly, Talus called out to the other teams. Any survivors on your end? Report, sir. This is Team A, Group 3. The spaceship is secure. No enemies found. Team B, Group 6 reporting. Target spaceship is under our control. No sign of the enemy. Soon, other teams also reported success. All 5 spaceships were seized, but unfortunately, Jonathan was the only prisoner. Take the spaceship to the underground base, Dock C. With this high-tech gear, it must have underwater capabilities, Talus ordered. As he began his routine inspection of the spaceship's propulsion and power systems, he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. This is... Talus stared at the string of energy formulas on the screen, a look of sheer delight spreading across his face. Wahoo, we're going to strike it rich this time. In the command room, Zhang Xuan was munching on a chocolate bar while the adjutant reported, Commander, Talus found something on those ships that might interest you. Oh, come on, adjutant, can we skip the suspense? Zhang Xuan rolled his eyes. I know you want to surprise me, but right now, I prefer getting straight to the point. Understood. The adjutant pulled up a string of numbers and letters, projecting it on the big screen. Zhang Xuan stared at the screen, hesitating for a moment before saying, You're not telling me Talus discovered some century-old math problem, are you? Because I'm not interested in that. This is a set of fundamental energy formulas, the adjutant explained. If you have any background in the field, you'll notice that 96% of the characters match high-energy gas formulas. So, what does that mean? It means the fuel used by these 5 ships can be converted into high-energy gas, which is essentially a treasure trove for you. According to Talus's calculations, just one ship can provide nearly 1,000 units of high-energy gas. Hiss. Zhang Xuan took a sharp breath, his eyes widening. The once incomprehensible numbers and letters now seemed to glow with a golden light, almost blinding him. 5 ships, that's about 5,000 units of high-energy gas. Damn, I'm going to be rich. The ships have entered deep waters and are expected to reach the underground port in 3 minutes, the adjutant added. Great. This is a brilliant win. Zhang Xuan rubbed his hands together in excitement. All right, adjutant, turn off that golden glow. It's too dazzling. Affirmative. The golden light vanished, and Zhang Xuan eagerly stood up, itching to rush to the port and drain every last drop of high-energy gas. With this fortune, he could upgrade to an array of mid-level units, fighter jets, tanks, ghosts, you name it. Please remain calm, Commander. The adjutant stopped him. Additionally, I found something unexpected while checking the ship's navigation records. A global map appeared on the big screen, dotted with countless flashing lights: red, yellow, and white. The white dots were the most numerous and densely packed. What's this supposed to mean? Zhang Xuan frowned. The red dots indicate other cultivation stations, the adjutant explained. The yellow dots are other facilities of a Manra corporation on Earth, though their specific functions are unclear. The white dots mark recent activity locations of human awakeners organizations. Zhang Xuan's excitement waned significantly. When are these navigation records from? Within the last 6 months. Only 6 months? Doesn't that mean these awakeners organizations have been exposed for a while? They've been under the Tree's surveillance all this time? That appears to be the case. Staring at the countless dots on the map, Zhang Xuan couldn't shake off a growing sense of unease. This was going to be tricky. The Awakener organization had been exposed long ago. Looking at the flight logs, the most recent entry was just 3 days ago. The protagonist always knew these people were unreliable, but never expected them to be this careless, exposing their own movements so thoroughly. They had been under surveillance for over 6 months without realizing it. The situation was clear now. All organizations might already be monitored, necessitating a change in plans. On the way, Zhang Xuan collected some crystal minerals and hurried to the underground port. His face darkened. Originally, he planned to spend a few months consolidating various Awakener organizations worldwide for his use. Even a disorganized group, when effectively mobilized and organized, could form a formidable force. But now, this path seemed unfeasible. He didn't know how many Awakener organizations existed globally, but the white dots on the map were scattered all over the world, even in the Arctic and Antarctic. Sending someone to contact these organizations might alert a Manra corporation, possibly triggering an early apocalypse. Under the protection of 2 Marines, Zhang Xuan silently arrived at the underground port, contemplating his next moves. Commander Swick was already waiting there. Seeing Zhang Xuan approach, he immediately saluted. Thank you for your hard work, Commander. Zhang Xuan nodded. Have our warriors' bodies been taken care of? Everything is ready. They will be buried tomorrow morning. Swick's eyes flickered with sadness. These warriors were brave, but it's a pity. Zhang Xuan patted Swick's shoulder comfortingly and said, their sacrifice will not be in vain. We will avenge them. Yes. Swick nodded firmly, then pointed to the 5 ships docked at the port in the distance. Commander, those are our spoils of war. Well done. The ships were all identical, white and disc-shaped, resembling legendary UFOs. Several 90mm laser cannons extended from the sides. Each was about 20 meters in diameter, quite large. Lieutenant, what should I do with them? Zhang Xuan looked at the ships, unsure. Should he dismantle them first to extract the energy storage boxes? Just place your hand on the hull. All right. Zhang Xuan placed his hand on the ship, and the next moment, he felt a surge of heat. Congratulations, you have obtained 1682 units of high-energy gas. Zhang Xuan's face lit up with joy. He then drained the energy from the remaining ships in the same manner. After all, if these ships were needed, the SCV could modify the energy supply system to use fusion energy instead of the precious high-energy gas. Your current resources are 6,530 crystal minerals and 8660 high-energy gas. Zhang Xuan was ecstatic. Seeing these impressive numbers, he couldn't contain his excitement. With sufficient funds, he could now attempt things that were previously out of reach. For Zhang Xuan, the most crucial aspect right now is air power. The price of Viking fighters has gradually become acceptable. However, relying solely on Vikings is far from enough. To counter the fleet of the three-eyed people on the moon, a diversified force is essential. Zhang Xuan understands the immense power that comes from coordinated operations involving various units. Currently, aside from battlecruisers and science vessels, all other air units are mid-air, giving him a wider range of options. The Hercules is indispensable. Its warp capability makes it the best choice for rapidly deploying troops to the battlefield or for emergency evacuation. Banshees must also be considered for their excellent stealth capabilities, allowing them to infiltrate moon bases and create chaos among the three-eyed people. As for the Banshee, while it also has stealth capabilities, it cannot operate in space and is nearly useless in direct combat. However, using them to raid the three-eyed people's breeding stations might yield unexpected results. The Raven, although limited in combat power, can deploy defense drones to intercept enemy long-range strikes, proving more practical than missile turrets. Liberators and medevacs are also essential. However, when Zhang Xuan started calculating the costs, he realized he was running low on funds. Facing the current shortage of firepower, Zhang Xuan decided to purchase 1 Raven, 1 Hercules, 2 Vikings, and 2 Liberators. The total cost was 6,500 high-energy gas. Despite this expenditure, he would still have just enough funds to warp and ground troops. However, when he was informed that there was a shortage of crystal minerals, he felt a bit disappointed. Although he could afford the high-energy gas costs for these units, the total crystal mineral cost was 8,000, and he was slightly short. With a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, Zhang Xuan said, somewhat helplessly, just a bit short. It's okay, go ahead and record this order. The crystal minerals will be gathered soon enough. He currently had nearly 20 SCVs, with a mining speed of about 800 to 1,000 per hour. Although the crystal mineral resources on this island were limited, the total should be in the tens of thousands. Once the minerals here were exhausted, he could move to another location. Nonetheless, to prevent any surprises, he decided to send someone out to scout the surrounding area. Back on the ground, he ordered a Hercules to be warped in and instructed Team A to prepare for an exploration mission. Suddenly, a massive blue light flashed across the sky, and a gigantic transport ship slowly emerged from space. The Hercules. This colossal ship, 200 to 300 meters long, made of reinforced ceramic steel, showcased immense defensive power. Although it lacked weapon systems, its size was sufficient to carry a substantial and formidable combat force. As the Hercules descended slowly, a series of names came through the communications channel. On the Hercules transport ship, Captain Stuart Monskaws stood out remarkably. While other crew members dutifully performed their roles, the captain's presence on this colossal vessel was exceptionally significant. He was the soul of the ship, guiding his crew forward. Stuart Monskaws was tall, handsome, and commanding, with deep, resolute eyes that exuded determination and decisiveness. He was not just the captain, but the leader of the entire crew. Whenever they faced challenges, he remained calm, stabilized the crew's morale, and infused them with confidence and courage. Under his leadership, the crew operated as a tightly knit team, working seamlessly together to accomplish their tasks. They understood that only by staying united could they navigate this massive ship through turbulent waters. Captain Stuart Monskaws was their cornerstone, providing them with endless strength and support. Despite the Hercules transport ship's immense size, under Stuart Monskaws's command, it glided through the vast ocean like a nimble vessel. His wisdom and bravery filled the crew with confidence and a sense of direction. They knew that with such a wise leader, any storm could be weathered and any obstacle overcome. Stuart Monskaws was not only the captain of the Hercules transport ship, but also a beacon of hope for the crew. His presence filled the entire vessel with power and optimism, making each crew member feel invincible. In this united team, everyone took pride in having such an outstanding leader. A week later, data collected from the spacecraft showed that the three-eyed beings patrol and scan the entire globe every 30 days, with the next patrol scheduled in 20 days. To prepare for the potential battle in 20 days, the entire base has been rapidly developing. Not only is there now a barracks on the surface, but a new engineering station has also been constructed, along with varying numbers of bunkers and missile towers. 300 Marines are stationed at various positions around the island, with a guard post every 10 meters, turning the entire island into an impregnable fortress of steel. Additionally, the underground base has been interconnected by the SCVs, expanding and heightening the space. Half of it has been converted into a breeding room for the Kraken of the North Sea, while the other half serves as a protective zone to withstand bomb impacts. Soon, Zhang Xuan is expected to receive the first batch of Kraken resources. However, with rapid development, many issues have started to surface. Chief Engineer Carmel reported to the commander that the crystal mines on the island are nearly exhausted, with collection efficiency dropping nearly by half compared to a week ago. The exploration teams sent out have yet to find any new resources. The laboratory reported that supplies for breeding the Kraken are running low, and Professor Chen Tianming suggested dispatching troops to other breeding stations to seek supplies. Additionally, unidentifiable ships have often been detected approaching offshore and then quickly leaving. Captain James suspects they belong to the Awakener organization and requested permission from the commander to send out a team to intercept them. In the deputy's report, Zhang Xuan felt a bit overwhelmed. Although he had attained the rank of major, with greatly enhanced memory and reaction speed, he still found the heavy workload exhausting. While organizing tasks and information, he told the deputy, "From now on, don't report minor issues to me. Let the responsible officers handle them. Otherwise, I can't manage everything." The deputy immediately updated the orders, reducing the tasks on the big screen by more than half, giving Zhang Xuan a sigh of relief. These days, he had almost no time to attend the commander training courses at the barracks, overwhelmed by work and tasks every day. He felt like he was managing not just a small island, but bearing the weight of managing an entire world. Every time a command center is built, a team of administrative personnel is assigned to assist with various tasks. They are experts in combat command and administrative management, essentially acting as Zhang Xuan's civil officers and think tank. Their assistance would significantly lighten Zhang Xuan's workload. Hearing this, Zhang Xuan joked, "Do I really look like I'm worth 40,000 crystal mines?" After a week, Zhang Xuan's financial situation improved. However, besides maintaining the daily operations of the base, he needed to continuously expand his forces and buildings. He had to add at least 50 combat units each day to ensure maximum defense capabilities for the base, with most of the expenses going towards the Marines. Currently, he commanded a force of 700 to 800 soldiers, with 300 ground and 300 underground combat units serving as defense forces. The remaining infantry and mechanical units were assigned to the Hercules transport ship under the command of Swick, responsible for rapid response and reconnaissance missions. In case of combat, the ground troops would engage the enemy first, and the Hercules could warp to the battlefield within a minute to deploy support troops. If the situation turned unfavorable, reinforcements from the underground base would be dispatched. This triple-layered defense arrangement gave Zhang Xuan some peace of mind. The base had 40,000 units of crystal minerals. Although this was a decent amount, the base's development would suffer greatly once depleted. To prepare for emergencies or sudden needs, he had to reserve a portion of the crystals. Until new mineral veins were found, this precaution was necessary. Setting aside the cumbersome tasks at the command center, Zhang Xuan decided to call in Lu Yang, recalling the brave miner from before. Lu Yang was brought to Zhang Xuan by two Marines, cautiously dressed in his miner's uniform, filled with gratitude and anticipation. On the way to the command center, he noticed the expanding scale of the base, and any lingering feelings of luck vanished. Surviving was enough. There was no need to overthink. Lu Yang attempted to kneel, but Zhang Xuan motioned for him to stand. Zhang Xuan handed Lu Yang a mission, instructing him to contact the resistance organization. Lu Yang was surprised and uncertain about what he could do for Zhang Xuan, but he was determined not to remain just a miner. Zhang Xuan did not need his life. He simply wanted to know if Lu Yang could connect with the resistance. Lu Yang promised to do his best. Although a lot of time had passed, he believed that once he returned to human society, he could find a way to reach the resistance leaders. Zhang Xuan ordered him to return to human society immediately and contact key figures in the resistance, with specific details to be provided by Bell. Lu Yang, puzzled, asked who Bell was, as he did not know them. However, in the next moment, an indescribable sense of oppression and impending danger surged through Zhang Xuan's heart. A dim red light flashed beside him, and a tall figure slowly appeared. This was Bell Scatman, a second-wave trainee of the Shadowblade project, a level 7 psionic controller, and a lieutenant. Zhang Xuan calmly gazed at the shocked Lu Yang and slowly said, "He will accompany you as you leave. Although it's only for a short period of 2 weeks, rest assured, he is a professional." Following the tall man named Bell, Lu Yang noticed that the soldiers they passed all instinctively stepped aside. Some couldn't avoid them and had to stand at attention and salute, but their eyes revealed a hint of fear, as if they were facing a monster. The first time Lu Yang met Bell in the command room, he was intimidated by his invisible aura and killing intent, which made him seem unapproachable. However, once they stepped out of the command room, Bell's demeanor became more relaxed, almost inconspicuous. Though he wore a mask that obscured his face, he didn't seem particularly frightening. Without the gun, Lu Yang might have mistaken him for an ordinary miner. Tentatively, Lu Yang asked, "Sir, are we on a mission?" Bell didn't look back and answered softly, "Infiltrate, assassinate, control." These 3 concise words left Lu Yang puzzled, understanding the words but sensing something unusual. The two arrived at the seaside where a combat team of 24 had been waiting for some time. James, standing with his hands behind his back at the front of the team, saw Bell and a flicker of something crossed his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Perfect timing. My men are ready, Lieutenant Bell. Do you need any support, sir? Bell nodded, patted the gun at his waist and said, "This is all I need." James nodded, glanced at the visibly surprised Marines behind him, and after a moment of thought, said to Bell, "I've faced people like you before. It wasn't a pleasant experience, but I hold no prejudice. I just hope you show your true strength." He then handed Bell a dossier. "This is our mission target. This cargo ship has appeared on the edge of the missile tower's detection range 4 times in the past week, and this is the 5th. I suspect there are awakened individuals and a substantial armed force on board. We need to take this ship and use it as a landing point for operations in the southern regions of the United States. I will assign 5 combat squads to follow you and provide fire support. They are the elite of Bravo Team, 1st Squad, under Lieutenant Chris. You just need to do your part. If things get tough, I'll call for rapid response support, but that will affect my evaluation." After carefully reading the dossier, Bell shook his head. "I don't need fire support. Give me 10 minutes, and then your men can board and take over." "Are you sure?" James asked, frowning. "I'm sure," Bell replied firmly. James had complete confidence in Bell's abilities, firmly believing that the Spectres were the best among all infantry units. He thought that if Bell couldn't handle this situation, then he might as well stop being a Spectre and just become a ghost. The previous promise of providing Bell with troop support was actually a test, a way to assess Bell's capabilities. If Bell accepted the support, James might have doubts about him. In James's view, a commander who can't complete his basic duties independently has no place here. "Deploy the Liberator," James ordered through the comms. Moments later, under Liu Yang's astonished gaze, a massive black object appeared on the distant sea. This was a derivative design of the UD Valkyrie frigate, the Liberator, a colossal tactical frigate equipped with Lexington rockets and Concorde cannons. Finally, the taxi arrived, and James smiled. Although the Liberator lacked airdrop capabilities, it could still accommodate some personnel. Even without a gravity drop system, it could temporarily serve the purpose. The voice of the Liberator's pilot, Casey Judas, sounded young and lively. James announced a change of plans. This time, Casey only needed to transport 1 passenger, Bell, Lieutenant Scatman, a Spectre. Over the comms, Casey expressed concern, claiming he was most afraid of people like the Spectres. James interrupted Casey, reminding him that Bell was right there, and not to say too much. Bell calmly stated that he didn't mind, and Casey awkwardly tried to explain. Bell deeply felt that people still misunderstood Spectres. They were not maniacs, and how could they possibly harm their allies? James reminded Casey that the target was approaching and urged him to speed up. The Liberator approached the shore, the hatch slowly opened, and Bell walked out alone. Casey tried to bridge the gap with Bell, worried that prejudice might lead to a tragedy. However, Bell was indifferent to the pilot's prejudice, found a spot to sit, and focused on resting with his eyes closed. Casey sat in the driver's seat, waiting, her heart growing heavier by the minute. She felt as if she were enveloped in a gray fog. Staring at her phone screen with no response in sight, she began to feel a deep sense of despair. She feared she had lost her chance to reconnect completely, overwhelmed by helplessness and anxiety. Silently, she prayed, pleading for a glimmer of hope. She vowed that from now on, she would never again speak her mind so recklessly. About 20 kilometers off the island, a cargo ship laden with goods was slowly making its way through the waters. In the captain's cabin, a bearded man in blue camouflage, armed with ammunition, walked in and asked David if there were any updates. Sitting there was a young man with blonde hair, dressed casually, but his blue eyes shone with determination as he stared intently at the distant island. Buildings on the island had increased, and although his abilities couldn't provide a clearer view, he confirmed the presence of a Blevel and a level-awakened individual. The rest was unknown. Blevel? It seems the intelligence from the training base was accurate. The level must be a new recruit from the Resistance, who was presumed dead after going missing for a while. The bearded man mused, stroking his beard with a frown. How many people do you think will need to take this place down? The island's armed forces are formidable. At least an level awakened is required. And both of our levels are in Antarctica. That's true, but it's not the first time we've requested external support. Once we return, we can try contacting those free awakeners. Although levels charge a hefty price, getting support from a level would be worth the cost. Maybe, but I've never understood why we take on such dangerous missions. If those three-eyed creatures find us, the consequences will be dire. Don't worry, our ship is camouflaged. They won't. Suddenly, the ship shuddered. The cargo ship, which had been moving slowly, came to a halt. What happened? The bearded man immediately grabbed the communicator and shouted, but there was only silence on the other end. Damn, have the three-eyed creatures attacked? David stood up in a panic, pacing nervously in the cabin. Don't jump to conclusions, The bearded man checked the control panel's data and found that the lower propulsion system and communication system had been damaged, evidently by forceful intrusion. He quickly pulled out 2 guns, handed one to David and said, "Take this and stay calm. Our communications are down. Use your abilities to locate the enemy. How many survivors do we have?" All right. David realized this was a critical moment for survival, his eyes gleaming with determination. The lower cargo hold has no survivors, the middle living quarters have over 30 people, and there are no casualties on the deck yet. But why can't I find the enemy's location? David found it hard to believe his own words and scanned the ship again, but to no avail. It could be an awakener with observation interference abilities. Stay here and don't make any rash moves. I'm going down to coordinate the battle. After the bearded man left the captain's cabin, David felt increasingly uneasy. His anxiety drove him to keep using his abilities, unable to stop. The more he observed the enemy's every move, the more terrifying they appeared. He saw his comrades falling one by one, with some shooting but seemingly unable to pinpoint the enemy's location. 8 minutes passed in a flash, and the gunfire outside grew louder. Exhausted from using his mental powers, David had to stop and suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Nervously, he hid behind the desk, gripping his gun and staring intently at the entrance. The door burst open, and it was the bearded man. David breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his gun, and approached him. "Thank goodness you're alive. Things outside seem really bad. Why are you back now?" David asked. The bearded man didn't respond, standing motionless at the door with a dead look in his eyes, giving David a chilling feeling. Just as David was about to speak, he was struck on the head and lost consciousness. Inside the captain's cabin, red lights flashed, and a tall figure appeared. It was Bell. Mission accomplished. The team can move in now. The massive Liberator hovered in the air, ropes thrown down from the hatch as fully armed Marines swiftly rappelled down. Every member of Squad 1, Team Bravo, was an elite with exceptional combat skills. They quickly spread out, guns raised, scanning the surroundings. 5 members of Combat Group 1 headed to the captain's cabin to take control of the freighter, while the others rapidly secured various sections of the ship, conducting a thorough search. The Marines discovered bound captives and the bullet-ridden bodies of the dead throughout the ship. Everyone was amazed by Bell's capabilities. In less than 10 minutes, he had not only precisely taken down the resistors, but also left many alive. Such efficiency left the entire Bravo Team 1 in awe. As James boarded the ship, he looked at the prisoners scattered around and couldn't help but remark, "The Ghost's legendary reputation is well-deserved." Initially, he thought Bell would sneak in, assassinate high-level targets, and then control the ship's top authorities. But Bell showed no mercy. Watching Bell's path on the large screen in the command room, James saw that no one could stop him. Even the awakened were helpless under Bell's psychic shockwave. Bell explained, "He is the highest ranking among them and is now under my mental control. He poses no threat. He will tell you everything you want to know." James nodded, instructing Chris to handle the interrogation and intelligence recording. Meanwhile, he scanned the surroundings, observing the captured enemies. Although none of the prisoners were injured, they all appeared disoriented, with a few even marked as awakened. Recently, the intelligent research deputy at the engineering station had successfully developed a small device capable of effectively identifying most awakened individuals and their levels, based on research data from cultivation site number 3. This device was now standard issue for all combat personnel, alongside personal energy shields. Despite the high cost, Zhang Xuan had shown some reluctance when making the payment a few days ago. Among the 7 awakened, 2 were classified as clevel, while the others were D-level. Such weak forces, how could they dare to provoke us here? James felt puzzled. Were these people really so reckless with their lives? The Messiah is just a medium-sized organization of awakened individuals. They have 2 rank awakened among their top fighters, but the overall strength of their members is generally weak. Their main activities are concentrated in some small countries across the Eurasian continent. This is evident from their current personnel configuration. They might have considerable financial resources, but their overall strength is not impressive. Otherwise, there would be at least 1 strong fighter on this ship. When the intelligence report was laid on Zhang Xuan's desk, he merely glanced at it and casually commented, "This organization is mediocre." Although they have 2 rank awakened, 1 was injured and the other crippled in the battle against the 3-eyed people. Now, they are hiding in a glacier base in Antarctica. When faced with high-level situations, they still need to hire external help. Moreover, it is said that the 3-eyed people are constantly monitoring Antarctica. At this rate, they will accomplish nothing. Compared to the global resistance, the Messiah is too small, but perhaps that is their advantage. Zhang Xuan suddenly had an idea. The vast organization of the resistance must have its flaws. Despite continuing to resist under the pressure from the 3-eyed people, their goals are too grand. The Messiah, on the other hand, is different. According to captured prisoners, they rarely engage with the 3-eyed people and are thus overlooked. This risky mission to investigate Cultivation Station number 3 is an attempt to enhance their organization's strength, possibly recruiting a brink or even an rank awakened. The conservative approach of their two leaders has led to frequent conflicts with other more radical awakened organizations. These internal conflicts resulted in the two rank awakened being ambushed and nearly killed. Perhaps leveraging the Messiah as an entry point, with low-profile initial actions to avoid attracting the attention of the three-eyed people, might be more effective. However, relying on Bell alone might not be sufficient. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xuan asked, "Lieutenant, how is Natalia's recovery progressing?" After a period of recuperation, Natalia had recovered well and would be fully healed in a week or two. Good. Have her come here. I have a task for her. Also, inform James not to dispose of the prisoners at will. They might still be useful. Shortly after, accompanied by Lisa, the visibly improved Natalia bounded into the command room like a lively little girl. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity about the sci-fi world. Zhang Xuan smiled and said, "Do you like it? I'll set up an identical room for you later." Zhang Xuan casually made a comment and handed over the dossier on Messiah, saying with a relaxed expression, "You train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for one. Although I haven't trained you for that long, aren't you supposed to deal with the three-eyed man? Now's your chance." Natalia looked at the documents in confusion, feeling a bit lost and unable to grasp their meaning. Since she could remember, her life had been confined to the orphanage and this number 3 training station. Her understanding of the human society on Blue Star was probably even less than Lisa's. Hesitantly, she asked, "What should I do? Do you want me to eliminate these people?" She pointed to the list of Messiah's top officials in the dossier. Zhang Xuan nonchalantly replied, "You don't need to do it yourself, at least not for 80% of the tasks. Soon, you'll meet an older man named Bell. Just follow his lead. He will assign you your tasks. With him around, you probably won't need to act directly." Lisa's face changed slightly at this, and she said, "Bell? The ghost named Scatman who came online a few days ago? Yes, I plan to infiltrate the Awakened with him and recruit more members under the guise of being an Awakened. But he's not truly an Awakened. Having a level psychic like you by his side will make the mission smoother. But I've heard those ghosts are pretty strange, always talking nonsense. I'm worried Natalia might be influenced by him. It should be fine, right? Bell seems quite normal to me. Apart from being a bit quiet, he hasn't shown any odd behavior." "Well, I've only met him twice." Lisa still looked concerned. Zhang Xuan straightforwardly said, "If you're worried, you can go along too. There's no limit on the number of people for this mission. I'm even planning to send a small team to monitor things in case of any unexpected events." Lisa nodded and smiled. "That sounds like a good chance to relax and experience some exotic culture." Zhang Xuan chuckled and reminded her, "Don't forget to bring me some souvenirs when you return. If my self-defense skills were better, I'd love to visit my home too." He sighed deeply. These days, he had thought about going home, even though no one was waiting for him there anymore. It was still his home once. Unfortunately, he had to sacrifice his personal desires for the greater good. Thinking about this, Zhang Xuan gave a bitter laugh. After Natalia and Lisa left, Zhang Xuan got back to work. "Adjutant, have the rapid response team ready for deployment. We're moving to the next phase of our plan. The nearest training station is number 18, right?" "Yes, Commander. The rapid response team is ready for combat, awaiting your orders." "Good, prepare to engage. This time, they must control the entire number 18 training station as quickly as possible. If there are any signs of escape or leaks, have the Air Force intervene and destroy the entire site." "Yes, Commander." Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the Hercules moved steadily forward. Svejk leaned against the ammunition crate, his bleary eyes opening with a sly grin. Without hesitation, he barked out the order, "Everyone, get into position immediately." The soldiers, hearing his call, quickly gathered together, ready to face the new challenge. The ship was about to engage its warp drive, with the target set on Station 18. This time, they were ready to write a new chapter of glory. Zhang Xuan had no intention of waiting foolishly for the next round of patrols and scans. He knew he had to push his limits within the limited time available to maximize resource development. At the moment, he believed the most profitable strategy wasn't mining but taking the initiative fighting monsters and looting. For him, those cultivation stations glowing red were like treasure troves of experience. He decided to seize them in the shortest time possible to amass resources and launch a frenzied attack. Although he wanted to engage in 2 or even 3-front warfare, using Hercules and his mechanical troops to teach the aliens a lesson, his limited resources and the need to personally command the battlefield meant he had to tackle them one by one. Currently, the number 18 bioweapon cultivation station is located in the Central Ocean region, stationed on an unmarked aircraft carrier equipped with comprehensive military power, including various fighter jets and frigates. Zhang Xuan decided to first deploy Viking fighters and liberators to destroy the enemy's aircraft and ships, then airdrop a rapid response team to raid the carrier. while Iron Ravens would jam all communication signals to ensure he had control over the battle. Commander, tactics have been updated. On the ocean, a massive aircraft carrier was slowly cruising. On its deck, soldiers were undergoing physical training, their shouts echoing. Nearby destroyers and frigates were patrolling as usual. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren sounded. The captain, panic-stricken, asked his deputy and discovered that unidentified flying objects were approaching the carrier, but the radar couldn't lock onto the targets, and the automated defense systems wouldn't activate. The captain was terrified. Could this be an attack by Awakeners? The next moment, two massive streams of light struck, instantly hitting two frigates and splitting them in half, flames soaring into the sky. Immediately after, two dark shadows swept across the sky, missiles landing on the flight deck, causing explosions and destroying several fighter jets. Faced with the sudden onslaught, the crew was caught off guard and thrown into chaos. They were completely unaware. The automated defense system seemed to malfunction, allowing an enemy aircraft, as large as a giant, to pass silently without anyone reacting. High above, two swift Viking fighters streaked across the sky. Viking pilot Barton reported that the first wave of the Viking airstrike had successfully destroyed the enemy's air power, and they were preparing for the next wave. He urged the troops to get ready quickly. The fighters then turned around and, at an astonishing speed of Mach 20, once again charged toward the carrier battle group. Viking fighters have the ability to transform into mechs, but the pilots prefer to bravely fight in the skies rather than switch forms. For them, the power of the twin Gatling cannons is no match for the MT-50 Lancer missiles. More importantly, the pilots fear that their spines could be crushed during the transformation process. Meanwhile, junior officers organized the soldiers, who were ready for battle. Two liberators set up the Zhu Xian sword array within their long-range shooting range, enveloping the entire carrier battle group and precisely destroying destroyers or frigates, albeit slowly but steadily. After the second wave of airstrikes, it became challenging for the Vikings to find another bombing opportunity. The Lancer missiles are anti-aircraft weapons and would need to dive to inflict damage on ground units. However, during the dive, there is a risk of being hit by manual anti-aircraft guns. But this no longer mattered. The Hercules was ready. A gruff voice came over the comms. Suddenly, a blue light flashed above the carrier deck, and a massive ship appeared. The gravity drop was initiated. Commander Swick, may the wind be at your back. The gravity drop bay doors of the Hercules opened, deploying 200 Marines in just 5 seconds. Following closely behind were a few Raiders and Hellbat mechs. Combining firepower and tanking, they were well equipped to handle most battles. As soon as Swick landed, he loudly ordered everyone to regroup by squads and prioritize eliminating any enemies firing at them. He aimed his gun at an enemy soldier and pulled the trigger. The Hellbats provided cover as the squads rushed into the carrier's interior. Talus led a team to the control center with orders to capture the captain alive and execute any who resisted. After a week of combat training, Swick's tactics and shooting skills had significantly improved, perhaps due to his recent promotion to captain. A 20-man assault team, covered by 4 Hellbats, quickly stormed the carrier's interior, while the remaining troops engaged the enemy pouring out onto the deck. Looking down over the entire battlefield, you can see blue energy shields flickering on the aircraft carrier. The soldiers wielding automatic weapons are terrified, as their bullets are completely ineffective against those clad in mysterious armor. Bullets streak through the air like meteors, but are effortlessly deflected by the personal energy shields. Each of these shields, modified at the engineering station, costs 20 units of crystal ore and can withstand 100 bullets. The overwhelming battle has lasted less than 5 minutes, and Sveik's forces have already taken firm control of the deck. Meanwhile, the special assault team that led the charge has successfully infiltrated the hidden number 18 incubation station in the lower levels of the aircraft carrier and commenced their operation. The captain stood in the command room, his eyes fixed on the fierce battle outside, a sense of despair filling his heart. He desperately wanted to escape the chaotic battlefield, but neither phone calls nor the communications device of the three-eyed man yielded any response. Despair fueled his anger, and he hurled the phone against the wall in frustration. The naval officers in the command room exchanged worried glances. They were cornered with no soldiers at their disposal, facing either capture or death. Refusing to give in, the captain knew all too well the fate that awaited him if he fell into human hands. Trembling, he pulled a device from his pocket and pressed a button. Instantly, nanobots poured out like a stream, rapidly covering his body to form a black nanosuit. This suit wasn't meant for combat. It was an environmental adaptation suit designed to provide survival and support in harsh conditions, including deep-sea environments. By jumping into the water, he might have a chance to escape. At that moment, a grenade launcher struck the door, blowing it open. 2 squads of Marines stormed in. Mark led the charge, his gun blazing, subduing anyone who tried to resist. He sternly ordered them to disarm and surrender, his weapon trained on the captain in the nanosuit, nerves taut, ready for any threat. The captain hesitated, raised his hands, then suddenly dashed towards the window, attempting to leap onto the deck. Mark ordered his men to open fire. Bullets struck the nanosuit, leaving dents and piercing several layers, hitting the captain's body. However, the captain's physical strength far exceeded that of a human, and despite multiple injuries, he continued to fight his way towards the deck. Determined not to let him escape, Mark commanded his team to keep shooting. Mark tossed his gun aside, took an elegant leap, and dashed through the shattered window. He jumped from the tower, which stood over 10 meters high, and instantly grabbed the captain, rolling with him on the ground. Despite the power armor's robust protection, the impact from such a height nearly knocked Mark off his feet. Fortunately, the captain cushioned the fall, reducing the shock. Otherwise, Mark might have been immobilized. Despite the intense jolt to his body, Mark firmly pinned down the captain and swiftly drew his pistol from his waist, aiming at the head and pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in quick succession, and the captain finally went silent. With the mission complete, a slight smile of relief appeared on Mark's face as he opened his visor and took deep breaths. Good job, kid. Which unit are you from? Asked Svik, approaching with admiration for the daring young man, even though his face seemed familiar. However, in the ever-changing military environment, this might just be another ordinary sergeant to him. Mark stood up and reported to Svik, Sir, former leader of Combat Team 3, Alpha Squad, now leader of Combat Team 2, 6 Squad, Alpha Company. Sergeant Mark Horn, reporting. Ah, from Team 3? Svik said, suddenly realizing, I remember you now. You used to be an airborne, right? No wonder you have such guts. Well done, well done. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Mark replied gratefully. Svik encouraged him. I have high hopes for you, Mark. You've earned this. The captain was a significant target. I've decided to promote you to Staff Sergeant, effective immediately. Continue leading Team 2 of 6 Squad. When we expand next time, the position of Deputy Squad Leader will be yours. With that, he patted Mark on the shoulder and turned to leave. Mark, overwhelmed with excitement, shouted, Thank you for the opportunity, sir. After Svik walked away, Mark pumped his fists in the air, unable to contain his joy. He knew that as long as he dared to fight and take risks, there would be rewards. In the future, he was determined to become an officer. No, he had the potential to become a field officer. When that time came, he would truly make his mark. The commando team encountered even fiercer resistance inside the aircraft carrier compared to the deck. The enemies on the deck were mostly regular soldiers, but closer to the incubation station, there were more three-eyed soldiers. While they weren't as troublesome as the enemies equipped with personal shields encountered earlier, their weaponry was clearly superior to that of the regular soldiers. However, with the protection of 4-bat units and personal energy shields, most attacks couldn't penetrate their defenses. The commando team's advance was slightly slower than expected due to the staunch resistance, but it was not a major issue. Upon reaching the lower deck, they finally located the biological incubation station. Compared to Station 3, Station 18 had stronger military defenses but was smaller in scale. It was evident that they hadn't found any traces of large, high-grade modified organisms. When Talus gave the order to breach the door, 2 grenades exploded with a deafening roar, causing the metal door to split open. The soldiers quickly stormed into the laboratory. Despite being called a bioweapon incubation facility, the interior was only about the size of 2 basketball courts. In the center of the lab, a massive life support apparatus was still humming. Through the glass, green nutrient solution could be seen filling the chamber. Suspended gracefully in the solution was a red, web-like plant. An alarm sounded, indicating the detection of an unknown infection source. Everyone was urged to proceed with caution. Warning: unknown infection source detected. Proceed with caution. Zhang Xuan, stationed at the base, stared intently at the large screen displaying footage of Talus. Upon hearing the urgent warning from his deputy, his anxiety spiked. He instinctively ordered, "Evacuate the room immediately. Now." Following the command without hesitation, Talus led his team out, leaving 2 guard bats at the entrance, vigilantly watching the peculiar plant. This web-like plant was unlike any ordinary flora, with its blood-red surface emitting a faint pink glow, pulsing as if it were breathing, resembling the rhythmic beat of a heart's blood vessels from a distance. According to Talus's report, when Marines approached within 10 meters, their power armor triggered a radiation alert. However, moving away deactivated the alarm, indicating that the radiation's influence was limited in range. Regardless, anything labeled as unknown is typically far from ordinary. Transmit the communication footage to the lab for Chen Tianming and his team to analyze, Zhang ordered. Understood. In the plaza of the underground base, a newly installed large screen broadcasted the live footage. A group of people in white lab coats gathered below, engaged in heated discussion. A middle-aged man with glasses remarked, "I think it looks more like some kind of biological organ rather than a plant, judging by its movement." A balding older man countered, I believe it's some unknown mineral element because of the strong radiation it emits. Hard to say, another scientist mused. Although we haven't observed it up close, this thing has radiative properties and is immersed in nutrient solution. It might indeed be some kind of plant. Or could it be a virus prototype? The debate continued, with no one able to convince the others. Qin Tianming frowned deeply in thought. For some reason, the sight of the plant sparked a sense of familiarity, though its distinct features should have been unforgettable. Could it be? He had seen it in another form before? I've got it. A slightly overweight man suddenly exclaimed. Doesn't this thing's color and shape look familiar to you? Although slightly different, it almost exactly matches the particles in karma powder. Qin Tianming's eyes widened in realization. Modified organisms receive specialized energy liquids or high-protein solid mixtures during their growth, avoiding random food intake. Every 7 days, a small amount of karma powder, a bait with red particles mixed with white powder and a peculiar scent, is added to their food. They had always believed it to be a potent animal attractant, as it significantly boosted the modified organism's appetite, allowing them to consume several times their usual amount. However, due to its inconspicuous nature and the inherent abnormalities of the modified organisms, this detail had been mostly overlooked. The slightly overweight man was always responsible for feeding the modified creatures, so he immediately recognized the karma powder. Soon, someone found a box of karma powder in the storage room. The small cardboard box, about the size of a shoebox, used to be enough for Station 3's cultivation needs for a month. Sure enough, upon close inspection, they found that the red particles in the karma powder were almost identical to the red plants in the footage. However, these particles had long lost their vitality. They no longer glowed, moved, or showed any radioactive response. Let's go to the lab immediately. Qin Tianming picked up the box and quickly headed towards the lab, followed by a group of people in white coats. More than 30 researchers worked together and soon analyzed the characteristics of the red particles. Standing in front of the computer, Qin Tianming looked at the screen displaying Zhang Xuan and, holding the report in his hand, said, "Commander, we have discovered some very peculiar properties of this red substance. When ingested by animals, their genes undergo rapid evolution at an astonishing rate, ranging from a minimum of 1,000 times to a maximum of 10,000 times faster. We suspect that the drastic changes in these modified creatures are directly related to this substance. However, the benefits of this substance are not something ordinary organisms can withstand. The entire evolution process is brief, approximately 1 hour, during which a substantial amount of energy is consumed. We speculate that even a minimal intake by humans would result in instant energy depletion and death, with potential unknown changes to the corpse postmortem. As for the unknown radiation you mentioned, it may originate from the inherent properties of the living plant itself. Even when it loses its activity and becomes karma powder, it retains the same effect. If it were in a living state, the effects would be even more terrifying. If improperly stored and exposed to air, it could unpredictably impact the surrounding ecological environment. We unanimously believe that this is definitely not a native species of blue star. I recommend immediate destruction. In the past, as a mad scientist, Qin Tianming would have undoubtedly kept the plant to study the characteristics of this alien species in depth. But now, he wanted to protect Blue Star and was well aware of the dangers of this substance. Even through such an advanced life support system, it could radiate effects on external organisms. If leaked, it could lead to the loss of tens of millions, even billions of lives. Therefore, destroying it was the best option. Zhang Xuan understood the plant's dangers and saw the seriousness in Qin Tianming's expression. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to destroy the plant without leaving a trace. Even if the plant might be useful in the future, he was not willing to risk the lives of his soldiers to bring it back or keep it. He harbored sinister thoughts, intending to destroy the aircraft carrier. The carrier held a substantial amount of nuclear fuel, and with just a simple modification by an SCV, he could easily trigger a massive nuclear explosion. However, he had to be cautious in choosing the detonation site to ensure that, in case the explosion failed to completely eradicate the plant, its remnants wouldn't spread through flames and air currents, causing catastrophic damage to the global ecosystem. If that happened, it would bring about an early apocalypse, all because of his actions. Zhang Xuan already had a preliminary idea of where to set off the explosion. Since the object was brought by the three-eyed beings, he decided to return it to them. No hesitation, express delivery. Sending a multi-ton aircraft carrier to the moon is undoubtedly a daunting task. Even with a powerful Hercules at Zhang Xuan's disposal, it wouldn't be enough. At least 2 cranes working in tandem would be required to lift it off, and to maintain mobility, possibly 3. Additionally, relying on warp capabilities is out of the question. The workload involved is immense. First, the ground-based garrison needs to mobilize to bring back the prisoners and the carrier. Such a large operation can't go unnoticed by the three-eyed people. The loss of 2 breeding stations has already alerted them, so thorough preparation is essential. Svik needs to reorganize his troops to continue attacking other nearby breeding stations. Ideally, at least 3 stations should be captured by tomorrow night. Commander, may I request permission for Captain Svik to take command of the Air Force? Our ground forces remain insufficient, and without air support, we won't be able to sustain our efforts. Although taking Breeding Station 18 didn't yield significant resources, capturing an aircraft carrier equipped with a devastating weapon makes the mission worthwhile. Svik's unit suffered 13 casualties and 26 injuries from start to finish, while the entire enemy carrier battle group was destroyed, and over 700 soldiers were captured. This is a commendable achievement. Once these prisoners are brought back and given a few days of ideological work, most should be able to join our ranks. This operation has been a resounding success. The story takes place on a beach outside the town of Carmen in the southern United States. A brooding man in black, a one-armed disabled person, a lively and adorable little girl in a white dress, and a gentle, tall young woman gathered together, creating a somewhat mismatched scene. Lisa gently said to Natalia, "Sweetie, please don't wander off. If you get lost, we won't be able to find you." Belle humorously added, "Don't worry, I'm good at tracking missing people. Even if you get lost, I can find you." Lisa smiled and said, "Mr. Bell, that was unnecessary." Natalia didn't say anything but thought to herself, when will they realize that she's actually 16 years old? She might look like a child, but she doesn't like being treated as one. Why do Lisa and the commander always treat her like a kid? Lisa gently asked, "Natalia, do you have any complaints about me?" Natalia blinked and said playfully, "No, Lisa, I'm just hungry and want something to eat." Lu Yang stood among the group, feeling a bit out of place and unsure how to interact with them, but he forced a smile and said, "I'm quite familiar with Carmen Town ahead. I've been there twice before, and there's a great restaurant that attracts many awakened ones from Western Europe. Messiah often visits too. How about we chat while we walk?" No one objected, as their mission was to find Messiah. Carmen Town, a picturesque seaside village, buzzes with activity during the summer tourist season, drawing countless visitors from afar. Currently, the town is at its busiest, with vehicles parked along the streets from the entrance, mostly pickup trucks or SUVs, with the occasional sedan standing out. Carmen Town warmly welcomes you. Natalia stood under a large sign at the edge of the town, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This was her first journey away from home, and everything she saw along the way felt extraordinarily new. Ahead was the restaurant, and the signal from Shalav and David was, "Order a cream with no sugar." That signal was rather crude. Lu Yang held a piece of paper containing crucial information and instructions about the Messiah. It's worth noting that Shalav was the bearded man previously captured on the freighter, although they have now been released. As a condition for their survival, they agreed to become a thorn in the Messiah's side for Zhang Xuan. Their easy submission was largely due to the shock from the military parade. After witnessing the Hercules' incredible abilities, James barely uttered a word before some willingly surrendered. However, only a few surrendered, with most lower-level personnel believing they were freed after paying a hefty ransom. Only those with special abilities and the bearded Shalav knew the truth and chose to align. The tighter this secret was kept, the better. Our current plan is to make contact with the Messiah, with Shalav acting as our introducer. With Natalia's and my abilities, we should easily attain high positions within the organization. Lisa and Lu Yang will join as assistants. The commander has given us just half a month, so we must take control of the Messiah within a week and then use the remaining week to absorb other awakened organizations. The group arrived at the town, and Natalia exchanged a glance with Belle. Both of their abilities related to the mind, allowing them to sense the presence of powerful awakened individuals in the town, as well as the aura of the three-eyed people. Although Carmen Town is known as a gathering place for the awakened, it had long attracted the attention of the three-eyed people. On their maps, this place was a blank spot. Initially thought to be just a surveillance point, the situation now appeared more complex. "Stay low-key," Belle reminded, pushing open the restaurant door. This was a local eatery and tavern, but due to the high cost of alcohol, it was rarely visited by the average person. At least, not by ordinary people. Perhaps because it wasn't mealtime yet, the place was nearly empty. Lu Yang cautiously glanced around, then cleared his throat and walked to the bar, knocking on the counter. "A cream with no sugar, please." The bartender looked at Lu Yang, puzzled, and said, "We don't have cream." "What?" Lu Yang was taken aback, then repeated, "I want a cream with no sugar." His tone grew slightly firmer, and his voice inadvertently louder. The atmosphere in the shop suddenly grew tense. The customers paused what they were doing and curiously eyed Lu Yang and his companions. Lu Yang felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a hint of nervousness creeping in. Suddenly, Natalia, displeased with the situation, let out a cold snort. Her invisible psychic power swept through the entire restaurant like a sharp blade, making the air seem to freeze. This was level strength. Such a powerful presence in this small town was unheard of. Instantly, everyone focused on their food and drinks, not daring to peek any longer. "Didn't you hear us? We need a cup of light cream with no sugar." Don't think this is how the Messiah treats guests, Natalia said, her voice icy. She slowly lifted off the ground, her body floating in midair, eyes glinting as she coldly stared at the bartender in front of her, who was only at level strength. The young bartender shivered all over. As a class awakened, he simply couldn't bear the pressure from a class awakened. His face turned pale, mouth agape but unable to speak, as if frozen in fear. Ha ha ha. Miss Natalia truly is remarkable. When David mentioned her before, the young bartender was skeptical, wondering how they could possibly recruit a class awakened. But now, it seems their claims were not unfounded. An elderly man dressed in a black robe, with a cross hanging on his chest, looking like a priest, emerged from the kitchen. With his appearance, an invisible yet gentle force spread out, dissolving Natalia's oppressive aura. Another class awakened, and a psychic ability user at that, though it seemed his abilities were not combat-oriented. Natalia saw through the old man's nature instantly. She was furious and ready to strike. Bale had already marked everyone in the shop with his psychic ability, including the old man. Within 3 seconds of taking action, he could quickly defeat all enemies. However, the priest voluntarily withdrew his power and bowed slightly in apology. Miss Natalia, it was just a joke or a test from me, nothing to do with others. If you wish to take action, please do so elsewhere to avoid drawing attention. The diners and staff in the shop stood up, made a cross gesture toward the priest, and exclaimed in unison, Father Muir. Lu Yong, standing nearby, was taken aback upon hearing the name. Though the information was sparse, it was certain that this priest was the third core figure of the Messiah organization. As a class support type psychic awakened, his single combat ability might be slightly stronger than a class combat type awakened, but still limited. Yet, this man could firmly hold the top position below a class, showcasing his extraordinary skills. Father Muir, we were invited by Mr. Carmen and Mr. Shilov to join Messiah. Wasn't your test a bit inappropriate? Lisa pulled Natalia aside and smiled, saying, You must be Miss Lisa. I've heard Carmen mention you, and indeed, you are a beautiful lady. Father Muir smiled and said, I apologize. In this urgent time, with the 2 leaders absent, I had to do what I could for Messiah's safety, so I had to resort to some little tricks. Please forgive me. Lisa remained silent, and Father Muir continued, Messiah's current situation is not optimistic. With the 2 leaders injured and in hiding, hostile organizations have been trying to destroy us. Just this month, we've uncovered 7 infiltrators with abilities, so? His words carried a hint of distrust toward them, implying that even with someone vouching for them, it wasn't enough to guarantee that the guarantor wouldn't betray the organization. Lu Yong couldn't help but sarcastically comment, what kind of people would send a powerful class awakened to infiltrate, especially into an organization on the brink of collapse? He then added, Sorry, I spoke bluntly. Hope you don't mind. Despite being an undercover agent, he couldn't tolerate others speaking about him this way. Only he could do it, not others. This double standard was quite amusing. Mr. Lu Yong, right? Father Muir's smile remained bright. You are absolutely correct. It was my mistake. Representing the Messiah, he warmly welcomed your arrival and invited you to take a brief rest. Later, I will introduce you to an important figure. With the addition of a level strongman, we believe this will win us the support of a significant figure. The Messiah will be saved, and so will we. Father Muir spoke with fervor, as if a devout believer had glimpsed a legendary deity. The 4 of them exchanged glances, sensing something unusual. Something's not right here. Notify the rapid response team and prepare for support, Belle's voice echoed in Lisa's mind. Having already witnessed the ghost's abilities, Lisa showed no sign of suspicion. She casually swiped her wristwatch, sending a message immediately. Meanwhile, not far from the coastline, a patrol ship seized by Zhang Xuan lay hidden beneath the water's surface. Upon receiving the message, everyone checked their weapons, readying for battle. The deputy leader of Squad 1, B Company, Marine Lieutenant Tyler Francis, led the rapid response team. The ship housed 15 Marines, 3 Raiders, 3 Widowmakers, and 3 Predator robots. This setup was more than sufficient for providing fire support or executing a swift rescue. After checking his firearms, Tyler began marking coordinates on a small map. If they encountered a situation beyond their control, 2 Viking fighters would arrive within 3 minutes. Triple insurance, Zhang Xian's old tactic. Soon, night began to fall. Led by Father Muir, the Messiah members left the town and gathered under a windmill tower just outside. Bell and his team were among them. The location was not far from the sea, and the elevated terrain allowed Bell to spot the hidden patrol ship in the distance. Miss Natalia's addition has significantly boosted our overall strength, but a level strongman might still not suffice. Our organization needs greater power. Before our leader returns, if we can secure a level strongman to stabilize the situation, the Messiah will neither decline nor perish, Father Muir said gently. Natalia didn't respond to him. She was merely curious, gazing up at the windmill tower as if recalling scenes from a comic she had read before. Father Muir continued, but a level strongmen are scarce, and at least we, the Messiah, cannot recruit one. However, if a level member of our organization advances to a level, the situation would be different. Natalia instinctively straightened her posture and calmly said, I'm almost at the A level. I have a feeling it might happen within these few days. If it weren't for some reasons, I wouldn't have remained at level for so long. Father Muir was intrigued by Natalia's words. Though he wasn't entirely sure what she meant by if it weren't for, his smile grew even brighter. He cheerfully said, That's wonderful. By the way, is Mr. Bell really just a class? According to the recommendation dossier provided by Carmen, Mr. Bell was classified as a class physical enhancement awakener. When the priest first saw his robust physique, he thought the same. However, perhaps due to his intuition as a psychic, Father Muir couldn't shake the feeling that this man seemed a bit too ordinary. Today's situation was unusually peculiar, yet eerily calm. Beneath this calmness lay an undercurrent of tension. For a class member, joining the Messiah seemed insignificant, almost indifferent, but today felt different. Natalia glanced at Bell and casually remarked, He is indeed class. Is there a problem? Natalia wasn't skilled in social interactions, so her feigned expression was easily seen through. Father Muir pondered for a moment and then smiled. Just thought he looked familiar. Maybe it's just my imagination. Saying this, he quickly walked to the wooden door of the windmill tower and knocked 3 times with respect. Come in, a deep voice responded. Father Muir turned to Natalia and said, You can come in with me to meet the master. No need to follow behind. Though it sounded like a question, Natalia had no choice but to comply. She glanced at Bell instinctively and said awkwardly, Maybe I should wait outside. Father Muir's smile took on a strange quality as he replied, Natalia, this is a rare opportunity. Once you join the Messiah, you must follow the organization's arrangements. Bell nodded expressionlessly, leaving Natalia no choice but to follow them inside. Father Muir ignored the subtle interactions between them, perhaps deeming them unimportant now. At some point, over a dozen Messiah members had gathered around. Natalia entered the room, and the door was shut. Bell spoke up, Are you coming at me one by one, or all at once? Suddenly, a roar erupted, and various abilities were unleashed instantly. A psionic dagger appeared in Bell's hand, his eyes gleaming sharply. His body flashed with red light and vanished in an instant. 2 red blades sliced through the air. Blood spurted from the necks of several Messiah members simultaneously, and they fell lifeless to the ground. Gunshots rang out next. Lisa, wielding an electromagnetic pistol, deftly dodged the spurts of blood as she fired continuously, leaving no one to escape their fate. Apart from combatants like Natalia, who were class or above, no one could withstand the electromagnetic weapons attacks. Although Liu Yang was only E-class, without weapons or an energy shield, his exceptional evasion skills made him impossible for several class Messiah members to catch. In under 2 minutes, all the enemies were wiped out. Lisa immediately called for backup, sensing the dire situation. Bell removed his outer clothing, revealing his ghost armor, ready for a greater challenge. He swiftly rushed to the door, preparing to kick it open with psionic force. Confidently following Father Muir into the room, Natalia's mind was filled with doubt about everything. In this 3-story open library, the shelves are lined with various ancient texts. Despite its modest size, the room is steeped in history. A 3-eyed man, aged and robed in black, is meticulously studying an ancient book, examining each word with a magnifying glass. Noticing the 3rd eye on his forehead, Natalia's face betrays her unease, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Beside her, Father Muir, as if in the presence of his master, immediately kneels and fervently exclaims, Great Father, I have prepared the sacrifice you need. Please commence the blood transfusion ritual. Natalia realized that this traitor had betrayed humanity and couldn't help but curse in anger, intending to use her psychic powers to subdue him. However, she found that her abilities were nullified in this room, unable to move no matter how hard she tried. The old man put down his magnifying glass, stood up with effort, and scrutinized Natalia. She attempted to step back and leave the room, only to find the door locked, her frail body unable to budge it. Smiling, the old man said, The blood transfusion ritual can proceed. But first, I want to taste this child. A grade human child should have tender, delicious meat. Despite his kindly smile, his words were chilling. Father Muir gleefully produced a dagger, ready to draw Natalia's blood. Suddenly, a blue energy shield enveloped her. The old man recognized the personal shield, puzzled but not entirely surprised, given humanity's centuries-long conflict with the 3-eyed civilization. Although protected by the shield, Natalia had no means of attack and could only pound on the door, shouting for help, Sister Lisa, help me. There's a creepy old man trying to hurt me. The old man took out a revolver, loaded it, and softly said, This room is specially designed. No one can enter without my permission. He aimed the gun and shattered the shield with a shot. As he prepared to inject a sedative, a loud crash reverberated, and cracks began to form on the wooden door. Sounds from outside filtered into the room. The old man was surprised. This room was supposed to have a defensive field that could withstand most attacks. Soon, there were more booming noises and shouting from outside. In the midst of an intense space battle, the protagonist John piloted his spaceship, targeting a massive turtle's hell ship. He gripped the control stick tightly, his eyes fixed firmly on the enemy, a burning desire for victory fueling him. "Prepare to fire," John commanded, his voice filled with determination and resolve. The spaceship's laser cannon slowly charged, emitting a low humming sound, as if it were eagerly anticipating the fight. John felt the vibrations of the ship, merging with it as one. He took a deep breath, ready to face the imminent challenge. With a thunderous roar, the laser cannon sliced through the darkness of space like a bolt of lightning, aiming for the weak spot of the turtle's hell ship. A sharp gleam flashed in John's eyes, his battle fervor burning intensely, unafraid of the formidable foe. "Fire!" John shouted, and the spaceship's laser cannon, like a harbinger of destruction, instantly struck the turtle's hell ship, obliterating it in a moment. A powerful energy wave surged, and the expanse of space was filled with searing flames, heralding the arrival of victory. A surge of triumph welled up in John's heart. He took a deep breath, savoring the calm after the battle. In this boundless universe, he demonstrated unwavering will and courage, ready to fight to the last moment to uphold his beliefs. The Elder with 3 eyes never expected to be bombarded by his own kind's spaceship, leaving him utterly shocked. After a volley of fire from the spaceship, half of the windmill tower was destroyed, and its once solid force field crumbled instantly. As the force field vanished, Natalia used her powers to lift off the ground, evading danger. Following that, Punisher grenades and a fierce group of Marines descended onto the ruins of the windmill tower. Led by Lieutenant Taylor, the Marines charged in, firing without hesitation. Under the relentless attacks from all directions, the 2 resisting individuals were quickly subdued. Father Muir's psychic shield was pierced in the hail of bullets, and he was brutally gunned down. However, the Elder with 3 eyes displayed an astonishing reaction speed. Enveloped in an energy shield, he bravely charged toward the Marines' defense line. His swift and agile movements surpassed most of the Marines' reaction times, with only Lieutenant Taylor barely able to keep up. Yet, the Elder didn't realize that his so-called weak point was actually a trap. As an experienced Army lieutenant, how could Taylor make such a rookie mistake? Just as the Elder broke through the encirclement, his face beaming with joy, he failed to notice the imminent danger. 3 Sentinel missiles sped towards him, and before he could react, he collided with them as if intentionally. The deafening explosion and the ensuing flames left a nearly 10-meter-wide irregular crater. As for the Elder with 3 eyes, there was no trace of him left. After issuing his mission orders, Taylor went to confer with Bell. Bell informed Taylor that the third-in-command of the Messiah had colluded with the 3-eyed people, but not everyone was a traitor. Taylor decided to discuss with the commander, adjusting their strategy and seeking out other potential 3-eyed infiltrators. He realized there might be more than one among them, and to ensure the secrecy of their plan, they had to eliminate these threats first. Facing the severity of the situation, he requested Bell and others for their assistance. Upon receiving Taylor's report, Commander Zhang Xuan felt a headache coming on. The situation in human society was more complex than he had imagined, with the 3-eyed people infiltrating even the awakened ones. Moreover, there were traitors like Father Muir among them. There was still a long way to go to win over the awakened worldwide. He ordered his deputy to mobilize the ground forces and form a rapid response team for the awakened plan, to be directly commanded by Taylor. He expressed satisfaction with Bell's plan and promised to promote him to lieutenant, encouraging him to keep up the good work. After the deputy agreed, Zhang Xuan pondered and said, "The situation is indeed severe." Zhang Xuan stood by the window, gazing out at the distant horizon, filled with anticipation. On the sea, a massive aircraft carrier was slowly approaching, like a moving giant. Although the escort ships and destroyers had been sunk and the spoils of war were not abundant, a single comma plant was enough to draw attention. Filled with curiosity and excitement, Zhang Xuan decided to personally investigate this mysterious alien plant. However, he was well aware of the dangers of radiation, so he chose to wear the Ghost Hazardous Environment combat suit to ensure his safety. This close-fitting suit would not hinder the use of his power armor and could effectively shield him from radiation, making his exploration of the comma plant more assured. As the aircraft carrier drew nearer, Zhang Xuan got his first close-up view of its majestic form, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The colossal vessel, which he had only seen on television before, was now right before his eyes. After donning his new gear, Zhang Xuan put on his helmet and headed to the underground port under the protection of the Marines. The entire base was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, with everyone taking shelter in bunkers, awaiting the unknown challenges ahead. Although the comma plant was securely protected by a life support system, caution was always wise when dealing with such a devastating biochemical weapon. Zhang Xuan boarded a patrol ship and landed on the aircraft carrier's deck. The Marines were already lined up to greet him, saluting in unison at the ship's exit. Talus shouted, "Salute," and everyone responded in chorus, paying their respects to the commander. As Zhang Xuan stepped out of the vessel, despite being accustomed to his leadership role, the sight of hundreds of soldiers ready and saluting filled him with a surge of pride. He walked to the front of the formation and encouraged them, "I will always remember our fallen comrades. Their contributions to humanity's future will never be forgotten. The crimes of the three-eyed people against Earth are unforgivable, but we will avenge their sacrifices. Revenge, revenge, revenge." In the distance on the deck, a group of captured humans was bound together, watched over by liberators and Viking mechs. Any movement could trigger a barrage of gunfire. Joel, the deputy captain, watched all this with trepidation, still reeling from the harrowing battle they had just endured. Seeing Zhang Xuan disembark from the UFO-like craft, he was filled with fear and doubt, even beginning to question whether these enemies were indeed from another world. They seemed to have been fighting aliens all along, which left them feeling somewhat puzzled. Especially the one who appeared to be the leader. Why was he seeking revenge for humanity? And who were those three-eyed people? Why was it impossible to understand what they were saying? The deputy next to him looked pale, as if he had something to say but hesitated. Reluctantly, he finally spoke, trembling. "When I was captured, Charlie next to me was killed." But, strangely, his face changed immediately. The most obvious change was an extra eye on his forehead. Hearing the deputy's description, the onlookers displayed expressions of disbelief. It's highly likely for an individual to experience an illusion, but for a group to witness the same thing is almost impossible. Could it be? An idea suddenly struck Vice Captain Joel's mind, one he tried to dismiss but couldn't ignore. In the training station, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of powerful energy, as if his abilities were quietly awakening. Perhaps it was due to his recent promotion in rank, or maybe his heightened perception, but Zhang Xuan began to notice things he couldn't sense before. He stared at the faintly glowing karmic plant, reaching out slowly to touch its radiation range. The face shield of his power armor immediately issued a radiation warning, but the radiation didn't penetrate, and the hazardous environment combat suit didn't trigger any alerts either. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely stepped closer to the plant. As he approached, the red exclamation mark on his face shield flashed faster, eventually displaying a 10-minute countdown. In 10 minutes, the radiation would completely breach his power armor. Standing before the life support device, Zhang Xuan asked his deputy, "Can you determine the situation?" The deputy responded, "Commander, according to the analysis, this plant doesn't directly grant evolutionary abilities to organisms. Instead, it attaches to a host, absorbing energy from it to achieve coevolution, similar to a symbiote." "Symbiote?" Zhang Xuan asked in confusion. The deputy explained, "Yes, once infected, the host's mind becomes influenced by the plant, turning highly aggressive. Eventually, the plant will control the host's thoughts and actions." Zhang Xuan gasped, realizing the plant's potential as a devastating weapon. The deputy continued, "The cellular composition of this plant is similar to the Zerg creep. You might be able to absorb part of it and decode it to unlock the Zerg panel." Zhang Xuan hesitantly asked, "Is it dangerous?" The deputy assured him, "Don't worry, there's no danger. Just place your hand on the life support device." Trusting his deputy's assurance, Zhang Xuan placed his hand without hesitation. Instantly, the room was flooded with red light. The karmic plant trembled violently, the radiation alarm on his power armor went berserk, and the 9-minute countdown rapidly decreased. As the countdown ended, Zhang Xuan felt his hazardous environment combat suit enveloped in heat. He urgently questioned, "Deputy, you said it was safe." The deputy replied, "Absorption and analysis are in progress." Terrified, Zhang Xuan realized the radiation had penetrated his power armor, and his combat suit was failing to protect him. He felt despair as he discovered his hand was glued to the glass, unable to move, as if it were stuck with adhesive. Zhang Xuan hesitated for a moment, then anxiously shouted into the communicator, "Sveik, get in here and take me out." However, the red glow in the room began to fade slowly in the next second. The once vibrant comma plant shriveled rapidly, with some parts even beginning to wither, ultimately shrinking to the size of a finger. After the absorption was complete, Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth and demanded from his adjutant, "You owe me an explanation. What on earth just happened?" Sveik had just rushed in with 2 others, but Zhang Xuan motioned for him to stay silent. The adjutant explained, "According to our analysis, your hostile environment combat suit can fully withstand the comma plant's counterattack. Everything was under control, and you were never in any real danger. Commander, please trust the system's capabilities." Zhang Xuan reluctantly nodded, acknowledging the adjutant's explanation. Although he had been startled, there was no real danger. He sternly said, "Next time, even if there's a thrilling scenario, inform me in advance. Do you know I almost wet my pants?" The adjutant nodded. "Understood, Commander. Your bladder didn't contain much urine, so you wouldn't have been scared into wetting yourself." Zhang Xuan felt this detail was unnecessary to delve into. According to their analysis, the comma plant could activate the Zerg panel. However, due to missing Zerg genes and data, only the creep technology had been unlocked. Consuming crystal minerals could warp and creep tumors, each capable of generating a kilometer radius creep. When Zerg structures are nearby, the creep receives nutrient feedback, expanding its coverage. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and asked, "What does the creep do?" Besides providing nutrients for Zerg structures, Zerg units on the creep benefit from increased attack and movement speed, faster healing, and accelerated evolution. Over time, this could lead to new abilities and traits. Realizing he currently had no other Zerg units, Zhang Xian understood this technology was ineffective for his human forces. He said, somewhat frustrated, "It seems this technology isn't very useful to me right now." The adjutant reassured him, however, there might be similar technology in the Blue Star breeding stations. If we can acquire the relevant organisms or plants, it could unlock more Zerg units. Zhang Xian sighed, realizing that unlocking more Zerg units wouldn't be straightforward and would require significant effort. He decided to expedite the plan to attack the breeding stations. Upon returning, he would build a Hercules ship and make James B. Squad the rapid response team. Fortunately, the system had retained some comma plants, so the lunar bomb plan wasn't entirely scrapped. Now, he needed to prepare for the upcoming air battle, despite not yet receiving any intelligence on the three-eyed people. Despite the protagonist's many efforts, the lunar base seemed oblivious to them. However, an uneasy feeling lingered in the protagonist's heart. Perhaps the enemy's spaceship had already approached quietly and was about to descend upon the lunar base. The protagonist began to feel waves of anxiety and tension, realizing that swift action was necessary to protect the base from an impending attack. Even though the pressure was immense, the protagonist's heart was filled with courage and determination. They vowed to defend the lunar base and safeguard that piece of territory belonging to humanity. Two outposts lost contact, and the mysterious disappearance of a noble finally drew significant attention from the lunar base. On the far side of the moon, countless spacecraft navigated the skysym on routine patrols, others on cargo missions. The base operated with the precision of an ancient machine. As the highest-ranking leader assigned by the company on Blue Star, Lunar Base Commander Duncan felt increasingly agitated. As a planet-level 90-year powerhouse on the verge of completing his third genetic fusion, he detested unpredictability and trouble. Every time the millennial cycle began its countdown, these damn natives always caused disruptions. But this time, it involved a Baron, an unprecedented occurrence. Humans, why are they so eager to seek death? Why not simply wait for their impending doom? Though Duncan was also a Triclops, his physique was exceptionally burly. Even seated, he was 3 meters tall, and standing, he was estimated to be 5 meters high. His robust muscles and gray, metallic shimmering skin showcased extraordinary strength. At this moment, Duncan was in the meeting room, listening to his subordinates report. "Commander, according to our intelligence, we have detected forces of an unknown civilization in the Pacific region. Some time ago, Baron Morpheus led 5 patrol ships and over 100 combat personnel to land on Blue Star. Their signal was last detected near Cultivation Station Number 3. We suspect these unknown forces might be hiding near Station Number 3, and their strength should be limited. Otherwise, our detectors would have found them by now." Unknown civilization? Duncan scoffed. "No other civilization would dare risk offending our Triclops civilization by infiltrating Blue Star. I believe they might be fortunate individuals who stumbled upon ancestral relics. After all, the Atlantis civilization still has many arsenals in the deep sea." The attendant smiled slightly and respectfully said, "You are wise." Duncan abruptly stood up from his seat, emanating an aura like a primordial beast. He walked over to the attendant and looked down at him. "Find them and eliminate them, but don't use excessive force. The young Baron might still be alive. Although I don't like him, I don't want to be accused of killing a noble." "Yes, Commander." The attendant's face was somewhat pale but remained composed. "I will dispatch the troops. Additionally, Lord Yaksa has requested to join the operation." "Oh, Yaksa has reached the planetary level?" Duncan smiled. "I found a suitable second genetic fusion for him, so my efforts paid off. Fine, let him go. Let's see how strong he is. I'll make the arrangements." After the attendant left, a 6-meter-long metallic war blade appeared in Duncan's hand, shimmering with light. He gently stroked the blade and muttered, "Just a little longer. Once I break through to the stellar level, it will be time for vengeance." 3 days later, a large fleet of ships searched the Pacific Ocean. They couldn't possibly escape the watchful eyes of Zhang Xuan. "Commander, nearly 500 unidentified spacecraft are approaching rapidly. The Iron Raven has already set up interception devices in the sky, but the island's current defenses seem insufficient to withstand this attack. Zhang Xuan stood in the command room, his face grim as he stared at the small map filled with red dots approaching from different directions. It appears the three-eyed are serious this time. What's the status on Swick? Captain Swick has successfully taken over 2 cultivation stations and is now loading cargo at Station 7, preparing to return. Good. Urge them to speed up. Get the SCV engineering team ready for battle. Once the fighting starts, the island's defense facilities will be the first to be hit, so they must be repaired quickly. Understood, Commander. Additionally, Lieutenant Bell reports that with Lieutenant Taylor's assistance, they have successfully taken control of most of Messiah's assets and personnel and have begun contacting other awakened organizations. They are on standby for support if needed. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment and said, although their original mission was to develop covertly, the immediate priority is still the survival of the base. Evacuating in the face of 500 warships and a large ground force won't be easy. Have Bell ready for extraction and keep Hercules on standby. Understood. What about the captured soldiers? Are they willing to fight? Sorry, Commander. You should ask if they are willing to fight for humanity. Zhang Xuan smiled and shook his head. It's all the same. The meaning is clear enough. Professor Chen Tianming has revealed the Three-Eyed conspiracy and their millennia-long cycle plan. They are humans themselves and can't just stand by. Captain James' psychological counseling has also been effective. Most have agreed to fight again, joining the Marines to battle for human survival. As for the few who are battle-averse, they have lost their will to fight. Even with power armor, they are useless and have been sent to the mines. The crystal veins aren't fully mined yet? The mining team reported 3 days ago that the crystal veins are becoming scarce, and frequent reports of vein depletion have come in over the past few days. We are in dire need of supplies. If the veins run dry, we will face a supply crisis. The mine has been developed down to 1,000 meters underground, and finding new veins is indeed difficult. It is expected that all known veins will be exhausted by tomorrow. This is indeed bad news. Zhang Xianchang let out a deep sigh, his heart filled with helplessness. The team members he had sent out still hadn't found any new mineral veins, making him start to doubt whether this was the only place on Blue Planet with crystal mines. What was even more concerning was that this morning, the mining team accidentally discovered a mysterious underground space while extracting a vein. It was hidden within the deep-sea rock layers, and its exact nature was still unknown. However, the detectors indicated traces of man-made structures, possibly connected to some ancient civilization. Could it be Atlantis? This possibility could not be ruled out. The shadow of war loomed over the underground base, casting a pall of unease among the people. The members of the mining team could feel the tension in the air, heightened by the frequent military maneuvers within the base. Though no official announcement had been made, everyone knew that war was imminent. Most of the troops in the underground base had been deployed to the surface, leaving only 2 squads of 50 men each to guard the port, ready to fend off any potential attacks. It was clear that a formidable enemy was approaching, likely the fleet of the Three-Eyed people. With a pickaxe and an electric drill slung over his shoulder, Zhang Guofu followed behind the SCV, clearing the way, gradually adapting to the life of a miner. He worked 8 hours a day, sometimes extending to 10 with overtime, and enjoyed a day off each week. The hearty meals and nutrient supplements made him feel stronger. He couldn't have imagined that he would be toiling for the survival of humanity, and he smiled wryly at the thought. 10 years ago, he had strayed into a life of crime and had long since stopped contemplating the fate of the human race. But recent experiences had made him realize that humanity was facing a dire crisis, and their only hope might lie in this battle. He looked back at the group of miners behind him. Dozens of new recruits had joined yesterday, all dressed in camouflage, indicating they were likely ex-military. Although he didn't know why they chose mining over the battlefield, as their team leader, Zhang Guofu had given a motivational speech the previous night, though it seemed to have had little effect. What's up, Guofu? Still worried about the war? Li Han walked over, dressed in elite miner gear. His once gloomy and despairing demeanor had been replaced with an enthusiastic work ethic. A bit, Zhang Guofu replied, shaking his head. Since Xiaoyu and the others applied to work in the medical department, I rarely see them. I wonder how they're doing. Once the war breaks out, there will definitely be casualties. You're worried about them? They spend their days in the office learning first aid, having a great time. I saw them last time I went to the medical station for a capability assessment. Their lives are way better than ours, Li Han laughed. Yeah, the nurses at the medical station always look so well-groomed. Last time I went there with a sprained leg, covered in mud. I felt a bit embarrassed. But those nurses are really charming, chimed in a burly, tattooed man, drawing a round of laughter. Among the captives, there were a few women. However, since the upper management began restructuring work departments, almost none of the women wanted to stay for the grueling tasks. They had long submitted applications for transfer. The most popular department was the medical unit, known for its easy and simple work. If men were not excluded there, Many of the burly men would undoubtedly compete for those positions. Zhang Guofu joked with everyone, a wide smile on his face. But just then, the SCV leading the way suddenly stopped. The pilot inside the mech frowned and said, "You stay here. We'll go check it out." Zhang Guofu asked in confusion, "What's going on? Do you need our help?" Although he didn't think there was any danger underground, the fact that the three-eyed people were already prepared to go to war with them made an underground attack not entirely impossible. The thought of a sky filled with ships sent a shiver of fear through Zhang Guofu, but it was overshadowed by anger and a readiness to fight. The pilot reassured him, "It's nothing major, just found something new." He maneuvered the mech to drill through layers of rock, revealing a blue metal door. This metal door had been lying dormant underground for who knows how long. It should have gleamed with metallic luster, but now it appeared rather dull. They requested a combat team from their superiors to begin exploring this unknown relic. After moving the excavation team back, the SCV pilot pondered how to open the door. His trained eye quickly recognized the high-tech nature of the door, especially when the rock and soil were completely cleared away, revealing the entire surface of the door. Everyone held their breath as they saw the trident emblem, still clear after millennia. The door seems to operate on some unknown energy. I've never seen technology like this. Before even entering, several engineers began studying the door's technology and energy source. Soon, a 50-person team arrived on the scene. Chris, the deputy commander of B Squad, brought widow mines and predators along. Considering the potential dangers of the Atlantis civilization's relics, they opted to use these robots to scout ahead rather than risk human lives. Chris stepped forward and asked, "Can it be opened?" An engineer replied, "Of course. Although their textile is unique, the fundamental principles remain the same. Under the same physical laws, technology always has similarities." With that, several engineers began operating the mech and got to work. Before long, the thermometer door suddenly glowed blue, with the light quickly converging on the trident emblem in the center. The entire trident seemed to come alive, slowly rotating. With a loud rumble, the door began to rise. As the door opened, the interior lit up, indicating that some energy remained in the relic even after thousands of years. Several predators and widow mines quickly dashed inside. Soon, a message confirming safety was received. Chris led his team into the relic. The entire place was enormous, at least the size of a small island. And there was only one thing inside. Alert! When Chris saw those things, he instinctively shouted. The soldiers immediately took positions on either side of the door, raising their guns in readiness. What unfolded before their eyes was a perfectly aligned phalanx. In the center of the formation stood a row of imposing kinetic mechs. A sense of caution rose within Chris as he keenly felt the impending tension. The rise of every civilization is as dazzling as fireworks, just like the magnificent scene of the ancient ruins before Zhang Xuan. Standing at the entrance, he listened to the lieutenant's briefing, his eyes fixed on the surroundings, his heart filled with indescribable emotions. Although this ruin is just a fragment of history, it is enough to give him a glimpse of the splendor of the Atlantis civilization from 10,000 years ago. Previously, Atlantis was merely a concept from myth and historical fiction to him. People said the Atlanteans were inhabitants of the ocean, worshipping the sea god Poseidon, with the trident being one of the symbols of their civilization. Now, he began to believe that the original creators of the Atlantis concept might have witnessed the true grandeur of this civilization firsthand. Despite their advanced technology, the Atlantis civilization fell to the three-eyed people, making him wonder if the Atlanteans, 10,000 years ago, might have fought desperately against the invasion and destruction just as humanity does today. Stepping slowly into the hall, he gazed at the kinetic mechs standing in the center. These mechs, resembling humans, stood nearly 3 meters tall, their crystal armor on the chest now dull, indicating that the ruins had lost most of their energy. The lieutenant handed him a disc-shaped object, and Zhang Xuan took it, curiously asking, "What is this, Lieutenant?" "It's a recording device. Should I activate it?" "Yes, go ahead," he replied. Upon activation, a dim blue light emanated from the center of the disc, swiftly forming a blue holographic projection of a person clad in ancient armor. The projection's face was unremarkable, but the nose was slightly shriveled, and there were gill-like organs on the cheeks. Introducing himself, he said, "I am the Chief of Staff of the 7th Army of the Atlantis Empire. My name is unimportant. If you are seeing this image, I must have perished. After 37 years of extraterrestrial war, our civilization's flame has been extinguished. I left the last spark in this military base. Descendants, regardless of your race, we share a common identity as inhabitants of Blue Planet. The atrocities of the three-eyed people are unforgivable. One day, they will pay for their actions. We have no more chances, but you do. A new race will carry the torch and continue the journey. Your time is limited. Perhaps your civilization already possesses powerful technology, but I believe you still need the help of us, your predecessors. This base conceals 81 subplanetary intelligent kinetic armors, with a maximum standby time of up to 6,830 years. If this time window is missed, the armors can be dismantled, possibly revealing some useful technology. Additionally, the base holds many secrets, including a military auxiliary AI from the 7th Army Group, whose specific functions require further exploration. The message sender indicated that this would be their final message, hoping that after victory, their names would be immortalized in history, not lost to time. They wished for people to remember Atlantis. Even in failure, they urged against despair, believing that Blue Star would eventually rise, and its people would too, perhaps soon or in the next millennia. After the message ended, the hologram flickered and disappeared, and the disc in his hand lost power, becoming useless. The Atlanteans showed no signs of pessimism throughout. According to the hologram, they had endured millennia of cycles and had fought the three-eyed people in space for 37 years. Ultimately, they were defeated. Zhang Xuan held the disc in silence for a long time. The weight of history pressed on his shoulders, but he did not give up. With a burning gaze, he firmly said, "Perhaps our decisive battle with the three-eyed people is imminent. This is not defense but counterattack. We cannot fail, and we will not fail. Humanity will triumph." The surrounding soldiers stood solemnly, their eyes fixed resolutely on Zhang Xuan, and they shouted in unison, "Humanity will triumph, Commander will triumph." "It is my honor to serve you, Commander," one soldier added. Zhang Xuan, rallying the troops, ordered the useful materials from the base to be moved and dispatched SCVs to check if the remaining energy could be utilized. He walked up to the kinetic armors and regrettably remarked, if these armors could be used, they would greatly benefit future battles. Suddenly, he discovered new technology and began immediate analysis. The adjutant reminded him, "Commander, the design concept of these armors is similar to some units of the Protoss Purifier Legion. The Protoss panel has been unlocked, with new units, Vigilant and Inspirer." Zhang Xuan was overjoyed, realizing that a significant legacy had been uncovered. He instructed the adjutant, "Commence analysis immediately." These discoveries filled him with confidence for the battles ahead. In this universe, there exists a brave and resolute human commander named Zhang Xuan. He is broad-minded, quick-witted, and always handles complex situations with calm decisiveness. By chance, Zhang Xuan discovered a dormant military AI from the 7th Fleet. After perfecting its source code, he successfully unlocked the personality program of the Protoss AI Executive Officer, Kalanias. Kalanias is an exceptionally wise and unwaveringly loyal virtual assistant. He dedicates himself fully to serving Zhang Xuan, becoming an indispensable aide in commanding the Protoss forces. Whenever Zhang Xuan faces a decision, Kalanias provides insightful advice, helping him devise the best strategies. Their collaboration is seamless, together forging a path of brilliance on the interstellar battlefield. On their cosmic journey, Zhang Xuan and Kalanias advance hand in hand, creating countless legends. Their stories are recorded in history and passed down through generations. In Taro Aden, the names of Zhang Xuan and Kalanias will forever shine in the stars, bringing peace and hope to the entire universe. When Zhang Xuan heard that familiar greeting, it felt like he was back in his college dorm, reliving the days of playing Void Legacy campaigns. Without lingering too long, he quickly responded, "In Taro Aden, Kalanias, may I address you this way?" Kalanias' reply was filled with emotion, much more than the adjutant's usual tone. However, Zhang Xuan sensed a hint of melancholy and regret in Kalanias' voice. Perhaps noticing Zhang Xuan's confusion, Kalanias explained, "Executor, my AI personality is not complete. Part of it is composed of an AI known as Spark. From its data, I learned about that epic battle 10 millennia ago. The resilience of the Atlanteans is admirable. Even in their defeat, they retained their honor." Mentioning Spark, Zhang Xuan sighed and said, "So, your role, like Adjutant Ava's, is to assist me in commanding the troops?" Kalanias affirmed, "Absolutely, Executor. You are now the war executor of Darum, and it is the duty of any Protoss faction or branch to serve you. In some aspects, your status and power are nearly equivalent to Hierarch Artanis." After listening, Zhang Xuan asked, "Then, please tell me, what Protoss units can I currently deploy?" Kalanias explained, "You can currently deploy the Vanguards and Motivators from the Warp Purifier's Legion. Vanguards are mid-ear ground units, costing 1,000 crystal minerals, while Motivators are also mid-ear ground units, costing 500 crystal minerals and 1,000 high-energy gas. Given the current situation, I suggest warping in a batch of Vanguards and a few Motivators for combined operations. Their assault capabilities can breach the Trioculars' lunar base in a short time. As long as the number of Vanguards is sufficient, enemy ships and warcraft will never take to the skies." Adjutant Ava proposed another suggestion, "Commander, I believe it's best to warp in Terran air units now, as the Triocular ships are already nearby. We cannot afford to divert resources for a base trade tactic at this critical moment." Despite this, Zhang Xuan insisted, I think we need to go all out. There's no turning back. Resources are limited, and we have to deal with the upcoming battles. I don't want to easily abandon the base we've invested so many resources in building. Therefore, I plan to warp in a few vanguards to fend off potential ground engagements, and I need some motivators as their time warp beam acceleration ability is very useful. Faced with the differing opinions of the two adjutants, Zhang Xuan decided to break the deadlock. All right, enough arguing. The Protoss forces are powerful, and I trust them. I choose to warp in a few vanguards and motivators to prepare for battle. Kalanias praised. Wise decision, Executor. You will be an outstanding leader. Ava quickly followed with her support. Commander, your resolve is unwavering. I will develop an appropriate strategic plan for you. The arrival of Kalanias caused the adjutant to feel a bit threatened, but his manner of speaking was indeed more pleasant than before. Zhang Xuan didn't comment much on this because, in reality, he quite enjoyed Kalanias' way of talking and found the adjutant's jealousy rather amusing. Thus, he decided to test out the sentinel first. When the warp light flashed, a towering robot appeared before Zhang Xuan. This sentinel stood over 2 meters tall, adorned in a lavish gold and silver Protoss armor. Its arms brandished 2 energy blades that glowed like fangs, and its body was surrounded by a flickering plasma shield. Although invisible, Zhang Xuan could clearly feel a sturdy energy barrier protecting the sentinel. Compared to the Tri-Eye's energy shield, the Protoss plasma shield not only offered stronger defense but also greater resilience. It could quickly recharge after disengaging from combat, boasting impressive endurance. More importantly, unlike the Tri-Eye's shield, which was nearly useless in close combat, the plasma shield maintained its defensive capabilities. The sentinel's electronic eyes gleamed with golden light, almost appearing vibrant, and it stood tall and proud as it spoke. Commander. Zhang Xuan was surprised to hear the voice and asked, Kalanias? Kalanias replied, Yes, Commander. I have downloaded my personality into this sentinel system. I will fight for you in physical form. Rest assured, I have undergone rigorous Templar training and amassed extensive combat experience, far surpassing that of an ordinary Templar. As he spoke, Kalanias demonstrated his energy blades, slicing through the air and leaving behind golden trails. Each sentinel possessed a reconstruction ability. As long as its primary components were not completely destroyed, it could fully restore itself in a very short time. However, this ability could only be used once every 2 minutes. If it suffered a fatal blow during the cooldown period, the unit would be permanently destroyed. Nonetheless, the Templar personality embedded within would never perish and could be reborn in a new host. Zhang Xuan was extremely pleased with the Sentinel, as this near-immortal reconstruction ability gave them extraordinary combat prowess in both offensive and defensive battles. A Sentinel that couldn't be killed twice within 2 minutes was an infinitely reviving berserker, a formidable force in any scenario. The only downside was their lack of anti-air capabilities. However, Zhang Xuan still had a concern. But if you are engaged in combat, who will command the other Protoss forces? Kalanias' voice echoed in Zhang Xuan's mind again. This Sentinel only carries a copy of my personality. I can still provide you with advice and guidance during battle. Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding. Then there's no problem. For Zhang Xuan, the cost of the Sentinels was not prohibitive. He had the means to establish a Sentinel unit, though the numbers might not be vast. 20 warriors stood solemnly before Zhang Xuan, having been granted the title of Templar. At this moment, they were living, breathing Templars. Though their bodies were mechanical, their combat enthusiasm and power surpassed that of ordinary zealots. Zhang Xuan surveyed the surroundings with a serious expression and slowly began. In Taro Tassadar, Templars, I am your executor, Zhang Xuan. Although I am human, I am also a warrior. Alien invaders are threatening our homeland, seeking to annihilate our race and destroy our civilization. I cannot stand idly by, but my strength alone is insufficient. Human forces alone cannot counter the invaders. Therefore, I need your strength. Led by Kalanias, the 20 Templars responded in unison. We are ready to serve you, Executor. Kalanias stepped forward and said, Your will is our command. We will eliminate all obstacles. Please, give us your orders. Zhang Xuan nodded approvingly and said, The great battle is imminent. I have a formidable anti-air defense array. The enemy won't be foolish enough to charge directly into the missile defenses. They will certainly dispatch ground forces to land. When that happens, it will be up to you. It is an honor. Station 3 has always been one of our primary points of suspicion. After a patrol ship detected anomalies on the island, most of our ships have started to converge here. Lord Yakiza, we discovered an aircraft carrier near the island of Station 3. Scans indicate it belongs to Station 18. With the 2 stations adjacent, there must be an issue. Moreover, we found a human army on the island, though their numbers are not large. The Lionheart-class destroyer is one of the Tri-Eye civilization's defense warships, 300 meters in length, equipped with a main cannon and several secondary cannons. Typically, it operates in conjunction with numerous smaller fighter ships. As the highest-ranking officer in this operation, Yakiza's prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Standing on the bridge, Yakiza calmly asked, "Have we confirmed the location of Baron Morpheus?" "I'm sorry. We've searched the Pacific for 3 days but haven't found any life signals from Baron Morpheus." "He might." The reporting officer looked troubled. Yakiza sneered and shook his head. "I've met that Morpheus a few times before. He was a wastrel, so dying an untimely death isn't surprising. But I didn't expect him to die on our turf. The base commander might be in trouble. Prepare to land. Let's see what those humans are capable of. It's been 30 years. I wonder if any new class awakeners have emerged." The officer hesitantly said. The base commander suspects they might have obtained some legacy from the Atlantis civilization. The best tactic would be a high-altitude barrage strike. Yakiza wasn't angry and replied, "Even if humans have inherited something from the civilization our ancestors destroyed, what trouble could they possibly cause? Are you doubting our combat capabilities? Or my decision-making?" The officer quickly denied it. Yakiza continued to order, "Prepare to land." "Yes, sir." "Forward." James stood at the edge of the shore, squinting as he gazed at the distant horizon, his face etched with worry. In his field of vision, the fleet of the three-eyed beings was gradually drawing closer. As he saw the colossal 300-meter-long battleship and the swarm of combat spacecraft, a wave of unease swept over him. He knew all too well that the forces under his command were about to face a formidable challenge. He hoped the commander was prepared. Otherwise, today would be a tough battle. Nervously, he issued the battle orders, instructing everyone to get into position and ensure the enemy did not get close. James took one last look at the approaching fleet before resolutely turning away and heading towards the command center of the barracks. As one of the commanders, he no longer needed to be on the front lines. He understood that the impact of a skilled commander far outweighed that of an ordinary soldier. Under his command, the island quickly cleared out, and all the Marines took their positions in the bunkers, ready for combat. 70-plus missile towers activated their automatic attack systems, missile bays pivoting to aim at the encroaching enemy fleet from all directions. From a bird's eye view, 500 ships split into 4 combat groups, closing in from the north, south, east, and west, with the northern pressure being particularly intense. The north had a Lionheart-class destroyer, and the number of ships there was significantly higher. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the enemy fleet to enter the missile tower's range. However, to their surprise, the ships halted 30 kilometers away, not advancing further. James furrowed his brow, puzzled by their hesitation. A military officer stepped forward to report that the missile towers had observed the enemy dropping some strange projectiles into the sea. "Projectiles? Can you identify them?" James asked. "Not yet, but we'll soon find out their intentions," the officer replied. At that moment, Zhang Xuan and Chris entered the room. Zhang Xuan, walking briskly, said, "If the enemy comes, we will block them. If the water rises, we will build a dam. No need to worry too much." In the command room, all the officers saluted in unison. Zhang Xuan took his seat at the head of the table, signaling the others to sit, and inquired whether Svik had returned. An officer stood up and replied, "Sir, Svik has reported that they are ready and can return at any moment, but they've noticed the enemy fleet surrounding us, so they're on standby." Considering the massive size of the Hercules, jumping in could easily make them a target. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment before saying, "Have them head to Bell's position first and be ready to support us as needed." The officers responded affirmatively. Just then, the sergeant in charge of observation suddenly turned pale, clutching his headset. "Report, Commander. We've received word from the front lines that the sea surface temperature is dropping rapidly, and a large ice sheet is forming beneath the enemy warships, spreading quickly towards us." "Ice?" Everyone present was visibly shocked. They actually planned to engage in ground combat? This decision was utterly baffling. Such a foolish tactic despite having a massive fleet capable of air bombardment. They chose to forego that advantage and opt for ground warfare, essentially digging their own grave. However, this means we skip the aerial combat phase and can't deplete their warships first. Once ground forces clash, if the enemy deploys their air power, our troops will face a severe threat. The officers had mixed feelings, some optimistic, some worried, but most remained hopeful. After all, our air combat capabilities are relatively lacking right now. While it's beneficial to wear down the enemy fleet in advance, avoiding combat altogether would be even better. After careful consideration, James decided to address the current situation. He suggested, "Commander, if we're preparing for ground combat, we should use the strongholds to our advantage for defense and ambush. We shouldn't act rashly. It's best to weaken the enemy forces first, then consider a counterattack." You have a point," Zhang Xuan agreed, a cold glint in his eye. "If they want to play games with us, let's make them pay. I'd like to see how many lives they can afford to lose." In terms of assault, humanity might not be the strongest in the interstellar war, but in defense, Even the Protoss couldn't claim superiority over humans. As the combat orders were issued, the gathered raiders and other ground units quickly took their positions. Carmel's SCV engineering team also sprang into action, spreading out across critical locations on the island, ready for repairs at a moment's notice. Soon, the sea around the island, spanning hundreds of kilometers, was frozen. Although it was unclear what the enemy had deployed into the sea, the power of this strategic weapon was evident. It might have even been what affected the Atlanteans millennia ago. Ships landed on the ice, and squads of heavily armed three-eyed soldiers disembarked. Unlike Morpheus's previous tactics, this three-eyed ground force included not only regular soldiers but also towering, ferocious biomodified creatures, emitting earth-shaking roars. These modified creatures were fully armed, clad in steel armor, with some wielding heavy weapons. Clearly, this was the proper way to utilize biomodified troops. Seeing these creatures, a hint of excitement flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes. This was a fortune delivered right to their doorstep. Previously worried about resource reserves, Zhang Xuan's concerns vanished at the sight of these biomodified troops. Their numbers were considerable, roughly estimated to be at least 1,000. This was a massive windfall, not to mention the three-eyed soldiers themselves carried small amounts of crystal minerals. While depleting the enemy's forces, they also gained mobile resource packs. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan waved his hand, using the remaining 20,000 crystal minerals to purchase resources, leaving only 3,000 to 5,000 for ammunition reserves. As blue lights illuminated the island in waves, 300 Marines and 50 Predator robots appeared. This brought the total forces on the island to over 1,000. Although the three-eyed beings had a larger army, it was important to remember that they were the attackers. Zhang Xuan's soldiers only needed to wait in their bunkers until the enemy entered their firing range. Historically, no attacking force has ever won a siege without having several times the manpower and firepower of the defenders. This situation was awe-inspiring. Stepping off the warship and onto the icy surface, Yaksa gazed at the distant island. He now grasped the nature of this ground battle. A siege? Very well, let's see how it goes. The three-eyed army feared no war. All units, prepare to advance. The well-organized troops quickly dispersed into squads, advancing towards the island from 4 directions, encircling it rapidly. Modified creatures were unleashed, driven to charge towards the island with ferocity. When an energy cannon fired from a giant bear's back, striking the ice 10 kilometers away, the war was imminent. Open fire! From kilometers away, Marines in the frontline bunkers pulled their triggers. The range and speed of the electromagnetic guns were astounding, covering kilometers in an instant. A wolf-like modified creature charged into the killing zone, only to have its armor shredded and fall within 2 seconds. Punisher grenades launched from the island arced through the air, landing amidst the charging beasts, taking down several modified creatures. But these beasts had no fear. The death of their comrades only fueled their ferocity. A violet laser cannon blasted a hole in a bunker, instantly killing a Marine and shattering their powered armor. Kill! The death of their comrades spurred the soldiers into action. Some Marines abandoned their shattered bunkers and engaged in close combat. The three-eyed troops following the beasts joined the fray, turning the battlefield into a chaotic clash where lives were lost every second, but resistance never waned. In the command room, officers stood from their seats, saluted Zhang Xuan, and resolutely picked up their weapons to join the fight. Zhang Xuan did not stop them, knowing that no one could remain uninvolved in this war. As the sergeants left, the lieutenants followed, and after them, the captains would go next. Commander. Chris was the last to stand, saluting Zhang Xuan and James. Please wait here and await our victorious return. With that, he also left the command room. James watched Chris's departing figure with a complex expression but said nothing. Some of them might never return. Zhang Xuan rose and walked to the window, watching as the officers outside began to take command of the newly arrived troops, leading them into various battlefronts. This was a soldier's duty and destiny. James suddenly grabbed the gun beside him, carefully checked the ammunition, and then stood up. He couldn't just sit by and watch his men fall one by one. A wave of indescribable pain surging through his heart. Zhang Xuan did not turn around. He merely smiled and said, "Fate, are you going too?" "Commander, I can also lead on the battlefield," James replied. Shaking his head, Zhang Xuan said, "You don't need to worry about commanding anymore. Now, aside from logistics and troop movements, we don't need any tactics. What comes next will be a fierce and deadly fight. Remember, the brave will prevail when paths cross." James saluted Zhang Xuan's back and resolutely walked out of the command room. "Come back alive," he whispered. The command room was left with only Zhang Xuan. James's heart was filled with determination and worry, but he knew that as a commander, he had to press on, no matter what challenges lay ahead. A stern voice suddenly rang in Cage's ear. He cautiously opened his eyes to find a tall figure standing before him, extending a hand to help him up. Amidst the wails of his comrades, he could hear the rapid gunfire and deafening explosions. The northern battlefield was far from being as safe as it seemed on the surface. Even though powered armor and energy shields appeared invincible in peacetime, they seemed fragile and helpless in war. Right in front of Cage, by the edge of a crater about 7 or 8 meters wide, lay his comrade, with his lower body nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it had been blown into the trees. Despite this, his comrade was still writhing in agony, looking at Cage with eyes full of despair, unable to utter a word. The tall figure picked up Cage's gun and tossed it to him, then pulled him up from the ground. Cage instinctively gripped his weapon, staring blankly at the hellish battlefield before him. Half a year ago, he was just an ordinary Navy soldier, assigned to a carrier strike group for guard duty. Suddenly, a group of people attacked them, claiming that their superiors were all aliens and demanding they take up arms to drive the aliens off Blue Star. He had only wanted to be a regular soldier, earn some money, and had no interest in war. Alien conspiracies and the fate of humanity didn't matter to him. He just wanted to survive, day by day. He wore powered armor mainly because his instructor told him that after 3 years of service, he could choose to stay or go home. Although the retirement pay was substantial, the instructor seemed to have forgotten to mention the brutal reality of the battlefield. "Snap out of it, Private!" the sergeant in front of him shouted. Cage didn't know the sergeant's name, but knew he had to follow orders. So, he raised his gun and fired at the approaching enemies, even though his aim was not great. The sergeant punched the shield device on Cage's waist, activating the shield he had forgotten to turn on. The sergeant laughed and said, "First time in battle, huh?" Cage's voice trembled, but the safety of the shield gradually calmed him. The sergeant continued, "My first time was even more dangerous. We should be thankful those three-eyed ships aren't hovering above us." The sergeant led Cage to regroup a dozen heavily wounded soldiers, quickly reassembling them into a makeshift defense line, forming a hodgepodge blocking squad. Most of the team were seasoned Marines, with a few inexperienced regular soldiers. On the battlefield, mentality is crucial. Once you've faced a more ferocious enemy, the present challenges seem less daunting. The sergeant pierced through a three-eyed alien's shield, hitting its head and leaving bloodstains before swiftly ducking down to reload. Cage took over the fire, instinctively asking, "Sir, have you ever seen anything more spectacular?" "Of course," the sergeant chuckled. "I once fought in a battle against the Thunder Beasts with the main forces. You might not know what a Thunder Beast is. Imagine a massive, ferocious creature weighing thousands of tons, nearly 100 meters tall, and more terrifying than a charging rhino. Though I kept my distance, that was a real spectacle. This here is nothing in comparison." Though Cage couldn't quite picture a creature nearly 100 meters tall, he believed the sergeant and nodded in understanding. Unfortunately, they couldn't call for air support, making the situation even more challenging. Despite holding advantageous terrain, they faced significant resistance in both numbers and equipment. As the two conversed, a rhythmic thudding sound came from afar, growing closer, as if a massive object was leaping and landing. A Marine noticed a shadow rapidly approaching them. "We've got a big one coming in." The sergeant gripped his weapon tightly and called for support without hesitation. "We have an unknown high-energy life form approaching. We need immediate heavy fire support. Send in the Marauders or Widowmakers." Mid-sentence, a shadow descended from the sky. Boom! A massive electric shockwave instantly destroyed their makeshift position. Two soldiers were thrown back several meters, shields pierced, barely clinging to life. Facing Axe's cruel smile, his three-meter armored frame wielding a massive war hammer, the shockwave had come from that hammer. Counterattack! The sergeant fired first, and the remaining soldiers who could still fight opened fire on Axe. However, Axe's armor far surpassed that of ordinary enemies. Electromagnetic bullets only left scratches on its surface, causing no substantial damage. "Die!" Axe roared, swinging the war hammer in a wide arc. A bolt of electricity swept across a dozen meters, cutting down all standing soldiers. The sergeant, thanks to his superior reflexes, narrowly avoided the lethal strike. Cage charged towards Yaksa, paying no heed to the casualties among his comrades. His eyes were resolute, and the bayonet in his hand gleamed as if it could pierce through any obstacle in his way. This close-quarters combat seemed brave, but in reality, it was a reckless move, bordering on a death wish. Meanwhile, a sergeant lying nearby, unable to stand, had narrowly escaped death and witnessed everything around him. This sergeant, an unnamed hero, had a live grenade with the pin pulled hanging from the exhaust of his cold fusion reactor backpack. A wave of intense fear and anxiety surged through Cage's heart. He instinctively wanted to shout a warning, but almost simultaneously, a deafening explosion shattered the sky, and the entire battlefield erupted in chaos and confusion. Is someone really willing to blow up the reactor to take down Yakiza with him? Truly, a warrior to be admired. As the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, Yakiza stood at the center of the blast, his armor showing cracks and his face marked with a few scars. Yet, such an explosion was hardly enough to seriously injure a newly ascended planetary-level warrior, even if he was just at the beginning of that stage. He bent down and picked up a small fragment of a metal nameplate, faintly displaying a series of numbers, marking it as a sergeant's unit insignia and number. Yakiza felt deep respect for those warriors who, knowing they faced certain death, still chose to sacrifice themselves without hesitation. He decided to take this fragment back to display in his office, just like the dozens before it. However, the silence was abruptly shattered by a voice. "Put that down." Kage stood up, gritting his teeth, tightly gripping his gun and aiming at Yakiza's head, breathing heavily. His mind was consumed by a single thought: revenge. Yakiza sneered, seeing through Kage's fear and weakness. He took a step forward, causing Kage to stumble back a few steps, almost falling. Despite this, Kage held onto his gun tightly, feeling it was the only thing that gave him a sense of security. Yakiza glanced around and noticed many humans beginning to surround him. He didn't want to waste time on such an unworthy opponent. He realized that the tallest and largest building on the island must be the human command center. Destroying it would end the war. He picked up a heavy hammer and swung it at Kage. Though it seemed like a casual strike, it was enough to easily take down any marine. At that moment, a golden figure swiftly rushed in. "Glory guides me!" A shout rang out, and two blades clashed with the heavy hammer. Clang! The impact forced Yakiza back a few steps. Standing in front of Kage was a figure in gold-and-silver armor, nearly as tall as Yakiza. The mechanical eyes glowed with a fierce battle spirit. A thrill of excitement surged in Yakiza's heart, and a cruel smile spread across his face. An interplanetary-level mech? This will be more challenging than those humans. But the next moment, his smile froze. One after another, identical interplanetary-level mechs joined the battle, quickly pushing back the three-eyed army that had advanced to the coast. Two sentinels appeared on either side of Yakiza, forming a triangular encirclement with the mech in front, trapping Yakiza in the center. The battle intensified. A joke? This is a fierce battlefield. Who has time for a lone cowboy showdown? Unite and face the enemy together. Kalanias roared and charged forward, reaching Yaksa in less than a second. His speed was so incredible that Yaksa could only see a blur. The charge, a unique combat skill of the Templar, allowed Kalanias to reach his enemy at maximum speed and inflict single-target damage. It was this skill that had just blocked Yaksa's attack. Kalanias' psionic blade sliced through Yaksa's chest as easily as a hot knife through butter, leaving two neat wounds. Feeling the pain, Yaksa swung his giant hammer like a windmill. However, for the experienced Kalanias, this attack was no threat. In the next moment, two other sentinels rushed in. They took Yaksa's hits, adding 4 more wounds to their bodies. Yaksa's hammer struck their plasma shields and was deflected, consuming significant shield energy but failing to break through the seemingly fragile barrier. One sentinel charged forward, using his psionic blades to lock Yaksa's hammer in place. In an unknown fight, Yaksa might have broken free in 2 seconds, but now it was 3 against 1. With his weapon pinned, another sentinel drove his psionic blade into Yaksa's chest. Despite the resilience of the Treed, such damage was severe. The sentinel then spun around, lifting Yaksa and slamming him into the ground. Kalanias, who had been ready, leaped several meters high, his blade shining as he brought it down for the final blow. Crack! A massive head rolled away, stopping just beside Kaiga. Mission accomplished, all sentinels, attack at full force. After issuing the command, Kalanias walked over to Kaiga, picked up Yaksa's head, glanced at it, and tossed it aside. "Soldier, if you want revenge, get up," he said. Without waiting for a response, he vanished in a golden flash. Staring at the head on the ground, Kaiga quickly ran to Yaksa's body to search. He soon found a metal piece, carefully stowing it in his armor's storage compartment. Then he grabbed his gun and rushed to the battlefield. With the sentinel's arrival, the slight advantage the Treed had quickly vanished. As they retreated, they soon realized Yaksa had fallen. Without their highest commander, there was no need to stay and die. Those new planet-class mechs were terrifying in close combat, like meat grinders. Once they got close, survival was nearly impossible. Of course, a few who ventured deep into the Treed lines were destroyed by concentrated fire that broke their shields. But the Treeds soon discovered in horror that the mechs, shattered into pieces, rapidly reassembled at an unbelievable speed, even instantly restoring their shields. This was an unwinnable fight. The alert Treed officers began calling for fleet support. The spacecraft began to lift off, including the formidable Lionheart-class destroyer, which started up slowly. The air was thick with tension, as the outcome of the battle would soon be determined once the Air Force intervened. However, their confidence wavered when they glimpsed a strange ship emerging from a mysterious blue light behind them. This ship stirred the deepest fears and doubts within them. 10 minutes ago, just after the arrival of the Sentinels turned the tide of battle, Zhang Xuan issued the command for the Hercules to immediately warp around and launch a surprise attack from behind. Initially, Zhang Xuan had little hope for this battle, merely wishing to repel the enemy, which would already be a victory. Before the Sentinels joined the fray, even a defensive stance was nearly breached, pushing their forces to the brink of the second and even third lines of defense. The appearance of the exceptionally powerful three-eyed warriors made Zhang Xuan almost certain of defeat. If the defensive line was broken and losses exceeded 60%, Zhang Xuan would have to consider retreat. However, fortunately, the Sentinels' performance far exceeded Zhang Xuan's expectations. Despite their reduced numbers, with some even resurrecting after being killed, this played right into Kalingya's plan. The enemy commander's death clearly shook the enemy's morale, especially when they discovered their opponents could resurrect after being killed. Most of the three-eyed warriors lost the will to fight. When Zhang Xuan noticed the enemy fleet preparing to join the battle, he realized the critical moment had arrived. If Swick's ambush was successful, this battle would be a decisive victory. But if the ambush failed, the enemy might expose our weaknesses and reignite the three-eyed warriors' fighting spirit. Upon receiving the coordinates from the command room, the Hercules, already prepared, immediately warped above the enemy flagship and began deploying troops almost instantly. Dozens of raiders were the first to be deployed, and while still in midair, hundreds of grenades bombarded the flagship, forcing it to halt its ascent. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone follow up. Swick urged from the gravity bridge. Not far away, dozens of plainclothes personnel anxiously watched the battle below the gravity bridge. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Natalia, dressed in a black combat suit, looked confident despite the smallest women's combat suit appearing loose on her. Her once youthful face now radiated confidence. Under Belle's quiet guidance, Natalia, with her near-a-level strength and strong decisiveness, had become the leader of the entire Messiah organization. Few knew that the true decision-maker was Belle, who had been silently supporting Natalia. With the help of Taylor's rapid response team, Messiah transitioned from a conservative to an aggressive organization, instigating conflicts and annexing rival groups. To maintain control, Messiah conducted large-scale purges, rewarding those who complied and allowing dissenters to leave. However, those who left would need to be cautious, as they might be targeted by night raid squads if deemed uncooperative. Many had already mysteriously disappeared. As for the two A-level leaders in Antarctica, they had now faded into obscurity. The downfall of the Triclops was imminent, and Liu Yang shouted with exhilaration. He had donned a crisp formal suit, and the metallic prosthetic arm compensated for his previous loss. Over the past days, Liu Yang had been striving to prove his worth, even participating in the annexation plans against the Rebel Alliance. After undergoing Belle's psychic interrogation, Liu Yang transformed from a marginalized low-level tool into a mid-level operative. He no longer feared being discarded at any moment. To the members of Messiah, Liu Yang, though not particularly powerful, was considered a strategic advisor to their leader, Natalia, thanks to his quick thinking and heritage, which afforded him a respectable status. Soldiers on the ship were rapidly deployed to the northern front against the Triclops, and as the hatch closed, Hercules swiftly reappeared in the south. Despite Hercules carrying only 300 to 400 troops, they were more than sufficient against the demoralized and retreating enemy. Messiah members, follow me. Natalia rallied, raising her arm. The awakened fighters responded immediately, descending to the ground via the gravity bridge, followed closely by several squads of Marines. Some ships, in their haste, failed to take off. The awakened fighters launched their assault, targeting the ships and the retreating forces. These fighters were formidable, with the weakest among them being Kraid, and 7 to 8 of them at grade, representing the elite of Messiah's forces. In just a few days, Messiah's combat strength had multiplied several times over. Natalia showcased her formidable power, flying out of the hatch and using her psychic abilities to control enemy ships, causing them to explode. Her deep understanding of the Triclops ships allowed her to maneuver effortlessly. Witnessing their leader's divine prowess, the other awakened fighters' morale soared. Most of them were radicals who had joined Messiah because of Natalia's immense power. After a decade of accumulation, Natalia was just a step away from reaching a grade. Even without breaking through, she could still exert combat strength comparable to an A-grade fighter. On the gravity bridge, Belle nodded amicably at Swick before stepping onto the bridge. He was the last to be deployed. Swick wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken by Belle's icy gaze earlier, nearly drawing his gun in fear that Belle might stab him. Thankfully, the protagonist felt a deep sense of relief, as he found the specters utterly unbearable. If it weren't for the commander's orders, he would never willingly deal with these potentially berserk lunatics. Who knew why the commander had summoned them in the first place? Compared to the specters, the protagonist much preferred the ghost operatives equipped with psionic limiters, as at least their emotions were relatively more stable. Of course, in reality, he also harbored disdain for the ghosts, since no one likes assassins lurking in the shadows. However, humans are creatures of comparison, and some things always seem better when viewed in relative terms. When facing the fleet of the three-eyed people, the rapid response force was clearly undermanned, despite most of the enemy ships being docked on the ice. They managed to secure 3 directions with great difficulty, but many enemy ships still managed to escape into the sky. Pursuit was futile as the Air Force had been redeployed elsewhere and couldn't return immediately. Even if they could come back at once, it would take at least 10 minutes, which was too late. The air fleet was too small, consisting of only 2 Viking planes, 2 Liberators, and 1 nearly combat ineffective Iron Crow. By the end of the battle, they had achieved remarkable results, destroying 102 patrol ships, 68 combat ships, and the massive flagship. Despite suffering heavy losses, some of the three-eyed people managed to escape, eliminating over 3,000 modified beings. It was a glorious victory, but it came at the cost of hundreds of brave warriors' lives. The surviving soldiers began to count heads and handle the remains of their fallen comrades. Each time a casualty list was reported, the names and numbers disappearing from the communication list weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. A total of 467 soldiers were killed, and almost all survivors were injured. This battle brought unprecedented losses, and no one considered it an easy victory, nor did anyone feel like celebrating. Cage was the 76th soldier in Company A. Although his name was unknown, he was a sergeant, a respected officer. He had once saved a soldier's life, so that soldier wanted to keep his belongings properly. Cage went to the belongings recovery station to hand over the dog tag. The soldier took the tag, glanced at the number, and a light bulb went off in his head. I know him. He was a squad leader in Company A. Everyone called him Nosy Old Chuck. I didn't know him well, but I remember his name. Cage was deeply moved and asked to know Chuck's name, rather than just the cold number. After learning Chuck's name, Cage silently committed it to memory, as this person had changed his outlook on life. Just as Cage was about to leave, a sergeant approached and asked to see the dog tag. Cage handed it over, realizing he was a stranger. The sergeant took a look at the tag and said, "The belongings recovery policy isn't mandatory, right?" Cage nodded, and the sergeant handed the tag back to him, saying, "This is your own thing, buddy. Next time you go into battle, take it with you." Captain Chuck wouldn't want his belongings lying here forever. Cage took the tag, feeling puzzled, and asked, "Did you know Captain Chuck?" The sergeant gazed at the tag, emotions stirring within him. Since Mark left, Cage has felt a profound sense of loss, as if separated by life and death. Clutching the nameplate in his hand, he took a deep breath and decided to apply for a transfer to the Rapid Response Team of Squad B at the Coordination Office. It was said that there were daily opportunities for combat there, and combat meant more chances for promotion. Sitting at the round table in the command room, Zhang Xuan stared at the empty chair with mixed emotions. He felt sorrow for the fallen soldiers and concern for future battles. After this fight, the three-eyed people would surely take action, mobilizing more troops to encircle them, possibly even using weapons of mass destruction. Next time, their main ship might be right above him. Victory is only temporary, James, sitting to Zhang Xian's left, remarked. "Commander, I believe what we need most now is air power. Our ground forces are sufficient, but without adequate air support, we can't compete with the three-eyed people. If we could have a large Viking combat group, we might be able to use the strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao and launch an offensive on their lunar base, forcing them to divert their attention from ground battles," suggested Karanias, who was standing nearby. "The Guardian Legion is fearless. We can also assist if we adopt this tactic," Karanias added. However, Talus expressed concern. "We don't know the exact strength of the enemy. Is it wise to implement such a strategy hastily?" Even the usually impulsive Swick fell into deep thought, and then shook his head, saying, "Commander, maybe we should relocate. This place has become a danger zone. You can't stay here." Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all willing to sacrifice themselves, but Zhang Xian could not be lost. They all understood this. "All right," Zhang Xian sighed. "Prepare to evacuate the main forces. We can leave the buildings behind as cover to make the enemy think our main force is still here, at least to confuse them for a while." He continued, "But if we all leave together, we'll be too big a target. The three-eyed people have started global patrols, so I want you to move in smaller groups. Divide the troops into multiple squads, and I'll dispatch a few Hercules units for greater mobility and safety. Holding our ground won't work. We can emulate our predecessors and conduct guerrilla warfare. It's a viable tactic. It's a pity the Hercules units don't have independent attack capabilities. Otherwise, they could shuttle between Earth and the Moon for surprise attacks." Zhang Xian then asked, "Swick, what did you find at the cultivation station you captured? Where are the bodies?" "The findings from the cultivation station, along with the biomodified creatures we killed, have been transported to the underground base," Swick replied. "Good, bring those intact energy devices here too. Let's see what we've gained this time," Zhang Xian ordered. Despite many ships being destroyed or scrapped in the battle, as long as the energy storage units remained intact, they still had some salvage value. The process continued until nightfall, absorbing all the resources they had gathered. When Zhang Xian saw the final resource totals, he let out a long sigh of relief. his eyes gleaming with undisguised excitement. The numbers showed 96,500 units of crystal minerals and 148,850 units of high-energy gas. The modified organisms provided a moderate amount of crystal minerals and a small amount of high-energy gas, while the ships contributed a large amount of high-energy gas. This was the first time the high-energy gas reserves had surpassed the crystal minerals. With this wealth, even if they didn't build a new base, assembling a fleet would be more than feasible. Commander, the underground base has been sorted out. All production lines and materials have been transported to the port, ready to set sail at any time. Chris, standing nearby in brand new power armor, had recovered quickly from battlefield injuries after treatment. In less than half a day, Chris had insisted on participating in the work. Reluctantly, James assigned him to transport materials from the underground base. If a move was to happen, the entire underground base needed to be thoroughly cleared out, as these resources were vital for Zhang Xuan's future plans and couldn't be left behind. Zhang Xuan asked, "What about Professor Chen Tianming and the others?" "They've been moved to the surface. Although their experiments were interrupted, they've organized all their data and can quickly resume work in a new lab." The thought of the new lab made Zhang Xuan feel a bit uneasy. Blue Star was no longer safe, and he planned to acquire several Hercules-class ships and lead his troops into space. Mobility was crucial in guerrilla warfare. However, the new lab couldn't be built on a Hercules-class ship. A fixed location was necessary. Perhaps it would be best to establish a base on a planet and construct a command center there. With the acquisition of new resources, building new troops was inevitable. Without a command center, managing an expanded force would be impossible. Zhang Xuan had only taken a few classes on command and was far from the expertise of professional commanders. "Lieutenant, prepare 4 Hercules-class ships for me." "Understood." 4 mid-level Hercules-class transport ships, totaling 12,000 units of crystal minerals and 8,000 units of high-energy gas. On the surface, the mining teams and researchers were stationed by the beach, gazing at the endless glaciers and the densely cratered landscape. Everyone wore expressions of unease. Previously, they had been underground, detached from the surface warfare, only seeing the wounded being sent to medical stations for treatment. Now, they truly grasped the brutality of war as they looked upon the still uncleared battlefield. Zhang Guofu sat on a wooden stump, picking up a palm-sized piece of shrapnel from the ground, stained with blood, whether from friend or foe. He couldn't tell. When Li Han reminisced about his youthful fantasies, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He once naively believed that war was glorious, but now he sees his past thoughts as incredibly childish. Standing on the battlefield, his face was filled with confusion and fear for the future, and a sense of helplessness surged within him. The biting cold wind cut across their faces like knives, causing sharp pain. Meanwhile, not far away, the researchers appeared much more optimistic. Though they lamented the cruelty and ruthlessness of war, they were more hopeful about the future. They were well aware of the extraordinary combat capabilities of the commander and his troops, and their understanding of the three-eyed people filled them with confidence in the commander. The people waiting here had been doing so for over 2 hours. Although they didn't know their mission, no one dared to ask questions because even the soldiers guarding them only knew they were to be relocated. Suddenly, massive blue beams of light appeared in the sky above the island, accompanied by a rumbling sound. 4 enormous space warships slowly descended. Everyone looked up in astonishment, realizing these gigantic ships were hovering in the air, causing many to nearly lose their footing and fall. Some even cried out in fear, worried that the aliens might launch another attack. As they prepared to board, a junior officer approached and called out, sparking discussions among the crowd. People speculated about the origins of these warships, with some even guessing they might have utilized space jump technology. The 4 space warships landed slowly, and as the hatches opened, various equipment and materials were loaded onto the ships, followed by personnel boarding in an orderly manner. Staff from different departments were randomly assigned to various warships, preparing for the upcoming space journey. Once everyone had boarded, the troops on the island began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. SCVs started dismantling bunkers to reclaim resources, while missile turrets were left intact, perhaps to be used later. The barracks were left in place to deceive the enemy. As Zhang Xuan reached the barracks entrance, Xiao Yi came out to meet him. Zhang Xuan asked if Xiao Yi was willing to leave together. Xiao Yi, however, explained that his responsibilities were confined to the barracks and that he couldn't leave. Even if he could, he would be of no use. Zhang Xuan silently accepted this reality. Xiao Yi is the last guardian of this base. He has resolutely declared his willingness to stay and use every defense mechanism available to fend off any invaders. His heart is filled with determination and a strong sense of duty. He is prepared to risk everything to protect this place. In the solitude of his watch, he remains ready to face any challenge, no matter how formidable the enemy may be. Whenever the wind carries news from afar, Xiao Yi silently wishes those who have left a safe journey. His heart is filled with blessings and hopes for their safe return. Despite the loneliness and isolation, Xiao Yi steadfastly waits here, longing for their return. In this desolate place, Xiaoyi is the only presence. His steadfastness and courage reveal the strength and bravery deep within him. No matter how long it takes or how difficult it becomes, Xiaoyi will unwaveringly guard this land until the very last moment. He understands his responsibility and his mission deeply, which is why he chooses to stay here, becoming the final guardian of this base until the end of his life. Safe travels to you. Xiaoyi is here, waiting for your return. No matter when, he will be here, standing guard, until you set foot on this land once again. Parting always brings a sense of melancholy. Although the time spent on this land wasn't long, witnessing the base being updated and built according to his plans felt like watching his own child grow up, stirring a mix of emotions within him. Standing by the porthole, gazing at the increasingly distant island and the people at the barracks gate watching them leave, Zhang Xuan remained silent. A message from the commander came through, reporting that the fleet of the three-eyed people was rapidly approaching. The rapid response team also detected that more defenses had been added to the three-eyed people's facilities across Blue Planet, urging him to prepare immediately. Zhang Xuan nodded deeply and responded, "Understood." Finally, he turned to the officers on the bridge and said solemnly, "Everyone, begin the operation. Set the course and prepare for the long-range warp." "Yes, sir." As the warp light flared, the entire Hercules fleet vanished instantly. However, not everyone would leave. 2 Hercules ships would remain on Blue Planet, loaded with combat personnel. Their main mission was to attack more cultivation stations, gather resources, and divert the attention of the three-eyed people, making them believe that some forces were still on Blue Planet. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian's ship, along with the other 2 Hercules ships, would depart from Blue Planet to seek new havens in the cosmos. The solar system had many planets suitable for new bases, and as long as they stayed away from the Moon and Blue Planet, the three-eyed people would find it nearly impossible to locate them. Zhang Xuan had already decided where to establish the new base, Europa, Jupiter's second moon. Europa is covered by a thick layer of ice. According to data analysis, beneath the ice lies a vast ocean, and where there's water, there could be life. Establishing a base there would allow the construction of laboratories and kraken production lines, which could mass-produce krakens, releasing them into the deep sea, and even let them reproduce freely, turning the planet's oceans into their resource supply. To ensure the base's concealment, Zhang Xuan planned to build the command center in the deep sea, making it mobile like the city of Atlantis. Unless the three-eyed people lifted the entire ice layer of Europa, they wouldn't be able to find them. Additionally, they could search for crystal or veins in Jupiter's seabed. Frankly, the first warp experience was unpleasant. To cope with this new sensation, Zhang Xuan found a seat, buckled up, and braced for any adverse reactions. However, as the warp initiated, he still felt intense discomfort, as if his head was being violently shoved into a rapidly spinning washing machine, leaving him dizzy and nauseous. Through the porthole, he saw various lights flickering in the darkness outside. Although the process was brief, it felt like years to someone crossing the warp tunnel for the first time. With the ship vibrating and space warping around them, they finally arrived at their destination. The colossal Jupiter stood like a giant beast in the cosmos. As Zhang Xuan gazed down from the Hercules, he felt a profound sense of insignificance and awe towards this massive planet. He murmured to himself, "So this is Jupiter." Lacking precise coordinates, they had to first jump to Jupiter before transferring to Europa for landing. Once the coordinates were registered, they could freely jump between Blue Star and Europa. Although Zhang Xuan didn't enjoy the feeling of jumping, he was prepared. Lisa had already prepared a glass of ice water for him. He took a few sips, feeling a refreshing coolness. Zhang Xuan's face was somewhat pale, while Lisa, dressed in her power armor, looked composed and experienced as a jumper, walking steadily. Zhang Xuan said to her, "Lisa, you once told me to leave Earth with you instead of staying with Natalia. You should know that Natalia's Messiah, as an awakening organization, is safer than here. What do you think?" Lisa frowned slightly and replied, "Natalia is an adult now. I can't always be her nanny." There was a hint of discontent in her eyes, almost as if she were about to cry. However, Zhang Xuan noticed a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she were holding back laughter. He shook his head. Sometimes Lisa showed her feminine side, which left him, a nearly 30-year-old bachelor, feeling a bit at a loss. At that moment, James walked over, breaking the awkward atmosphere. He asked, "Commander, we've reached our new location. Do we need to jump more troops immediately?" Zhang Xuan nodded and inquired, "What's the issue?" James raised a concern. "With our increased troop numbers, do we need to reconsider the distribution of ranks?" In the battles earlier that day, many soldiers had distinguished themselves, but ranks and positions were limited. James was worried about the fairness of rank distribution. He and Swick were the highest-ranking officers after Zhang Xuan, but many officers had similar merits and seniority, while high ranks were scarce. The previous promotion rules were no longer feasible. After some thought, Zhang Xuan decided to call a meeting with the senior officers to discuss the issue. Even though Swick wasn't present, they could hold a video conference. James nodded in understanding and went to notify the others. All of Zhang Xuan's senior officers gathered on the Hercules. Although many officers had been lost in the previous battles, some outstanding sergeants were promoted to lieutenants afterwards. Excluding those not present, there were now 12 lieutenants on the ship, including 3 first lieutenants and 9 second lieutenants. Half an hour later, the meeting concluded. In this brief yet intense period, the protagonist discovers an important fact. Military rank and position need to be considered separately. Despite some soldiers having significant achievements, if their rank is relatively low, they can compensate for this shortfall through better positions. The protagonist deeply feels that sometimes, the importance of a position can even surpass that of rank. Regarding the specific classification of positions, the protagonist learns that once the new troops arrive, the entire army will undergo a reorganization. The previous squad and platoon structures will be abolished, replaced by a more formal and comprehensive military system. The protagonist is filled with anticipation for this change, believing that the new system will lead to more efficient operations and better execution within the army. At this moment of transformation, the protagonist is full of expectations and hopes, looking forward to new challenges and opportunities. On the desolate glaciers, the wind howled and lightning flashed, painting a picture reminiscent of a polar hell. The surface of Europa exuded an aura unfit for human life. As the spacecraft penetrated the thin atmosphere of Jupiter's moon and touched down, the screen displayed a number, 12. Europa's composition is similar to Earth's, made of silicate rock, but its gravity is only 12 of Earth's, and the oxygen is so sparse that breathing is a challenge. Deploy the SCVs and start building the outpost. 3 Hercules ships landed in the glacial valley, where the terrain was relatively flat with hardly any mountains. 20 SCVs quickly began construction. Although Zhang Xuan intended to build the command center 100 kilometers beneath the ice, the ground-level outposts were equally important as a buffer against potential attacks from the three-eyed men. These outposts primarily consisted of missile turrets, bunkers, and supply depots, with barracks and sensor towers built as needed. Not every outpost required them. According to the plan, 24 small outposts and 12 large outposts would be constructed on Europa's surface. The larger outposts would house more troops and even have barracks, allowing for resupply in case of an attack. The adjutant had informed Zhang Xuan that the barracks could also recruit personnel from the Copperless sector, with the same cost and effectiveness. The main function of buildings like barracks, factories, and starports was to replenish forces and, secondly, to provide equipment and training. While their importance may not be evident now, in the future, when Zhang Xuan commands multiple planets or even star systems, these structures would prove crucial. Hours later, as the buildings sprang up, the large outpost was finally completed. Once the sensor tower was operational, the system's minimap expanded, covering all of Europa, though much of it remained shrouded in darkness, like unexplored regions in a game, with everything yet to be revealed. The sensor tower's primary function was to detect enemy movements beyond the map's visible range. Commander, the sensor tower has detected a significant number of unknown creatures beneath the ice in the deep sea. Most of them are massive, and their combat capabilities and habits are still unclear. It is recommended to dispatch troops for clearance. Despite having previously learned about Europa through videos, where many speculated about the possibility of life, it wasn't until now that the truth was confirmed, leaving Zhang Xuan in awe of nature's wonders. He wasn't particularly concerned about the unknown creatures. He dared to challenge the fleet of the three-eyed beings, so how could he fear a group of primitive creatures? In the face of advanced technology, any organic life form appears vulnerable and helpless. Although the adjutant also worried about safety issues. After all, this was an unknown planet, and no one could predict what dangers lurked beneath the ice. Perhaps a civilization like Atlantis was hidden in the deep sea. The fleet was defeated, and Yaxa died heroically. These bad news infuriated Commander Duncan. After a century of peace, why did such a disaster have to occur just as he was about to retire? Enraged, Duncan overturned the table and kicked the chair to pieces. The three-eyed officers around him were terrified, not daring to speak for fear of provoking his wrath. After venting his anger, Duncan coldly ordered the mobilization of all ships and combat personnel from the base to land on the Blue Star. There was no need to worry about the impact on human society. They were destined not to last long. The mission was to search and destroy those damn rebels with full force. To Duncan and other three-eyed beings, Zhang Xuan and his team were rebels. Despite serving them for a long time, they turned against their masters at the end, which was intolerable. The lower-ranking three-eyed beings were even less significant. The death of a baron and a planetary-level expert meant that humanity was destined to be eradicated ahead of schedule. The company's notice stated that a natural elimination plan was about to be executed, and Duncan, as the main responsible party, would face severe punishment. Driven by a desire for revenge, Duncan was nearly insane. The moon base fleet was unprecedentedly powerful, but its defenses were left vulnerable. Any invasion by other civilizations would bring disaster. Yet, no one spoke up at the moment, as they were equally enraged. As rulers for many years, None of them wished to see their subordinates turn against them. When it happened, they had to suppress it decisively. This was their only way to maintain their dignity, as they had done for thousands of years. On the Blue Star, as the fleet of the three-eyed beings brazenly hovered over human cities, everyone felt fear. Many countries fell into turmoil, and small nations even collapsed due to internal strife. Even large countries experienced social disorder, sometimes falling into states of war. The Awakened organization was manipulated, revealing the history of the three-eyed beings and the Awakened, leading to the rapid rise of a sect called the Savior Church. They worshipped the power of the three-eyed beings, seeing them as saviors and spreading their gospel. Driven by fear or a desire for power, the sect attracted a large number of followers. However, the Savior Church did not bring peace and order. Many nations were incited to war, causing people to be displaced. In some impoverished countries, under the control of the Savior Church's high-ranking members, horrific scenes of civilians being massacred as sacrifices to the gods emerged. Society is in turmoil, and people are anxious. In a small coastal country in northern Europe, the Messiah organization has emerged, gradually seizing power and expanding its influence. However, facing resistance from the opposing Salvation Church, the Messiah organization finds itself in a difficult position. Reliable sources indicate that the Salvation Church is backed by a group of extraordinary awakened individuals. The rise of the Messiah organization has been as swift and relentless as the North Sea wind. With an iron-fisted approach, they have steadily taken control of the political landscape, instilling fear among the populace. Conversely, the emergence of the Salvation Church has brought a glimmer of hope and courage to the people. Unafraid of the Messiah organization's might, they stand resolutely on the side of justice, vowing to protect the nation's interests and its citizens. The overt and covert struggle between the Messiah organization and the Salvation Church is akin to the alternating cycles of the northern European midnight sun and polar night. The Messiah organization's iron heel seeks to dominate everything, while the Salvation Church rises quietly but brilliantly, like the northern lights, fighting for freedom. Their confrontation is destined to be a battle of fate, with the victor determining the future of the northern European country and the loser fading into the annals of history. The leader of the Messiah organization harbors ambitions to subjugate the entire nation under their rule, compelling the people to submit. However, the followers of the Salvation Church are steadfast in their belief that justice will ultimately prevail over evil. Undeterred by oppression, they throw themselves into the struggle, willing to bleed and sacrifice but never to bow down. In this northern European land, the showdown between the Messiah organization and the Salvation Church is a fateful contest. People yearn for the triumph of justice, the expulsion of dark forces, and the return of light to their homeland. This struggle will be etched into the annals of northern European history, remembered by its people forever. According to reliable intelligence, the cult of salvation is backed by several level awakened individuals, and there might even be the presence of an level awakened, though this remains speculative. Currently, they are indeed showing significant interest in Messiah, and have sent an level elemental awakened to visit you. He has arrived, and someone will soon guide him to you. In an office the size of a basketball court, decorated with a girlish style, Natalia sat in her chair, trimming her nails while listening to her subordinates report. This job was more tedious than she had expected. When Zhang Xuan first told her she would become the leader of an organization, she was ecstatic. After watching a movie called The Godfather, she thought being a leader was both cool and glamorous. However, it didn't take long for her to feel bored. Her days were filled with reports, meetings, and meeting various people, with little else to do. Just moments ago, she had to meet the king of the country, and after some coercion and enticement, she managed to secure partial military command from him. Now, without even having time for a meal, she had to meet an level awakened from the cult of salvation. Oh, she just wanted to go home and stay in. Despite her inner complaints, Natalia maintained a silent and slightly serious exterior. Although her nail trimming betrayed a bit of her true feelings, it wasn't a big deal since the guest hadn't arrived yet. Just then, with a burst of hearty laughter, the atmosphere in the office instantly heated up, and flames began to form a human shape in the air. Who was it? The awakened guards at the door immediately rushed in, standing in front of Natalia and watching the figure nervously. As the flames dissipated, a young man dressed in all black slowly landed. He wore the garb of a church priest, with a cross hanging from his neck and a Bible in his hands. If not for his fiery red, shoulder-length hair, he might have seemed quite holy. Nice to meet you, Miss Natalia. Your beauty is indeed as renowned as they say. I am Schneider of the Cult of Salvation, one of the 12 bishops. You can call me Schneider, he introduced himself. Signaling the others to stand down, Natalia scrutinized this somewhat flamboyant bishop and slowly spoke. If all your church members are this discourteous, I believe our negotiations might not proceed. I apologize for my uninvited arrival, but you must understand, awakened individuals of our level are not bound by rules. Just as you enjoy soaring through the sky, I prefer to showcase our cult's power through elemental prowess, Schneider replied. Elemental awakened individuals are considered elite among their peers primarily because once they reach a level, their abilities undergo a tremendous transformation. Full-body elementalization is one of their most formidable displays. In this state, they are immune to any physical attacks and can even resist mental attacks to some extent. Unless confronted with weapons or abilities that counter their element, they are nearly invincible. Aside from limited stamina, they have virtually no weaknesses. If all members of the Salvation Church are like you, I suggest the 12 bishops retire early to avoid causing trouble, Natalia said sarcastically. Her disdain for the Salvation Church had reached its peak. After reviewing various documents and records, she barely restrained herself from attacking this annoying guy on the spot. Schneider's eyes flashed with irritation, but he quickly masked it with a roguish smile and said, Miss Natalia, you are refreshingly straightforward. In fact, I came here to offer a way out for Messiah. For you? Nonsense. Upclass Awakened couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, How dare you disrespect Leader Natalia? Are you looking for death? Although he was merely an Awakened with enhanced physical abilities, he had fought alongside Natalia and knew that she had a powerful ally capable of defeating a three-eyed being in single combat. Naturally, he wouldn't show mercy to this slightly capable, but otherwise unremarkable guy. He was ready to step forward and demonstrate his loyalty. However, Natalia interrupted. Enough. Cook. All of you, leave. I don't need your protection. This guy can't harm me, but that's an order. Yes, leader. Despite her short tenure as leader, Natalia exuded an aura of authority. Though small in stature and seemingly innocent in appearance, when she put on a stern face, no one in Messiah dared to utter a word. Schneider, who had been prepared to strike first, was surprised to see the respect Natalia commanded within Messiah. He had thought she was merely a puppet, but now it was clear she had real qualities. Schneider found a chair and sat down, smiling as he said, I'm pleased to see you are so understanding. So, shall we discuss cooperation? What cooperation? Natalia asked. Schneider replied mysteriously, a partnership to share what is known as the world's cake. I might consider it, but you must tell me what the Salvation Church really aims to do. Don't tell me all your Awakened are here to serve the three-eyed beings. Once the cycle begins, no one can escape. Of course, we know that. But what does the survival of humanity have to do with us? What do you mean? In fact, Schneider continued, our Pope has long been in contact with alien civilizations. They deeply sympathize with humanity's plight and are willing to help. When the cycle begins, they will send people to take some humans to a safe haven. The specific individuals to be taken will be decided by the Pope, and the Salvation Church will have a share. At the very least, we 12 bishops will definitely leave. If you join us, we could become the 13 bishops. Schneider laid out his cards openly. He was confident that no one could refuse the hope of survival, not even himself, who had joined the Salvation Church for this very reason. Natalia's response made the smile on Schneider's face somewhat strained. Natalia paid no heed to Schneider's thoughts and muttered to herself, whether you're a dog for the three-eyed people or any other aliens, you're still just being led by different leashes. Do you really think there's any hope for survival? Even the three-eyed people might eat humans, so how can we trust other alien civilizations not to? You're all dreaming. Why would anyone risk offending the three-eyed people to save you? They must have their own agenda. You've lived over 30 years, yet you're more naive than I am. Committing atrocities against civilians, building monuments of terror, and sacrificing to God show can you call yourselves heroes? You're just saving yourselves. It's laughable. Saving a pile of dung would be more meaningful than saving you. As she spoke, Natalia fixed her gaze on Schneider more accurately, on the empty space behind him. A trace of red light quietly appeared. In a direct confrontation, Bell had to eliminate an rank Awakened who could transform into elements, a task that clearly required some effort. Although Bell was currently only a level 7 psionic, his combat power, bolstered by his equipment, might be slightly above that of an average rank combat type Awakened. However, Bell did not favor frontal combat. He preferred assassination and ambushes. Without anti-stealth capabilities, no one could stop the assassinations and retreats of a phantom or ghost. Thus, Schneider, completely unprepared, was easily beheaded by Bell, and a powerful Awakened who could face entire armies fell just like that. Holding the still dripping head, Bell seemed to have completed a trivial task and said, I've requested an intelligence investigation from headquarters. By tonight at the latest, we will have all the intel on the Savior cult strongholds. If headquarters deems them a threat to our plans, the Rapid Response Unit will take care of them. Just continue your mission and don't worry about any trouble. Natalia, long accustomed to such bloody scenes, showed a look of disgust and said, these people deserve to die. Better to kill them than to be bothered by those photos. Bell nodded and took out a metal necklace from his pocket, handing it to Natalia. Also, I've been reassigned. A new contact will come to assist you in a week. In the meantime, You can use this necklace to contact Commander Swick's rapid response unit. Direct any needs to them. Natalia put on the necklace, asking in confusion, is something happening? Though Bel's movements were always mysterious, Natalia knew he was always nearby, ready to lend a hand when needed. This sense of reliance made her feel secure. However, Bel's imminent departure, much like her sister Lisa's, left Natalia feeling uneasy, as if there was no one she could fully trust anymore. As for Liu Yang, she never considered him an ally. Bel did not answer Natalia's question. He simply said, even if you encounter an unsolvable problem, just speak into the necklace, and the rapid response unit will arrive within half a minute. Rest assured, they are professionals in handling killing and cleaning up. Natalia sighed helplessly, watching Bel leave and pressing a button on the table. Two awakened individuals walked in, and she instructed them to move the items to the backup office and clean up the scene. Then, she flew out the window. The two awakened looked at the severed head on the ground, their faces showing astonishment, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. This wasn't their first time dealing with such a situation. Whenever someone provoked Natalia's leader, that person would end up dead without even realizing what had happened. Though it seemed brutal, it was actually not a big deal. Both were warriors of the same level. The opponent was an elemental awakener who was beheaded without any warning, creating a gruesome scene. They exchanged glances, eyes filled with fear, but chose to remain silent and began their usual cleanup. Nearly a week had passed since Zhang Xuan arrived in Europa. During this time, 5 large outposts and 10 smaller ones had been established on Europa's surface. The ice layer on Europa was exceptionally thick, making it impossible to penetrate into the deep sea for now. However, the engineering team was working hard, and it was believed they would complete the task soon. Zhang Xuan's main force was stationed at Outpost 1. Recently, Hercules had been sending a large number of modified biological corpses from Blue Star, which were spoils of war captured by Swick and his team. Zhang Xuan not only reinforced Swick with more troops, but also dispatched a mechanized unit equipped with siege tanks to help minimize losses and maximize gains in guerrilla warfare. Despite the large number of patrol ships deployed by the three-eyed people in the Blue Star's orbit and the additional guards at various breeding stations, they were almost defenseless against sudden aerial and ground bombardments. Each quick strike by the rapid response units lasted no longer than 10 minutes, regardless of the outcome, and they would retreat swiftly. Several times, when the three-eyed people's reinforcements arrived, all they saw was Hercules activating the warp device and retreating quickly. In the command room of the barracks at Outpost 1, Zhang Xuan sat in his office chair, listening to the intelligence officer's report. Commander, a new batch of spoils is expected to arrive at Outpost 2 in 10 minutes. Lieutenant Colonel Swick reports that the three-eyed people's fleet is gradually withdrawing from Blue Star's atmosphere. Purpose unknown. Miss Natalia's Messia organization currently has over 200 Clevel Awakeners and more than 20 Blevel Awakeners, with over 70% potentially serving as special reserve military forces. According to today's observation log by Iron Crow, dense energy reactions were detected beneath the ice sheet of the Antarctic continent, suspected to be energy releases from crystal mines. Lieutenant Colonel James's reconnaissance company is in place to investigate. The continuously updated reports on the screen made Zhang Xuan feel a bit overwhelmed. Despite delegating tasks as much as possible, handling such a massive workload was still exhausting. Therefore, he had instructed the engineering team to begin constructing a command center a day ago, which was expected to be completed in 6 hours. Over the past few days, the force had expanded to nearly 5,000 people, with about 2,000 recruited locally, thanks to the help of the Messia organization. In the Circle of Awakeners, recruiting mercenaries fighting for money or justice was not difficult, given the Messia organization's reputation and status. In the name of recruiting warriors for the Messiah, we are enlisting new members. Upon selection, the truth will be revealed, and joining is entirely voluntary. After serving for 3 years, members are free to retire, though those with outstanding performance may extend their service. The compensation is generous and highly attractive, making it nearly irresistible. However, despite this, the recruitment process occasionally encounters spies from the three-eyed people. From the moment they come into the deputy's view, every detail of their records from birth to the present day is scrutinized, including their families, who are subjected to covert surveillance. To Zhang Xuan, they are utterly transparent. Any suspicion will delay their enlistment for further review. If doubts persist, they will join the Messiah but will be restricted from accessing any confidential information. Should any collusion with the three-eyed people be discovered, they will be handed over to the Zero Special Intelligence Operations Unit, where Director Bell Scatman will personally handle the matter, swiftly and without mercy. The Special Intelligence Action Unit 0 has a total of 4 7th-level Psychic Spectres, including Bell. Each Spectre leads a support combat team of 12 elite soldiers from various units, specializing in special operations. These 4 teams are codenamed A, B, C, and D, and they receive the highest level of logistical support and training in the entire military. They are tasked with extremely dangerous missions that no other units can handle. Unlike regular special forces, their mission is singular: to eliminate the enemy. Commander, the 4 teams of Unit 0 and the Guardians of Karanas are fully assembled and awaiting your orders. Zhang Xuan, clad in black power armor and sporting a well-groomed beard, looked more mature than ever. Now, the fleet of the Three-Eyed Ones has left their base, presenting an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. Have them ready to infiltrate that base and leave no survivors. Yes, the fleet of the Three-Eyed Ones is scouring for their targets. How could they miss such a prime opportunity for retaliation? Previously, due to insufficient troop numbers and unclear division of roles, the situation was challenging. But now, things have changed. The Guardians of Karanas have grown to 50 strong, and with the addition of 4 well-trained assassination squads, they can clear the entire lunar base before the Three-Eyed Ones even realize it. Snowflakes drifted outside the window under the dazzling night sky as Zhang Xuan gazed in the direction of the blue planet. Consider this a little interest. Soon, my people will come to collect the principal, Three-Eyed Ones. The moon, Earth's only natural satellite, always faces the Earth with the same side due to its synchronous rotation and orbit. Only a few countries have successfully landed on the moon, so human knowledge about it remains limited, especially regarding the far side, which remains an unknown territory. A Hercules spacecraft warped above the moon and quickly descended, flying at low altitude until it reached the far side, beyond human sight. The landscape on the far side was similar to the near side, dotted with craters. As the Hercules delved deeper, they discovered something unusual. In a crater about 2 kilometers in diameter lay a massive skeleton. Though the flesh had long decayed, the skeletal structure suggested it was a giant canine-like creature over 1,000 meters long. Through the Hercules perspective, Zhang Xuan could clearly observe the details of the skeleton. What is this thing? Though the exact nature couldn't be determined, it likely had something to do with the Three-Eyed Ones. The energy readings indicated that this crater was not merely the result of a meteor impact, but possibly the mark of a powerful energy weapon. Zhang Xuan stared at the screen, filled with a sense of foreboding. What happened here? As the Hercules continued, more similar craters and various bones emerged. Some resembled birds, while others looked like dinosaurs. However, what shocked Zhang Xuan the most was a petrified relic. A magnificent 3-theran meter-long 5-clawed dragon lay before them, a breathtaking sight. Unlike other fragmented dragon remains, this skeleton was remarkably intact. The scales on its body were clearly visible, and its lifelike head, mouth agape as if roaring, seemed to stare into the sky. Zhang Xuan wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the pressure emanating from the dragon's corpse even through the screen. The exact age of these remains was unknown, but according to ancient mythology, they were believed to originate from Blue Star. Mythical creatures, from tens of thousands of years ago? Zhang Xuan muttered to himself. Indeed. Never mind. Zhang Xuan exhaled, thinking that these were just lifeless objects. Perhaps they were once immensely powerful, but they ultimately fell, defeated by the Three-Eyed People. The traces left behind indicated that the Three-Eyed People had an extraordinarily advanced level of technology at that time. Despite the enormous size of these creatures and their ability to survive and fight in space, Zhang Xuan was confident that, with his current military strength, he could eliminate them. However, it would certainly not be easy. It seemed necessary to quickly mobilize the Ghost Military Academy or battlecruisers. Without fusion missiles and heavy artillery, large-scale battles against the Three-Eyed People would surely be at a disadvantage. As he spoke, Hercules gradually ceased its flight. About 20 kilometers ahead was the base built by the Three-Eyed People on the moon. By the way, how's the situation with the key? Any problems? Rest assured, the key is currently in good condition, under stable mental control, and won't affect the plan. Good. Notify them that the mission is starting. Understood, Commander. Hercules found a valley and slowly landed. The hatch opened, and the first to disembark was the well-disciplined Vanguard Corps. Squad 04, clad in black power armor, followed. Since this mission required infiltration, Squad 0 would take the lead, destabilizing the enemy from within and providing support, while the Vanguard Corps would launch an assault at the opportune moment. Squad 04, led by Bell, confirmed the time with the other 3 members. Bell said, "Bring the key." Soon, 2 team members brought forth a person, who turned out to be the previously captured Jonathan. Jonathan had been imprisoned and interrogated for some time. Even used as a training subject for ghostly mind control skills, his consciousness shattered multiple times. Now, he stood motionless, devoid of basic self-awareness. When Bell used his psychic powers to touch Jonathan, a spark returned to his eyes, and he smiled, saying, "Hello, Mr. Bell. I am pleased to serve you." Bell, expressionless, said, "Your task is to open the door. Do not fail. I will fully cooperate. The Three-Eyed People will trust me." Jonathan's smile was eerily mechanical, sending chills down the spines of some support soldiers inside Hercules who witnessed the scene. These spirits look exceptionally deranged and twisted. The members of Team Zero are full of energy. As soon as they hear the order, they spring into action. Yes, sir. Supervisor Pei has been in a tough spot lately. Ever since he lost control of Training Station 3, his financial situation has been dire, and he even faces the risk of lawsuits. If he loses, he could not only go bankrupt but also lose his job. With a heavy heart, he sat in the security monitoring room, holding a teacup and wearing a shiny security uniform. Although his position hasn't changed, Mush is still a supervisor, has been reassigned to the moon base as a security supervisor. Despite the title, there is little room for growth in this department, and promotion opportunities are slim. Pei is well aware that if the company issues a disciplinary notice, he might not even keep his supervisor position and could be reduced to a regular security guard. His subordinates have become increasingly disobedient. While they don't show it openly, he often hears their mocking remarks behind his back. Feeling miserable, Pei glanced at the clock. Half an hour had passed since the start of his shift, and the monitoring room was empty. His employees blatantly disregarded him. Helpless, he could only send a reminder in the department group chat, even softening his tone to avoid provoking them and risking further demotion. Pei harbored deep hatred for Jonathan. If it weren't for Jonathan's scheming game, he wouldn't be in this predicament. His anger flared as he thought about Jonathan's betrayal, even fantasizing about revenge. Suddenly, Pei sat up straight, eyes fixed on a corner of the surveillance screen. There stood his nemesis, Jonathan, at the base's entrance, looking up at the monitoring room with a slight smile on his face. The nerve of him to smile. Pei fumed, thinking, after disappearing for so long, I thought you were dead. You bastard. You put me through all this, and you still have the audacity to smile. Pei's eyes reddened, his breathing quickened, and he drew his pistol from his waist, storming out of the monitoring room. He had only one thought. Kill him. Kill this despicable man. The moon base is as large as a major city, and the monitoring room was conveniently located next to the main entrance, allowing Pei to reach the door without any obstacles. Jonathan was standing at the entrance, ready to verify his identity through the iris scanner. However, due to his previous disappearance, the base had assumed he was dead, and his identity information had been deleted. The scanner announced, iris recognition failed, no information found. Jonathan still wore a smile, looking towards the monitoring room, knowing he had been discovered. Sure enough, shortly after, the towering metal gate, over 100 meters high, began to open slowly. The next moment, a gun was pressed against his forehead. Supervisor Pei angrily pointed at Jonathan, his hand trembling uncontrollably as his whole body shook with rage. Unable to contain himself, he pressed a gun to Jonathan's head and forcefully shoved him towards the door. Jonathan, however, remained unfazed, smiling as he said, Supervisor Pei, long time no see. The sight of Jonathan's smile made Supervisor Pei even more furious, and he punched Jonathan to the ground. Overcome with anger, he failed to notice the two fully armed Marine units silently closing in from both sides of the door. What are you smiling at? How dare you laugh? Supervisor Pei kicked Jonathan several times, speaking menacingly. Waving his gun threateningly, he continued, There's no one in the control room. No one knows you're back. You have two choices. Either I kill you, or you transfer all the money in your account to me. He was well aware that Jonathan had amassed considerable wealth over the years, enough to clear his debts and give him hope for the future. Just then, a pair of large hands suddenly appeared from behind Supervisor Pei, twisting his neck with a loud crack. With a malevolent expression, Supervisor Pei collapsed backward, but he was gently caught and dragged behind some rubble. The only witness eliminated, Team C moved to the control room while the other teams proceeded with their planned operations. For Ghost operatives, now invisible, were the first to infiltrate the base. 4 squads followed, silently beginning their assassination mission. They had already obtained detailed information about the base's layout from Jonathan and had meticulously planned their approach. Despite the lunar base being sparsely defended, its large size meant many personnel remained. Besides the civilian staff, most were just regular security guards, not even soldiers. Under the Ghost operatives' guidance, they eliminated over 200 three-eyed beings within minutes, without causing any commotion. Many fighters were incredulous at how easily the high-tech civilization's base security was breached. Bell, having just killed a three-eyed being resting in bed, sensed something was off. Since entering the base, he hadn't encountered any mid to high-level management personnel. Even if most of the forces had been redeployed, there should still be some civilian officials. Other than the fool at the entrance who was killed, everyone else seemed to have vanished. Teams B and D reported finding no mid to high-level personnel. The 3 squads dispersed, attacking the living quarters, ship landing zones, and office areas. Even the office area was devoid of higher-level personnel. It might be a trap, Bell thought. Notify the sentries to be ready for support, and have Hercules prepare for warp extraction. All teams, regroup at the ship landing zone. Mission aborted. Roger that. Just then, a frantic voice came through the communications channel. In an emergency, Hercules was under attack. Shortly after, Team C also sounded the alarm. Reports from the control room indicated a large fleet of three-eyed being ships rapidly approaching. The situation was indeed dire. A sense of urgency surged within Hercules. He had to act swiftly to protect the crew and the ship. Various battle strategies flashed through his mind as he calmly and decisively made decisions, demonstrating his courage and wisdom as a captain. In this critical moment, Hercules displayed unwavering leadership and determination, guiding his crew towards safety. At Outpost Europa 1, Zhang Xuan watched the screen with a heavy heart. This mission had to remain confidential. The enemy had already figured out their movements and was preparing to attack the lunar base. He sighed inwardly, realizing their carelessness. Zhang Xuan began to strategize. The situation was dire. The Herculean forces on the moon were under heavy attack by a large contingent of three-eyed beings, and the defending troops were struggling to hold their ground. The Karanjas vigilantes had already set out and were likely at the lunar base's doorstep, ready to launch their assault, making it impossible for them to turn back now. Additionally, without support from the Herculean forces, Squad 04 couldn't evacuate the lunar base. The three-eyed beings' fleet was about to retreat, and if they got trapped in enemy territory, it would be catastrophic. Zhang Xuan could only dispatch 2 units, one to the lunar base's ship landing zone to assist Squad 04, and the other to support the Herculean forces in repelling the enemy. However, if the reinforcements arrived but couldn't retreat quickly, the three-eyed beings would surely encircle and annihilate them. Zhang Xuan suddenly recalled Svik's earlier report. The three-eyed beings' fleet was gradually withdrawing from Earth's atmosphere, indicating a well-thought-out plan. They were well aware of their warp technology and had prepared accordingly. The previous patrols around Earth were a ruse to lure them into a trap, and they had fallen for it. The enemy had been lying in wait all along. Realizing these details, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but gasp. Yet, abandoning the rescue mission was not an option. This might also be part of the enemy's strategy. "The fleet is ready, Commander. You may proceed," a voice announced. Zhang Xuan hesitated for a moment and asked, "How many troops can we still mobilize?" Lieutenant Colonel Svik's 001 battalion is fully available, consisting of 2 infantry battalions, 1 armor battalion, and 1 guard company, totaling 2,500 Marines, 200 raiders, 100 widow mines, 50 predators, 50 Hellfire tanks, and 4 siege tanks. Lieutenant Colonel James's 002 battalion can partially mobilize, excluding the forces stationed at the outpost. This includes 1 infantry battalion, 2 armored companies, 1 guard company, and 1 special operations assault company, totaling 1,600 Marines, 150 raiders, 60 widow mines, 50 predators, 20 Hellfire tanks, and 2 siege tanks. In addition to ground forces, we have 18 Viking fighters, 6 Liberators, 8 Hercules, and 2 Ravens. Furthermore, Chief Engineer Carmel has retrofitted 42 of the three-eyed beings' combat ships with fusion reactors for extended operations and enhanced armor defenses. They are ready for deployment at any time. This was the available force Zhang Xuan could mobilize. "Notify the entire army to prepare for battle," Zhang Xuan commanded. Even though it seemed hasty to rush into battle with the three-eyed people, it was clear they wanted Zhang Xuan to confront them head-on. Despite this, Zhang Xuan chose to proceed, knowing he had a contingency plan. Before evacuating the island base, he had ordered Carmel to dismantle and take away the entire number 18 cultivation station, using the nuclear material from the aircraft carrier to create a makeshift nuclear bomb. These 2 items were now stored beneath the ice layer below. Originally, he planned to use the bomb to destroy the three-eyed people's main ship later, but it seemed the time had come. Neither Zhang Xuan nor the three-eyed people knew what would result from combining the comma plant with a nuclear bomb, but it was certain that it wouldn't be good news for the three-eyed people. In the command room of the main ship, Duncan laughed maniacally. His advisor, standing next to him, cracked a smile and praised him. "Commander, your foresight is truly remarkable. You anticipated their attack on the base and had the fleet return just in time to intercept them." "Of course," Duncan snorted. "I'm not easily fooled by such petty tricks." Ha ha ha. In reality, the main reason Duncan had the fleet return was that headquarters personnel were arriving today, and he needed to be there to greet them, even dispatching a welcoming party. Coincidentally, his welcoming party had spotted the Hercules, which set off a chain of events. According to their plan, humans should have just breached the base's gates, making it the perfect time to intercept them. Duncan had been stressed to the point of hair loss these past days. Despite deploying the entire army, they couldn't locate the enemy and faced daily attacks on their cultivation stations. He had been running around constantly and was at his wits' end. Now, with an opportunity at hand, he decided to act. Killing even one enemy would be satisfying. So he unhesitatingly ordered the main ship to accelerate and return ahead of schedule. Would the hidden mastermind really mobilize a large force just to rescue these people? He doubted it. Although the three-eyed people's ships were fast, they still needed time to break orbit and reach the moon, at least 2 to 3 hours. However, the main ship could enter sublight speed, reaching the moon in just 5 minutes. Soon, The kilometer-long main ship of the Three-Eyed People appeared over the far side of the moon. Commander, we've detected an enemy ship and a small ground force engaging our troops. Shall we fire the orbital cannon to eliminate them? The observer reported. Yes, fire and destroy them, then return to base quickly. I can't wait to kill them with my own hands. Yes, sir. A row of dark cannons extended from the underside of the main ship, red energy beginning to gather. Boom. Dozens of energy beams shot down from high altitude, instantly turning the Hercules' location into rubble. The bombardment continued until the signal from Hercules disappeared from the sensors. The ground was left in ruins, with Hercules blasted to pieces and the shattered bodies of the Marines scattered everywhere. The warship quickly receded into the sky, while the three-eyed troops formed a perimeter around the battlefield. This scene ignited an unwavering resolve in the hearts of the surviving soldiers. Struggling to rise from the mud, they grabbed their weapons and plunged back into the fray without hesitation. Amid the smoke and dust, these soldiers demonstrated relentless determination and indomitable courage. Their eyes shone with loyalty to their homeland and deep affection for their comrades. Each raised rifle bore their longing for victory and fearless defiance of the enemy. Scarred by the flames of war, their wounds became badges of their struggle. Every stubborn rise from the ground was a declaration of defiance against adversity. Their hearts burned with a desire for freedom and a yearning for peace. Despite the thorny path ahead, they embarked on their journey without a second thought. The soldiers' hearts were filled with confidence and hope for the future. They knew that as long as the fire burned within, they could overcome any obstacle. Fighting side by side, they were determined to defend their homeland and uphold justice until the very end. Amid the battlefield's smoke, their resolve was as unyielding as steel, and they swore never to retreat. Deputy Commander Mark. The thunderous sound of artillery and persistent ringing in his ears reminded him that the battle was still raging. Shouts grew clearer as Mark struggled to stand, his body numb and unresponsive. A sergeant, using all his strength, dragged Mark into a shell crater, gripping his rifle tightly as he defended against the enemy. Mark's mind was hazy, his thoughts lingering on the moment the battle began. They were ambushed, and after the commander was killed, survival depended solely on themselves. The lieutenant's eyes showed urgency and sorrow. Company 6 was nearly wiped out, with only the two of them left alive. Finally, Mark regained full consciousness, feeling a rush of adrenaline. He fought to stand, gripping his rifle tightly as he engaged the enemy fiercely. When he inquired about the remaining personnel, the response from the 3rd platoon leader was heart-wrenching. Only 16 men were left, and he had just witnessed a comrade blown to pieces before his eyes. He immediately issued orders, rallying the remaining forces for a counterattack. During communication, he reported the situation to his superiors and requested reinforcements. Commander Bell's response brought a slight relief, though immediate support was not possible. Reinforcements were on their way. Looking up at the enemy, Mark saw their numbers were overwhelming. Yet, if Company 6 could unite, they had the power to defeat them. This was a life-and-death struggle, with the odds stacked high against them, but a spark of hope ignited in Mark's heart. Their forces included 10 Formator-tall, three-legged robots, each equipped with a 50mm energy cannon capable of easily taking out a Marine with a single shot. Even Raiders could barely withstand 2 shots. These robots had never appeared in any intelligence reports, so they initially suffered significant losses. To make matters worse, the 6th Company had already been crippled by a round of bombardment. 3 minutes, could they really hold out that long? But there was no other choice now. They had to stand their ground, no matter the cost. Holding their position meant certain death. Everyone was ordered to provide cover for each other and retreat to the craters behind them. Reinforcements were on the way. Are there any Raiders left? Aim at those robots and hit them hard. 13 Marines and 3 Raiders, a total of 16 men, fought with the ferocity of a force 10 times their size. For a moment, the Triclops forces found it difficult to break through their defensive fire. But when all the 3-legged robots were deployed to the battlefield, the situation took a drastic turn for the worse. Soldiers fell one after another around him, and Mark was now fighting in a blind rage. Although he wasn't very familiar with his comrades, he had grown to like these rough men over the past few days. Watching his fellow soldiers, who had trained, eaten, and slept alongside him, fall one by one filled Mark with immense anger, but there was nothing he could do. His finger never left the trigger, yet it changed nothing. When the 3rd platoon leader fell in front of him, Mark took several shots and collapsed. The oxygen inside his armor began to rapidly deplete, and his consciousness started to fade. It was then that he saw several blue lights in the sky. Are there any survivors down there? This is Lieutenant Colonel Tallis of the 1st Battalion. 6th Company, respond. Tallis's voice crackled over the comms. Mustering his last bit of strength, Mark responded. This is Mark. Some of my men are still alive. Save them. With that, he finally lost consciousness. Damn it. On Hercules 7, Tallis pulled the gravity bridge switch and shouted, 1st Battalion, follow me down there and kill those bastards. Medical teams, come with us. There are still survivors in the 6th Company. We can't let them all die. In the sky above, 3 Hercules ships hovered. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of soldiers descended onto the battlefield via gravity bridges, surrounding the Triclops forces from 3 directions. Talus landed at the location of the previous communication signal and quickly found the young man named Mark. Medical team, get over here. This one's still alive. Noticing the life signals on Mark's armor had not disappeared, Talus breathed a sigh of relief. The 6th Company was part of the 2nd Infantry Battalion of the 1st Regiment, and Talus had helped appoint the company commander along with Swick when it was first formed. He was an excellent Marine officer, and it had only been a short time since then. Now, there were so few left of the 6th Company. Beside Mark, 2 Marines and 1 Raider stood guard, their sorrow evident even through their visors. They were the last remnants of the 6th Company. Mark Horn, I hope you make it through this. With a complex expression, Talus glanced at the young deputy company commander undergoing emergency treatment before turning to leave. He had a battle to command. Hercules led all the troops successfully to disembark, followed closely by over 20 SCVs. These warriors decided to establish a forward base on this unfamiliar land, preparing for an intense standoff against the three-eyed beings. Hercules remained calm and composed, his eyes exuding determination and decisiveness. Faced with the unknown challenges, he felt no fear. Instead, his inner courage and resolve were ignited. Clad in his battle armor, he stood on the battlefield like an unshakable mountain, emanating endless strength and conviction. The SCVs busily and methodically set to work, skillfully operating their mechanical arms, sweating as they gradually constructed the base's framework. Their faces bore expressions of unwavering determination, as if proclaiming their resolve and belief in the fight ahead. On this uncharted land, they were fearless builders, brave warriors, and indefatigable fighters. Meanwhile, the three-eyed beings observed from a distance, their eyes gleaming with hostility and provocation. They knew an intense battle was imminent, one in which they would face the steadfast resistance of Hercules and his troops. This would be a life-or-death struggle, with the scales of victory hanging in the balance. Who would ultimately prevail and laugh last remained uncertain. Hercules and his troops stood firmly on the front lines, ready to meet any challenge. Their hearts burned with a desire for victory, their veins coursing with indomitable courage. Confronted with formidable enemies, they would never retreat or bow down, for the dawn of victory was near, and they would defend their honor and dignity to the last. In the crater valley where the three-eyed people's lunar base was located, the surrounding highlands towered, making it a concealed and defensible position. However, if discovered and encircled by the enemy, this terrain could become a fatal weakness. Clearly, the builders had not considered this. But for Zhang Xuan, it was a perfect opportunity. All Hercules units had reached their target locations and started deploying SCVs to establish a forward base. The Air Force was following closely, expected to arrive on the moon within 2 hours. In the command room, Zhang Xuan silently watched the rising casualty numbers on the screen. He had witnessed the brave resistance of the 6th Company soldiers, especially when the main ship of the three-eyed people suddenly appeared overhead and launched a fierce bombardment. Seeing his comrades fall under the fire was heart-wrenching. However, the one thing that brought him some solace was that there were still survivors from the 6th Company. He ordered Swick and James to maintain distance and set up bases 20 to 30 kilometers away from the lunar base, then gradually advance. Building missile towers was crucial. They couldn't let enemy ships target them. More SCVs could be dispatched for support if necessary. Yes, Commander. On the minimap, the terrain surrounding the lunar base showed a 100-kilometer radius. Missile towers and sensor towers had been constructed, allowing him to monitor the movements of the three-eyed people. At the center, a massive enemy ship marker flashed amid red danger zones. It seemed the main force of the three-eyed people had not yet returned. Now was not the best time for a nuclear strike. These units alone might not be enough to fend off enemy ships. Perhaps new units were needed. This was no longer a guerrilla skirmish. Facing such a formidable enemy, he needed stronger firepower. If possible, he even considered building a command center near the lunar base, upgrading it to a planetary fortress, and trapping the three-eyed people in their own home. If you need to boost firepower, Commander, you might consider warping in some energizers. These little guys are quite effective at enhancing firepower. Kalinya's voice echoed in his mind. Previously, due to the high cost of energizers, Zhang Xuan had not considered warping them in. However, after several days of development, his forces had grown significantly, and resource consumption was low, mainly thanks to the guerrilla units raids. He now had 70,000 crystal minerals and 110,000 high-energy gas, originally intended as reserves. But it seemed he had to use this stockpile now. Although the 50 attack speed boost would consume energy, it should significantly enhance his force's firepower. After a brief consideration, he decided to try 20 of them. It would cost a total of 10,000 crystal minerals and 20,000 high-energy gas. Set up the defenses, build the missile towers. SCVs, hurry up. On the eastern side, Swick led the 2nd Battalion and the Armored Battalion, rapidly establishing a position on a highland. Over 20 SCVs worked at full speed, quickly erecting defensive structures. The construction of the barracks is progressing smoothly, with everything already halfway done. Having the barracks means a steady supply of backup forces. The Herculean's warp consumes a large amount of energy, and once depleted, resources are needed to replenish it. Each warp consumes about 200 to 300 units of crystal minerals and 100 to 200 units of high-energy gas. The exact consumption depends on the scale and weight of the troops on board. Although the consumption per warp doesn't seem significant, it adds up over time, becoming a considerable expense. Commander Swick heard a lieutenant advisor's inquiry. Zero has sent a message saying they're retreating. Do we need to support them? Swick hesitated slightly, scrutinizing the information on the communication channel. He browsed through several pages and finally found Zero's situation report. Currently, they are trapped inside the Triclops base, with the Triclops' main ship having dispatched troops to search for them. Relying on exceptional special tactics and combat prowess, Zero has launched multiple attacks and breakouts, killing over 1,000 enemies without sustaining any injuries. This situation report was posted 15 minutes ago, with over a dozen replies in the comments section. Deputy Executive Officer Kalinyasten reported, the Vanguard Corps has entered the base and is engaging the Triclops forces, working to open an evacuation route. Commander James of the 002 Regiment stated, my Special Operations Company is en route. After you evacuate, you can rendezvous with my troops at the marked location. They will protect you during the evacuation. Deputy Commander Tallis of the 001 Regiment sent his well wishes. On behalf of the entire regiment, I wish you good luck. Our commander is currently busy and unable to check the messages. Liberator 1 Pilot Casey excitedly commented, you guys are amazing, 666. Am I too late to reply now? Will I seem redundant? I thought about it and realized I couldn't offer much help. But to join the fun, I decided to leave a comment anyway. I want to state, it's not out of fear of ghostly retribution. Commander Swick of the 001 Regiment responded, Zero's comrades have performed excellently. If you need support, let me know. I have an armored battalion here, and 4 siege tanks can provide long-range fire support. Meanwhile, the James base in the northwest is beginning to take shape. James received a report. Widow mines have been deployed and are lying in wait. Once the enemy's main ship takes off, it will be hit by a barrage of sentry missiles. James nodded, looking at the lunar map displayed on the screen. According to the plan, they intend to launch a 3-pronged assault, forcing the enemy into ground combat through continuous attacks. After all, if the enemy's main ship becomes operational, it will inevitably cause significant casualties. Fortunately, the enemy has not yet discovered their deployment, and given their current position around their own base, using large-scale weapons could result in friendly fire. Therefore, they must act cautiously. This is indeed a case of a dilemma. Before they push the highest-ranking officer to the brink, they can momentarily set aside their concerns about a massive airstrike. However, the pressing issue James faces now is how to effectively use the forces at his disposal to strike or even destroy the enemy's main battleship. For him, it's undoubtedly a Damocles sword hanging over his head, a threat he wishes to eliminate. Perhaps, the only solution lies hidden within Squad 04. The Viper Special Assault Unit, led by John, is considered an elite force for high-value missions. Comprising 120 members, they are divided into 5 tactical squads, each with 24 brave warriors. Although slightly less formidable than the Zero Operations Unit in terms of combat prowess, they still boast a 40 win rate under equal equipment and manpower conditions. In the future, if the number of Ghost and Phantom soldiers increases and they are allocated to various units, the combat capability of the Viper unit will be significantly enhanced. John Schmidt, the unit commander, once participated in the selection for the Zero Operations Unit. Although he was not chosen due to issues with alcohol, his capabilities are beyond doubt. Throughout the selection process, he consistently ranked among the top performers. Despite missing the chance to join Zero, John has proven his exceptional talent as the captain and leader of Viper Squad A in the Special Forces. At this moment, John is scrutinizing the mission briefing in his hand, his brow furrowed as an uneasy feeling creeps in. The briefing initially seemed routine, instructing them to assist in the extraction of Zero Operations Unit members. However, after a recent update, the situation changed, now requiring them to penetrate the battlefield and rendezvous with Zero, with no specific details disclosed. John sets aside the briefing and gazes at the distant lunar base, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips as he sips his fruit wine, a fiery resolve building within him. He quickly discerns James's intentions. Familiar with the harsh realities of decapitation tactics, John feels no fear, having honed his skills for years in the secret units of the Terran Empire. He suspects the mission may involve eliminating enemy leaders or ambushing enemy ships, but regardless, he is confident in their success. Rising to his feet, John scans the room, taking in his team members as they check their equipment. All right, folks, it's time to move out. Let's get going, he encourages. The 5 squads quickly assemble, ready to board the Hercules transport aircraft to their destination. Though this will expose their position, time is of the essence, and walking is no longer an option. Upon arrival, the Hercules will swiftly withdraw, leaving them to fend for themselves. Yet, no one complains. Among these warriors are some natives of Blue Star, who carry the honor of the Special Forces and understand that their actions will impact the fate of all humanity. Even if defending Blue Star costs them their lives, they are prepared to make that ultimate sacrifice without hesitation. In the Copperless sector, unlike other Marines, they were fearless. For their commander, for the rise of humanity, they feared nothing. They boarded the ship and set off. Meanwhile, James was discussing his thoughts with Zhang Xuan. Commander, I believe solely relying on urbanization tactics won't secure ultimate victory. Besides targeting high-threat enemies, we need other strategies. He had just received mission authorization from Zhang Xuan and updated Viper's mission directives. Viper would rendezvous with Zero, and while the enemy's main ship was unloading troops at the landing zone, they would use the Sentinels to draw enemy fire, sneak in, and create chaos inside the enemy ship. The mission was dangerous, but they had no choice but to eliminate this significant threat before enemy air reinforcements arrived. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xuan said, "The enemy's ground detection is weak, which we can exploit, but we are unsure about their air detection. I'll send Zero's squad to destroy the orbital monitoring center at their lunar base to weaken their surveillance capabilities. Then, have Viper warp drop directly into the Triclops landing zone for a surprise attack." James replied seriously, "Additionally, should we execute a decapitation strike? According to our intel, the Triclops leader at the lunar base is a planetary level 9 entity. With him around, infiltration might not be easy." It was the first time Zhang Xuan had heard the term, planetary level 9. Yes, based on key memory readings, we know that the universe has many powerful individual beings with standardized combat power levels. The Triclops we encountered before, who used a massive hammer in close combat, was just a junior planetary level. It's estimated that planetary level combat power exceeds that of humans-class awakened beings. After hearing James' report, Zhang Xuan frowned. Although he had speculated before, now facing a being with such formidable individual combat power made him uneasy. Natalia, as a class combat psychic, could already contend with marine squads. How powerful could a planetary level entity be? At this moment, Kalaneas spoke in his mind, "Executor, you need not worry. My team and I will handle this trouble." Zhang Xuan was taken aback. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the lunar base, the Sentinels were fiercely battling the Triclops. Kalanea's golden mechanical eye was fixed on the distant darkness. From the shadows, a towering figure slowly emerged, each step shaking the ground. "If I'm not mistaken, that planetary level 9 has appeared." The Sentinels' combat prowess was astounding. Though they numbered only 50, they stalled the entire Triclops army. So far, these born killing machines had wiped out over 2,000 Triclops and hundreds of combat robots, all without sustaining a single scratch. Thanks to the unique abilities of the three-eyed people, defeating the same Sentinel consecutively in just 2 minutes without relying on heavy firepower is nearly impossible. However, they gradually became aware of the threat posed by these anomalies. Now, the main force of the three-eyed people has almost entirely converged in this area, providing Zero with considerable room for maneuver. As the battle continues, the enemy leader seems to have reached the end of his patience. A loyal executor stands before the Templar, solemnly declaring, "My comrades and I will do our utmost to eradicate this creature. The swords in our hands will show that arrogant three-eyed being what true warriors are made of." When the battleship landed and a large number of three-eyed soldiers returned to the base, they suddenly realized that the once peaceful main base was no longer safe. For tactical squads, resembling demons, roamed the entire base, leaving no three-eyed person alive in their wake. High-ranking personnel were killed, and the base's normal operations would undoubtedly be severely impacted after today. Even more concerning was that dozens of subplanetary mechs forcefully breached the main gate, wreaking havoc on their facilities. Their troops faced unimaginable devastation the moment they clashed with these mechs. They had never seen such powerful battle mechs, whose exceptional combat skills and mighty golden blades could effortlessly annihilate their forces. Their weapons couldn't even pierce the strange energy shields of the mechs. But all of this paled in comparison to the true horror. When they used heavy firepower to destroy one of the mechs, the fragments rapidly reassembled, as if resurrected. The revived mech showed no signs of diminished combat ability, and even its depleted shield was fully restored. How on earth could they fight against this? Mechs that could come back to life? No civilization was known to possess such technology. Duncan, clad in pure black combat nanotech armor, was unusually calm. In battle mode, He watched the skirmish from afar with a level-headed demeanor. He could clearly see the movements of the sentinels. Their speed, which bullets could hardly catch, seemed unimpressive to him. However, the strange resurrection ability made him wary. After all, he was still at the planetary level and faced the risk of injury or even death in large-scale battles. But this wasn't a large-scale battle. Resurrection? He refused to believe they were truly invincible. If killing them once wasn't enough, he'd kill them twice, 10 times, 100 times. Drawing the kinetic blade from his back, Duncan stepped into the kill zone. At this point, the three-eyed troops were terrified by the sentinels and had lost the will to resist. Watching the fate of their base commander, they retreated, relieved, giving Duncan space. You must have intelligence, right? Duncan stood several hundred meters from Kalania's, ignoring the other sentinels' gazes, and said slowly, I know you're the leader. Which civilization are you from? Don't you know this is the home planet of the three-eyed civilization's Amanra Corporation? Kalania's replied with an air of arrogance. We are the Templar, sons of Glacius, spears of the war executor, and friends of humanity. Templar? Never heard of you. But did you just say you're friends of humanity? Those weaklings from Earth? Duncan laughed angrily. Don't you know that the entire Earth, including all humans, is the property of Amanra Corporation? Perhaps they were, but from today, they are no longer, Kalania said, unwilling to say more. He clenched his fists, igniting his blades. Just what I wanted, Duncan replied. As soon as Duncan finished speaking, a gust of wind roared, and he dashed towards Kalania's like a flash of lightning. His massive blade, brimming with deadly intent, swung fiercely at Kalania's. However, Kalania's was prepared. With a swift movement, he dodged the lethal blow and immediately counterattacked, skillfully maneuvering behind Duncan and thrusting his sharp blade forward. Duncan, remaining calm, lifted his leg and delivered a precise sidekick, sending Kalania's flying dozens of meters away. Despite being protected by a psychic shield, Kalania's was unharmed. Duncan let out a cold laugh and taunted, Well done, Templar. Your combat skills are indeed impressive, but once I defeat you, your body will become a valuable asset. Before he finished speaking, he launched another round of attacks. Seeing this, the sentinels joined the fray, engaging Duncan in fierce combat. Duncan's strength was not to be underestimated. As a top-tier warrior of planetary level 9, he possessed not only immense power but also masterful combat skills, handling the battle with ease. However, facing the onslaught of 50 sentinels, he began to feel the pressure. The battlefield descended into chaos, with both sides locked in a relentless struggle. Over the next 10 minutes, Duncan cut down dozens of sentinels, but their extraordinary revival abilities made it difficult for him to annihilate them completely. Although he noticed that their resurrection had a time limit, the sheer number of opponents plunged him into a grueling fight. What worried him even more was the sentinels' continuously improving combat prowess, evolving rapidly. After the third resurrection, Kalania's mechanical eye gleamed with a golden light, uploading death data to the Purifier network, allowing every sentinel to share this information. They began to decipher and counter Duncan's fighting style, growing stronger and more formidable. 20 minutes in, Duncan was injured for the first time by a sentinel. He realized that the weapon his opponent used was extraordinary, capable of easily tearing through his expensive nano-armor, a dangerous sign. After repelling a wave of sentinels, Duncan swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the battlefield. The sentinels did not pursue him but quickly surrounded him instead. Duncan frowned, touching his wound, sensing a foreboding feeling. He realized these mechs were unusual. They were mechanical organisms. These intelligent machines, capable of learning, filled him with unprecedented fear. They were not cold, lifeless machines but seemed like living entities, constantly learning, evolving, and adapting to his every move. In less than half an hour, he realized he was no longer a match for these opponents. Continuing to fight would only lead to his defeat. Although he was confident that he wouldn't die at their hands, he was not a fervent warrior eager for battle. This fierce fight had to stop immediately. Without hesitation, he issued a command through his communicator. This is the base commander, calling the main ship. Ascend immediately and target these mechs. Destroy them with the ship's cannons. However, there was only silence on the other end of the communicator. No response at all. The guards around him didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, they watched quietly, like spectators at a clown show. Duncan began to feel a twinge of unease. A thunderous explosion erupted behind him, but the leader of Team 0B remained unfazed. Calm and unflustered, he issued the command. This is Team 0B. Orbital monitoring has been destroyed. Viper can proceed. Upon receiving a response, he felt a sense of relief. Even as the skirmish between the Sentinels and Duncan raged on, his team had already commenced their mission. They successfully dismantled the orbital surveillance and infiltrated the lift zone. In the ship's lift zone, thousands of Triclops soldiers were gathered, awaiting their assignments. Suddenly, gunfire rang out, and almost simultaneously, all the lights went out. Enemy attack. Team Zero swiftly sprang into action. Two squads surged from the east and west sides, coordinating seamlessly and utilizing the night vision capabilities of their armor to swiftly and effectively eliminate the enemy. The Triclops officers responded quickly, but were soon taken down by the hidden members of Team Zero. Amidst the battlefield chaos, Team Zero managed to blend into the enemy ranks, maintaining their cover. At that moment, a Hercules fleet descended, and Viper team members launched their assault, effectively disrupting the enemy's defenses. The Viper team's objective wasn't to annihilate the enemy, but to distract and provide cover, while Team Zero was tasked with infiltrating the warship to execute sabotage operations. Within 3 minutes, they had to complete their mission and evacuate. John received the evacuation order, his eyes gleaming with determination as he fired his machine gun, hitting every exposed enemy with precision. Hold for 3 minutes, then retreat. The commander's order echoed in every team member's ear. Viper team exhibited the combat prowess of special forces, fearlessly engaging the enemy in fierce combat. Corpses piled up, forming a barricade that kept the enemy at bay. Both sides exchanged intense fire, each soldier finding cover and mounting a tenacious counterattack amidst the hail of bullets. Inside the warship, Squad 04 moved like 4 merciless blades, slicing through the entire vessel. They ruthlessly planted bombs and sought out key targets, resulting in hundreds of casualties among the crew. After 2 minutes of intense combat, Squad 0 successfully withdrew, leaving behind chaos and destruction. Seeing their safe retreat, John couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Facing such a formidable enemy, they had no choice but to rely on direct confrontation, which put immense pressure on him. Upon receiving the order to retreat, Viper Company swiftly dispersed and followed their pre-planned evacuation routes. Bell had already prepared multiple escape routes before the mission began, ensuring the squad's safe withdrawal. They ultimately succeeded in evacuating, leaving the disoriented three-eyed soldiers searching for their traces within the warship. Zero and Viper's members combined forces to eliminate the three-eyed soldiers guarding the main entrance, completing their mission and retreating smoothly. John felt genuine admiration for his team's performance. Despite the challenges, they completed the mission and evacuated successfully. As the bomb countdown progressed, Bell knew they had to leave quickly or face the three-eyed's frenzied retaliation. The Watcher Battalion appeared on the scene, indicating they would handle the aftermath, allowing the human warriors to evacuate. John and his team followed orders, swiftly leaving the base and leaving the Watcher Battalion to deal with the three-eyed's counterattack. As explosions echoed, they distanced themselves from the base, witnessing the spectacular detonation inside the three-eyed's main ship. Although the main ship wasn't completely destroyed, the damage was significant enough to halt its repairs, giving the human warriors a moment of relief. The mission was complete, but Viper Company suffered heavy losses, and the commander needed to replenish their ranks. John returned to James's position and immediately reported the casualties. James was pleased with their performance, believing their frontal assault had achieved impressive results, proving the validity of their formation. Captain John's voice was heavy and sorrowful as he spoke of the comrades who had sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, most of whom were locals from Blue Star. He expressed his hope to secure the rightful compensation for these fallen soldiers. James nodded deeply and assured John that the headquarters had already discussed this issue and guaranteed that the compensation would not be lacking. He added that Messiah had ample reserves to support this compensation. John then lightened the mood with a joke, saying that at least he could rest easy now and wouldn't have to spend his days off leading his men back to Blue Star to outwit the local gangs. A successful surprise attack brought relief to Zhang Xuan and his senior officers. Learning that the main ship of the Three-Eyed People was temporarily out of commission, they finally felt at ease. This was their biggest concern when establishing a remote base. But now, the problem was resolved in one stroke. Zhang Xuan hadn't initially expected the mission to go so smoothly. The Viper Special Operations Assault Unit performed exceptionally well, earning their admiration. He decided to have James commend and reward them. Sitting in the command room, Zhang Xuan glanced at the unit roster and felt satisfied with the effectiveness of the Special Forces tactics. He began to consider whether to have SVEC form a tactical unit. Although fleet size and quality are crucial in future interstellar battles, deploying special forces for small-scale tactical missions could have unexpected impacts. Observing the Three-Eyed People's reaction to this tactic, he realized that such strategies might not be common in the galaxy, which explained their lack of preparedness. He decided to have his adjutant add this plan to the agenda for SVEC to study and develop. After confirming the smooth progress of the previous mission, Zhang Xuan eagerly headed to the engineering station to check on new technology. He immediately stood up, summoned 2 guards, and quickly made his way to the engineering station. When establishing Outpost 1, he had ordered the construction of the engineering station to prepare for upgrading infantry offensive and defensive capabilities. Due to previous budget constraints, the engineering station at the island base was only used to decrypt the Three-Eyed People's technology. Now, With improved finances, it was time to advance their technological level. As soon as he entered the engineering station, Zhang Xuan saw a group of busy researchers immediately stand up. Since the underwater base had not yet begun construction, Qin Tianming and others had been assigned to work here. The engineering station was fully equipped to meet their daily research needs. Qin Tianming smiled and approached, reporting, "Commander, it's perfect timing. The first batch of North Sea Kraken larvae has been successfully cultivated. Would you like to take a look?" Thrilled by the good news, Zhang Xuan expressed his willingness to check them out. The engineering station not only had a control room for technology upgrades, but also more than 10 research laboratories, one of which had been converted into an oceanic cultivation chamber. Through the glass, Zhang Xuan saw over a dozen North Sea Kraken larvae, each about the length of an arm, foraging for food. They received a supply of karma powder every 3 days, which might accelerate their growth. Qin Tianming informed Zhang Xuan that soon, this room would no longer accommodate them, and within a week, they would need to be released into the sea. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xuan spoke. Will these little creatures be able to adapt to the ocean environment beneath Europa's ice? He was uncertain. Previous experiments showed that the adaptability of the North Sea Kraken was incredibly strong, so there shouldn't be any issues. However, if they followed the earlier suggestion of disabling part of their motor neurons, then it was hard to say. Zhang Xuan had once planned to cultivate these krakens into massive resources, but without combat capability, they were just empty shells. Releasing them into an unknown alien ocean made their survival uncertain. After all, there could be unknown and terrifying marine creatures under Europa's waters. Maybe it's unnecessary to disable their motor neurons. Let them grow freely once they're mature. Do you have a way to control their movement range? Don't worry, we can use special sound waves to attract the North Sea Kraken. We did the same back on Blue Star. All right. Zhang Xuan took one last look at the little creatures before heading to the control room. The control room was not spacious, resembling a classroom with only 6 display screens and a single sofa chair. Once seated, the 6 screens lit up automatically, showing upgrade options and progress for various units. Commander, the Level 2 infantry armor upgrade is complete. You can check it in the equipment tech interface. Got it. Zhang Xuan had already arranged for the Level 2 defense upgrade. Although the cost was steep, 000 crystal minerals and 10,000 high energy gas, it was worth it. According to the adjutant, once upgraded, all infantry units could switch to new powered armor, which had twice the defensive strength of the level 1 armor. This would significantly enhance the soldier's survival capability. Just 10,000 minerals and 10,000 gas, not a big deal. Please inform Svik and James to have their troops replace their armor in batches. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan asked cautiously, is the equipment replacement free? I've had enough experience with system charges. If it costs money, replacing all the soldiers' gear will require a substantial budget. The new armor costs 30 crystal minerals, but if the old armor isn't damaged, the replacement is free. If there's minor damage, it needs to be replaced at a discounted price. If severely damaged, it can't be replaced. That's good. Zhang Xuan sighed in relief, not having to worry about excessive costs. As he spoke, he glanced at the level 3 armor upgrade option and was taken aback. Oh my! 100,000 crystal minerals and 100,000 high energy gas. The price of the level 3 armor nearly left him speechless. The system sets the price, but the defense capability of the level 3 armor is twice that of the level 2 armor, a significant improvement. The adjutant's reassurance didn't comfort Zhang Xuan. Instead, he swallowed hard. You're not going to tell me that level 4 armor requires 1,000,000 resources, are you? The adjutant remained silent, but the answer was already clear. Zhang Xuan clutched his chest, feeling his heartbeat, took a few deep breaths, and finally couldn't help but say, forget it, forget it. There will always be a day to make money. He turned to his lieutenant and requested, can you recommend some affordable gadgets? Like anti-riot shields or enhancers? The lieutenant nodded and replied, all right, I'll check on that right away. Upon hearing the equipment recommendations for the Marines, such as the riot shields and stimulants, and the Raiders' concussion grenades and kinetic foam, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of excitement. These technological devices would play crucial roles on the battlefield, and unlocking them required only 5,000 crystal minerals. However, to put these new tools into actual use, they needed to be produced in the barracks, giving Zhang Xuan a deeper understanding of how the system operated. The cost of 5,000 crystal minerals wasn't too steep. The real expense lay in the subsequent production of the equipment. Zhang Xuan was filled with curiosity and anticipation about the riot shields, stimulants, and the Raiders' concussion grenades. The M98 tactical riot shield, made from standard reinforced alloy steel and 30mm thick bonded carbide, could effectively withstand most light weapon attacks. Its defensive capabilities would improve as infantry armor was upgraded. Each M98 riot shield was priced at 15 crystal minerals. The stimulant contained ingredients like adrenaline and endorphins, which, when injected, could boost speed by 50 for a short period, including movement speed, cognitive speed, and reloading speed. However, excessive use could harm the body. Each dose of the stimulant cost 5 crystal minerals. As for the concussion grenades, they provided the raiders' armor with a new ammunition assembly line, causing a small area of gravitational distortion upon explosion, slowing down targets within the range. Each set of equipment was priced at 100 crystal minerals. Although the concussion grenades were the most expensive, they offered excellent value for money. The raiders' armor could also self-assemble ammunition using raw materials and parts, making its resource consumption not much higher than that of the Marines. For Zhang Xuan, the slowing effect was tactically significant, especially in large-scale ground warfare, making the raiders an indispensable unit. Therefore, Zhang Xuan decided to purchase all the recommended equipment. Zhang Xuan realized that his current resource reserves were limited, but he still chose to allocate most of the crystal minerals for these new pieces of equipment. The Iron Ravens had previously discovered clues about a crystal mineral vein in Antarctica, but the reconnaissance team's investigation results were still pending, causing Zhang Xuan some anxiety. He ordered the entire army to line up at the barracks to receive the new equipment. The soldiers were as excited as if it were a festival, and Swick and others had already donned their brand new level 2 armor, proudly announcing the good news at the barracks entrance. Under Zhang Xuan's command, the entire army quickly mobilized, preparing to face the upcoming combat challenges. Sveik, feeling elated, patted the armor on his chest, checked the riot shield on his arm, and playfully shook the 2 vials of enhancers in his hand. He was filled with joy. For some time now, he had been using rudimentary equipment, which made him quite uncomfortable. But now, everything was different. The new gear had finally arrived, significantly boosting the entire unit's combat effectiveness. Sveik believed that this equipment upgrade would at least double their fighting power, if not more. The only regret was that the commander hadn't upgraded their secondary weapons yet. Otherwise, the gun he had been using for the past half-month would also be updated. Sveik suggested to the commander, "Now that we have new equipment, shouldn't we take the opportunity to advance? We've just successfully destroyed their battleship, and the three-eyed people must be furious. We could launch an attack now. How about I lead a battalion to flank them while you deploy the siege tanks for long-range bombardment?" Meanwhile, Talus also excitedly proposed a battle plan over the communications. Sveik immediately agreed and quickly contacted James, asking, "I've got a big operation here. Want to join in?" James, who was updating his equipment, was slightly surprised by Sveik's proposal. Although they hadn't known each other for long, James had developed a certain level of trust in Sveik's decision-making abilities. Sveik suggested, "Let's bombard the three-eyed people's base with artillery, force them to come out and fight, then have the infantry cover the SCVs to build bunkers and missile turrets, and gradually advance. What do you think?" James hesitated a bit and asked, "Are you sure this will work? What if they don't choose to engage in a positional battle?" Sveik laughed and replied, "They have no choice. Once our bunkers are established at their doorstep, they will have to fight. Each time we set up a bunker line, we narrow the encirclement. They will eventually face our artillery fire. Once our bunkers surround their base, the battle is as good as won." James was drawn to Sveik's plan, as it seemed to have no obvious flaws at the moment, so he nodded in agreement. Sveik smiled and said, "Then it's settled. Wait for my signal." However, before James could ask about the specific content of the signal, the communication was cut off. James shook his head helplessly, already used to Sveik's spontaneous decisions. Soon after, Sveik's camp dispatched the entire armored battalion to advance. In the low-gravity environment of the moon, the siege tanks, which hadn't purchased the attack range technology, had an effective range of only 10 to 15 kilometers in siege mode. Beyond that, there would be errors and reduced damage, so they needed to advance another dozen kilometers before starting the bombardment. Along the way, SCVs built a few bunkers, and upon reaching the destination, they immediately began constructing a defensive line, forming an encirclement. On Talus's side, due to the lack of heavy firepower units, they only had a battalion of troops, making them the weakest link. However, this wasn't an issue because Talus's task was not to engage directly, but to ensure that the three-eyed people couldn't escape, thus completing the encirclement. As the main forces moved, this large-scale operation caught the attention of the three-eyed people. They were astonished to discover that a significant number of troops were constructing bunkers on the perimeter. The commotion was so overwhelming that the three-eyed people found it hard to believe they had been surrounded without noticing. This sudden turn of events left them feeling unprepared, and a sense of helplessness began to rise within them. Useless. All of you are useless. 3,000 men. And you couldn't even hold off 100? They blew up our warship right under our noses. Now the enemy has set up their positions right at our doorstep. Are you all blind? In the docking area, flames still flickered on the ship as repair robots worked frantically, but the progress was painfully slow. The damage to the warship was severe. Duncan stood before a group of three-eyed soldiers, seething with rage, and none of them dared to speak. Seeing their downcast faces, Duncan felt a deep sense of sorrow. These people might be hybrids of three-eyed beings and humans, but they were still part of the three-eyed race. Although they had lived too comfortably and lacked training over the years, they shouldn't have become this weak. He had just watched the surveillance footage of the battle in the docking area, and what he saw made him feel ashamed. He could hardly believe this was his own unit. Commander, what should we do now? Should we launch an attack? One of the advisors asked cautiously. Our forces are limited. Without support from warships, it will be hard to fight against those humans. Do you need to tell me that? Duncan snorted coldly. Those humans want to force us into a land battle. Do you think you useless lot can win? But the advisor hesitated. They're establishing their positions too quickly. If we only defend, our casualties will keep increasing. The urgency of the situation was clear to anyone with a brain. If they did nothing, they would be utterly suppressed by the enemy, with dire consequences. Duncan understood this too. After a moment of deep thought, he gritted his teeth and said, "The fleet will be back in an hour. We have to hold out until then. Is there any equipment left in the base that we can use?" Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. At that moment, the advisor who had spoken earlier suddenly had an idea and said, "I remember we captured a batch of subplanetary mechs from the mermen during the last millennial cycle. They're still stored on the 3rd underground level. Maybe they can be of use." Duncan widened his eyes at the advisor and said in disbelief, "Are you out of your mind? Those mechs haven't been maintained for years. They're just piles of scrap metal, long useless. If they were any good, the previous commander would have sold them off." The advisor, however, replied obsequiously, "Those mechs may not have been maintained for thousands of years, but they could still be operational. You might have forgotten, but the base has something left from 30,000 years ago, meant to prevent today's crisis." Advisor Duncan suddenly remembered that the base had always kept a special item, though he had never seen it himself. It was said that this item could only be activated under the highest red alert status, and was rumored to be an artifact of great power. According to some documents he had accidentally come across, this artifact had the ability to activate and charge all mechanical devices. Although its usage was limited, it could potentially affect subplanetary mechs. Duncan pondered the consequences. Using the artifact would undoubtedly tarnish his record and affect his future promotions. However, without it, he had no other leverage at his disposal. As he hesitated, a sudden loud noise erupted. The ceiling trembled slightly, and a terrified observer exclaimed, "Commander, the humans have started long-range shelling." Faced with this unexpected pressure, Duncan had to make a decision. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Let's hope that artifact works." He then turned and walked towards his office, where the item was stored in a secret compartment for easy access. Outside the lunar base, a preliminary encirclement had already surrounded the entire crater valley. Precision shelling from the elevated siege tanks had caused substantial damage to the base, and Svek watched with excitement. For siege tanks were in attack mode, their immense destructive power creating massive holes in the base's outer walls with each shell. However, the shells failed to penetrate the defenses of the three-eyed beings, who seemed to be hiding behind their protective barriers. Svek muttered to himself, wondering why the three-eyed beings were so composed yet so passive in their resistance. James warned over the comms, "Don't get complacent, Svek. Something seems off." Svek responded with curiosity, "What's strange about it?" James pointed out that there was no sign of any aerial forces in the night sky, indicating that the actions of the three-eyed beings were unusually abnormal. Svek's mind raced as he realized the situation might be more complex. However, by then, it was already too late. Svek's eyes suddenly sharpened. No matter what tactics the enemy intended to use, they were ready. "James, prepare to deploy the Widow Mines. Let's show them our strength. Since the enemy doesn't dare to reveal themselves, let's make sure they always fear us." The commander gave the order, "Move the SCVs forward." "Yes, sir." The soldiers quickly sprang into action, advancing the position once more. While leaving a small contingent to protect the siege tanks, the SCVs began constructing new bunkers. According to the original plan, a defensive line was to be established every kilometer as a precaution. If the enemy appeared, they would reinforce the nearest line to ensure safety. With the firepower support from the siege tanks, they were confident that everything was under control. However, when Svek and his team saw a familiar figure appear, everyone was stunned. Silhouettes shimmering with blue light shot into the sky above the lunar base. Despite the distance, many onlookers recognized the familiar shapes, as many had participated in the original archaeological expedition. "Wow!" exclaimed Svedjk, eyes wide. "Isn't that the legendary Atlantis mech?" "Yes, Svedjk," James replied, a hint of surprise on his face. "How do these three-eyed beings possess such technology? Could it be spoils from ancient wars?" The Atlantis mech circled the air a few times before rapidly dispersing around the base, positioning themselves strategically based on the surrounding forces. Their advanced combat intelligence was evident. The models were identical to those discovered in the underground ruins, even down to the power cores in their chests. The bad news was that they were unsure of the mech's combat capabilities, But the good news was that the three-eyed beings were desperate enough to deploy these ancient machines from 10,000 years ago. Defeating them would mean victory was within reach. Despite his words, Svejk's face was tense. They had long known that a single planetary-class mech was formidable, and now they faced over 200 of them. And they could fly. This was no small problem. Prepare for battle, load up, SCV, build missile turrets. We can't let these tin cans have their way above us. Without hesitation, Svejk dashed into a bunker. The surrounding soldiers quickly moved to their battle stations, and the SCVs accelerated the construction of missile turrets. Meanwhile, the Sentinel units, who had retreated to rest and recuperate, were rushing back to support. Their energy had been significantly depleted from prolonged combat and multiple revivals, but they wouldn't back down. Inside the lunar base, Duncan, holding a green, semi-transparent cube, was in high spirits. Moments ago, he had used the cube to successfully restore and activate all the abandoned Atlantis mechs on the third underground level. The once rusted mechs were enveloped in a green glow, seemingly reversing time to return to their peak condition. With the cube in hand, the reactivated mechs followed his commands. This cube is incredible, truly a trump card, Duncan thought. Though it's a pity I can't take it with me. It'd fetch a fortune on the black market. Despite recognizing the cube's value, Duncan felt no greed. He wouldn't dare violate company policy. After all, money is only useful if you're alive to spend it. Let these mechs buy us time. When the fleet returns, it will be the end of humanity, he mused. Nearby, his aide breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the cube had worked. Otherwise, the furious base commander would have surely torn him to pieces. Duncan nodded, still feeling a bit hesitant. The enemy also had a considerable number of top-tier mechs, and although they lacked air support, their ground forces were formidable. Even if the company's frontline troops came to assist, it would be tough to gain an advantage. How many troops do we still have available? He asked. The staff officer, checking the data terminal in his hand, replied, currently, we have 3,750 soldiers and over 60 tripod armored cannons. Duncan frowned, troubled by the heavy losses. The staff officer quickly added, our main forces are elsewhere, and the previous battles were devastating. It's already fortunate to have this many remaining troops. Duncan snorted. They lack training. They've been on this blue planet too long and have grown overly confident. Never mind, I'm about to step down, so I'll leave this for the next commander to handle. Issue the order to mobilize 2,000 infantry and all the tripod armored cannons. Put everything into the fight. The staff officer hesitated. Won't that result in too many casualties? Duncan dismissed the concern. It doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of expendables. If they die, so be it. We've already lost so many. A few more won't make a difference. What can the inspector do to punish me? It's ridiculous. Duncan had already given up on the current predicament. As long as he could deal with the human resistance before the higher-ups arrived, his responsibility wouldn't be too severe. He might be reassigned to a remote area for a few years, but so what? With some accumulated merits, he could return to headquarters. As someone on the verge of reaching stellar level, the company was bound to value him. In Europa, Zhang Xuan watched the Atlantis mechs on the screen. He found it odd. These mechs looked too new. Lieutenant, do you think the three-eyed people have maintained the mech production line? These mechs seem freshly made. The lieutenant responded, we don't have enough intelligence, but these mechs do appear unusual. Based on my previous analysis of Atlantis technology, it seems their intelligence systems haven't been updated. Zhang Xuan was puzzled. The mechs looked too advanced to understand. If the intelligence systems of these mechs haven't been updated, they should have attacked the three-eyed people first upon activation. But they didn't. Maybe they're controlled by some force. He speculated. Could the three-eyed people have modified these mechs? After all, their technology is far ahead of Atlantis. The lieutenant considered, that's possible, but commander, if these mechs are the same model as those in the previous ruins, you might need to prepare reinforcements. Otherwise, our troops could suffer significant losses. Zhang Xuan paused, taking a sip of his hot tea. The lieutenant knew more about Atlantis technology, so if she said so, it was likely true. But reinforcements? His budget couldn't support much more expenditure. Zhang Xuan stood in front of the arms store, hesitantly asking, do you have any recommendations? Preferably something that offers good value for money. He hoped to find a weapon with excellent performance at a reasonable price. The clerk smiled and replied, sir, I recommend the Hurricane battle car. It not only has powerful firepower, but is also affordably priced. Additionally, the Goliath armed robot is a great choice, known for its stability and versatility. Of course, if your budget allows, both are worth considering. After hearing the clerk's introduction, Zhang Xuan had a clearer idea. He thought that the Hurricane battle car might bring more victories, while the Goliath armed robot could provide crucial support when needed. Regardless, he decided to make the best choice based on his needs and budget. A sudden blue energy beam descended from the sky, illuminating the entire bunker roof. This was followed by an eruption of blue flames, which instantly blew the bunker roof to pieces, sending several Marines flying. Despite the absence of sound, the sight of the obliterated bunker and airborne soldiers was enough to convey the attack's sheer power. In the distant sky, Atlantis mechs darted swiftly, evading a dense barrage of bullets. As flying units, they negated the ground force's advantage, relying only on infantry for confrontation. A sentry missile broke through the ground, rapidly homing in on an Atlantis mech. However, in the next moment, a laser shot out from the mech's arm, intercepting and detonating the missile midair. The speed was so incredible that it was almost impossible to track, making it difficult for missiles to strike their target. This battle was far from promising. James realized clearly that continuing like this would result in severe losses for the troops, even if they managed to defeat the mechs. However, the missile towers at the various frontline positions were still under construction, leaving their anti-air defenses weak. They had only two choices now. The first option was to retreat and use the rear missile towers for defense, which would reduce casualties and possibly destroy the mechs. But the downside of this plan was that the Triclops forces would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to occupy their positions, making it extremely difficult to reclaim them later. The second option was to hold their ground, despite heavy casualties, to avoid losing their territory. Just as James was weighing his options, Svik suddenly communicated loudly, "James, I've had enough. These guys are taking advantage of our weak anti-air capabilities. Why don't we take a risk and attack their base directly? Let's see how long their mechs can hold out." This might be the best strategy to turn the tables. After a moment of consideration, James thought it might be a viable plan. Although there would be significant casualties during the charge, it was better than being passively beaten. He decisively responded, "All right, let's do it. Wait for my signal." With that, he abruptly ended the communication. James was the first to storm out of the bunker, shouting orders, "Viper Special Assault Squad, prepare. Board the Hercules. Get ready for a flank attack. All units, prepare for a frontal assault." Instantly, a large number of soldiers dashed out of the bunker, no longer assembling in formation, and headed straight for the lunar base. Seeing James' troops launch the attack, Svik's forces also surged forward. The mech's attack frequency was not high, and their damage radius was limited. As long as they maintained distance, the casualties from the charge would not be too severe. The Templars wielded their light blades, the Sentinels roared, and the psionic blades gleamed as they advanced at full speed towards the lunar base. Seeing the human forces charging, the Triclops at the base entrance were thrown into panic before they could set up their defenses. The previously demoralized Triclops soldiers began to flee in disarray. Duncan felt immense pressure. He knew that staying hidden in the base any longer would mean losing the battle. Without hesitation, he brandished his weapon and sliced a deserter in two, then issued a counterattack order with unwavering determination and resolve in his voice. His presence exuded the aura of a planetary-level powerhouse, akin to a raging sea, gradually stabilizing the previously panicked three-eyed army. Svik, seething with anger, raised his gun and fired at the three-eyed soldiers forming their ranks. Despite the long range of the electromagnetic weapon, its accuracy was low. However, now was not the time to worry about that. The key was to charge. The Vanguard Corps, although the last to depart, fearlessly rushed into the three-eyed formation. Even when forced to split into three waves, their combat prowess remained formidable, with golden beams tearing through the enemy lines. In the heat of battle, vanguards fell and rose again. Duncan observed the enemy's revival intervals, keeping a close watch on each mech. Once one was shattered, he immediately launched a new round of focused attacks. He lifted a vanguard's head and commanded his troops to attack with full force, showing no mercy. This sight began to boost the morale of the three-eyed soldiers, who rallied and launched a fierce assault on Duncan. Suddenly, several golden lights flashed, and Karanas arrived with his unit, surrounding Duncan. Having already discerned the vanguard's weaknesses, Duncan showed no fear, resolute in his decision to fight to the end. Meanwhile, in the airspace above the base's lift zone, a group of powerful warriors descended, ready to clear the warships. John directed the Viper squad to engage the enemy in different areas. Despite suffering heavy losses in the previous battle, this time they had the support of Predator robots, making the mission smoother. Both forces clashed in the sky, and the mech's intelligent programs began to assess the ground combat advantages. This battle was destined to be a fierce contest, with the outcome still uncertain. In the eyes of Swick and James, as the base suffered severe damage, those drones could no longer stand idly by. From the very beginning, they were assigned the mission of protecting the base. Now, with this mission facing a significant challenge, it was impossible for them to continue hovering in the sky. However, this had already been accounted for in their calculations. The drones began an urgent evacuation, their mechanical bodies tracing graceful arcs in the air, as if performing the final symphony to the rhythm of a heartbeat. Throughout this process, their sensors continuously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no threat was overlooked. Each drone silently carried out its mission, unwavering in the face of inevitable danger. Swick and James had immense trust in these drones. They were not only reliable assistants but also loyal comrades. In this battle, the drones exhibited extraordinary courage and intelligence, making one marvel at the fact that they were not just cold, unfeeling machines but possessed their own sense of emotion and will. As the last drone flew away from the battlefield, Swick and James were filled with deep respect. These drones were more than just mechanical constructs. They embodied boundless courage and a spirit of sacrifice. They would forever remember this difficult moment and the fearless loyalty displayed by the drones on the front lines. A massive spaceship landed on the ground, and 10 four-wheel-drive tracked combat vehicles swiftly exited the cargo bay. The Hurricane squad had arrived on the battlefield. As the squad leader, Lieutenant Eric piloted one of the Hurricanes, ready to take command before they were assigned to various armored units. Before their departure, Zhang Xuan had emphasized the mission's severity, urging them to proceed with extreme caution. However, upon reaching the battlefield, the situation appeared somewhat different from what they had anticipated. Eric gazed at the intense combat unfolding in the valley, deep in thought. Suddenly, a communication interrupted his contemplation. Sveik was directing them to target and eliminate enemy mechs. Sveik took cover behind a destroyed Atlantis mech, watching as another mech fell under enemy control, the situation becoming dire. With their support, the enemy mech was swiftly destroyed, but the pressure remained palpable. Eric followed orders, leading the Hurricanes at full speed toward the battlefield. The Hurricanes were not ordinary vehicles but towering war machines standing 5 meters tall. Though they lacked massive firepower, they could precisely lock onto targets and launch hurricane missiles for continuous strikes. For fast-moving enemies, they were a nightmare. The Hurricane squad maneuvered around the battlefield's edges, locking onto targets and launching missiles to destroy enemy machines, significantly improving their efficiency. On the other side, Duncan crushed an enemy mech underfoot, watching with satisfaction as its energy core dimmed, a cunning smile playing on his lips. He turned to the recently risen Karanias and said, "You may look the same, but I know you're the one I talked to earlier. How does it feel to taste defeat?" Karanias remained silent, but quickly downloaded intelligence on Duncan. Suddenly, Duncan lunged at Karanias, ready to strike. Karanias deftly dodged an attack, his psionic blade slashing at a cunning angle, leaving a gash on Duncan's chest. Despite the injury, Duncan remained unfazed, as if driven by a resolve for retribution. He swung his longsword with force. Boom! Karanias was sent flying again. His shield shattered just as it had reformed, and one of his arms was severed. His regeneration skill had 32 seconds left on cooldown. Calculating the time, Karanias stood up but did not engage further. Instead, he sprinted away. Escape? Too late. Duncan leaped high into the air, reaching several hundred meters in altitude. His nanotech armor blasted flames, propelling him at a speed of 800 meters per second. As he plummeted towards the ground, Karanias turned, thrusting his remaining psionic blade at Duncan. Boom! The mech shattered, and Karanias went offline temporarily. Standing on the wreckage of the Sentinel, Duncan felt a rush of satisfaction, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. However, four squads were silently closing in. Squad 0, engage. Spread out and target the weak points. Attack. With the command given, all team members pulled their triggers simultaneously. Bullets flew rapidly, most of them hitting the spots where Duncan had been previously wounded. Although his nanotech armor could self-repair, it had its limits. After prolonged combat with 8 Sentinels familiar with his weaknesses, his armor had sustained irreparable damage. Squad 0 was aiming at these very weaknesses. Even though planetary-level warriors had tough bodies, wounds still hurt when hit by electromagnetic bullets. Feeling the sharp pain, Duncan leaped to dodge. Yet, Squad 0 pursued relentlessly, their members almost all sharpshooters, maintaining their assault with the aid of their equipment. Damn humans! Duncan raised his hand to shield his face, swinging his longsword. A pale blue energy blade swept out. However, the blade's range was limited to 200 meters, and most of Squad 0 remained at 300,400 meters, rendering the attack ineffective. Squad 0 knew better than to act recklessly. They understood the need for caution against such a formidable opponent. Hold them off! Duncan shouted. Three-eyed soldiers quickly came to his aid, breaking many of Squad 0's shields and forcing them to retreat from the overwhelming enemy numbers. No one felt disheartened, as their primary objective was not to eliminate Duncan. Duncan dashed towards the base. He urgently needed to replenish his nanomaterials, or his damaged nanotech armor would compromise his combat effectiveness. Unbeknownst to him, four cloaked phantoms were awaiting his arrival. Target approaching. Units 3 and 4, initiate long-range attacks. Unit 2, prepare for a psionic lash. Roger that. As Duncan approached the base, a growing sense of unease gnawed at him. He knew better than to dismiss his instincts, so he slowed his pace and cautiously scanned the area around the base's entrance. Though he saw no sign of the enemy, He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Determined to find a safer way in, he decided to take a detour. Just then, 2 bullets struck the same spot on his helmet in rapid succession. Who was lurking in the shadows? Without hesitation, Duncan swung his broadsword and charged toward the source of the gunfire. His sweeping strike was so powerful that it sliced through a steel pillar inside the base. Yet, there was no one there. Invisibility? Duncan's heart raced. He had encountered invisible foes on Blue Star before, but he could always sense their presence. This time was different. Aside from the pervasive unease, he was completely oblivious to his surroundings. Whoever was here was no ordinary opponent. As time dragged on, his anxiety intensified, and he could almost hear his own heart pounding. He had to leave immediately. He leaped into the air, soaring 1,000 meters high. However, just as he reached midair, 2 beams of blue and red energy shot down from the sky. Boom! Duncan couldn't evade them and was struck. Blood spurted from his wounds, his face contorted in pain, and his eyes were bloodshot. The energy whips were powerful enough to frighten even the fiercest thunder beasts, let alone him. The attacks nearly killed him, and his nanoarmor disintegrated almost instantly. What kind of attack was this? Duncan, his strength failing, nearly perished as he crashed to the ground, shuddering. Yet, the phantoms remained hidden, silently lurking around him. 2 of them began preparing another psychic whip attack. Bell and another phantom were drained of their psychic energy, leaving them weak and exhausted, nearly defenseless except for their invisibility. Unaware of this, Duncan believed he was being stalked by 1 or 2 deadly assassins. Damn it, someone help me. He tried to call for assistance, but his communication device had been destroyed in the psychic assault. His troops were engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy, too occupied to notice their commander's peril. Psychic whips required time to gather energy, and those with lower psychic power needed even longer. This gave Duncan a slim chance for survival. He struggled to his feet, his body racked with pain and fear. The earlier sense of dread returned with full force. He summoned every ounce of his strength and tried to flee. At that moment, figures emerged from the darkness within the base. Duncan's heart lifted, thinking reinforcements had arrived. But as he recognized the familiar power armor, his hope evaporated. The Vipers were in position. Their target was defenseless. John led his team out in a hurry, their guns trained on Duncan, surrounding him completely. Duncan sat on the ground with a wry smile, looking helpless. Suddenly, 2 powerful psychic whips lashed out, and the Suntobe star-level commander of the lunar base fell in this insignificant star system he had never cared about. The subsequent battle became much easier, and the leaderless 3-eyed beings were quickly wiped out by a pincer attack. After dispatching a battalion to clear out the remaining enemies inside the lunar base, Svek and James sat back-to-back on a pile of dirt, watching their subordinates clean up the battlefield. Svek sighed and remarked, "That was tough." "It wasn't that hard, actually," James shook his head. "We took the base in just 1 day, easier than I thought." "Haha, maybe so, but this victory will make our future a bit more comfortable." "Let's hope so." Both men looked up at the starry sky, understanding that the real challenge lay ahead and that everything so far was just an appetizer. Report. A large fleet of 3-eyed beings is approaching the moon. "Awaiting your orders, sir." "Well, perhaps this wasn't even an appetizer," Svek said as they both stood up and headed toward their respective units. "SCV, build missile turrets. We will hold this ground." They temporarily set aside the battlefield cleanup and began fortifying their defenses, determined not to let the 3-eyed beings counterattack easily. At the edge of the solar system, near Pluto, space began to distort, forming a massive black hole, emitting multicolored lights. A rectangular battleship, several kilometers long, emerged from the black hole. The black hole quickly closed, and the lights gradually faded. Inside the command center of the battleship, 3-eyed officers in black uniforms worked methodically. In the central command chair sat a young man with white hair, legs crossed, smiling as he gazed at the starry expanse outside. "Earth, it's been over 200 years since I last came here, hasn't it?" he mused. A burly bald man beside him nodded. "Yes, Count. Your 3rd gene was obtained here." "Indeed, such memories." The white-haired youth stretched lazily. "Who's in charge of the lunar post now?" "Duncan, planetary level 9. Contact him and prepare for my arrival. Wormhole travel is exhausting. I need to find a city on Earth to rest, savor its ancient culture, and collect some mementos before they disappear." "Yes, sir." The bald man closed his eyes, but his third eye suddenly opened wide, an invisible force emanating. Moments later, he opened his eyes, looking a bit unsettled. "Sir, Duncan is dead." "What?" The white-haired youth was stunned. "What happened?" "Humans rebelled. A large human force has taken over the lunar base. Duncan's fleet is en route, likely lured away." "Well, this is quite intriguing," the white-haired youth said with growing interest. He had once visited Earth and knew just how extraordinary this mysterious place could be. According to historical records, every millennia, a fierce struggle unfolds on the blue planet. Although this cycle has weakened many humans, leading them to believe they can no longer resist, the reality is quite surprising. It turns out they still inherit the will of their ancestors, unwavering and resolute. This spirit is truly admirable. Halt the fleets and come closer. I want to witness this epic spirit of resistance firsthand. Svek and James watched the red dots on the small map gradually disappear, their faces marked with confusion. They had expected an intense battle, but the enemy had simply shown their heads and then slipped away. Are they not planning to fight us, Hedon? Svek scoffed. We've been fighting for so long. We should be exhausted by now. Shouldn't it be easier? James, on the other hand, was deep in thought, wondering if he had missed some crucial detail. The only person capable of commanding so many fleets was the late base commander. But he was dead, which meant there had to be another high-ranking member of the Triclops they hadn't discovered yet. Either way, it was time to rest and regroup. James stepped outside the base, watching as several barracks slowly floated over. From now on, this lunar base was theirs. With some repairs, it could be operational again. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, and a Hercules ship appeared in the sky, descending slowly to the base entrance. Svek, James, and the other senior officers quickly approached. The hatch opened, and Zhang Xuan, accompanied by a squad of guards, stepped out. Everyone stood at attention, saluting the commander in unison. Zhang Xuan stood on the steps, returning the salute. Commander, mission accomplished. We've secured the victory, Zhang Xuan said. Even through his mask, he could sense the unmistakable smile on James's face. Svek grinned as well. Now this place is ours. The Triclops fleet is nowhere to be seen. We just need to clean up the remnants on Blue Star, and it will be safe. Zhang Xuan walked up to the group, observing the armor full of bullet holes and scrapes. He took a deep breath and smiled. This victory belongs to every one of you. I'm proud of you, future generals. Faces beamed with pride. The officers standing here would at least become brigadier generals in the future. What an honor the title of general was. Commander, during my battle with the Triclops leader, I sensed a strange power. You might want to check it out. Kalania's voice echoed in Zhang Xian's mind. Zhang Xian suddenly remembered he had forgotten to find a new vessel for Kalania's. He quickly summoned a sentinel. The sentinel's eyes glowed, and Kalania's appeared. Commander, Kalania's nodded at Zhang Xian. All right, let's see the spoils of war. The group quickly arrived at Duncan's corpse. Seeing the massive body, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel astonished. Although he had seen it on the screen before, the face-to-face encounter truly conveyed the oppressive presence of such a powerful creature. Even though Duncan had been dead for some time, Zhang Xian still felt he could come back to life at any moment. Kalania stepped forward and extracted the green cube from Duncan's body. No radiation or harmful substances detected. Commander, this is the item, Kalania said. Zhang Xian reached out and touched the cube. The next moment, congratulations. You've discovered a mysterious ancient artifact. This find is extremely valuable and is currently undergoing in-depth analysis by the system. As the familiar pulling sensation came, Zhang Xian remained calm, waiting patiently for the system's analysis. 2 minutes later, as the green glow of the cube gradually faded, the adjutant finally announced, "You have unlocked some of the Protoss structures, including the pylon and the gateway. However, since the basic Protoss unit, the probe, was not unlocked, Zhang Xian could only use SCVs to build from the blueprints, albeit with significantly reduced efficiency. The pylon, powered by catering crystals, projects an invisible psionic matrix that provides energy to nearby Protoss structures and enables Protoss units to warp into its matrix. The gateway is a ground unit teleportation building that allows ground troops to be transported from one gateway to another. Once upgraded to a warp gate, it becomes even more powerful." Zhang Xian's face lit up with joy. The pylon and gateway are of immense strategic value. With these two structures, his forces could quickly reach their destinations and deploy all at once, which was a huge advantage. Zhang Xian picked up the now dull cube, feeling its weight, and decided to keep this treasure safe. It might come in handy in the future. He handed the cube to the guard beside him, then turned to look at the distant open ground, which was littered with countless corpses of three-eyed beings. Such a large number of three-eyed beings surely meant a wealth of crystal minerals and energy for the mothership, likely similar to high-energy gas. In the Antarctic of Blue Star, a 100-man reconnaissance platoon was trudging through the glaciers. Clad in power armor, they were unaffected by the glacial climate, but the task was incredibly monotonous. Captain Sean lit a cigarette, only for the deputy captain to suddenly shout, nearly making him drop his lighter. Annoyed, Sean asked if he had found crystal minerals, or else he would have to buy dinner. Deputy Captain Miles didn't answer but rushed forward, raising a detection device and excitedly announcing that he had indeed found crystal minerals. Sean took the device to check, his expression shifting from annoyance to seriousness and then to excitement. They had finally found if this Antarctic land was hiding treasures. Sean couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suddenly, a few sharp-eyed scouts seemed to sense something unusual. Instinctively, they pulled back the bolts of their rifles, the bullets clicking into place. Meanwhile, although Sean was excited, his reaction time as a captain was just as quick. He swiftly drew the electromagnetic pistol from his waist, eyes fixed warily on a nearby ice mound, a mix of tension and vigilance filling his mind. In the frigid expanse of Antarctica, a gunshot shattered the silence of the icy plain. Standing on the ice, Sean gripped his gun firmly, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. He signaled his soldiers to swiftly encircle a frail-looking boy who emerged hesitantly from behind a pile of ice. The boy, dressed in an inadequately warmed down jacket, shivered from the cold, his face pale, and raised his trembling hands in a plea for mercy. Sean felt a pang of emotion. Though the boy appeared to be only 11 or 12, Sean knew that in this world full of uncertainties, age did not equate to harmlessness. The boy's sudden appearance puzzled Sean, but he remained vigilant. The boy, his voice shaking, claimed to be from Shelter 13 and insisted he was just out for a walk, posing no threat. Sean stayed silent, waiting for his men's report. The soldiers confirmed there were no signs of other enemies nearby. The boy seemed to be alone. Calmly, Sean inquired about Shelter 13. The boy, looking confused, said he had grown up there and that today was his first time being allowed outside. Sean doubted the boy's story and quickly called out his lie, questioning why his parents would permit him to venture out alone. Terrified, the boy stammered and admitted he was an awakened one, and that his parents had long since passed away. He had been raised by the elders of the shelter. Sean warned the boy not to make any sudden moves and demanded information about the shelter's location and details. The boy mentioned a lunar base and divulged some resource information. Satisfied with the report, Sean smiled, knowing his plan was gradually coming to fruition. A battlecruiser would soon be his. As resources accumulated, Zhang Xuan's ambition grew, and the position of commander seemed within reach. James walked up to Zhang Xuan, excitement evident in his voice. The recon unit has made a significant discovery. Zhang Xuan turned to face him and asked, "Did they find the exact location of the mineral vein?" James nodded. Yes, not only did they locate the vein, but they also discovered a large refuge for awakened individuals. It's quite extensive, almost a small society. Zhang Xuan's interest peaked. A refuge for awakened individuals? Weren't those two A-level awakened supposed to have fled to Antarctica? Could they be there? James replied, "It's not clear yet. Captain Sean has already sent people into the refuge. If we need to bring them under control, we should send more manpower. Awakened are not easy to handle." Zhang Xuan shook his head. "They're just a group of awakened. I'm not even on Blue Planet anymore. They pose no real threat. Let Captain Sean handle it. If they can be recruited, send Natalia to negotiate. Strengthening the Messiah organization is beneficial for us." James nodded in agreement. "Understood. I'll make the arrangements right away." The next day, when Natalia arrived in Antarctica aboard the Hercules, Sean and his recon unit had already set up camp in the ice valley. The explorers they had sent out had returned, providing detailed information about the refuge. This place, known as Refuge 13, was the last remaining after 12 others had been discovered and destroyed. Built 30 years ago, the refuge was situated within a large iceberg, its walls made of metal. It was said that the iceberg was created by an S-level ice element awakened, and as long as the awakened was alive, it could last for centuries. Unfortunately, that S-level awakened had been captured and executed by the three-eyed ones a few years ago, reducing the iceberg to an ordinary one. As Natalia descended from the sky, Sean felt a slight nervousness. He still remembered the overwhelming powerlessness he felt when facing Natalia before. Natalia smiled and said, "I apologize for my previous attitude. We are family now, so there's no need to be so formal." Sean felt a bit embarrassed but smiled back. "Miss Natalia, you truly have a gracious demeanor, much like Lisa's." Natalia's gentle smile eased Sean's tension, and they began discussing Lisa's recent activities. However, Natalia soon reminded him, "Let's focus on the task at hand first." Her gaze shifted to the distant iceberg, where she sensed several awakened presences, none weaker than her own. In Shelter 13, a sanctuary established by the awakened to escape the cycle of destruction, the population includes both awakened and non-awakened individuals, totaling around 1 to 2,000 people. Approximately 30–40 of the inhabitants are ordinary people, mostly family members and relatives of powerful awakened ones. Awakening is not an inherent trait. Many awakened had lives and families before their transformation. Although the shelter has achieved a degree of self-sufficiency, there are still some shortages in supplies. As a result, merchants who pass rigorous background checks frequently come to trade goods. The awakened, especially those with significant power and influence outside, have access to immense funds. Given that many awakened know that the cycle of destruction is imminent, money has lost its value to them. Consequently, These merchants often leave with substantial profits, sometimes eliciting disdainful laughter from the awakened who paid them. In the shelter's corridor, Natalia and Sean had just passed through the main gate. The gate, controlled by both intelligent systems and manual oversight, was almost a formality for them. Natalia hesitated as she looked down the empty passage, then said after a moment of thought, "We should talk to their leader first. We're not here to cause trouble." Sean shrugged in agreement. However, weren't they here to cause trouble? At the moment, they weren't wearing their power armor, only carrying electromagnetic pistols. Perhaps it was for disguise or goodwill. They didn't see the awakened hiding in the glacier as a threat. To them, these people were like ostriches with their heads in the sand, having lost their basic will to resist. If these people weren't still somewhat useful, they wouldn't even spare them a glance. Nevertheless, for safety, they had prepared backup plans. Not far away, a man in camouflage ran over. He was one of the two Marines who had previously infiltrated the shelter. Saluting Sean, he reported, "We just learned that the most powerful and highest-ranking individual in the shelter is an class fire element awakened named Otto." "A fire element awakened?" Sean sneered. "And an class one at that. Do you know his location?" Natalia asked. Otto was usually in the central administrative hall of the shelter, coordinating internal and external communications, and had a good relationship with Victor. Otto often visited him. Victor, the previously mentioned young boy, had significantly aided the Marines' successful infiltration 10 hours earlier. Sean decided not to waste any time and started walking forward. "Let's go find him now." However, at that moment, Natalia frowned, and a surge of powerful psychic energy created an invisible protective barrier around them. At that very moment, streams of golden-red flames suddenly erupted, quickly trapping everyone within. At each corner of the passage, several powerful figures slowly emerged. Though they were newcomers, it seemed rather inappropriate to hold a child hostage like this. From within the flames, an elderly man with a white beard, dressed in a suit and holding a cane, appeared leisurely. In ambush, several Marines immediately drew their electromagnetic pistols, loading their bullets, and vigilantly scanned the surroundings, now encircled by awakened. Natalia felt a bit uneasy. The flames were unstoppable, and even burning at the edge of her psychic shield, they exerted immense pressure on her. However, she maintained a blank expression, striving to keep her usual work composure, and spoke. "You must be Mr. Otto?" "Indeed, young lady. I know you," Otto replied indifferently. "As the new leader of Messiah and the head of the Nordic Awaken group, I've heard that under Messiah's leadership, you've made significant progress and are a promising rising star. But what brings you here, away from the north? Are you searching for the two former leaders of Messiah? Are they with you?" Natalia pressed on. "They were here 3 days ago, but now?" Otto waved his hand, dispersing the flames, and continued slowly, "If you're here for them, I can point you in the right direction, but I can't guarantee accuracy. They left in a hurry, without even saying goodbye to me." Natalia shook her head. "It doesn't matter. It would be great to find them, but it's not essential. I'm here mainly for this sanctuary, or more precisely, for the awakened here." "Oh," Otto chuckled. "I was wondering why you brought so many people here. Now I see. But the residents of Shelter 13 are weary of endless battles. If you're seeking refuge, we won't turn you away. But if you're here to provoke, please leave. Have you given up resisting?" Natalia gazed at the slightly weathered old man and said, "You should understand that the apocalypse is imminent, and destruction is unavoidable. Hiding in this turtle-shell-like shelter won't save you. Instead of waiting for death, why not fight with all your might? Perhaps we still have a chance." "A chance?" Otto sneered. "What chance? I've lived for over 300 years and fought against the powerful Triclops for just as long. I know their strength better than anyone." "You don't know squat," Sean interrupted disdainfully. The surrounding rank awakened showed angry expressions, and a tall, thin one shouted, "How dare you interrupt the adults? Is this how Messiah manages its subordinates?" "Who said we are Messiah's subordinates?" Sean retorted with disdain. "Get it straight. We're not here to negotiate with you. Miss Natalia, please step back. We'll handle this. These nobodies think there's something special. Words are useless. Let's have a fight first and show them their place." This remark made many awakened chuckle, and even Otto's face showed a hint of displeasure. In their eyes, Xiao and his companions were just ordinary people. Even with weapons in hand, they couldn't draw any special attention. To them, what difference did soldiers make? Taking a life was something they could do effortlessly. It was as ordinary as breathing. However, in the next moment, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire scene in flames. Xiao and his companions were momentarily blinded, their hearts instantly filled with fear and uncertainty. At this critical juncture, what fate awaited them? A Concorde cannon blasted across several kilometers, striking the entire ice cavern with a forceful explosion that split the shelter's passage in two. The deafening blast sent waves of panic throughout the refuge. Everyone was at a loss, as if the appearance of the three-eyed beings had rendered everything unpredictable. The A-class awakeners exchanged uneasy glances, a nameless fear rising within them. Otto, a seasoned veteran, maintained a calm demeanor, though his brow furrowed as he stared intently at the cold-faced Xuan. With a threatening tone, Xuan declared that 10 space fighters and 4 heavy warships were stationed just 7 kilometers away. Should they attack, the entire ice mountain and the shelter would be obliterated. Anger flared within Otto, but he dared not act rashly. He couldn't be sure if Xuan's words were true, but the earlier strike had left him feeling powerless. If there were more attacks like that, Xuan's prediction of complete destruction might indeed come true. Xuan, however, seemed indifferent, eager to complete his mission and leave the freezing wasteland. Now, let's talk about cooperation, he said. In the command center of Europa, a day earlier, the massive facility had finally been completed. Unlike its compact and delicate counterpart in the game, the real-life command center was grander in scale. As a multifunctional heavy base integrating military operations, resource gathering, governance, and equipment production, it was initially built for temporary wartime command. Yet, its towering 100-meter structure and expansive area covering thousands of square meters were truly impressive. The sturdy supports held up the entire command center, and the enormous thrusters at its base indicated its capability for aerial movement. In the top-level command room, Zhang Xuan sat at the head of a round table. To his right were a group of senior military officers, and to his left, several civilian officials in blue uniforms. The seating arrangement underscored their clear division of labor and collaboration. A middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor handed a document to Zhang Xuan. This was Edward Pinnell, one of the civilian officials in the command center and the deputy director of the military command department, holding the highest rank among the civilians. He primarily assisted Zhang Xuan in coordinating troop commands. For the rank-and-file soldiers and frontline officers, these officials, who seemed to rise easily through office work, often assigned tasks that puzzled and frustrated them. Nonetheless, with the support of these civilians, Zhang Xuan's job had become much easier. Many previously difficult decisions were now swiftly and efficiently resolved with their help. At least now, Zhang Xuan had more free time to attend training courses and engage in reading and study. Yes, everything was moving in a positive direction. Zhang Xuan took the document, skimmed through the contents, and then said, "I'm not entirely familiar with some of the specialized knowledge here. Could you explain it to everyone?" Edward smiled and replied, "You're too modest. Your talent in military command is the best I've ever seen. If you dedicate some time to learning, you'll surpass me by 1,000-fold." Zhang Xuan nodded in agreement. Edward was undoubtedly a well-rounded individual, but one thing made Zhang Xuan uncomfortable: his excessive flattery often left Zhang feeling a bit awkward. Svek snorted coldly and asked, "Commander Edward, what adjustments and arrangements do you plan to make this time?" Edward smiled humbly and said, "Svek, no need to be so formal, just call me Edward. Although we're at the same level, you are combat troops while I'm just an ordinary administrative lieutenant colonel, hardly deserving of the title commander." After saying this, he stood up, took the document Zhang Xuan handed him, and continued, "I have some suggestions regarding the current distribution of command within the troops. The previous organizational structure was decent, but there's room for improvement in functional division. For example, the Viper Special Assault Company of the 2nd Regiment and the newly formed Furious Lion Special Assault Company by Commander Svek could be independent, led by the Special Operations Command Center. I personally have reservations about Commander James's previous utilization of the Viper Special Assault Company." These words changed the expressions of Svek, James, and several other senior officers. They understood that this proposal essentially aimed to strip them of some of their power and weaken their influence. After all, the Special Operations Command Center was subordinate to Edward, making his intentions clear. However, Edward ignored their changing expressions and continued, "I was puzzled by Commander James's previous decision to send Viper on a decapitation mission without timely mobilizing support units or conducting long-range strikes. If the enemy hadn't been so weak and lacking in heavy weaponry, Viper's casualties would have been much higher. The sacrifice of 17 elite special operations personnel. If we lose the reserve forces on Blue Star, how much time and resources would we need to train another elite soldier? I'm sure you're well aware of that, Commander James. As for the Furious Lion Special Assault Company, although newly formed, considering your previous command record, I have serious doubts about your tactical command abilities. If the special operations units could act independently, I am confident I could maximize their combat effectiveness. All I need is for you to grant the Special Operations Command Center some authority over rapid response units and heavy firepower assets." Edward's words completely angered Svek and the others. Sivik slammed the table in anger, stood up, and pointed at Edward. "You just want to control the military, don't you? Fine, I can give you that. But if you have the guts, go ask the Special Forces members if they're willing to follow your orders. The matter is settled, so why come to me now? Doing this only shows your incompetence." Civic's emotions were running high, and he made no effort to hide his displeasure. James watched Civic lose his composure and felt a twinge of anger himself, but he remained calm. He stepped forward, grabbed Civic, and urged him to sit down. Then, turning to Zhang Xuan, he said, "Commander, Edward does have a point, but the Viper and Furious Lion units are something we built together. The Special Forces members are our comrades in arms. We know each one's combat skills and personality traits. Bringing in an outsider to command could lead to issues with integration. Nevertheless, your word is final, and we will follow your decision. If you want us to relinquish command of the Special Forces, we won't oppose it." James stated his perspective calmly, showing respect for the commander's authority. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Xuan, awaiting his judgment. The room was thick with tension, and each person was filled with both anticipation and unease. In the control room, the instruments emitted a steady beeping, while the sound of Marines patrolling echoed from outside. Zhang Xuan looked up, took a sip of coffee, and rubbed his temples wearily. As the team grew, problems began to emerge. Friction frequently arose between the 1st and 2nd battalions, even though Svik and James got along well. Their soldiers and officers often clashed over the status within the corps. The 1st Battalion believed that Svik, being the chief subordinate to the commander, had more senior officers who had started at the island base, leading to a tendency to exclude members of the 2nd Battalion. The 2nd Battalion was confident in their strength, believing promotions should be based on ability and combat achievements. After the Special Operations Assault Team was formed, they looked down even more on the veterans of the 1st Battalion. Although Zhang Xuan was not present, his subordinates reported frequent conflicts among junior officers. Zhang Xuan remained neutral, not favoring either side. The rivalry between the 1st and 2nd Battalions fostered competition and motivated progress, which he was pleased to see, but he would not allow it to affect the overall mission. The tension escalated further when civilian officials joined, with combat troops showing a clear disdain for them. Zhang Xuan realized that the ease with which civilians could get promoted without facing the battlefield caused resentment. Edward's aggressive power grab was the spark that could ignite the powder keg, and the upcoming meeting would determine whether it would explode. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xuan finally spoke. "Commander, please proceed." Edward nodded. "The command of the troops is crucial to all of you." Edward was just about to smile when Zhang Xuan interrupted. "I was involved in those previous battles too. I know firsthand how deeply the soldiers understand the battlefield and the camaraderie within the unit. Therefore, I cannot hand over command of the Special Forces to you." Edward's expression remained unchanged as he solemnly nodded. "You make a valid point. I will follow the arrangement." However, Zhang Xuan continued, "Regarding the overall coordination and command of the troops, I understand that you are professionals. While this professionalism may seem detached to some frontline soldiers, during wartime, I will grant you partial command of certain units. You can discuss the specific details with Colonel Swick and James. Although I can't assign you the Special Forces, I can authorize you to form a special task force. You can choose the unit number and report it to me. Besides special operations, you will also undertake some internal combat missions on Blue Star. Recruitment for your unit must be entirely voluntary, no forced conscription. Given your conflict with the combat troops, I can arrange for you to coordinate directly with the Messiah Recruitment Office to enlist personnel from Blue Star. A week from now, I will give you your first mission. I hope you won't disappoint me." Edward's goal was to weaken the power of the military officers and strengthen the position of the civil officials. The former was something Zhang Xuan could not agree to, given the current state of affairs. However, the latter was worth considering, as the inclusion of civil officials had already triggered a chain reaction. Officers who previously couldn't see eye to eye were now starting to unite. Granting partial command to Edward and his group was a compromise. Discussing the details was a broad directive, and allowing them to recruit and form their own unit might result in a powerful task force. In some respects, the power of the military officers wasn't diminished, but the rise of the civil officials would undoubtedly spur the officers' drive. In critical moments, unity against external threats was essential. Edward had already understood Zhang Xuan's intentions and accepted them knowingly. Swick, James, and the other officers watched the smiling civil officials with blank expressions, perhaps already plotting how to show them their place. Zhang Xuan then turned to the military officers. "I believe Edward made some valid points earlier. Although we have always prided ourselves on overpowering the three-eyed people, it is not enough. We have shortcomings in both tactics and strategy that we must continually improve. We cannot become complacent because of temporary success." "Yes, Commander." Everyone responded in unison. "Is there anything else? If not, go attend to your respective duties." With that, everyone stood up and watched Zhang Xuan leave. Swick shot a glare at the grinning Edward, snorted coldly, and walked away. 10 minutes later, Edward arrived alone at Zhang Xuan's new office. "Commander." Edward watched as Officer Swick departed into the distance, feeling a wave of admiration. He turned to the wise leader who controlled the situation and said, "Your decisions are truly far-sighted. Officer Swick has returned overnight to attend the tactical course, and the troops' morale is soaring, as if set ablaze. This move is as precise and ruthless as a pouncing predator, executed flawlessly and impeccably. The protagonist paused, then glanced at the bewildered Zhang Xuan and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Outside the lunar base, a massive, pale blue Kyderan crystal tower hovered in the air, slowly rotating and emitting an enchanting glow. A mysterious atmosphere enveloped the area for several kilometers. Adjacent to the crystal tower, golden structures rose dreamlike from the ground. The classical and luxurious foundations and golden arches reflected the crystal's brilliance, making it even more dazzling. Even with the architectural blueprints, these Protoss buildings remained elusive. Fortunately, with enough materials and parts, they had finally come to fruition. Carmel and a group of SCV engineers proudly looked down at their masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. The human engineer's ability to construct Protoss buildings from mere blueprints was truly remarkable. Kalanias couldn't help but express his admiration, saying, "Your human capabilities far exceed our Protoss imagination." Carmel smiled awkwardly and said, "Perhaps to you Protoss, this isn't surprising. But to be honest, we benefited from ready-made parts this time. Otherwise, building this structure would have been really challenging. Although I've repaired some Protoss buildings and equipment before. Regardless, with this portal, we now have the capability to traverse the galaxy freely. Once we incorporate the major planets of the solar system, our journey can officially begin." Carmel remarked nostalgically, thinking back to the time when we were building missile turrets on that island. "I never imagined we would come this far." Speaking of which, what happened to that little island? "It seems the commander hasn't mentioned it," Kalanias said, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Perhaps soon you will find out." Setting foot on that island again, Zhang Xuan's emotions were incredibly complex. This place had been the start of his hardships and the launchpad of his career. For better or worse, it was his second home. The Hercules slowly ascended, carrying a squad of guards, and touched down on the land once more. The island had turned into a wasteland, with energy cannon marks everywhere, and the once standing missile turrets and bunkers were all destroyed. The central area, which used to house the barracks, was now just a field of steel debris. Shortly after Zhang Xuan had left, the fleet of the Three-Eyed People appeared on the island, and all defensive facilities were activated for a fierce counterattack. Despite buying Zhang Xuan's troops over 2 hours to evacuate, they ultimately couldn't withstand the dense aerial bombardment of the Three-Eyed People. Without SCVs for repairs, the barracks couldn't hold up under repeated artillery strikes. Standing before the wreckage of the barracks, Zhang Xuan clenched his fists, his expression complicated. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and hurriedly rushed into the debris, struggling to move a steel plate to uncover a cylindrical device. It was the remains of Xiao Yi. He looked at the dust-covered mechanical eye, sighed deeply, and with trembling hands, gently wiped the dirt from the wreckage. "Xiao Yi, I'm sorry I came too late." The surrounding guards watched silently, not stepping forward to help, but simply standing by in quiet vigilance. "Honorable Commander, perhaps you are grieving prematurely." Zhang Xuan was initially puzzled and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Yi hasn't truly disappeared. As a mid-level AI, as long as its primary data storage hardware is intact, with some modifications and a new host, it can be revived to some extent. "Where is the storage hardware?" Zhang Xuan stood up, unwilling to part with Xiao Yi. Although Xiao Yi wasn't a real human, Zhang Xuan had grown accustomed to its companionship over the days. Whether it was a hot coffee during late-night work or patient explanations during training sessions, Xiao Yi was always there. If there was any chance of bringing Xiao Yi back, Zhang Xuan wouldn't give up, no matter the cost. "Please wait. Retrieving environmental information? Information retrieval complete. A piece of AI hardware name, Xiao Bing No. 1, has been located. Although the barracks have been destroyed, some undamaged parts remain, with some storage devices still intact. While these devices are typically non-removable, Zhang Xuan quickly found a metal hard drive among the ruins. "Congratulations, Honorable Commander. Now, you just need a new host to install this hard drive, and Xiao Bing No. 1 will be revived. As for the new host, you might want to consult Carmel. He might have a solution." Antarctica. At Refuge 13, the resistance was weaker than Natalia had anticipated. Under Sean's persuasion, some of the awakened who still harbored thoughts of resistance began to relent, including Mr. Otto, the owner of the refuge. At the refuge entrance, Sean extended his hand to Otto with a smile, indicating a future of pleasant cooperation. Otto, with a stern face, refused to shake Sean's hand or even speak to him, turning instead to Natalia. Otto said, "Miss Natalia, I'd like to organize things here first. There are still many materials that need handling. I'll send someone to assist you in 3 days." Natalia smiled and responded, "Thank you, Mr. Otto. With your support, the entire awakened community will heed my words." Otto sighed and said, "You don't actually need to go through all this trouble. You've already driven the Triclops off the moon. With your strength and fleet, no country in the world would dare oppose you." Eliminating the Triclops' influence is just a matter of time. You don't really need us. Learning of the victory in the lunar battle, Otto was filled with confidence and hope for the future. Maybe humanity still has hope, Natalia said, feeling a bit puzzled. She had the same doubts herself, but the commander insisted on moving forward, claiming it was to avoid some kind of threat. Crabs? Crabs? Otto muttered the unfamiliar word, feeling that it concealed a great fear. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Suddenly, two massive transport ships appeared in the sky, carrying SCVs and workers. After a few days of rest, the mining team was finally about to start digging. Natalia and Otto felt a surge of confidence about the future as they faced this new mission with anticipation. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Zhang Xuan has been dispatching troops to search for traces of the three-eyed beings within the solar system. During a recent patrol, they discovered a significant gathering of the three-eyed fleet on Pluto. Although the intentions of the three-eyed beings remain unclear, the passage of time works in Zhang Xuan's favor. Currently, Zhang Xuan and his team are primarily focused on Earth, having already eliminated over 70 of the remaining three-eyed beings. Despite the remaining 30 being relatively small in number, Zhang Xuan remains vigilant. The three-eyed beings have been entrenched in human society for years, and the issue cannot be resolved through simple force alone. For instance, when the Special Forces Command's Team 16 assassinated a leader of a North American superpower, it triggered a series of complications. Social unrest, military upheaval, and even international conflicts have impacted Zhang Xuan's plans. After eliminating some high-ranking three-eyed beings, a considerable amount of time is needed to handle the aftermath, to avoid inadvertently triggering a nuclear war. To prevent such scenarios, Messiah trains new successors before each assassination, ensuring a smooth transition once high-value targets are eliminated. Although this method improves post-operation efficiency, the sudden disappearance of many three-eyed beings still causes significant disruption. Previously, the three-eyed fleet had brazenly appeared over human cities, so any unusual activity now immediately raises suspicions of alien involvement. To address this, Edward proposed and personally established the Human United Council, aimed at strengthening international cooperation. Thanks to the efforts of Edward and his colleagues, over 90 of human nations have joined the Human United Council. In addition to basic public opinion guidance and cultural promotion, the organization continually provides military support to Zhang Xuan's forces. In return, Zhang Xuan offers military protection to ensure the continued development of human civilization. He also plans to introduce some advanced interstellar technology to Earth, fostering progress. Of course, this is not without cost. Various countries will send personnel to search for and mine crystal minerals globally. Now, a positive cycle has been established between Earth and Zhang Xuan. Earth's civilization advances, and Zhang Xuan benefits as well. Commander, we have now discovered over 30 crystal deposits globally. Including previous findings, more than 50 crystal deposits have been identified. Nations are accelerating their mining efforts, and the second trade with Edward is expected to occur in 3 days. At this moment, Zhang Xuan remains stationed at the Europa Command Center. Besides Europa, portals and command centers have also been established on Blue Star and the Moon, allowing him to travel freely between the 3 celestial bodies. However, for safety reasons, he chooses to stay on Europa. The threats within the solar system are still unresolved, and the three-eyed beings are unaware of the situation on Europa. If war were to break out, the Moon would be the first battlefield, followed closely by Blue Star. Just then, a cute round robot brought a cup of coffee to Zhang Xuan's desk and softly said, "Commander, here is your coffee." Zhang Xuan took the coffee, drank a few sips, and then patted Xiaoyi on the head, asking him to bring some snacks. "Am craving something sweet?" Xiaoyi obediently rolled away. Watching Xiaoyi leave, Zhang Xuan smiled and said, "Xiaoyi has almost become my personal little servant. Speaking of which, adjutant, don't you want to find a physical body too? After all, Kalanias can operate through the body of the Sentinel, so you should be able to as well, right?" The adjutant replied, "I can, but there's no need. I don't need the burden of a body, and I'm quite satisfied with the current working environment." Zhang Xuan shrugged and laughed. "Seems like you're quite comfortable in my mind." Although Kalanias is an executive adjutant of the Protoss lineage, Zhang Xuan always consults the adjutant when assigning tasks. Perhaps it's out of habit. If the adjutant really wanted to change, he wouldn't stop him, but he would feel a bit uneasy about it. Zhang Xuan asked, "Adjutant, what are my current total resources? Also, what are the income and expenditure situations?" The adjutant responded, "You currently have 870,000 crystal minerals and 530,000 high-energy gas. Your fixed daily expenditure is about 8,000 crystal minerals and 2,000 high-energy gas. If you enter a state of war, expenditures will increase 2 to 3 times. Your current average income is about 100,000 crystal minerals and 10,000 high-energy gas per day, but additional income from Edward's side is currently unquantifiable." Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment and remarked, "The income from crystal minerals seems stable, but high-energy gas still falls short. All three-eyed being training stations on Blue Star have been eradicated, so your high-energy gas income now solely comes from the North Sea Kraken project. I suggest you find a new and stable source of high-energy gas as soon as possible. Zhang Xuan shook his head and continued, none of the 3 planets I control have high-energy gas springs, nor have they found any sustainable high-energy gas-carrying organisms. What we have now is already quite fortunate, unless… Zhang Xuan paused, but the adjutant finished his sentence, unless you are willing to start another war. Yes, the peaceful scene was indeed breathtaking. During this period, Zhang Xuan often imagined how wonderful it would be if life could always remain this tranquil. He sat leisurely in his chair and let out a deep sigh. Yet, even though the lieutenant hadn't explicitly said it, he knew such beauty couldn't last forever. The three-eyed people would never relinquish their control over Earth, just as they would never abandon their relentless will to survive. Was it the fleet hidden on Pluto? Just give me a little more time. It will all be over soon, Zhang Xuan silently vowed. He thought about the girl he had plans with that evening, uncertain if he would be able to return on time, or even when he would return at all. This uncertainty made him anxious, yet filled him with anticipation. CQB, which stands for Close Quarter Battle, is an essential course in indoor close quarters combat, crucial for special operations personnel. In a confined room, Lieutenant Mark Horn stood in front of a whiteboard, teaching soldiers dressed in army green shirts about CQB tactics and practical combat skills. Over a dozen soldiers listened intently, taking detailed notes with the focus of diligent students. Among them was Kaiga, who was also jotting down Mark's explanations, the Special Operations Unit emblem on his uniform highlighting his identity and mission. Kaiga found it incredible to recall his journey into the Special Operations Unit. As a new recruit with less than a year of service in the Navy, he initially thought applying to join the Special Operations Unit was unrealistic. Surprisingly, he was accepted and appointed as an operative in the 19th Special Operations Team. The interviewer had told him, Kaiga, you have the heart of a warrior. I see the passion and desire for combat in your eyes. The Clevel support group of the 19th Special Operations Team needs your leadership. You are the strength they require. These words greatly inspired Kaiga, and he embraced the challenge, becoming the interim team leader. Despite his limited combat experience and being positioned last in the support group primarily for fire cover, Kaiga did not back down. To honor the Special Operations Unit emblem, he trained rigorously and actively participated in live exercises. Although his progress was modest, he managed to stabilize his shooting skills, which filled him with pride. In this new role, Kaiga is striving to adapt and grow, aiming to bring honor to himself and his team. Sergeant Cage, Sergeant Cage. Sergeant Mark noticed Cage's slightly distracted gaze and frowned slightly as he reminded him, Cage, what are you thinking about? If you're feeling tired, you can go rest. For tactical classes in a day plus night training is a big challenge for the body. Sorry, sir. Cage quickly snapped back to attention, assuring him that he was fine. I'm still full of energy. Please continue. All right, let's keep going. 2 hours later, Mark, now parched, took a sip of water and announced the end of the day's tactical class. We'll start combat training tomorrow. Please be on time. Dismissed. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, Sergeant Cage, please stay behind. Once everyone else had left, Mark finally smiled and asked, so, how are you finding things in the Special Forces? I've heard the officials at the Special Operations Command aren't very friendly towards you guys. It's all right, Cage said awkwardly, scratching his head. My teammates are great, and I've learned a lot from them. I don't really like the attitude of those officials, but that's just how the military is. At least they're reliable when it comes to work. Mark chuckled. It's a shame your experience is a bit limited. Otherwise, I'd recommend you for the Viper training program. But maybe it's for the best. Viper's training is extremely tough. Perhaps there will be a chance to return to the 2nd Battalion in the future. Cage smiled. By the way, tomorrow is our squad's first combat mission, so we might miss the training session. What kind of mission? Mark immediately realized his mistake. Sorry, that's classified. Just stay safe. The day passed quickly. The 27 members of Special Operations Squad 19 had already assembled in front of the lunar base. A Hercules transport ship was slowly descending. At the squad leader's command, everyone boarded the ship. As the Hercules began to ascend and prepare for a jump, Cage opened his visor and took a deep breath. Although he had gradually gotten used to the feeling of jumping, this was his first mission, and the unavoidable sense of nausea still hit him. Leader, are you okay? Max, a member of the Crade support team, also opened his visor, revealing a slightly weathered middle-aged face. Cage smiled. I'm fine, Max. Just a bit nervous. Nervousness is normal, said Max, a retired Special Forces soldier who immediately saw through Cage's anxiety. Drink some ice water after the jump. It'll help. I was the same on my first mission, and the captain even joked that I was a rookie. Oh, Max, you're really something, Alex teased. Leader, take my advice. Send Max to the assault team and let him know who the real rookie is. Cage gradually relaxed, looking at the members of the assault team and the tactical layout, feeling a surge of anticipation. Task Force 19 has been divided into 3 operational teams: Team A Assault, Team B Cover, and Team C Support. Teams A and B frequently engage in frontline combat, while Team C typically intervenes only when Teams A and B are under heavy enemy suppression. Calling in the Rapid Reaction Force for support is resource-intensive, so the support team exists to save these costs. In previous missions, the support team was often sidelined, rarely getting the chance to demonstrate their capabilities. Perhaps this time will be different? However, the current situation feels overwhelming, especially with this young female agent being so persistent. In a small town in southern Europe, an assassination and raid mission is about to unfold. As night falls, the assault team and the cover team quietly land near the gravity bridge. The support team remains on standby aboard the Hercules, waiting for the mission's completion signal. They expect to make a smooth exit shortly. Alex, feeling a bit exasperated, grumbles, "I still can't get used to this bulky armor. I can't even pick things up properly. I have to use both hands to grab anything." Max chuckles and reminds him, "Don't forget, Alex, you're not supposed to fire at anyone." Alex retorts with a smirk, "I know, but before that, I'll make sure to take you down first." Max teases back, "You chose to be an artilleryman, remember? Handling 3 barrels at once. Why so unhappy?" Alex mutters, "I didn't expect being an artilleryman to be like this." Max, holding his electromagnetic weapon, sighs in awe. "This gun is still as breathtaking as ever. I never thought I'd get to use something like this." Cage, resting his eyes, adds, "The ammo for this gun still needs gunpowder to fire." Max caresses the gun barrel as if it were a lover. Time passes, and the mission should have been completed by now, yet the Hercules hasn't descended to pick them up, causing him to feel uneasy. Suddenly, the support team's alarm blares, putting everyone on high alert. Cage receives orders from the intelligence officer and prepares to act, his nerves taut. Looking at the terrain map, Cage sees chaos outside the ancient castle. Team A is trapped, Team B is under fire, and Team C needs to enter from the castle's top to provide support. After the intelligence officer hastily briefs them, Cage nods to signal that the team is ready. "All right, folks, time to move out." The entire Team C consists of 9 members, divided into 2 operational units, including 2 raiders and 7 marines. Now, they need to storm out of the castle, rendezvous with Team A, and evacuate together. The members of Team C stepped onto the gravity bridge, feeling as if they had lost all weight. A strange sensation quickly spread through their bodies. As the platform below them opened up, 9 soldiers swiftly descended. Guided by the gravity bridge, Kaichi was the first to land accurately on the castle's rooftop terrace. The moment his feet touched the terrace, it felt like stepping on a sponge, with no impact at all. The other team members landed one by one, and Kaichi glanced down at the castle grounds, where he saw Team B engaging in fierce combat with the 3-eyed troops. Despite being labeled as benchwarmers, the support team members demonstrated combat skills that were on par with the other 2 teams. Each soldier quickly found cover and shooting positions after landing. Max set up his rifle, ready to target the enemies below, while using his left arm's riot shield to protect the exposed Kaichi. Realizing he was standing too far forward, Kaichi crouched slightly, keeping an eye on the battle below. Team B was under heavy fire from the 3-eyed forces, facing at least 40 to 50 regular soldiers in power armor, and the situation was dire. In such an open environment, special tactics couldn't be fully utilized, and without support, Team B would suffer significant losses. Kaichi didn't immediately respond to Max, but instead activated his communication device and contacted Team B's leader, B1. He said, "C1 is above you. Do you need fire support? We can leave 3 people on the rooftop to assist." A quick response came through the comms. "Perfect timing, C1. We need support. Please provide assistance." Kaichi replied, "Roger that. We'll do our best to help." After ending the communication, Kaichi ordered C6 through C8 to stay on the rooftop, while the rest followed him into the castle. 2 marines and a raider positioned themselves at the edge of the terrace, starting to fire upon the 3-eyed troops below. Upon realizing they were being shot at from above, the 3-eyed troops wisely halted their advance, knowing that continuing forward would be a death trap. This alleviated the pressure on Team B. The remaining 6 members quickly entered the castle, moving swiftly towards Team A's location. Along the way, they encountered several 3-eyed individuals in various rooms. Although they didn't appear to be combatants, Team C left no survivors, swiftly eliminating them all. Soon, they reached the 3rd floor of the castle, where Team A was located. The castle was enormous, with 5 floors, each containing several large rooms and dozens of smaller ones. In such a complex environment, indoor combat was extremely dangerous, especially knowing that the enemy had awakened individuals. A loud bang. Max kicked open a door and entered with his gun drawn, quickly scanning the room to ensure it was safe. The two Marines following him continued down the corridor, searching other rooms and swiftly neutralizing potential threats. Clear. Clear. In this six-man tactical squad, Keki takes the 5th position, while Alex the Marauder holds the 6th. They are not often assigned to spearhead room-clearing missions. After all, Alex's massive build makes him less agile in confined combat scenarios. As for Keki, being a rookie with only 2 days of indoor CQB training, he's certainly not seasoned yet. Originally, today's plan was to conduct a CQB simulation drill in the shooting house, but they unexpectedly faced a real combat challenge. Watching Max and the other 4 team members swiftly clear the rooms ahead, Keki couldn't help but sigh. He tried to reach out to members of Team A but received no response. The map indicated they were nearby, yet there was no sign of movement. Had they been trapped by Awakeners? Why was there no gunfire? Keki gripped his gun tightly and reminded everyone to stay alert. They soon turned a corner and arrived at the door of a large room. The door was shut tight, and 2 Marines took positions against the wall, ready to breach. Max nodded, and they simultaneously pushed the door open, with the rest of the team following closely behind. Go! Keki and Alex charged in with them. However, what they saw inside left them utterly shocked. The room was spacious, resembling a banquet hall. 9 members of Team A were suspended in midair, bound by webs and unconscious. Below them, a woman with 3 eyes leisurely sipped from a wine glass, watching them. Max fired a shot at her head, but the bullet was deflected. The woman sneered. "Is this how you treat a lady?" Max ordered the team to spread out and open fire, but their bullets still couldn't hit her. Alex attempted to launch a grenade, but the resulting flames and shockwave didn't harm her. Suddenly, 2 spider silk threads struck, hitting 2 team members. One of them, right next to Keki, lost signs of life before he could even activate his shield. Cage wasted no time in activating his communicator, urgently calling for support from Team C. He anxiously described the enemy, noting that they were not dealing with an ordinary awakened, but a 3-eyed individual with the ability to control webs. Upon receiving the message, the nearest rapid response unit immediately mobilized, estimated to arrive on the battlefield within a minute. After the communication ended, Cage resumed firing at the enemy. This time, he noticed that the bullets were being blocked by fine, transparent webs. These webs were incredibly resilient, even capable of deflecting electromagnetic bullets. Realizing the dire situation, Max ordered an immediate retreat. Cage and Alex followed closely, and the 4 of them quickly left the room. The enemy did not pursue them, but instead watched them leave with a sinister smile. As soon as they exited the room, they found their surroundings had drastically changed. The castle's interior had vanished, replaced by a mysterious forest. Cage raised his gun cautiously, suspecting some sort of mental manipulation at play. Suddenly, a 3-eyed soldier appeared in front of him. Instinctively, Cage fired, but the soldier effortlessly dodged the bullets and swiftly disarmed him. Cage quickly drew his electromagnetic pistol to counterattack, but the opponent had already anticipated his move and subdued him. During the intense struggle, Cage's ears began to ring, and his consciousness started to fade. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself pinned to the ground by a Marine in black power armor. His teammates were also subdued nearby. In the distance, gunfire echoed, and Cage thought he saw a red figure flash by. A member of Team B0 approached Cage, confirming that he had regained consciousness, and explained that they had received the distress signal while on a mission and had come to assist. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Cage realized he had been under mental control, and the 3-eyed soldier he had fought was actually the team member in front of him. Despite being thoroughly outmatched, Cage felt a sense of relief, understanding everything now that he knew the soldier's true identity. In the face of adversity, Kaiga demonstrated true leadership. He warned his teammates to be cautious when dealing with the enemies. He described their abilities. One was a 3-eyed individual skilled in using webs, and the other had a knack for mind control. As soon as Kaiga stood up, he hurriedly shared the intelligence he had, while casting a wary glance at Agent Zero. If even Agent Zero were compromised, the team would be doomed on this mission. However, another teammate nonchalantly remarked, "Don't worry, the captain is handling it. They are just a few ability users, nothing too serious." Agent Zero's attitude made Kaiga uneasy, but despite his lingering concerns, he chose to remain silent. From a distant room, the flickering of lights and the sounds of battle could be seen and heard, though the exact situation remained unclear. This battle was destined to be a test filled with challenges and uncertainties. Zero Squad has undergone a complete transformation, no longer the impoverished unit that relied on a single phantom to form a combat team. Today, Zero Squad still consists of 4 teams, but each team has expanded to 39 members, 3 times its original size. Each team now includes 2 Phantoms and 1 Spectre as advanced single combat units. In Team B, a frontline combat unit, the deputy leader is an 8th level psychic, whose combat prowess even surpasses that of the team leader. Notably, unlike Phantoms, Spectres specialize in long-range sniping. Just now, The other members of Zero Squad had entered the ancient castle. "Captain, this is Gina. I've locked onto the target. Should I fire?" Gina's confident voice came through the earpiece. The Phantom Captain's voice was low and resolute. "Absolutely. Take the shot." As soon as the words were spoken, a soft sound followed, and a specially crafted bullet infused with psychic energy soared across several kilometers. The head of the three-eyed woman who manipulated webs exploded as if hit by a sledgehammer. Immediately, two phantoms entered the reception hall, just in time to encounter two three-eyed beings emerging from a small room. One of them, possessing psychic abilities, instantly sensed something amiss and pointed at one of the phantoms, saying, "Someone is..." Before he could finish, another sniper bullet struck. Bang! Another lethal headshot. Another gruesome display of blood and gore. The other three-eyed being reacted swiftly, releasing a massive amount of freezing gas to envelop the entire room while transforming into an ice elemental form. In mere seconds, a third bullet pierced through the wall, shattering the head of the ice elemental three-eyed being. Though his head was obliterated, he suffered no substantial harm due to his elemental state and quickly regenerated. In the frost-filled room, the two phantoms were exposed to the three-eyed being's sight. While invisibility could render them unseen, it did not mean they vanished completely, and they were inevitably revealed within the icy domain. At the same time, the Phantom Captain wielded a blade enveloped in red psychic energy, which even an elemental body could not withstand. The other phantom stepped back a few paces, quickly loading a white bullet and firing it. Ultrasonic pulse. Bang! A pulse wave exploded instantly, hitting the ice elemental three-eyed being squarely. His brain felt as if it had been scrambled for 10 minutes, leaving him too dizzy to maintain his elemental form. Seizing the moment, the Phantom Captain dashed forward and slashed, severing the three-eyed being's head. The threat was neutralized. After a brief communication from the Phantom Captain, several Zero Squad members swiftly arrived to rescue the Special Task Force members. The remaining team members quickly searched other rooms, soon making significant discoveries. The report shows that when a team member, identified as Zero, emerged from a small room, he was carrying a semicircular device that was covered in frost and appeared to have been sabotaged. Ghost Captain mentioned that the device had previously communicated with the outside world, but was now unable to retrieve any information. Subsequently, Ghost Captain and another team member activated their cloaking technology and vanished from sight. They handed the device over to the tech department, confident that they would resolve the issue. Half an hour later, Zhang Xuan received startling news. The tech department had successfully read and downloaded data from the communications device belonging to the Trioculars civilization, revealing their plan to launch a devastating biological weapon attack in 1 week. Shocked, Zhang Xuan stood up, realizing the urgency of the situation. The communication records indicated that the Trioculars had been plotting this action for over a month. Their biological weapons were currently stored on an alien mothership, although the exact quantity was unknown. Realizing he needed to act immediately, Zhang Xuan inquired about the construction progress of the Ghost Academy from his adjutant. The adjutant replied that a single SCV could complete the construction within 24 hours, while multiple SCVs could finish it in as little as 12 hours. Additionally, the adjutant described the 3 types of fusion missiles and their costs. Zhang Xuan decided to build 4 Ghost Academies in preparation for war. He knew this would require a vast amount of resources, but to protect Blue Star, he was willing to pay any price. Finally, the adjutant demonstrated the explosive power of the fusion missiles, making Zhang Xuan understand the significance of these weapons. With them, they might be able to fend off the Trioculars attack. Zhang Xuan ordered the construction of the academies and prepared for the imminent crisis. Right now, Zhang Xuan is left with no choice but to ensure his firepower is strong enough to reach Pluto and eliminate the threat while it's still in its cradle. Only 1 week? Ha! He swore he could obliterate the enemy in just 3 days. Moreover, he instructed his lieutenant to prepare a warp battleship for him immediately. This pinnacle of human technology will once again showcase its brilliance in the starry skies. Zhang Xuan, filled with determination, fearlessly faced the challenges ahead. The Behemoth-class battlecruiser, although appearing somewhat outdated, remains a formidable force among the fleet of human battlecruisers thanks to its latest technological upgrades. Equipped with a Behemoth-class fusion reactor, it meets the high-speed firing demands of the Yamato cannon. The long-range warp drive enables this steel giant to travel vast distances across the universe, while the short-range warp drive ensures exceptional maneuverability in combat. Its multi-barrel, rapid-firing air-to-ground laser cannon array can unleash devastating firepower to obliterate any ground targets in an instant. The air-to-air plasma torpedo array, though slower in attack frequency, effectively counters enemy air assaults. Despite lacking the Minotaur-class battlecruiser's anti-air missile array and energy shield system, its neutron fusion cannon more than compensates for these shortcomings. Boom! At an altitude of over 2,000 meters above Europa, space trembles and blue light flashes as a massive warship warps in. Stepping out of the command center, Zhang Xuan gazes up at the hovering behemoth, overwhelmed with emotion. The warship, towering at 200 meters, nearly a kilometer in diameter, and several hundred meters wide, instills in him a profound sense of security. Even from the ground, Zhang Xuan can clearly see the imposing 20-plus gun barrels below. Soldiers and staff around him stop their work to stare in unison at the colossal vessel. Testing, 123, 321 communication link is stable. Esteemed Commander, this is Julian Onest, captain of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser Julius, currently holding the rank of Brigadier General, reporting with 1,263 crew members. Awaiting your orders, a mature, weathered male voice comes through the communication channel, introducing a new name, Brigadier General Julian. Zhang Xuan mentally repeats the name and responds, I am here, esteemed Commander. There are no specific tasks at the moment. Please disembark. I would like to personally tour the ship. Understood, General. The warship slowly descends onto the icy plains outside Outpost 1. Its supports extend, and the hatch opens. A few officers in federal uniforms step out of the ship. Due to the harsh environment, they can't stay on Europa's surface for long and must wait inside the hatch. Zhang Xuan, accompanied by several guards, approaches them. Greeting him is a middle-aged man in a pristine uniform, sporting a full beard and puffing on a cigar. This is Brigadier General Julian, appearing to be around 50 years old with graying hair but sharp eyes that reveal the experience of a seasoned warrior. Standing before Zhang Xuan, Julian gave a signature military salute and smiled. Honorable Commander, it is a great privilege to meet you. I deeply admire the contributions you have made for humanity. My team and I are ready to support you fully, no matter the dangers ahead. The future of this galaxy will undoubtedly shine with your light. Zhang Xuan returned the salute solemnly. Captain Julian, I am equally pleased to have your assistance. At this moment, I do need your strength. The fleet of the three-eyed people is merely a paper tiger. Soon you will witness our true power. Julian smiled and gestured invitingly. Allow me to introduce you to this venerable warrior. The Julius, since its construction, has served the Empire, participating in the brutal Battle of Char under General Warfield's command. It was repeatedly damaged and nearly scrapped after the war. However, following the formation of the new Federation, it was refurbished to combat Amon and returned to service. After Amon's defeat, it has been stationed on the planet Braxis, assisting research teams in studying Protoss Relixa fitting mission before its retirement. In short, it has an illustrious record of achievements and remarkable battle history. As Zhang Xuan walked along the corridor leading to the bridge, he encountered a group of staff members. Some were elderly, some were quite young, but there were few middle-aged among them. Seeing the new commander passing by, they all wore excited smiles. They knew they were heading to the battlefield once again. Although the Julius is an old warrior, the commander could rest assured that its combat effectiveness rivaled that of any new warship. There was a time when I commanded the Julius to single-handedly hold off multiple enemies, destroying 3 Minotaur-class warships hijacked by defectors, and even bringing down a rebel governor, Julian recounted proudly. Zhang Xuan responded calmly, I have no doubt about your capabilities, Captain. To me, the combat experience of every veteran is invaluable. In the upcoming battle, I will rely heavily on you. At the end of the corridor was a massive command room filled with equipment and instruments that Zhang Xuan did not fully understand. The staff inside wore pristine new uniforms, likely donned just today, as the belts peeking out from underneath were somewhat worn. Someone shouted, the commander is here. Instantly, everyone in the command room stood up and formed a neat line in front of Zhang Xuan. He nodded approvingly and said, all right, at ease. I'm not a celebrity. Go back to your work, don't mind me. Julian continued, Commander, my team and I have analyzed the intelligence you provided about the three-eyed people. We believe the priority is to eliminate those hidden fleets. Therefore, I hope you can provide sufficient Air Force support. You only need to wait at the main base for good news. Zhang Xuan reassured him, you don't even need to ask. I will support you. My Air Force is currently limited, but feel free to make any requests, and I will do my best to meet them. Standing by the window, Zhang Xuan gazed at the ghostly military academy rising in the snowy landscape, filled with anticipation and confidence. He turned to Julian and said, in addition to this special unit, they will carry out some covert infiltration missions and guide fusion strikes. I hope their inclusion will bring about a significant change for us. Julian, overjoyed, responded with hope in his voice, with the support of fusion missiles, we are bound to achieve ultimate victory. Zhang Xuan nodded affirmatively, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. We will definitely succeed, he said. Although reviewing the patrol data would take some effort, they both knew it was worthwhile. 3 days later, countries around the world were astounded to discover that the special forces, which had been active globally, had suddenly vanished. This disappearance sparked concerns about the potential threat posed by the Triclops, prompting diplomats to scramble for intelligence. Eventually, they received alarming news. the Solar System Alliance had entered the highest state of war readiness. On the far side of the moon, a massive command center had risen beside a golden teleportation gate. Thousands of troops had gathered under the gate, their numbers nearing 10,000. 3 days earlier, Zhang Xuan had initiated a large-scale troop buildup, enlisting not only local soldiers from Earth but also a significant number from the Copperless sector. Currently, Zhang Xuan commanded over 10,000 combat personnel, with the total number, including support and administrative staff, approaching 20,000. The original 1st and 2nd regiments had been expanded into 2 brigade-level units, comprising 5 Marine Corps, 2 Rapid Response Marine Corps, 1 Mechanized Corps, 2 Special Operations Corps, and a 100-member Guard unit. Numerous battalions and companies under these units could coordinate effectively during wartime. Both Swick and James had been promoted to Colonel Brigade commanders, while Zhang Xuan himself had risen to the rank of Major General. In the sky, a battlecruiser, 25 Liberators, and 60 Viking fighters formed a powerful air combat group called the 1st Air Combat Division. This force could rival the lunar base at its peak. Armed and resolute, Zhang Xuan stood in the command headquarters of the Lunar Command Center, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the officers awaiting orders. They harbored hopes for the future, anticipating the critical moment of humanity's survival. Clenching his fist, Zhang Xuan looked around, fully aware that the days of the Triclops lording over humanity were over, thanks to the tireless efforts of countless soldiers. For over a month, he had been waiting for this moment. Now, they had the courage to take a stand, and Pluto would be their first stop in reclaiming freedom and striking back at the Triclops civilization. All units, move out to the front lines, Zhang Xuan commanded. Immediately, everyone sprang into action. The officers quickly exited the command center, directing their respective units to board the 15 Hercules transport ships that had been prepared. The Viking fighters in the sky transformed into mech mode and boarded the ships alongside the mechanized units, a strategy suggested by Julian and Zhang Xuan that he had never considered before. The Liberator units entered the battlecruiser, which would lead them in warp travel. As the Hercules ships, filled with soldiers, ascended into the sky and entered the blue-lit warp tunnels, Zhang Xuan stood in the command center, hands clasped behind his back, watching it all unfold. A mix of indescribable excitement and gravity filled his heart. He understood that the scale of this war far surpassed any previous skirmishes. This was a true interstellar war. After the battle, he worried about how many lives would vanish into the merciless void of space. He wondered if he would ever reunite with the companions he once knew. A young soldier approached Zhang Xuan with a cup of tea, gently handing it to him. Zhang Xuan took the cup, feeling a warmth as his fingers slid over the soldier's smooth head. Suddenly, he noticed the head seemed polished and asked, "Xiao Yi, did you wax your head?" The soldier's mechanical eyes flickered as he replied, "Yes, Carmel did it for me. He thought it would make me look more spirited." Zhang Xuan chuckled. Carmel is always like that. Next time I see him with nothing to do, I'll have him fix the missile tower instead of messing around with these fancy things. Just then, Edward walked over and informed Zhang Xuan, "Commander, Chief Engineer Carmel has boarded the Julius and headed to the front lines." Zhang Xuan paused, setting down his tea, a wave of sadness washing over him. Edward continued, "Though I haven't known Chief Engineer Carmel for long, I can sense his love for freedom. He told me that if Commander Jim Raynor taught him what freedom is, then you taught him the price one is willing to pay for it. I believe he is ready to fight for humanity till the end." Zhang Xuan shook his head with a wry smile. That guy, still the same. He turned to gaze at the brilliant stars outside the window. "I've never seen myself as a mentor. Compared to those who bravely sacrifice for freedom, what I've done is insignificant. But there are always some foolish yet brilliant people among humans, aren't there?" Pluto, once the 9th planet, had been forgotten at the edge of the solar system, silent and obscure. But today, it was about to experience its busiest moment in millions of years. On Pluto, a base for the three-eyed beings had been established. Countless ships shuttled through the planet's orbit, with the main ship of the three-eyed beings hovering in space. Inside the main ship, several three-eyed officers sat around a virtual image of Earth, formulating a battle plan. On the virtual image, more than a dozen targets were marked with red dots. An officer looked at the bald, muscular man meditating nearby and asked, "Mr. Abbas, the Count has been on Earth for a long time. Are you sure there's no problem?" Abbas, without opening his eyes, calmly replied, "The Count will be fine. There is no force on Earth capable of defeating a stellar-class warrior. Even a fleet would take considerable time to completely eliminate the Count. We have enough time to provide support." The officer sighed in relief, gazing at the twinkling stars outside, and remarked, "The cycle is nearing its end. Those humans are still oblivious. I hope they can remain quiet and leave peacefully without causing us any trouble." At that moment, Abbas's brow suddenly furrowed, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the starry sky. Suddenly, he shouted, "Alert the entire fleet immediately. Prepare for battle." For a moment, several officers were still processing his command. However, the battleship suddenly shook violently. Above Pluto, more than a dozen human ships appeared out of nowhere. Among them, a massive warship loomed directly overhead. Abbas gazed out the window, his expression grave, and said, "Perhaps we have underestimated those humans." As soon as the Julius arrived at the target location, it immediately detected the main ship of the three-eyed people appearing below. Inside the command room, the staff were busy yet orderly, each performing their duties. Standing at the control panel, Captain Julian wore a solemn expression as he directed the battle deployment. He ordered the activation of attack arrays 1 through 4, determined to leave a significant mark in the battle, and prepared the warp preheat to avoid enemy counterattacks. Simultaneously, he commanded the Hercules squadron to release the Viking fighters to help restrain the enemy's smaller ships. Ground forces rapidly mobilized to construct missile towers for battle support. A series of commands swiftly reached each department. The air-to-ground attack arrays beneath the battlecruiser opened fire rapidly, raining down shells aimed at the main ship of the three-eyed people. The main ship's surface flickered with a defensive shield, blocking the attack and beginning to adjust its cannons to target the battlecruiser overhead. Despite the battlecruiser being only about one-third the size of the main ship, it posed a formidable threat. As the main ship's cannons began to glow, the battlecruiser's warp preheat completed, and with a flash of blue light, it vanished into the starry sky. Target lost. Repeat, we have lost the target. The command room of the three-eyed people's main ship was in chaos. Facing the sudden strike, they scrambled to respond as quickly as possible. However, they were at a loss against the battlecruiser's warp capability. This human technology left them astounded. They couldn't understand how humans managed to execute a space jump in a region devoid of wormholes. An officer slammed the table in disbelief. Abbas's expression darkened. Despite having studied human tactics and technology, aware of their powerful space-jumping tech, previous intelligence indicated that only some transport ships possessed this capability, and their air force was weak. Now, they faced a large combat ship with the same technology. Notify the Count at once. He must personally oversee this situation, Abbas ordered without hesitation, commanding all fleets to converge and destroy the human forces at any cost. Above Pluto, over a dozen Hercules ships began deploying gravity bridges. Dozens of Viking fighters transformed midair, quickly entering combat mode and engaging fiercely with the attacking Three-Eyed People fleet. The Three-Eyed People's fleet was vast, with numerous combat ships, including main ships and escort ships in orbit, creating a significant disparity in strength. After landing, Zwick immediately opened fire at the sky. Although hitting a target was nearly impossible, disrupting the Three-Eyed People's ships was the best effort he could muster. The scene before them left the Three-Eyed People in shock. The human army on the ground had already caught their attention. In the base of the Three-Eyed People, a large number of three-legged robots and three-eyed soldiers began to mobilize urgently. However, Zwick no longer regarded these ground forces with any significance. He sneered as he watched the incoming three-eyed army on the minimap, feeling a sense of disdain. He ordered Zero Squad C to prepare for a conventional fusion strike, intending to obliterate the enemy along with their buildings. At that moment, James's voice came through the communication channel. He reminded Zwick to only eliminate the attacking forces and avoid targeting the three-eyed base, as the enemy's main ship was equipped with a planet-destroying cannon. Leaving the base intact would keep the enemy wary. Zwick found the suggestion reasonable and immediately revised his orders, calling for a tactical fusion strike to annihilate the ground troops and surprise the enemy fleet. Zero Squad C had already reached their designated location on a small hill. Over 30 combat personnel quickly found cover to ensure their safety. The ghost agent responsible for guiding the fusion strike had cloaked himself and was targeting the distant three-eyed army. Zero Squad C was ready and waiting for the command. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, the warship received the request for a fusion strike. Julian, smiling, remarked on Colonel Zwick's decisiveness and approved the action. Shortly after, a subordinate reported that the tactical fusion missile was ready. A 3-meter-long fusion missile with a white body and red edges was launched at incredible speed, heading straight for the laser-marked target. Concurrently, the ground fusion strike was imminent, and all units were advised to take evasive action. After the ghost agent reported in, dozens of energy cannons targeted the area around the hill. The laser guidance would inevitably reveal the target, and the three-eye detection devices might estimate its approximate location. This was why the entire C Squad needed to work together to protect the ghost agent. As enemy fire descended, C Squad retaliated, buying time after their position was exposed. The three-eyed main force dispatched small units to charge up the hill while the main force began to disperse. However, their movements were still too slow. With a blinding flash of white light, a mushroom cloud rose, and an invisible shockwave obliterated everything within several kilometers. After the fusion strike, C Squad requested to retreat. As the shockwave swept through, the team members fled the hill in the opposite direction. However, the heat wave was already upon them, knocking many to the ground. Fortunately, They were relatively far from the explosion's epicenter. Although they were affected, their sturdy armor allowed them to withstand the shock for a short period. A Hercules spacecraft swiftly approached and successfully picked them up. It immediately activated its warp drive, quickly departing the explosion site. In that moment, their anxiety and fear were gradually replaced by a sense of safety, filling them with hope and courage for the future. The mushroom cloud slowly dissipated into the sky, but Zhang Xian's heart was still gripped by the shock. He imagined the immense size of Pluto, realizing that even tactical nuclear missiles couldn't be used repeatedly without risking the planet's collapse. Concerned, he voiced his worries to his lieutenant. The lieutenant tried to reassure him, saying, "Don't worry, Commander. The scenario you fear won't happen." The lieutenant then displayed new video footage, showing a sleek, blue, spindle-shaped spaceship rapidly piercing through Earth's atmosphere, heading towards the Pluto battlefield. Puzzled, Zhang Xian asked, "What is that?" The lieutenant explained, "This was discovered by observers at the lunar base. We've never seen such a ship before. It appears someone has infiltrated Earth without our knowledge. We have yet to understand this stranger's actions on Earth, and no unusual reports have been received globally." Frowning in thought, Zhang Xian suggested increasing surveillance, sensing something was amiss. The lieutenant responded, "Understood, Commander." They turned their attention to the battlefield, and Zhang Xian, gazing at Pluto's moons, suddenly had an idea. "Lieutenant, can we have the SCVs modify those moons into defensive space stations?" The lieutenant confirmed, "Yes. Shall I relay the orders?" After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian replied, "No, let Julian evaluate and decide." In Pluto's orbit, the 1st Air Combat Division was engaged in a full-scale confrontation with the Triad fleet, initially at a disadvantage. They could only fight while retreating, relying on their maneuverability to barely hold off the enemy. The Liberators' firepower gradually became evident. Their Lexington rockets could precisely hit enemy ships, effectively restraining the opposition. Julian calmly observed the battlefield, like a seasoned chess player, positioning his pieces for maximum impact. Pluto has 5 moons, but the Triad didn't occupy these strategic points, not expecting humans to boldly launch an offensive. Team 0B was dispatched to Sharon to guide the 2nd fusion missile. Zhang Xian had produced 2 missiles, one conventional and one high-energy fusion missile. Now they would use the last conventional fusion missile. The entire battle was heating up, and a grand space war was about to unfold. A tactical fusion missile obliterated most of the stay-behind forces at the Sanyan base, while the power of a regular fusion missile is only a fraction of that. What kind of catastrophic damage could such a weapon inflict if it hit the Sanyan's main ship? Everyone was filled with anticipation. The ship moved, guiding the main ship to the designated location, and Team B began preparations. Yes, everything was going according to plan. "Commander, a message from the commander," said Deputy Captain Thomas beside him. "What?" Julian was startled, then opened his personal terminal to check. Thomas continued, "Establishing a defensive space station on the satellite? It's a good idea, but the current battle is urgent, and operational space is limited." Julian stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, "If the conditions are insufficient, we create the conditions. Let me think. We might need ground forces support to build several defensive space stations. Whether attacking or defending, we can rely on the space station. Plus, it's easier to repair." Thomas added, "If the ship gets damaged, it wouldn't need to land on Pluto. It can be repaired directly at the space station, saving time and effort." "Yes, you're right." Julian stared at the virtual battlefield, deep in thought. The recent fusion strike had shocked all the officers. These humans have such large-scale destructive weapons. "Damn it, we must retaliate. Fire the Star Destroyer cannon and annihilate all humans on this planet," shouted a radical officer. However, another officer countered, "Are you crazy? There are still our people on this planet. Do you want to kill them too? They're just a bunch of mixed blood descendants. They might still be useful," the radical officer retorted. "Enough." Abbas stopped the pointless argument and said, "The humans didn't use that powerful weapon on our base to leave us helpless. They are just ground forces, not worth our attention. Focus on eliminating the human fleet. This rebellion is unprecedented. Report to headquarters immediately." "Yes." At this moment, Abbas, using his abilities, observed some subtle movements of the human ships and noticed the human soldiers deployed on Sharon. Familiar actions? When humans launched that large-scale destructive weapon before, there seemed to be a similar deployment of human troops, reminding him of an ancient technique. Is it relying on laser guidance? Abbas's eyes glinted as he said, "This could be interesting. Activate the outer laser interference system and let them taste their own medicine." "Yes." Meanwhile, on Sharon, Team B was unaware of the changes about to unfold in their mission. Gina watched the battlecruiser overhead, closely followed by the Sanyan's main ship, and activated the laser equipment, aiming at the Sanyan's main ship. However, the Sanyan's main ship showed no reaction, making her uneasy. The ghost captain noticed Gina's hesitation and asked her what was wrong. Gina shook her head, saying she just felt a bit strange, then returned to focusing on her task. The ghost captain checked the minimap and found no signs of enemy forces or incoming strikes. Everything seems normal. Maybe you're just tired, he suggested. Gina also checked her psionic responses and found nothing unusual, leading her to think it might just be her imagination. However, at that moment, the battlecruiser had already loaded the fusion missile into the launch bay and issued the command to proceed. The laser guidance system was activated, and the fusion missile was set to detonate in 30 seconds. As Gina reported their progress to the ghost captain, she peered through her scope at the massive figure of the Triclops flagship. Suddenly, she identified the source of her unease. With her psionically enhanced vision, she clearly saw the red laser beam deflect off the Triclops' energy shield and redirect toward Pluto. Worse, it seemed to be targeting the center of their ground forces. Abort the mission immediately, Gina urgently called out. Julius, cancel the missile launch. Something's wrong. But before she could finish, the fusion missile had already left the launch bay, speeding toward Pluto. Julian quickly realized the gravity of the situation. They were experiencing laser guidance interference. He ordered the detonation signal to be cut off, but a technician reported, "Sir, we can't. The enemy has jammed our control signals. The missile is out of control." Julian was stunned. As the missile neared Pluto's atmosphere, he commanded, "Intercept that missile at all costs. We can't let it hit our territory." Meanwhile, Gina attempted to alter the missile's trajectory by moving the laser beacon, but soon realized the missile was beyond their control, clearly affected by the enemy's interference. As a professionally trained ghost operative, she had a contingency plan. She quickly loaded an EMP pulse disruptor round and fired it directly at the missile. Despite the missile's speed, the EMP round was equally swift, reaching and detonating almost instantly. The pulse disrupted the missile's guidance system temporarily, providing a critical window to intercept or even detonate it. The laser device was reactivated, and the red dot locked onto the missile's detonation signal receiver. In the next second, an enormous explosion illuminated the entire space. Simultaneously, a Hercules transport had warped to Sharon. The pilot shouted, "Get on board, now!" The members of Team B quickly boarded the ship. However, the energy wave released by the distant fusion missile explosion instantly shattered Sharon V into pieces. The massive energy wave surged towards Sharon 2, sweeping across its entire surface. At the last moment, Hercules barely managed to warp out of danger. The distant battleship cruisers also rapidly withdrew from the area, as the devastating shockwave covered dozens of kilometers, and its effects reached over 1,000 kilometers. The terrifying explosion was like an apocalypse, leaving everyone who witnessed it deeply shaken. Julian's face turned ashen as he struggled to contain his anger and calm himself. Taking a few deep breaths, he finally spoke. "Transmit the data and adjust our tactical strategy. Conventional guided missiles are ineffective against the main ship of the Triclops, and might even be used against us. Although this explosion didn't affect them, we wasted a conventional fusion missile worth 10,000 crystal minerals and 10,000 high-energy gas units." Zhang Xuan felt the loss, and so did I. "We thought we could heavily damage the Triclops' main ship, but we nearly paid a steep price." Thomas suggested, "Sir, are we ready to use the Yamato cannon?" Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Julian shook his head and said, "Now is not the time. The main ship has a shield system. Using the Yamato cannon now would see most of the damage absorbed by the shield, inflicting minimal harm on the main ship. We need to take down their shield first." "EMP?" Thomas proposed. Julian nodded in agreement. "Exactly. EMP, send the order for all ghosts and specters from Unit 0 to assemble. I need them to infiltrate the main ship and use EMP weapons to disable the shield system, paving the way for the Yamato cannon attack." Julian had already devised an infiltration plan. The main ship shield was not an ordinary energy field or plasma shield, but a high-energy isolation membrane that could remain stable until the main ship's energy ran out, enhancing its survivability. However, this shield had a weakness. If attacks with sufficient frequency and strength focused on one spot, it could temporarily be torn apart. Then, using laser cannons, they could open a pathway. Next, a team of ghosts and specters would be deployed via drop pods into the main ship. Facing the ineffectiveness of frontal assaults, Julian decided to play dirty. He hoped the Triclops would be caught off guard. Staring at the virtual image of the Triclops' main ship on the radar map, Julian's eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, like those of a wolf. A boss, watching the distant explosion, couldn't help but laugh. What a pity it didn't hit their ground base directly. The scene would have been more spectacular. Several officers immediately echoed, "Lord Abbas, your wisdom and prowess make human intelligence and technology seem insignificant." They were completely unaware that every move they made was under Lord Abbas's control, as if he had a full map view. Lord Abbas wore a smile, his eyes gleaming with determination and calm. Facing the current situation, he ordered without hesitation, prepare the main cannon. Get ready to destroy that human ship. A slightly puzzled officer voiced his concern. But they have mastered space jump technology? No need to worry, a boss interrupted coolly. They've already suffered significant damage. Their greatest desire now is to defeat us. And that flagship must be their primary target. Inform all departments immediately, raise alert levels, and ensure no mistakes at this crucial moment. The Count is returning soon, and we must not disappoint him. In the tactical command room of the battlecruiser, all of 0 units Phantoms and Ghosts had gathered. 4 teams, consisting of a total of 8 Phantoms and 4 Ghosts, were preparing for the upcoming challenge. Although the numbers were small, this infiltration and sabotage mission required stealth, making the team size just right. In front of the tactical sand table, a holographic image of a 3-eyed alien battleship slowly rotated. A special operations commander, holding a pointer, outlined the strategy on the image. They would collaborate with a 10-man squad of sentinels, entering the main ship of the 3-eyed aliens through the top hatch using 2 medium drop pods. The sentinel squad would distract the enemy, creating an opportunity for 0 unit to infiltrate. 0 unit would utilize their cloaking abilities to evade the ship's guards, moving silently to the shield system's main control room. The goal was to avoid combat, swiftly reach the control room, and plant a timed remote EMP bomb. The command center would detonate the bomb at the right moment, inflicting significant damage on the enemy. Due to limited knowledge of the enemy ship's interior, they would activate electromagnetic path imagers upon entry. The tactical command room would decode the ship's internal structure within 5 minutes. After completing the mission, they could either leave via the drop pods or hijack the enemy's escape shuttle. If neither option was viable, the command center would deploy Hercules for extraction, but this would be the most dangerous choice, requiring them to be prepared for prolonged covert operations. After outlining the mission, the commander asked Captain Bell if there were any additions. Captain Bell, arms crossed, stated that if any sentinel survived, they did not need to be rescued, as their mission was to sacrifice themselves to delay the enemy. Gina questioned why they didn't simply assassinate the 3-eyed alien's highest-ranking officer. The commander explained that there might be high-energy life forms on the enemy ship, making it too risky. Moreover, once the shield system was compromised, the enemy ship and its crew would be eliminated, making an assassination unnecessary. Bell checked the equipment and announced that they were ready to proceed. With the tactical briefing concluded, the 12 members of 0 unit prepared to board the drop pods, ready to face the challenge ahead. At this moment, 10 warriors were lined up, ready for action. They were filled with anticipation, awaiting the arrival of the human champions. Karanias stood at the forefront, watching as Bell and his team approached slowly. "Greetings, Executive Deputy," Bell said politely, nodding to Karanias. Although Bell knew Karanias' status as a Protoss warrior, equivalent to Zhang Xuan's deputy, he still showed basic respect. "Bell Scapeman, Chief Officer of 0 Special Operations. I've witnessed your outstanding performances in the past. You are an exceptional warrior. Perhaps one day, we could face off." Karanias praised the Chief Ghost highly. However, as they exchanged compliments, the battle outside was reaching a critical stage. Julian was commanding the Julius to launch an unprecedentedly fierce attack on the main ship of the Triclops. This unrestrained combat style made the Triclops think these humans were utterly insane. The Julius, enduring intense bombardment, closed in to about 5 kilometers from the Triclops' main ship. For these colossal interstellar warships, it was nearly point-blank range, akin to a fierce sword fight. Report. The outer reactive armor on the right side is taking heavy damage. Report. A significant portion of the reactive armor is severely damaged, and secondary steel armor is now under attack. A series of damage reports poured in, yet Julian remained unfazed, eyes fixed on the virtual display before him. At this moment, Julian concluded that without a shield system, the battlecruiser could not match the main ship. Although the Julius was not inferior in firepower to the Triclops' main ship, its fragility put it at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. Just then, Thomas finally announced loudly, "We have reached the designated position, preparing to deploy drop pods. 3, 2, 1. Deploy." More than 20 assorted drop pods were launched, each equipped with simple jet propulsion devices to accelerate quickly and decelerate during landing. These drop pods hurtled towards the Triclops' main ship, while the battlecruiser concentrated its firepower on one spot, unleashing a barrage of attacks. A large number of laser cannons struck the energy shield, creating a football field-sized breach in just 3 seconds. However, the Triclops were no pushovers. Dozens of energy cannons fired back at the battlecruiser and the incoming drop pods. Decoy smoke bombs were continuously destroyed, but 2 drop pods filled with soldiers managed to break through the barrage and penetrate the shield, crashing violently into the upper hatch of the main ship. Boom! The doors of the 2 drop pods opened, and 5 warriors charged out with shields in hand. Meanwhile, in a nearby corridor, Triclops soldiers began to surround them. "Enemy forces have breached. Assemble defense units immediately. Do not let them enter the interior." In the starry sky, a blue light flashed, and the Julius vanished into the darkness. In the final moments of communication with each zero-unit operative, the commander's voice resonated, offering blessings. An invisible force surged within everyone, seemingly granting them boundless courage and strength. Their eyes shone with determination and resolve, fully aware of the gravity of their mission, yet brimming with confidence and hope. With the last shout of victory and glory, they embarked on their journey, ready to face unknown challenges. At this moment, their hearts were filled with passion and determination. They would fear no hardship and charge forward relentlessly, for victory and honor. May they have a smooth journey and triumph in every battle. During the intense confrontation with the three-eyed beings, the Sentinels not only absorbed a wealth of combat techniques, but also showcased unparalleled prowess. When faced with the defending soldiers surrounded by the three-eyed adversaries, Kalanyas brandished blades in both hands, slicing through the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning, unstoppable. The other Sentinels quickly joined the fray, their exceptional skills allowing them to navigate the battlefield effortlessly. Swords flashed, and three-eyed soldiers fell one after another, unable to leave even a shadow behind. At this moment, the drop pod was long forgotten, and all attention was focused on the seemingly insignificant subplanet combat mechs. The three-eyed beings underestimated these mechs, thinking they were merely human tricks. However, they were unaware that 12 stealth soldiers had already infiltrated the main ship, severing communications. Now, they could only rely on themselves. Led by Bell, the 12 soldiers split into two teams, advancing silently along the walls. Soon, they discovered a room that appeared to be a soldier's quarters and began their search. Gina installed a disc-shaped electromagnetic path imager, sending invisible electromagnetic waves rapidly throughout the ship. Temporarily on standby, they awaited the next step. The team meticulously checked the surrounding equipment, ensuring they were not under surveillance. They deactivated their cloaking devices, as invisibility consumed psychic energy, and it was crucial to conserve enough for critical moments. 10 minutes passed, and they received an encrypted signal containing a map of the main ship and the locations of two possible shield system control rooms. Bell frowned at the map, the disadvantages of limited intelligence becoming apparent. Nevertheless, the 12-member team was just the right size to ensure they could retreat safely even if they encountered combat. After a discussion, they decided to split into two groups to complete the task more quickly. Bell emphasized that if one team encountered enemies, the other must provide support immediately. The team responded in unison, ready for action. Bell surveyed the quiet surroundings and decided to lead Team A and Team D together, while Team B and Team C would form another squad. He quickly assigned tasks. The first squad, led by Bell himself, would head to the farthest target, while the second squad would handle the nearest one. After completing their missions, both teams would regroup at Extraction Point 1, the location where they had just parachuted in. If there were any issues at Extraction Point 1, they would urgently move to Extraction Point 2, located at the escape passage on the lower deck. The two squads swiftly advanced towards their respective targets, but given the vast interior space and complex corridors of the main ship, completing the mission would likely take some time. Meanwhile, on Pluto, the SCV engineering team was working tirelessly to build a defensive stronghold. Once the command center was established, they would have control over the entire planet. Sveik and James sat in a temporary command room, converted from a bunker, discussing Brigadier General Julian's tactical prowess. Sveik jested that although James was a top military academy graduate, he couldn't compare to Brigadier General Julian. James candidly acknowledged the gap between himself and Julian, but believed he would continue to grow since he was still young. As Sveik teased James, he also inwardly questioned himself. They had once been valuable aides to the commander, but now command had been transferred to Brigadier General Julian. Sveik realized his own shortcomings and decided to study large-scale fleet operations, hoping to command his own fleet one day. James teased that Sveik hadn't even mastered squad-level tactics, so how could he speak of large-scale strategy? Sveik, gritting his teeth, asserted that as a brigade commander, his focus was on the big picture, leaving squad-level operations to his subordinates. James merely smiled and did not respond. Unable to stay seated, Sveik stood up and shouted, "Someone, come here." A guard immediately entered the room and saluted the two men. James felt a mix of anxiety and excitement as he eagerly examined every detail on the map. When Colonel Tallis entered the room, a fire ignited within him, driven by a desire to explore every potential opportunity and challenge. His gaze was resolute, unflinchingly fixed on the map of Pluto, as if he were engraving every inch of the terrain into his memory. "Colonel, assemble my guard company immediately. I will lead them to the battlefield myself," James commanded with a voice full of determination and resolve, as if he were an invincible deity of war. He stepped forward with unwavering confidence, each stride embodying the decisiveness and courage of a true leader. Outside the conference room, he faced the first light of dawn, as if locking eyes with destiny itself. His eyes revealed a fearless resolve, knowing he was about to embark on a journey filled with challenges. At that moment, The mysterious spot on the map fueled the fire within him. He was certain that victory was within reach. The outposts established on Pluto aren't centralized, but are instead split into several large and small positions. The larger outposts are stationed by regiments, while the smaller ones are manned by companies and platoons. In just a few hours, they've managed to secure about 6,070 of Pluto's territory. Each outpost is equipped with numerous missile turrets to fend off the Three-Eyes Orbital Air Force. Despite this, engineering teams composed of hundreds of SCVs are continuously reinforcing defenses and expanding positions. Accompanied by over 20 guards, Svik arrived at the outpost, where Talus approached him. "Boss, our Air Force brothers seem to be struggling. The frequency of enemy attacks is increasing," Talus said. Overhead, Viking fighters and three-eyed combat ships flew by, with missile turrets constantly firing to bring down enemy aircraft. Despite being heavily outnumbered, our Viking comrades are under immense pressure to prevent the enemy from disrupting our battlecruisers. They could really use a break. As Svik spoke, he checked the unit editor, monitoring the remaining forces. Viking fighter losses had exceeded 20, with only about 30 still operational, while the enemy's combat ships still dominated the sky. In the nearby repair center, damaged Viking fighters were undergoing repairs. The situation looked grim. What about the Liberators? Why haven't they come in for repairs? Svik wondered, noticing that the Liberator units were still in good condition despite the intense battle. Brigadier General Julian sent a Hercules to establish a space station on Sharon, and the Liberators are holding off the enemy there, so they don't need ground repairs, Talus explained. Svik nodded. That's good to hear. Looking up at the missiles shooting skyward and the explosions in the darkness, Svik felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. "Sir, what's wrong? You seem unusually sentimental today," Talus asked with concern. Svik shook his head. "It's nothing. I was just telling James that I wish we had our own fleet. Our fleet, so we wouldn't be helplessly watching the aerial battle." Talus smiled. "It'll happen. I believe that day isn't far off." Svik nodded. "Yes, haha." Just then, James's voice came through the comms. "Svik, come over and take a look at this." After acknowledging, Svik turned to Talus. "Looks like you'll have to oversee the patrol." "I need to head back." Talus nodded, and Svik quickly made his way back to the temporary command center. Svik walked into the room and saw James closely examining an enlarged map. "Come take a look at this," James said, pointing to the map. "Don't you think this terrain looks a bit too regular?" Although Svik was initially skeptical, he walked over for a closer look. The map showed a massive rift, which should have been a common enough sight after all. Which planet doesn't have a few earthquake fissures? However, this rift seemed different. Its edges were too smooth, and its shape didn't look naturally formed. It seemed more like it had been carved out by human hands. "This place? It looks like it has artificial markings," Svik said hesitantly. James frowned. "The Triclops have been here for over a month before we arrived. I don't believe they established a base on this remote planet just to let C6 soldiers rest. This area is near the Triclops base, and Iron Crow can't get close. We'll have to send people to investigate. If they're hiding any secret weapons there, we can take the opportunity to destroy them." Svik wiped some dust off his mask and said, "I'll send the Furious Lions to check it out." But then he suddenly chuckled. "Wow, the Furious Lions, famous and all. But for something like this, why not let my rookies handle it? They haven't done a collective mission yet, and this could be a good training opportunity, don't you think? Let your little snakes rest for now." James shrugged. "No objections from me." Svik immediately activated the communication device, sent out the mission brief, and contacted the Furious Lions Special Forces. "This is headquarters, calling Furious Lions. We have a mission for you, gentlemen." A response quickly came through the comms. "This is Furious Lions. Mission received. This is our chance to show our combat capabilities. Let's not give those little snakes a reason to laugh at us." Svik had high expectations. He knew the Furious Lions Special Forces had only about 100 members. Despite the expansion of their forces, the number of special forces had remained constant, although the members kept changing. In the past, anyone who had served in the special forces could join, but now only the best could stay. Anyone unfit or lacking in ability would be weeded out or sent to the training squad to become reserves. The Vipers were the first to implement this policy, and the Furious Lions followed suit, leading the entire unit toward a path of regularization and efficiency. The commander of the Furious Lions, Brian Kant, had served in the Imperial Special Forces for over 18 years and had been the team leader for nearly a decade. He was a typical battle-hardened veteran. Standing at the tactical table inside the Hercules transport, he checked the gear and calibrated the time, his eyes reflecting a seasoned, cold determination. To a few team leaders, he said, "This is our first official collective mission. No mistakes are allowed." "Yes, sir." The team leaders responded in unison. This strange rift is alarmingly close to the base of the three-eyed beings. Approaching it openly would certainly invite long-range attacks from them. Thus, they couldn't directly warp above the rift. Instead, They had to land on a mountain about 7 kilometers away and proceed on foot. However, Brian didn't intend for everyone to enter the rift. He assigned part of the team to set up a defensive line on the mountain and launch an attack on the three-eyed being's base to divert their attention, allowing another group to bypass the battle zone and infiltrate the target. Once the mission was complete, they would be extracted by Hercules. As the sounds of distant gunfire erupted, Brian realized that the team left behind had already engaged in fierce combat with the three-eyed beings. He quickened his pace, witnessing the constant barrage of fire from the enemy base, feeling a growing sense of urgency. Shortly, the team reached the edge of the rift. Thankfully, the planet's lower gravity made it feasible to rappel down such a great height. The leader of Team B surveyed the dark abyss and remarked, "This place looks downright eerie." The leader of Team A nodded in agreement. With Earth's gravity, jumping down here wouldn't be a problem. However, Brian shook his head. "We don't know what's down there. For safety, let's prepare the ropes. We need to move fast. Our comrades drawing the enemy's fire can't hold out for long." "Yes, sir," they responded. Quickly, they secured 10 ropes firmly to the ground. Brian gripped his rope tightly and leaped into the void. The Special Forces members followed suit. As their night vision activated, they soon uncovered the secret concealed in the darkness. The bottom of the rift was the dome of a massive metal structure. The team landed swiftly on the dome. Brian stayed alert, scanning his surroundings, while the teams split up to explore. He touched the metal surface beneath his feet, noting that it wasn't newly constructed. The frozen marks indicated the structure had been there for a long time. Although their sensors couldn't detect this building, likely due to the extreme cold of minus several hundred degrees, it was undoubtedly built by the three-eyed beings. The leader of Team A confirmed this. The leader of Team B approached Brian and suggested, "Regardless, we should plant bombs around the perimeter. It might not completely destroy the internal facilities, so we need to find a way inside and detonate from within for a better effect." "Agreed," Brian nodded. "But there's no time to find an entrance now. Raiders, prepare to charge." With the detonation of over a dozen grenades, a passage was blasted open. Facing the dark corridor, Brian felt uneasy but still activated his comms to report the intel and receive permission to enter the structure. He told his team, "Quick, plant the bombs and let's get out of here. This place gives me the creeps." Meanwhile, at the lunar base, Zhang Xuan received the latest intel. "Commander, reports are coming in from all over Blue Planet about a mysterious phenomenon. Unknown plants are spreading in the tropical rainforests, releasing some sort of spores into the sky." The screen displayed to Zhang Xuan by his deputy showed a scene of a giant blue-purple flower swaying in the wind, emitting a shimmering glow, with tiny spores gently drifting in the air. These spores seem to have a consciousness, spreading in all directions, with some even crossing the atmosphere and heading into deep space. Zhang Xuan frowned and asked, "What kind of threat or impact could these spores have on humans?" "Currently, there's no definitive answer. Our lab is urgently studying the characteristics of these plants, but we've made no breakthrough yet," the deputy replied. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan recalled the mysterious spaceship that had left Blue Planet earlier. He speculated, could this be related to the three-eyed people? Perhaps it's a signal that their apocalypse plan is being executed ahead of schedule. These plants might be crucial. The deputy agreed, saying, "Based on the intelligence we've gathered, these plants are likely connected to biological weapons." Zhang Xuan felt restless. Regardless of whether these plants were benign or malevolent, anything related to the three-eyed people couldn't be good. He immediately ordered all forces on Blue Planet to search for and eliminate these plants. He also commanded Edward to convene a world meeting to coordinate the efforts of various nations, as this was not just a personal vendetta but a matter of human survival. The deputy acknowledged the orders, but Zhang Xuan felt it wasn't enough. He further instructed, "Recall the Iron Raven immediately to analyze the energy waveform of the plants and spores. Also, conduct energy monitoring in Blue Planet's orbit. If anyone is found hiding these substances, authorize the launch of Hunter missiles to destroy them. If Hunter missiles are insufficient, prepare tactical missiles." This decision was to be announced by Edward, along with the release of footage from the Pluto battlefield. Zhang Xuan understood that this announcement would trigger a strong reaction, both positive and negative, from society and the international community. But he was ready to face the protests because no one wanted a sword hanging over their head, ready to fall at any moment. He could have acted quietly, and even if fusion missiles were deployed, countries would keep it secret for mutual safety. However, he chose to be transparent. On one hand, it was to warn those with ulterior motives, making them back off. On the other hand, it was to gauge the reaction to this move, even though he didn't care much. Reputation still mattered for recruiting soldiers and miners. He had one belief: freedom comes at a cost. He would never allow personal gain to endanger Blue Planet and humanity. This sparked a thought in Zhang Xuan's mind. In the command center, the adjutant suddenly interrupted Zhang Xuan's frantic thoughts and gently reminded him, "Commander, I've detected some abnormal spore energy that might be affecting your thinking." A wave of panic surged through Zhang Xian's mind. He couldn't help but lament. Out of a 300,000 word outline, I've only written 200,000 words, and now I'm stuck. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, fully aware of the preciousness of time. Yet he found himself in a predicament, feeling intensely anxious. This sense of frustration left him feeling powerless, but he knew that only by overcoming these difficulties could he achieve his aspirations. Buzz. A gentle blue light flashed beside Zhang Xian as a ghostly agent materialized, lightly waving his hand. Spiritual energy enveloped Zhang Xian, and in the next moment, he felt a refreshing clarity, as if his mind had been washed with ice-cold water. The thoughts that were drifting into chaos snapped back to reality instantly. Just moments ago, he had even entertained the idea of pressing the fusion strike button to obliterate everything that defied him, but that was never his true intention. With lingering fear, Zhang Xian gratefully thanked the ghostly agent who had come to his rescue. This ghost was Zhang Xian's foremost guardian, always lurking nearby to protect him. He had no name. Zhang Xian only knew him as Number 1, and he kept all other information about himself secret. Notably, Number 1 was a 9th-level psionic controller. Despite the limitations imposed by a psionic inhibitor, he remained one of Zhang Xian's most powerful warriors. Lieutenant, what just happened? I detected an anomaly in your mental state and scanned the surrounding environment, finding traces of abnormal spore energy. It appears they have spread to the moon. Do these spores amplify the darker aspects of one's mind? Zhang Xian frowned, recalling his earlier thoughts, realizing how insane they seemed, akin to a mad scientist's. The current situation doesn't seem to be entirely as it appears. Humans, with their high intelligence and mental fortitude, are affected in their thinking and reasoning to some extent by these spores. However, for simpler organisms, these spores might only trigger certain primal desires. Pluto's Great Rift. As the Special Ops team ventured into the enormous underground structure, they were astonished to find it had been abandoned for years. Perhaps abandoned wasn't quite the right word, as all the equipment inside was still operational. Even the lighting was functioning normally, though it seemed no one had been there for a long time. In a long corridor, Brian wiped his hand across the dusty fire window, cleaning it gently. Captain, come over here and take a look at this. One of the Special Ops members ahead pointed fearfully at a window. What is it? Brian frowned and walked over to the window. The glass was covered in dust, making it hard to see inside. But when Brian wiped away the dust, the sight within made him gasp. Behind the glass were rows upon rows of eerie greenlit incubation pods, each containing a terrifying and bizarre creature. These creatures had octopus-like lower bodies with over 20 crimson tentacles that seemed ready to ooze blood at any moment. Their upper bodies consisted of a giant eye, within which was a large mouth filled with sharp fangs. Twisted, grotesque, and utterly horrifying. Even more terrifying was the sheer number of these creatures. There weren't just a few or dozens. The entire room was filled with neatly arranged incubation pods, numbering at least in the thousands. In this room full of unknowns and mysteries, Brian led his Special Ops team forward, eager to discover more fascinating creatures at the end of the corridor. They couldn't wait to explore, hoping each room would bring new findings. However, as team members reported back one by one, Brian's expression grew increasingly grave. A flustered team member ran back to report to Brian, Captain, we found a strange room. Upon hearing this, Brian urgently demanded to be taken there immediately. Soon, they arrived at a place that seemed to be either a laboratory or an archive room, filled with abandoned electronic equipment and walls adorned with photos made of special materials. These photos depicted a wide variety of scenes from the lives of various monsters. Brian activated the recording function on his armor, carefully observing the pictures of these mysterious creatures. There were monsters swimming in water, creatures preying on others, and even images of them descending upon Blue Star from outer space. These visuals made Brian feel as though he had returned to the Copperloo sector, experiencing the same sense of helplessness and oppression he felt during the Zerg onslaught. An uneasy feeling surged within him, but he suppressed it and ordered his team to collect the photos and evacuate immediately. This place was beyond their control, and detonating a bomb could awaken these monsters, leading to an even greater catastrophe. Meanwhile, Team 02 of the Treed People's main ship had successfully installed the electromagnetic pulse bomb. Gina reported via communication. The bomb is in place. We're moving to evac point 1. They advanced smoothly, their stealth abilities helping them avoid detection by the enemy. Soon, they received instructions from Team 1. Do not leave the evacuation point upon arrival. We need 3 minutes to handle an issue. Although they had strayed into enemy territory, they unexpectedly gathered some intelligence. Bell activated the recording device, observing the scene before him. They were in a massive room at the center of the main ship, occupying half of the entire vessel. The most striking feature was the enormous creature that nearly filled the entire room. Its head resembled that of a crocodile, its body covered in sharp scales, and a pair of flesh wings bound behind it. A collar around its neck was filled with blue liquid. The colossal creature slept peacefully with its eyes closed. Brian ordered them to gather all data on this unknown being and evacuate in 3 minutes. Before the words had fully left Bale's mouth, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look down the passage behind him. It wasn't just him. The other ghosts and spirits also felt it. After exchanging glances, they silently dispersed throughout the spacious room. At the end of the passage, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were slowly making their way toward them. It seemed they were in for a challenge if they wanted to fill their bellies. Given the current situation, the message has already been sent through the faster than light communication network, and we expect a reply soon. A boss followed closely behind a young man with white hair, his head slightly bowed. The white-haired youth spoke in a calm tone, as if making casual conversation, yet it sent a shiver down a boss's spine. The young man said, "You are even more useless than I expected." Then he added, "But these humans are tougher than I thought. I originally believed they would defend their home planet and wait for the final battle. I didn't expect them to come directly to us. Haha, interesting, really interesting." The white-haired youth's face was full of smiles. Despite not being adept at warfare, he was a noble, not a general. He was astonished to discover that the blue planet civilization had developed to a level capable of participating in interstellar wars within just 10,000 years, which was rare among the major civilizations in the universe. During his stay on the blue planet, he personally experienced the local customs and found that these beings, who called themselves the human civilization, were not particularly advanced in technology. They hadn't even fully explored their moon. Logically, a civilization at this level shouldn't possess such astonishing combat capabilities, but the fact was that human warships were flying nearby. This indicated that humans had conducted various advanced technological research in secret, so deeply hidden that even the hybrids who had infiltrated human society for years had not come into contact with it. As the millennium cycle approached, they finally stopped hiding. Continuing to conceal their advancements could lead to extinction, so they decided to stand up and seek the final outcome. Whether other civilizations were involved, he couldn't be sure. Perhaps there were, perhaps not, but it didn't matter. Entering the massive containment chamber, the white-haired youth gazed at the star beast injected with a high concentration of sedatives, as if looking at a precious treasure, his eyes soft with observation. A boss reminded him, "This star beast has been sedated for nearly 6 months. It might have a brief period of weakness upon waking, but with subplanetary modified creatures as cover, it should be fine in combat." The white-haired youth nodded and said, "I have some doomsday spores on the ship that can wake this guy up. Prepare to release it. There's no need to keep fighting." A boss nodded slightly and watched the young man leave. He turned to look at the star beast, ready to leave, when he suddenly frowned and glanced towards a corner but found nothing unusual. Hesitating, he thought, was it an illusion? After murmuring to himself, he left the room. However, the hidden squad members remained motionless. As expected, a boss reappeared at the door within 10 seconds, closed his eyes, and the eye on his forehead emitted a faint glow, quickly scanning the entire room. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, the protagonist finally breathed a sigh of relief and left the scene. Team members emerged from various hiding spots, with one ghost agent even leaping down from the back of a star beast. They moved swiftly towards evac point 1 without a word, working in perfect sync. By this time, the battle at evac point 1 had already concluded. Despite the valiant efforts and extensive experience of the Guardian warriors, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. After slaying hundreds of three-eyed guards, they were taken down by heavy firepower one by one. Only a few guards and some engineers remained on site, busy repairing the holes caused by the drop pods. Suddenly, several bullets shot out from the void, instantly taking down all the three-eyed guards. Team 2 was ready to evacuate, and Team 1 was already in position. Soon, both teams regrouped and boarded the drop pod. The thrusters ignited, and the pod roared into the sky. The main ship's shield was impregnable from the outside but vulnerable from within. The drop pod smoothly penetrated the shield and headed towards Sharon, awaiting the rendezvous with the Hercules. EMP is installed and the signal is clear. "We can detonate at any time," Thomas reported excitedly to Julian, whose tense expression eased slightly. "Excellent," Julian said with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. "It's time these arrogant three-eyed trackers learned what we're capable of. Adjust the ship's direction and prep the cannons." "Yes, sir." However, just then, an urgent communication came from the surface of Pluto. "Commodore Julian, this is Colonel James. We've encountered a massive attack by unknown flying creatures." "What?" Julian asked in shock, as the screen displayed a virtual image of a monster he had never seen before. It looked like a new breed of alien insect. James's face then appeared on the big screen, holding a machine gun and nervously peering around from behind a bunker. The sky was swarming with creatures that had tentacles and eyes filled with razor-sharp teeth. while the battlefield echoed with the sound of gunfire and explosions. What's going on? Where did these creatures come from? Julian pulled up an overhead map of the ground battlefield, which was teeming with these monsters estimated at 70 to 80,000, perhaps even more. The creatures encircled each position, occasionally diving to snatch soldiers into the air and tear them apart in gruesome displays. There's a lot to explain, James sighed. Yesterday, the author took a day off to rest and also drafted the outline for the upcoming sections. Now, there's no need to worry about writer's block. The ground force's anti-aircraft firepower is quite formidable and can hold the line. Although the monsters lack long-range attack capabilities and aren't as numerous or formidable as the swarm, their ability to fly poses a significant problem. The author noticed that many of these creatures are heading towards space, possibly targeting you. You need to prepare as soon as possible. Almost simultaneously, a message came through from Zero. A colossal space beast, as large as a battleship, was about to be awakened by the three-eyed people and join the battlefield. These two pieces of news caught Julian off guard. But as a seasoned war veteran, he quickly devised his next move after a brief moment of strategic thinking. He ordered all Viking fighters to retreat, abandoning their engagement with the three-eyed people's combat ships, and fall back to Space Station 1. There, they would rely on the station's anti-aircraft firepower to hold their ground. He also called for more SCVs and ground troops to reinforce Space Station 1, demanding they hold the position for at least 1 hour. Simultaneously, he commanded all Hercules transports and ground forces to immediately assemble and evacuate Pluto, preparing for a Level 3 fusion strike. All actions had to be swift and completed before the three-eyed people could detect their intentions. With the orders given, all units sprang into action, the glow of the Hercules transports flickering on Pluto's surface. Meanwhile, beneath the main ship of the three-eyed people, a massive rift opened, and a space beast, even larger than a battlecruiser, slowly emerged. Julian watched the virtual image of the space beast without any expression. He had seen giant creatures before and had even defeated a Zerg Leviathan. This slightly larger cosmic entity did not intimidate him. As the doomsday spores were injected and the sedatives were cut off, the beast, which had been asleep for 6 months, slowly opened its eyes. Thump, thump, thump. 6 hearts began to beat rapidly. Though silent, its chest emitted a blue glow with each vibration. The creature stretched its body, spreading its wings, and its purple glowing vertical pupils fixed on the distant battleship. Hum, 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 boom. A torrent of energy burst from its chest. A thick blue energy particle beam surged toward the battleship. The ship performed an evasive warp. A flash of blue light, and the battleship instantly vanished from its original position. The blue particle beam swept through, directly piercing through Pluto's moon, Charon. Although just a moon, this strike showcased the immense power of the blue energy. Its power was comparable to the main cannon of a warship. Julian found it hard to believe that this space beast was merely a planetary-level entity. On the main ship of the three-eyed people, a boss marveled at the scene before him. A planetary-level space beast could easily defeat 10 ordinary stellar-level beings. Only stellar-level beings fused with space beast genetic material could contend with a planetary-level space beast, and to defeat or kill it, one would need an even more powerful nebula-level being. Such entities were exceedingly rare in the entire universe. Our civilization has spent 100,000 years without being able to replicate or mass-produce space beasts. This beast, however, was captured by my family 1,500 years ago, at the cost of 4 main warships. The white-haired young man's tone carried a hint of nostalgia as he spoke. A boss complimented, "With this colossal beast of the stars, your future is bound to reach new heights. Once we complete this mission, becoming a member of the Amanra Corporation's board shouldn't be a problem." The young man with white hair replied indifferently, "I have no interest in fame or status. In this universe, the strong rule. If I can one day reach the nebula level, or even become a duke, those Amanra board members will still have to bow before me." After witnessing the devastating strike of the starry beast, which resembled a western dragon, Julian cast aside his previous disdain. He realized deeply that this universe harbors many wondrous creatures, leaving him in awe. Staring at the pierced surface of Pluto 2, Julian couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, their short-range warp drive had a quick cooldown. Otherwise, that energy particle breath could have destroyed their battlecruiser, leaving them dead in space. The beast, after its outburst, seemed to weaken significantly and ceased its attack. If this was just the beginning of its assault, he would seriously consider retreating. "Prepare the Yamato cannon," Julian ordered. Thomas, standing nearby, asked, "Target?" The recent attack had nearly made Thomas jump out of his skin. To him, the threat of the three-eyed people's mothership, which they had been toying with all day, now seemed trivial compared to the beast. "Target the three-eyed people's mothership," Julian responded, causing Thomas to widen his eyes in surprise. Julian explained, "That mothership has planet-destroying weapons. They just haven't used them yet. A mere beast is not our concern. If we eliminate the three-eyed people, no matter how formidable the creature is, it won't catch us. Thomas suddenly understood. Julian chuckled. Thomas, you've been with me for years now. You still need to learn and observe more. Someday, you'll be a captain too, and neglecting the bigger picture can be a fatal flaw. You wouldn't want to be demoted to the front lines due to incompetence, would you? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Thomas, who was already in his 40s, found himself at a loss for words. All right, back to business. Have the ground forces been evacuated? Julian asked. Almost, Thomas replied. Good. Deploy the high-energy fusion missiles, targeting the ground base of the three-eyed people. The moment the missiles explode, detonate the EMP bomb on their mothership? Yes, sir. At that moment on Pluto's surface, all human troops had been evacuated by the Hercules, leaving behind only defensive structures and buildings, including a half-constructed command center. This did not mean the area was abandoned. On the contrary, once the threat of the three-eyed people was dealt with, Pluto would become a key outpost in the solar system. These structures would form the foundation of the future outpost. With no human presence, the flying monsters began heading towards space. Their simple brains, driven only by hunger and the urge to kill, sensed a delectable scent emanating from a planet in space, like a fresh, delicious cake beckoning them. Near the great rift outside the three-eyed people's base, many creatures continued to emerge. An invisible phantom set up a laser guide at the edge of the rift and activated the automatic guidance system. A massive spaceship suddenly appeared, and the ghost agents quickly boarded the vessel. As the spaceship ascended, thousands of monsters swarmed towards it. However, after a brilliant blue light flashed, the last spaceship vanished from the planet's view. Simultaneously, a regular missile pierced through the atmosphere, diving rapidly towards its target. At this critical moment, the ghost agent's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, but his determination remained as steadfast as steel. The power of the high-energy fusion missile far exceeded Zhang Xuan's expectations. Julian's use of a level 3 fusion strike had Zhang Xuan's approval. After all, it was a precious one-time consumable worth a fortune: 10,000 crystal mines and 10,000 units of high-energy gas. Zhang Xuan watched the screen as a massive crater appeared on Pluto, nearly disintegrating the planet. He couldn't help but marvel. If the power were just 20 or 30% stronger, Pluto would have vanished from the solar system. The devastating shockwave and fiery energy swept across Pluto's surface, even extending into outer space. Many three-eyed people's ships that failed to escape were instantly vaporized, and the once soaring flying monsters disappeared in an instant, their remnants flung into the depths of space. Pluto's surface facilities suffered severe damage, with losses exceeding 70%. Fortunately, the unfinished command center was still under construction. While the outcome was painful, it was somewhat acceptable. Zhang Xuan sighed. What a pity about those three-eyed people's ships. If we could have captured them intact, it would have been a substantial gain in high-energy gas. At that moment, Zhang Xuan deeply understood why fusion strikes were considered strategic weapons. With the press of a button, they could instantly wipe out all life on a planet. This power was both terrifying and irresistibly alluring. Lieutenant, have Ghost Military Academy produce 30 tactical missiles. They're cheap. Using 20 or 30 of them won't be a problem. As for conventional and high-energy missiles, fire one at a time. Yes, the order has been issued. The estimated total production time is 140 hours. Watching the dwindling resource balance, Zhang Xuan noted that just one day of war had reduced his crystal mines to 400,000 and high-energy gas to 200,000, like an avalanche. Cannons roar. Gold pours. Lieutenant, urge Edward to speed up resource collection and tell Julian to accelerate his progress. We can't afford to expend so many resources against the three-eyed people. Yes, Commander. One high-energy fusion missile not only instantly destroyed most of the three-eyed people's aerial fleet, but also instilled fear in many who had never experienced interstellar war. These humans are insane. The power of this weapon is nearly planet-destroying. How did they develop such a thing? Where are they conducting these experiments? They're supposed to be a lower civilization. Why are we suffering this? I just want to go home. Among the lower-ranked three-eyed soldiers, many had grown up on Blue Star. Despite their military training and advanced equipment, they lacked combat experience and perspective. Witnessing their friends vaporize instantly shattered their psychological balance. The combat ships far from Pluto narrowly escaped, but their fighting spirit had vanished. Morale plummeted, and senior three-eyed officers took immediate action. After executing a few soldiers for dereliction of duty or attempting to flee, the nearly collapsed morale was restored. Sir, we have no chance of winning. We can't delay any longer. An officer stood behind a young man with white hair, his expression grave. The weapons humanity possesses are beyond our imagination. If we continue like this, we are doomed to fail. The young man was about to speak when an engineer suddenly rushed in, reporting frantically, the shield system has been compromised and can no longer absorb energy. It will collapse soon. A boss demanded angrily, what happened? The three-eyed engineer quickly explained. Humans infiltrated the ship and planted an EMP bomb in the shield control room. We are working on repairs, but it will take at least 2 hours. A boss pressed further. How long can the shield hold? The engineer responded, if not under attack, 10 minutes at most. But if heavily attacked, maybe only 10 seconds. Prepare the Star Destroyer cannon. A boss ordered. Thomas frowned, puzzled as he looked at the still intact shield of the three-eyed being's main ship. The detonator in his hand indicated that the bomb had gone off. Had the three-eyed beings discovered and defused the bomb? It seemed impossible. Julian was also uncertain about the EMP's effectiveness, but decided to give it a try. The battlecruiser began a frenzied assault on the three-eyed being's main ship's shield. But this time, the three-eyed beings chose to evade and intercept the laser attacks. Meanwhile, a massive space beast, enraged, charged toward the battlecruiser, making the situation extremely perilous. Julian's eyes lit up, confirming the EMP had worked, and prepared to fire the Yamato cannon. Thomas knew that the three-eyed beings were feeling the pressure. The battlecruiser slowly turned towards the main ship of the three-eyed beings, its cannons glowing as energy rapidly accumulated. The three-eyed beings' main ship also detected the threat and readied for counterattack. In the tense atmosphere, the energy orb from the Yamato cannon shot out, colliding with the three-eyed beings' weaponry in a breathtaking display. Two high-energy weapons collided in space, but the anticipated explosion did not occur. A beam of electricity pierced through the orange sphere, narrowly grazing the tail of the battlecruiser and dangerously skimming past. The orange sphere didn't shatter. Instead, it followed the trajectory of the electric beam and struck the main ship of the three-eyed people directly. The fragile energy shield of the main ship crumbled like paper under the impact of the sphere, resulting in a series of violent explosions that split the main ship in two. Thomas watched the electric beam disappear into the depths of space with trembling eyes. If it weren't for Julian's wise and decisive action, ordering the ship to elevate immediately upon detecting the enemy's preparation of a potent weapon, the battlecruiser would have been doomed. Unlike the Yamato cannon, which fires instantly, the three-eyed people's Star Destroyer cannon requires 2 or more seconds to gather additional energy for maximum damage. This trait, usually an advantage, turned out to be a fatal flaw at this critical moment. As Julian observed the wrecked main ship of the three-eyed people, he let out a sigh of relief. The moment the electric beam grazed the battlecruiser, he felt a surge of tension. A mere half-second delay would have spelled the end for the entire ship. Fortunately, they survived, while the three-eyed people met their defeat. With their main ship destroyed, the remaining enemies were insignificant. Julian immediately ordered the fleet to advance and commenced the final cleanup operation. Just then, a signal appeared on the radar. Oh! Julian glanced at the radar and then out the window. A streak of light shot out from the destroyed main ship, heading towards the outer reaches of the solar system, quickly vanishing into the colorful glow. It seemed that an enemy had escaped. Julian frowned slightly. The Yamato cannon should have been powerful enough to obliterate the entire main ship, but the electric beam had weakened it significantly. He hadn't anticipated that someone would escape in a lifeboat before the ship exploded. Report this to the commander and prepare to clean up the battlefield. Yes, sir. In the command room of the lunar base, the atmosphere was jubilant. Victory! We've won. Every staff member cheered and clapped in excitement. This victory meant that the solar system would once again be at peace and mark the end of a 30,000-year cycle. Humanity would no longer fear the threat of the three-eyed people. They could stand tall and declare their newfound freedom. Watching the explosion of the three-eyed people's main ship on the screen, Zhang Xuan pumped his fist with uncontrollable excitement. Although the three-eyed people would undoubtedly rise again, they could never imagine how much humanity would have advanced by the time the next war came. Indeed, Zhang Xuan smiled and said, perhaps the next time the three-eyed beings come, they'll face even greater challenges. We have the opportunity to explore and develop beyond the solar system during this period. Even if their fleet numbers increase 10-fold or 20-fold, they won't easily defeat us. The command room door slowly opened, and a group of officers, including Swick and James, walked in with joyful expressions. Swick quickly approached Zhang Xuan, ready to embrace him, but realizing it might be inappropriate, he stopped abruptly and saluted with a face full of excitement. The other officers also stood at attention and saluted Zhang Xuan. Seeing these excited officers, Zhang Xuan solemnly acknowledged them. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Swick, brimming with excitement, suggested, Commander, it seems we don't have any combat tasks now. The three-eyed beings probably won't return for months. Why don't we take the initiative and launch a few level 3 fusion missiles at their home planet? James shook his head and said, we don't have the star maps of that region. Even if we did, without precise coordinates, we can't perform a warp jump. Randomly jumping over long distances is extremely dangerous. If the coordinates are off, we might end up in a hazardous area, or even a black hole. The consequences would be disastrous. Swick was taken aback. Can such things really happen? James explained. I studied related cases at the Officer Academy. There was once an Imperial fleet that received false coordinate information and warped near a giant black hole, resulting in total annihilation. Imagining the scenario, Swick couldn't help but feel terrified. That's horrifying. As they were talking, the large screen suddenly flickered, and Julian's image appeared. Commander, we found a galactic star map while clearing the battlefield. As he spoke, a 3D virtual map of the galaxy was displayed at the bottom of the screen. Although it covered only a small portion, it marked many star systems and civilizations. When zoomed in, the solar system and human civilization could even be seen. Despite being just a resource map, it was already valuable to us. After saluting Zhang Xuan, Julian ended the communication. Deputy, please display the map. Understood. Activating the projection device. Shortly after, a multitude of blue lights gathered, and stars lit up the room. The solar system was located on the third arm of the Milky Way, the Orion arm. Due to the presence of the three-eyed civilization, only a few primitive life forms existed in the surrounding star systems, similar to Blue Star, all part of the three-eyed being's reincarnation plan. The closest civilization to the solar system was the Fenghua Planetary Federation, with a small territory of just 3 adjacent star systems. On the civilization markers, the three-eyed beings had labeled it with the white number 2. Throughout the long history of human civilization, the number 1 has consistently symbolized green hope. Commander, the robot assistant has conducted an in-depth analysis of the three-eyed device obtained by Brigadier General Julian, uncovering some valuable information about cosmic civilizations. You might find this information intriguing, as it could offer new perspectives for your decisions on the interstellar battlefield. Unlike the battleship at the Three-Eyed People's lunar base, this main ship of theirs looks far more modernized, equipped with even more powerful weaponry and devices. Even without close inspection, its advanced nature is apparent from its exterior. This destroyed main ship was a long-range battleship, and its navigation logs reveal that it had visited numerous star systems and planets, documenting information from various civilizations. One of the most crucial pieces of information recorded was the classification of cosmic civilizations. A level 0 civilization represents a primitive society lacking space exploration capabilities. A level 1 civilization, akin to Earth's current level, still relies on its home planet's resources for development, lacks interstellar war capabilities, and has not ventured beyond its home star system. A level 2 civilization possesses interstellar travel capabilities, controls multiple habitable planets, and explores multiple star systems. The Fenghua Planetary Federation is a prime example of this level. Level 3 civilizations have technology similar to Level 2 but exert influence over a much larger area, governing at least 1,000 star systems and dozens of subordinate cosmic civilizations, and possessing a planet-destroying weapon or a nebula-level powerhouse. Level 4 civilizations possess technology capable of destroying star systems, with their influence not confined to any specific range. Generally, civilizations that reach this level have vast territories, and the three-eyed people currently belong to this category. There are only 6 level 5 civilizations in the entire Milky Way, each located in one of the galaxy's 6 major spiral arms, controlling all civilizations below level 5 within their arm. This relationship is akin to that of ancient empires and their vassal kingdoms. Their technological level is unknown, and information about them is scarce. The third spiral arm, where the solar system resides, is dominated by a level 5 civilization known as the Anthem. Although the Anthem civilization's control over the third arm is not particularly strong, the last time they initiated a war was over 60,000 years ago, and there has been little information about them since. Therefore, within the third spiral arm, level 4 civilizations are the pinnacle, with the three-eyed people being a relatively weak power among them. Despite their extensive territory, their military strength and technological level are somewhat lacking. Originating from espionage activities, their future prospects are not highly regarded. After carefully studying this information, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the universe. He now had a better understanding of the state of cosmic civilizations and began contemplating how to expand his reach. The Proxima Centauri system, the closest star system to the solar system, is currently the hunting ground of the three-eyed people. It contains only one civilized planet, which is still at level 0. Unless there is a need for resources or population, it doesn't hold much interest. To develop quickly, a steady approach is no longer feasible. He must make contact with some mid to high-level cosmic civilizations as soon as possible. For Zhang Xuan, level 2 or level 3 civilizations are promising options, as their technological advancements and energy resources could be of great use to him. In this universe, the flourishing civilization known as Fenghua seems to be Zhang Xuan's ideal target. However, little is known about Fenghua civilization at present, except that it remains a free society. Typically, once a civilization reaches level 2, it becomes eligible to join the Galactic Confederation. Membership in the Confederation provides access to advanced technology, opportunities for trade with other member civilizations, and even potential alliances. Fenghua might have just ascended to a level 2 civilization, Or perhaps their strength is too weak to gain recognition from the Confederation. Such situations are not uncommon in the galaxy, as the Confederation does not accept all civilizations. When Zhang Xuan reviewed the Confederation's information, he felt uncertain and considered the possibility of joining in the future. The fight against the Triclops will be a long and arduous journey. A single victory cannot overshadow the more daunting challenges ahead. Forming alliances along the way would undoubtedly be beneficial. In the cosmos, an independent civilization lacking overwhelming power cannot survive. Just as a single chopstick breaks easily, a bundle of tin is hard to snap. Zhang Xuan understood this well. In the following days, Zhang Xuan needed to manage internal affairs on Blue Star, consolidate resources, and clarify individual responsibilities. Officially, he would not interfere in any nation's internal politics, but with his warships flying over various countries, national boundaries became blurred. Zhang Xuan named the human civilization, a title that would be used for future external interactions. He even held a voting assembly, presenting over a dozen options for everyone to choose from. Ultimately, the United Human Council selected the name with a one-third vote. From that point on, humanity had a unified title. A week later, 2 battlecruisers had reached the edge of the solar system. Throughout this week, Zhang Xuan had been frantically mining resources. After inheriting the Triclops legacy, he successfully warped out a new Minotaur-class battlecruiser. Although smaller than the Behemoth-class battleship, its combat power was formidable, equipped with more advanced weapons and shield systems. Despite some superior details compared to the Julius, it was still an ordinary battlecruiser. It was entirely new, but it had no crew or captain. Consequently, Julian had to allocate personnel to operate the new ship, but there were still insufficient hands. Therefore, Zhang Xuan recruited a batch of talents from Blue Star to assist veteran operators in training novices. After a short period of training, the battlecruiser finally gained some combat capability. However, the position of captain remained undecided, and it was currently co-commanded by Swick and James. Notably, Swick and James had both been promoted to brigadier generals. The day after the Battle of Pluto, Zhang Xuan personally awarded the rank of general. At this moment, the forces consisted of 3 marine divisions and 2 air divisions. Zhang Xuan, dressed in his imposing military uniform, carried a resolute look in his eyes, fully aware of the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that although a victory had been achieved, the challenges ahead remained formidable. At this critical juncture, he was determined to lead his troops to invincibility and protect the peace and stability of Pluto. The entire camp was filled with an atmosphere of tension mixed with confidence, as every soldier was brimming with morale, ready to face new challenges. Zhang Xuan's leadership inspired confidence in everyone, uniting them to defend the honor of this planet together. Commander, why linger in the solar system? Join us on this long journey. Standing at the porthole of the Minotaur-class battleship, Zhang Xuan gazed into the starry expanse. Beside him stood Svek, dressed in a pristine military uniform, a freshly lit cigarette between his lips. He took a deep drag, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Zhang Xuan chuckled softly and said, "Svek, if you keep smoking in front of me, I might just send you to experience the boiler room on the lower deck." Svek's expression changed, and he hurriedly stubbed out the cigarette, burning his fingers in the process. Dressed in a black military uniform, Zhang Xuan clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "Blue Star has already flourished. There's not much for me to do in the solar system. If the Triclops invade and the main fleet isn't nearby, I wouldn't be able to respond in time. Traveling with you is safer." Svek nodded in agreement. "Your safety is paramount." Zhang Xuan smiled and added, "More importantly, I want to explore." While calling it a stroll might be an exaggeration, in the history of Blue Star, humanity has never ventured beyond the solar system. "I long to see those unseen people and things with my own eyes." Svek acknowledged silently, perhaps finding interstellar travel less remarkable. "Commander, we are about to enter the wormhole network." James approached and spoke next to Svek. "Long-distance travel in this universe relies on wormholes, which is truly extraordinary." Zhang Xuan had previously seen maps clearly indicating numerous wormholes in the universe. Invisible to the naked eye, wormholes usually require special instruments or are discovered by chance. The wormhole network acts like a bridge to 3-dimensional space on a flat plane, allowing for long-distance spatial jumps where a straight line isn't always the shortest path. To navigate the wormhole network, special engines and destination coordinates are required to jump to a specified location. These were inherited from the Triclops, with 2 main ships still containing usable parts. Currently, both battleships are equipped with Triclops wormhole curvature engines, and the coordinates are recorded in the maps. However, wormhole travel is still necessary to reach the destination. "All right, let's set off." Zhang Xuan found a place to sit. He was unsure what entering a wormhole would feel like, but it probably wouldn't be any easier than a warp jump. Wormhole traversal was a new experience for him. On the large screen, the figure of Brigadier General Julian appeared, announcing, "Fleet, prepare for wormhole jump." The curvature engines of the two battleships engaged, swiftly propelling them into the void ahead. At the moment they approached the wormhole, space seemed to cave in, enveloped by streams of colorful light, with the two warships gleaming within. A brilliant flash ensued, and the two warships vanished into the void. Zhang Xuan felt a sudden brightness before his entire body seemed to be squeezed into a water pipe, almost losing all sensation. However, this feeling was fleeting. As the light gradually faded, Zhang Xuan regained control of his body. Through the porthole, he saw a scene filled with flowing light and glass-like shards, with the warship navigating through them like a fish swimming through seaweed. Rising to his feet, Zhang Xuan gazed at the magical world outside, completely captivated. James said to Zhang Xuan, "Commander, we are about to arrive at the second subsidiary star system of the Finghua civilization. The wormhole is near the star, and we will make a short-range jump after exiting the wormhole." Zhang Xuan nodded and asked, "How long will the entire process take?" "Traveling through the wormhole will take 7 hours. You can head to the dining area to have a meal in the meantime." "All right." Zhang Xuan felt a bit hungry, making it the perfect time to grab something to eat. Shortly after the two warships departed, a spaceship, shaped like a boomerang, emerged slowly from the void above Mars. Inside the spaceship, several lizard-like beings watched the radar with serious expressions. Their technological prowess surpassed that of human civilization, even defeating the fleet of the three-eyed beings, making it unwise to linger. One lizard-like being remarked, "It seems human technology has surpassed ours. How did this happen in just a few years? It's unbelievable." Another lizard-like being responded, "Regardless, we should retreat for now." They unanimously decided to leave. These lizard-like beings had originally come to preach on Blue Star, but found humanity's strength far exceeded their expectations, nearly costing them their lives. Fortunately, humanity's primary focus was on the three-eyed beings, preventing a potential conflict between the two civilizations in which they would have been the casualties. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their spaceship left Mars, an Iron Crow ship flew by from behind, scanned the area where they had just been, and uploaded the information to the communication network. Two Liberator warships launched from the Pluto base, tracking the lizard-like being's spaceship. Meanwhile, in the dining hall of the Minotaur battlecruiser, a group of Marines was gathered, enjoying their drinks. A sergeant laughed heartily at a comrade who was slumped over the table and said, "Cage, I told you that you couldn't outdrink me. If I'd known, I would have bet more." Cage shook his head helplessly, saying nothing. The surrounding soldiers, not wearing their power armor, were dressed in light military green shirts and tactical pants, holding beers in their hands, creating a lively atmosphere that made the dining hall feel like a large bar. Suddenly, the soldiers on lookout shouted loudly, "Commander on deck!" They paid no attention to him. A drunken man mumbled, "Same old stuff, Rick. Can't you guys come up with something new?" However, to everyone's surprise, the restaurant suddenly fell silent, as if subdued by an invisible force. This unexpected quiet instilled a sense of awe, as though hinting at something extraordinary about to unfold. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.